In the year 4025 of the new universe calendar, at the Imperial starport of the Chinlin star system MS-049, Fang Mo groggily awakened aboard the civilian transport ship S0Z-011. His eyes barely opened due to a persistent dizziness. Fang Mo found himself in an extremely unfamiliar environment. A shabby yet technologically advanced bed, a half-eaten box of medicine on the table, and a room full of photos. In his hand, he held a photograph of a middle-aged man around 40. As he stared at the photo, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind: his father, his homeland, the insectoid race, the escape. He was instantly horrified. Oh my God, I've traveled through time. From what he could recall, the original owner of this body had witnessed the Chinlin star system being invaded by the insectoid race on his 16th birthday. His father, Fang Baitian, had died in battle while covering his escape. Due to his own cowardice, he had fled, watching helplessly as his friends and family were slaughtered by the insectoids. Eventually, he took sleeping pills to end his life. Ding. Interstellar conquest system successfully bound to host Fang Mo. A mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by a series of prompt sounds. Congratulations on receiving the newbie gift pack. Task points: 100. Basic interstellar mechanic skills. 1 free purchase of S1 series items. With a thought, a virtual attribute page appeared before him. Host: Fang Mo. Identity: son of a viscount of the Shanglong Empire. Occupation: basic interstellar mechanic. Star coins: 2,000. Starship: 1. Task points: 100. Opening the system warehouse, Fang Mo felt a bit relieved. At least there's some starting capital. It's better than starting with just a bowl. He then noticed that the newbie gift pack included an S1 combat suit and 100 units of interstellar energy. Task points could be exchanged for skills, recipes, blueprints, and even upgraded to obtain higher-level items. A sudden flash of inspiration reminded Fang Mo that the technology in this world was graded from S level, with higher levels being vastly superior. The Shanglong Empire had reached an astonishing S4 level. Even a mere S1 level warship blueprint could fetch a starting price of 1,000,000 star coins from a shipbuilding company, while an ordinary family's annual expenses were just 1,000 star coins. The rarity was evident. If anyone found out he had such a blueprint, he might not even make it out of the starport alive. Suddenly, the system issued a temporary task: own a combat starship within a week. Difficulty: reward, 100 points in the Eye of Insight skill. Penalty for failure: deduction of 200 points. Fang Mo felt his head swell. Despite having the S1 warship manufacturing technology, he lacked the star coins and was still on the run with no source of income. He reluctantly got up and searched the starship, eventually finding a star coin card with 2,000 star coins. Holding the card, Fang Mo recalled that the original owner had intended to cross the Stargate to seek his sister's help in rescuing their father. However, the Stargate had been sealed by the commander's order to prevent the spread of the insectoid menace. Ding. Due to the unfulfilled wish of the original owner, a main mission has been triggered. The system voice echoed again. Mission: save the Chinlin star system and eliminate all insectoids. Completion criteria: personally or through subordinates, eliminate the insectoids, reclaim the planets, and rescue the people. Difficulty: no time limit. Reward: based on completion. Penalty: if all planets are occupied, the mission fails, and the system will detach from the host. The already dizzy Fang Mo instantly sobered up, feeling a sense of collapse. Oh my God, this is going to kill me. The system, however, remained indifferent, suggesting that this path was destined to be fraught with darkness. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, filled with profound concern for the future of the interstellar war. As a down-and-out mechanic, how could he possibly stand against the terrifying Zerg army? And how could he shoulder the responsibility of saving the galaxy? Just as Fang Mo was lost in thought, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed down the distant corridor, accompanied by the shrill sound of alarms. Emergency! Emergency! Zergs are attacking the starport. All personnel, report to your battle stations immediately. A hysterical voice blared from the broadcast. Fang Mo sprang from his bed, his face turning pale. Damn it! Looks like I've walked right into a Zerg attack. He quickly grabbed his credit chip and stuffed it into his pocket, snatched the energy gun from the table, and silently prayed, "System, please protect me this time." With that, he yanked open the cabin door and sprinted towards the starport command center amidst the blaring alarms and the sounds of gunfire. Given the severe consequences of mission failure, Fang Mo had to approach the situation with utmost caution. He pondered deeply before continuing to click on the main tasks, examining the details. The number of planets occupied: 22 out of 136. Fang Mo calculated silently. There were 114 planets yet to be conquered by the Zerg. At their current rate of invasion, and assuming no support from other star systems, it would take about 6 months before a complete takeover. Even if only one planet remained, the system wouldn't declare the mission a failure. However, this would significantly reduce the number of people rescued, and considering the original owner's last wish, he couldn't stand by and let the Zerg rampage. It was clearly a race against time. Since there was no immediate threat, he decided to tackle the temporary tasks first to build his strength. Fang Mo sat in the starship's pilot seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the console, and opened the holographic contact list. He selected Sun and quickly initiated a communication request. In no time, the video call connected. A boy, about 16 years old, appeared on the screen, looking anxious and clutching his hands tightly. Amo, are you okay? Where are you now? The caller was not his son, but Fang Mo's best friend from the Interstellar Academy Mingpeng, the young master of the Tian Shun trading group in the Black Star domain. Fang Mo felt a warmth in his heart seeing his friend's concern. I was going crazy when I couldn't reach you. I heard the Qinlin system was invaded by the Zerg and is now completely locked down. Li Mingpeng rambled on. Yeah, the Stargate at my port is closed. Actually, I need to borrow some money. Fang Mo got straight to the point. No problem. How much? 100,000 star coins, and I need it immediately. Sure. Should I transfer it to the usual card? Yes. Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back? Come on, Amo. You know my dad's loaded but only gives me a monthly allowance of 10,000. I had to ask my sister for this. This is all I can do for now. I'll find a way to get you out of there. Don't worry, I'm fine. Once the Stargate reopens, I'll leave on my own and contact you right away. Really? Are you sure? Just say if you need anything. All right, let's not get all sentimental. Talk to you later. Fang Mo decisively ended the video call and checked his call log. 12 missed calls from his sister and 8 from his son. After weighing his options, he decided not to call his sister back immediately. The priority was to gather funds as quickly as possible. A notification dinged, indicating the transfer of 100,000 star coins. Satisfied, Fang Mo glanced at his new balance before opening the official channel to contact the starport's customer service. Hello, I'd like to book a starship repair bay and order the materials on this list. The customer service representative replied politely, the repair bay costs 10 star coins per day, 280 per month, or 3,200 per year. How long would you like to rent it for? 1 month for now. All right, you've been assigned to Bay 33. The total cost of materials is 21,000 star coins, bringing your total to 21,280 star coins. How would you like to pay? Card payment. When will the materials arrive? Your order has been processed and will be delivered to the starport within 3 hours. Great, thanks. You're welcome. We're happy to assist you. Please stay safe and avoid dangerous planets during these turbulent times. Ending the call, Fang Mo quickly devoured a box of barely edible artificial nutrition to stave off hunger. After becoming familiar with the various equipment in the repair bay, he began posting job openings for the starship on the official channel. Crew members would receive 2 nutritious meals a day and a monthly salary of 20 star coins. Team leaders would receive the same meals and a monthly salary of 50 star coins. Although these wages were not the highest in the industry, they were certainly competitive. He sincerely hoped to attract talented individuals from all walks of life. While recruiting, Fang Mo reviewed numerous resumes from applicants of various races, including humans, half-beasts, dwarves, and elves. However, despite the diversity, he couldn't find a single outstanding candidate. Frustrated, he closed the application page. Meanwhile, the materials he had ordered for the starship began arriving. Surveying the assortment of parts, Fang Mo started planning the modifications in his mind. First, he would dismantle the existing hull, reinforce the keel, and increase the tonnage. Next, he would assemble the internal components and install various functional modules. Then, he would fine-tune the cabin details and apply a comprehensive coat of paint. Finally, he would conduct a test voyage to ensure the ship was seaworthy and ready for long-distance travel. With a clear plan in mind, Fang Mo set aside the blueprints, rolled up his sleeves, and began using his expertise to meticulously build this dream S1 class destroyer. Despite the assistance of intelligent robotic arms and transport robots, the task of refitting the starship was an unbearable burden for Fang Mo, who was only 16 years old. His original body was already weak, and the daily high-intensity work had left him utterly exhausted. However, due to the tight deadline, he had no choice but to push through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. The system's notification suddenly sounded. Temporary task. Combat Starship 11 achieved. Task rewards. 100 points. Inside Eye skill. Fang Mo eagerly checked out this new skill. The inside eye could examine the attributes and skills of any target and could be used on anything. He picked up a box of artificial nutrition meals and tried using the inside eye. Main components: carbohydrates, fats, proteins, vitamins, water, inorganic salts, etc. Function: to meet the daily nutritional needs of the human body. Having been cooped up in the maintenance room for 5 days straight, Fang Mo desperately needed some fresh air. He strolled along the streets of the starport, browsing job listings on his device and observing the changes around him. The Stargate was still under lockdown, but the streets were bustling with people, many of whom wore anxious and worried expressions. Starships frequently took off and landed outside the port, indicating an increasingly tense situation. Hey there, young man. Interested in some pure and charming elf slaves? A middle-aged man suddenly approached him. Fang Mo sized him up and asked, May I know who you are? Heh, I'm Lev, the captain of the Gilo Interstellar Mercenary Group. Are you interested in this batch of slaves? Lev activated his wrist projector, and a virtual screen displayed a row of ragged but strikingly beautiful elf girls. So it's Captain Leviticus. I've heard a lot about you. Do you have any slaves who can pilot a starship? Fang Mo inquired. Oh, you're looking for that type? I have a few, but I'm not sure if they'll meet your standards, Lev replied with a chuckle. Captain Lev, you're too modest. As long as they can pilot a starship, age and gender don't matter to me. But the price? Fang Mo trailed off. 100 star coins for a male, 500 for a female. No tricks, Lev said confidently. Deal. Please show me the goods. Fang Mo agreed. Lev led Fang Mo onto a transport ship. Inside, there were hundreds of transparent cells holding various slaves, easily numbering around 300. Didn't expect Captain Lev to have such a large inventory, Fang Mo remarked genuinely. Sigh, many planets in the Chinlin star system have fallen recently. Most of these slaves escaped from the insectoids. Without our group's rescue, they would have perished long ago, Lev said with a complex expression. As they spoke, they arrived at a cell filled with elf girls. The woman at the forefront stood out with her noble and striking appearance. Fang Mo activated the inside eye and examined her closely. Minar, origin, New Alan planet, Chinlin star system, elf princess. Skill, advanced starship commander. Wow, hit the jackpot. Fang Mo thought to himself. An advanced starship commander was rare enough, let alone one surrounded by skilled elf girls. What do you think, young man? Especially the one in the center. Her appearance and demeanor are top-notch. If it weren't for my current financial situation, I wouldn't be selling her, Lev said with a grin. The goods are indeed excellent, but I'm not sure if they can pilot a starship. How about we look at some others? Fang Mo suggested, trying to appear nonchalant. I can't guarantee it, but I assure you, the next batch will have the talent you're looking for, Lev said confidently. After a few more minutes of walking, the two of them stopped in front of a large cell. Inside were 26 blue-skinned Terra people, both men and women. These Terra folks were originally crew members on the ship, Lev lamented. I intended to sell them to the Interstellar Academy, but the Zerg attacked and wiped out the academy. Fang Mo silently activated his inside eye, scanning the group of Terra people. Sure enough, they were all skilled in starship operations. Captain Lev, besides these, do you have any other starship pilots? Fang Mo asked. How many do you need, young man? If this isn't enough, I can get more from my associates. 50, any gender, healthy, and without disabilities. No problem. Just give me a moment to pick them out for you. Before long, Lev pulled up a virtual list. Please take a look, young man. Besides this group of Terra people, I've added 12 human girls and 12 half-beast girls. Captain Lev, you have quite an eye for selection. Why all girls? Fang Mo remarked. Hee hee, it's to keep you entertained while you're on the ship, Lev chuckled. Come on, Captain Lev, I'm still just a kid. By the way, I also want those elf girls. Alright, that makes 57 in total. 14 males and 43 females. The total cost is 22,900 star coins. How would you like to pay? I'll pay by card. Please have them sent to Repair Bay 33. Understood. They will be there shortly. Back in the Repair Bay, Fang Mo looked at the 57 pairs of bewildered eyes before him and began to speak slowly. Listen up, everyone. My name is Fang Mo, and from now on, I am your captain. You are the crew of this warship. Please fill out your personal information, including name, age, gender, race, and occupation. The crowd erupted into chatter, but soon they began to fill out the virtual panels in front of them. Once the forms were completed, Fang Mo quickly scanned through them and noticed many had intentionally omitted details, especially the elf princess Minar, who had fabricated at least half of her information. I don't care who you were before. From now on, you are all my crew. Your only task is to follow my orders. In return, each crew member will receive 2 nutritious meals per day and a monthly salary of 20 star coins. Team leaders and above will keep their meals and receive a monthly salary of 50 star coins. The crowd buzzed again. Quiet. You have 10 minutes for questions. Please raise your hand before speaking. Captain Fang, is the compensation you mentioned real? A Terra man asked, raising his hand. Absolutely, Fang Mo confirmed. Captain Fang, what kind of starship will we be operating? A human girl inquired curiously. Turn around and take a look. That black and gold warship in the distance will be your new home. Fang Mo pointed out. Everyone turned to see the sleek, shimmering starship in the distance. Its elegant lines and unique design made it look like a proud, soaring swan. Just one glance was enough to captivate them. Captain, what is our ultimate goal? Princess Minar asked, raising her hand. It's simple, to eliminate the Zerg in the galaxy and rescue the people within it. You are all native residents of Qianlin. Don't you want to reclaim your homeland and recover lost territories? The crowd grew increasingly excited, their shouts echoing loudly, I do, I do. Great. Let's set off immediately and begin the maiden voyage of our new ship. Under Fang Mo's leadership, 57 new crew members began familiarizing themselves with the ship's operations and assigned roles. Seeing these haggard and emaciated individuals, Fang Mo felt a mix of emotions. He immediately contacted the starport's customer service to order a batch of bright red family uniforms, along with a month's worth of food and supplies. After the hefty expense of 5,100 star coins, Fang Mo was left with just 52,720 star coins. While he was calculating his budget, his deputy, Minar, approached him with a puzzled expression. Captain, why did you make me the deputy? My records clearly state that I'm a pilot. Ah, but you're an elf, naturally suited for management and command. Besides, the deputy's benefits are much better than those of a regular crew member. Fang Mo replied with a mischievous smile. Minar had no response and left somewhat disgruntled, summoning the quartermaster, Ai Jing, in his place. What are your orders, Captain? Ai Jing nervously asked, fiddling with the tattered hem of her clothes. I've bought uniforms and supplies. Distribute them and have the cook prepare a decent meal. Also, make sure everyone gets a bath. They all stink, Fang Mo said, wrinkling his nose. Yes, sir. Ai Jing replied. Suddenly, Fang Mo's communicator Rangjit was his older sister, who had been persistently trying to reach him. He couldn't avoid her any longer. Xiao Mo, are you all right? Where are you? Her anxious face filled the screen. I'm fine, just at the starport. But as for home and Dad, Fang Mo trailed off. What happened? Tell me, she urged. Dad didn't have time to leave Qianlin Prime while covering my escape. And at home, well? Oh my God. Where are you at the starport? I'm taking leave right now to come find you. Let's go rescue him together. No, don't take any risks. Hello? Hello? The call abruptly ended, leaving Fang Mo with a heavy heart and a deep sigh. In the mess hall, the newly uniformed crew members were devouring their meals. Fang Mo quietly took a plate and ate by himself. The crew stole glances at their young and handsome captain, filled with awe and respect. Report. Engine system activated. All systems normal. Report. Communication system activated. All systems normal. Report. Radar system activated. All systems normal. Report. Weapon system activated. All systems normal. Report. Navigation system activated. All systems normal. With a series of reports, Fang Mo sat in the captain's chair, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Captain, all systems are functioning well. We can request permission for our maiden voyage, Minar said respectfully. Approved. Fang Mo said decisively. After the test voyage, Minar excitedly reported. According to the data, this destroyer is phenomenal. Its normal cruising speed is 50 faster than the S1 class, and its firepower has doubled. The armor defense is also top-notch. Captain, this is the strongest S1 destroyer I've ever seen. Fang Mo's face showed satisfaction. Excellent. The ship's performance and your efforts have exceeded my expectations. Let's return to port for resupply. As the starship headed back, the distant stargate suddenly began to fluctuate violently, and thousands of starships poured out, their emblems adorned with a radiant black diamond. Beep beep beep. Urgent announcement. This is Masno, commander of the Black Radiance sector of the Holy Dragon Empire. Effective immediately, we are issuing a support mission to all starport fleets. Rescue Qianlin Prime and its surrounding planets. The mission reward is 200,000 star coins. The official channel broadcasted the message repeatedly. Fang Mo felt a surge of joy. The reinforcements had finally arrived. At the same time, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Mission to support the main star of Qianlin and nearby planets. Time limit, 3 days. Difficulty. Reward, points based on the number of people rescued, exchange rate 10-1. Penalty, failure will result in the deduction of all points. 2-star difficulty, not insignificant risk. But if the mission is completed, not only will you receive a generous reward of 200,000 star coins, but you will also earn a substantial amount of points. Without hesitation, Fang Mo made a decision. Minar, order the entire fleet to return to port and replenish energy. Yes, sir. Moments later, Fang Mo contacted the spaceport customer service. Hello, I would like to accept this support mission. Please send me the detailed information. The customer service representative looked at the application form on the screen in astonishment. An S1 class battleship? Are you sure? Absolutely. All right, the mission details have been sent. Best of luck, and may you prevail in battle. There was no time for further preparations at this critical moment. Fang Mo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. A tough battle was inevitable, but he was confident that he could lead this ragtag fleet through the swarm of insectoids and rescue the people of the main star of Qinlin from danger. At that moment, Mina looked at Fang Mo with concern, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Fang Mo, noticing her worried expression, calmly said, "Are you worried that with our limited resources, we dare to take on such a mission? Captain, our warship may be highly advanced, but we're up against a swarm. A lone ship is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot's suicide." Mina said bluntly. "Don't worry," Fang Mo replied firmly. "The main force will be the Imperial fleet. Our task is to rescue as many people as possible. Stop nagging and follow my orders." Mina sighed, thinking to herself, "Well, if we're going to do this, so be it. If we die, we die." She silently checked the progress of the primary mission, noting that the number of fallen planets had increased to 28 out of 136. The official support mission was to rescue Qianlin's main planet and its 3 nearby moons, eliminate all the insectoids on those planets, and save the local residents. The mission deadline was 7 days, and so far, only 3 fleets had accepted the task. Only 3? Fang Mo scoffed. "I guess not many people are willing to dive into this mess. It's understandable. Half of them are non-combat ships, and the rest are mercenaries. They won't throw their lives away for nothing." "Commander, only 3 fleets have accepted the mission," reported Baron Bernal to Commander Masno. "One of these fleets consists of just a single warship." "One ship? Are you sure?" Masno asked. "Yes, it's true. The captain's name is Fang Mo." Fang Mo? Could he be Fang Baiyan's youngest son? My god. He's practically on a suicide mission. Commander Masno sighed heavily. "Ah, the worries of a parent. Commander, should we inform the boy that his father has already—" "No need. As the son of a lord, it's his duty to destroy the enemy and protect the people. Besides, time is tight, and saying more is pointless." The broadcast announced again, "Attention to all fleets accepting the support mission. In 1 hour, we will engage in a collective warp jump with the Imperial fleet. Please prepare for combat." You heard that, right? "Notify everyone to prepare for the warp jump," Fang Mo ordered. "Yes, sir." 50 minutes later, everything was ready. "Captain, everyone is in their stasis pods, ready to depart at any time," Mina reported respectfully. "Good. You should go too. Once we reach our destination, you'll take command of the ship." "Understood." As the alarm sounded, the entire crew entered stasis. Over 5 hours later, the reinforcements arrived near Qianlin's main planet. Fang Mo awoke from his stasis pod, feeling dizzy. He forced himself to stay alert and returned to the command center, where he saw Mina efficiently coordinating operations. "Captain, I've drafted an initial battle plan," Mina quickly said. "First, we follow the Imperial fleet to eliminate the secondary swarm outside the planet. Given their strength, we should be done within 10 hours. Then, we'll deal with the ground swarm, which will take at least another 3 days. During that time, we can carry out the rescue mission. With our warship's speed advantage, as long as we avoid being surrounded, we'll be fine." "Brilliant." Fang Mo nodded approvingly. "We'll go with your plan." The battle commenced. In the vast expanse of space, a dense swarm of insectoids surged forward like a tidal wave. The fleet's firepower formed a defensive net, repelling the attackers. However, some managed to breach the defenses, engaging the escort ships in close combat. "Damn it, this can't go on." Masno gritted his teeth. "We have to take out those 3 brood mothers. They're the command centers and hatcheries for the swarm. If we don't, the enemy will keep coming, and we'll be exhausted sooner or later." "But Commander, we can't even reach those massive creatures," Baron Bernal said, frustrated. Just then, over 100 battleships sped in from the distance, heading straight into the heart of the swarm. "Are they going for the hive?" Fang Mo asked in surprise. "Yes, it's a decapitation strike," Minar explained. "Both sides are deadlocked. Without a decisive blow, we can't break the stalemate. The swarm is relentless with their brood mothers bolstering their morale. They keep reinforcing, and we can't outlast them. But the force they're sending seems small. What are the chances of success?" "Probably less than 30. Unless the Imperial fleet commits at least a third of their forces, they won't have more than a 70 chance." "A third? They wouldn't do that." "Exactly. Sacrificing a third of their strength for a few planets isn't worth it." Fang Mo pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Wait, our battleship is incredibly fast, with firepower almost on par with S2 class ships. We might be able to take down a secondary brood mother quickly. If we join those 100+ battleships, the success rate could at least double." "Captain, are you insane? If we're surrounded by the swarm, we're done for. It's our only option. Send the order. Apply to join the decapitation strike." "But," No buts, hurry up. Aye, Captain. Minar reluctantly complied. Soon, a video request from Commander Masno came through. Kid, you've got guts, he said, staring at Fang Mo, but you only have an S1 destroyer. You might want to reconsider. Commander, my mind is made up, Fang Mo said firmly. Your original plan has less than a 30 chance of success. With me, it can go over 50. Besides, it's my duty as the son of a lord. Please let me join. Ha, since you're so determined, I won't stop you, Masno sighed. Go, and may fortune be with you. As the video cut off, Baron Bernal murmured, is that kid brave, or just stubborn? He's going to get himself killed. But at this moment, no one was in the mood for warnings. An epic battle was about to unfold in the vast expanse of the Chinlin star system. After receiving approval from Commander Masno, Fang Mo immediately ordered the warship to join the battle. Minar acted decisively, arranging for the warship to follow the combat fleet. The main Imperial forces launched a fierce attack from the rear, clearing a bloody path for the assault troops. The insect queen seemed to sense the enemy's intentions and quickly rallied a large swarm to charge at the 100-plus surprise attack ships. Seeing the dire situation, the combat fleet accelerated, disregarding heavy losses. These damned insects, how dare they plan this? Masno fumed, enraged by the minimal damage achieved at such a high cost. Commander, the combat fleet is in grave danger, Bernal exclaimed. Order all warships to cover their retreat. At that moment, Fang Mo smiled coldly. Minar, it's our turn. Yes, sir. Minar's eyes flashed with determination, transforming from a cautious girl into a capable Valkyrie. Pilot crew, full speed ahead. Combat crew, use Closian weapons to sweep the insects off the hull. Main cannon ready to fire. All units, report your status immediately. Fang Mo was stunned, secretly grateful to have such a competent subordinate. Hostile escort swarm detected ahead. We can't get through. Ram them. Full power to Closian weapons. Keep them at bay. Alarms blared. Front armor damaged by 12. Port side damaged by 22. Main cannon, lock onto Queen 1. Fire at full power. Pilot crew, maneuver the escort swarm in circles. Under the relentless barrage, Queen 1 was soon obliterated. Fang Mo's warship drifted skillfully, breaking through the encirclement. 3 Closian weapons destroyed, ammo depleted. Ignore the small fry behind us. Focus on attacking the front side. Front armor damaged by 36. Starboard side damaged by 42. Overall damage at 38. On the Imperial flagship, Masno and Bernal watched in shock. Am I dreaming? A single S1 destroyer took down the Queen? Unbelievable. All units, advance and eliminate the insect swarm. Faster. Pursue Queen 2 with all we've got. Energy reserves at only 45. If this continues, shut up. Embrace death if you must. Keep fighting. Another fierce barrage, and Queen 2 was shattered. The Imperial fleet followed closely, launching a final assault on the remaining swarm. Seeing the tide turn, Queen 3 fled in panic. Trying to run? No way. Minar sneered. Pilot crew, pursue at maximum speed. The warship's speed surged from 40 to 60 kilometers per hour, catching up within moments. The main cannon and the remaining 3 Closian weapons cut a bloody path through the swarm. Attention! Queen 3 is within range. Focus fire and take it down. Pilot crew, ram them if you have to. Report. Engines are overheating, can only sustain for 10 more minutes. More than enough. All cannons, aim for the Queen's head and fire. Imperial soldiers watched from afar, awestruck by the lone heroics of the black and gold warship. Masno shouted passionately, all ships, charge. Destroy the Zerg at all costs. Warning. Overall armor damage is at 72. Multiple defense shields have been breached. Don't hold back. Focus all firepower on its head. Boom, boom, boom. Another Zerg Queen disintegrates amidst a horrific wail. Fang Mo exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat. Only 3 minutes left. Break through quickly. Masno, like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously searched for Fang Mo. Suddenly, a blood-soaked black gold warship leaped out from the sea of corpses, shining brilliantly like a phoenix reborn. 7 or 8 dying Zergs still clung weakly to its hull. What are you waiting for? Go aid them. Masno yelled frantically. Phew, finally out. Minar wiped the sweat off her forehead and saluted Fang Mo with a cheerful smile. Captain, the decapitation mission was a complete success. Fang Mo returned a knowing smile. Fang Mo looked at his deputy, Minar, and nodded slightly. Well done. You really impressed me. Reflecting on the intense battle they just had, he still felt a lingering fear. He hadn't expected Minar to have such outstanding command skills for a battleship. It was truly remarkable. Captain, without this powerful weapon, I wouldn't have dared to be so bold, Minar said humbly. You're too modest. Everyone has witnessed your abilities. They are undeniable. We'll need your command for the upcoming ground battle, Fang Mo replied. Yes, Captain. Just then, a video request came from the Imperial fleet. Fang Mo accepted, and Masno, the commander, appeared on the screen, smiling. Young man, you are quite something. You completed the decapitation mission all by yourself. Like father, like son. You're too kind, Commander. My battleship is nearly spent. I'll need your help to clean up the mess. Haha, leave it to me. You must be Fang Mo, son of Lord Fang Baitian? Yes, that's me. How do you know my father? We go way back. By the way, your significant contributions will be duly recorded. The government will convert the value of the Zerg you eliminated into star currency as a reward. The Empire will also cover the ship's repair and damage costs. Thank you very much. It's only right. Now, hurry and execute the rescue mission. As soon as the video ended, Bernal whispered into Masno's ear, Commander, Fang Mo's contributions are immense. I suggest we double his reward. Good point. We need to nurture rising stars like him. With the full cooperation of the Imperial fleet, the remaining Zerg were quickly defeated. In just an hour, they were completely wiped out. Captain, the battle damage report is ready, Minar said. We eliminated 3 Zerg queens and 327 Zerg drones. The hull armor is 81 damaged, with almost no defensive capability left. 2 main cannons and 7 secondary cannons were destroyed. Energy reserves are at 26. We lost 4 crew members, with 3 seriously injured and 11 lightly injured. Can the seriously injured be saved? They should be fine. Good. Now, head to the main planet of Qianlin for the rescue operation. As the battleship approached Qianlin's main planet, Fang Mo's anxiety grew. He wondered about the fate of his father, grandmother, and friends. Under the fierce attack of the Imperial Army, the ground Zerg were quickly eradicated, and the refugees began to emerge from their shelters. Fang Mo, along with Minar and 10 crew members, took a landing craft directly to the family estate. The scene before them was horrifying. Corpses of humans and Zerg littered the ground, telling the story of a brutal battle. Fang Mo ignored his sorrow and searched through the bodies for familiar faces. He felt deeply conflicted, both hoping and fearing to find his loved ones. Young Master Fang Mo, is that you? A person in family military uniform suddenly called out. Captain Lei Hong, you're alive. Fang Mo exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. But seeing Lei Hong covered in wounds and alone, his heart sank. Where is my father? Where is everyone else? I'm sorry, young master. Lei Hong cried. I couldn't protect Lord Fang. I deserve to die. Hearing this, Fang Mo felt the world spinning around him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed. Minar quickly stepped forward to support him. Tell me what happened, Fang Mo asked, struggling to hold back his grief. After the Zerg invasion, Lord Fang led us in a bloody battle to cover the evacuation of the refugees from the main planet. But then, the enemy suddenly concentrated their fire on the ground ships, destroying them all. With no other choice, the Lord had everyone take refuge in the underground shelters. Outnumbered and suffering heavy casualties, we fought bravely. In the end, the Lord sacrificed himself outside one of the shelters, leaving me as the sole survivor. Lei Hong choked out. Where is my grandmother? The madam is in shelter 002. I'll take you to her right away. Half an hour later, Fang Mo and his group arrived at shelter 002. The shelter was packed with people, all wearing expressions of fear. Fang Mo searched frantically and finally saw his grandmother being supported by a young girl, anxiously looking around. Grandma, I'm back. Fang Mo rushed forward and tightly grasped the elderly woman's hand. Xiao Mo, let Grandma take a good look at you. The old lady pulled Fang Mo into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, the Zergs have been wiped out. I'm fine. Fang Mo comforted her. That's good. But your father. I already know, Fang Mo's grandmother said, her voice trembling. Fang Mo bowed his head and clenched his fists. Grandma, we need to leave here first. I swear, I will avenge my father. 2 days later, the Zerg infestation on Qianlin's main planet and nearby planets was completely eradicated. Fang Mo held a grand funeral for his father and the fallen soldiers. The Empire also sent combat rewards, 320,000 star coins from the Zerg corpses and an additional 400,000 mission bonus. The mission reward was doubled? Fang Mo asked in surprise. Yes, Commander Masno highly praised your performance, saying you made significant contributions to the Imperial fleet, and thus, he doubled the reward, the adjutant respectfully replied. Just as Fang Mo was engulfed in sorrow and guilt, his communicator suddenly rang. It was his long-lost sister calling. Xiao Mo, Grandma has told me about Dad, his sister said, holding back tears. Stay strong. Take good care of Grandma. I'll be there in 2 days. I will, sis. Take care of yourself too, Fang Mo replied. As soon as the video call ended, Masno's communication request came through immediately. Fang Mo, Urgent situation. Dispatch 200 transport ships to Qinlin's main planet and evacuate the refugees immediately. Commander, what's the situation? Scouts have detected a large number of Zergs approaching Qinlin's main planet. They are expected to arrive in less than a day. You must organize the evacuation right away. Yes, sir. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Fang Mo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. No wonder the temporary mission hadn't been completed. It wasn't over yet. 10 minutes later, Minar, Lei Hong, Grandma, and several others gathered in the Lord's Hall, their expressions grave. Listen up, everyone. I've got some bad news. A new wave of Zerg is coming, Fang Mo announced solemnly. Minar, take Grandma and our people and board my battleship immediately. Yes, Captain. Minar responded promptly. As Fang Mo's orders spread, everyone on the planet sprang into action. Watching refugees from various regions boarding the ship in an orderly manner, Fang Mo felt a slight sense of relief. Captain, all residents of Qinlin's main planet have been evacuated, a crew member reported. What about the nearby planets? Fang Mo inquired. Evacuations are still underway, came the reply. After confirming that everything was proceeding without a hitch, Fang Mo sat in the captain's chair, lost in thought. Upon returning to Qinlin's main planet, he had sold all his father's assets, totaling 3.2 million star coins. As for the off-planet properties, he had no time to deal with them at the moment. Captain, all refugees have been safely transported to their destinations, Minar reported respectfully. Just then, a video request came through the communicator. The screen revealed a middle-aged man with a resolute face. Xiaomo, I've received everyone. You can rest easy now, the man said. Sigh, thank you for your kindness, Uncle. About my father. Fang Mo choked up. After ensuring the refugees were settled, the system's notification sounded abruptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. You've earned 200,000 points and rescued 2 million people, receiving an additional reward. A 30 increase in engineering manufacturing speed. Excited, Fang Mo opened the attribute panel to take a closer look. Host, Fang Mo. Identity, son of a Viscount of the Holy Dragon Empire. Profession, basic interstellar mechanic. Attributes, engineering manufacturing speed 30. Star coins, 4,012,720. Starship, 1. Mission, ongoing phase mission. Mission points, 200,300. System warehouse, 1 free purchase of S1 series items. With over 4 million star coins and 200,000 points, Fang Mo felt like he had struck it rich overnight. It was time to enhance his strength. First up was the fleet. The basic configuration included 30 S1 class battleships, while a large fleet could have up to 1,000 ships. An interstellar legion required over 3,000 battleships and 10 S3 flagships. With his current resources, forming a minimum scale fleet was more than feasible. Next were the crew and logistics support. After some contemplation, Fang Mo decided to upgrade the system. The panel displayed, system upgrade from S1 to S2 requires 5,000 points. After upgrading, all S2 level items, including mecha technology and super soldier gene technology, will be available for exchange. Without hesitation, he upgraded the system. The system promptly congratulated him. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading. You've received an additional free purchase of S2 series items. That's incredibly generous. Fang Mo thought, overjoyed. He then set his sights on the next target. System upgrade from S2 to S3 requires 50,000 points. After upgrading, all S3 level items, including Stargate technology and Starshield technology, will be available for exchange. Gritting his teeth, Fang Mo made another decisive move. The system's response was full of sincerity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on leveling up again. You have earned a free purchase of any item from the S3 series. After the exchange, 3 brand new blueprints and formulas appeared vividly in your mind. Ship type, frigate. Class, S1. Dimensions, length 220 meters, width 45 meters, height 75 meters. Mass, 35,000 tons. Speed, 25 kilometers per second. Warp drive, level 2. Crew, 20. Weapons, 4 by 150 millimeters particle cannons, 12x rapid-fire close-in defense guns, 4x interstellar torpedo launchers. This ship is a true wolfhound, with thick armor and fierce firepower. Once it locks onto a target, it's either death or severe damage. Item, S2 Super Gene Warrior Serum. Function, greatly enhances physical abilities, bone and muscle density, and mental strength. Ingredients, 1x frost licorice, 1x trance sap, 1x blue mountain flower, 1x essence of celestial dragon. Note, each dose can only be taken once, and overuse offers no additional benefits. With this serum, you and your trusted allies can gain unimaginable strength. Ship type, battleship. Class, S3. Dimensions, length 1800 meters, width 360 meters, height 420 meters. Mass, 450,000 tons. Speed, 150 kilometers per second. Shield energy, 2 million units. Warp drive, level 6. Crew, 500. Weapons, 1 by 3000 millimeters bow cannon, 12 by 1500 millimeters pulse laser cannons, 16 by 300 millimeters particle cannons, 4x unmanned recon drones. Special features, circular shield system, auto-repair system. This is an absolute behemoth of destruction. With 29 cannons, the 3000 millimeters main cannon can tear through shields with a single shot. When all its weapons fire simultaneously, nothing survives. Its shield, self-repair, and high-speed capabilities make it a hexagonal warship. Compared to the Empire's S-3 battleships, its performance is overwhelmingly superior. The cost is also on another level. The Empire's S-3 ships are priced at no less than tens of millions of star coins. Fang Mo could hardly believe his eyes. This was clearly a mobile doomsday fortress, a true warship of annihilation. So Fang Mo reached out to his uncle and Uncle, it's been a while. Thanks again for your help, Mo. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Seeing you doing well puts my mind at ease. We're family. No need for formalities. Just let me know what you need, Uncle said, patting Fang Mo on the shoulder. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. Uncle, could you look after my grandmother and our clan members for a while? Of course. The old lady raised me like her own grandson. It's my duty, Uncle replied sincerely. Fang Mo felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at his uncle's honest face. Mo, it's been so long since we last hung out. How about I take you around for a bit to relax? Uncle, the insect infestation in the Chinlin star system hasn't been eradicated yet. Many planets are still under their control. Now that my father has passed, the responsibility falls on me. You've grown up and have such awareness. I'll fully support you. What's your plan? To completely eliminate the insect threat, our strength alone isn't enough. I hope you can reach out to some reinforcements to collaborate with the Imperial forces to reclaim our lost territories. No problem. I'll get that arranged right away. Anything else? Here's a procurement list of materials and supplies needed for building warships. Fang Mo handed over a data pad. Uncle looked at it carefully and was taken aback. The total is 2.6 million star credits. Are you planning to build a warship? Uncle, can you get all these items? Most of it is manageable, but the starry sky spirit dragon's blood is extremely scarce in the Empire. Only the wealthiest can afford it. I'll leave it to you then. Here's a card with 3 million star credits. If it's not enough, let me know. Also, I'd like to borrow your shipyard. Consider it done. Feel free to use the shipyard. I'll have my assistant take you there. A moment later, a stunning young woman, about 20 years old, approached. Mo, this is my assistant Qinlan. Let her know if you need anything. Uncle, you have a lot on your plate. I'll go check out the shipyard now. As Fang Mo was on his way to the shipyard, his communicator suddenly rang. The screen lit up with Fang Qingqing's familiar face. Hey little brother, I heard you're building a warship? That's right. Want to help out? I remember you studied command, right? Don't remind me. I know nothing about shipbuilding, but piloting is my forte. Make sure I get to test it when it's done. Of course. How long is your leave this time? The military granted me a year off, given our special circumstances. That's great. Grandma misses you. Make sure to visit her. Oh no, I almost forgot. I'm heading there right now. With that, Fang Qingqing hurriedly ended the call. My dear sister. Always so rash, Fang Mo muttered, shaking his head. 3 days later, all the ordered materials and supplies had arrived. Uncle excitedly came to the shipyard to share the good news. Mo, you got lucky this time. Everything's here. Even the starry sky spirit dragon's blood? Yep. Ran into an alien merchant stranded in the Chinlin star system, desperate to sell his stock. Managed to get you a drop. Thanks for going the extra mile, Uncle. How's the manpower situation on your end? I've contacted 16 allied forces. They're in the final stages of preparation and should arrive within a month. Most of them are your father's old subordinates, and some are my former comrades in arms. What about the Imperial garrison and the planetary governor? Have they been informed too? And Ming hesitated before continuing. I understand. What did the Empire say? The battle plan has already been submitted, and the authorities have requested that we coordinate with them as soon as we are ready. It seems the Central Command is reliable. Recently, they've been heavily promoting the heroics of the Chinlin campaign, especially highlighting your black and gold warship. The Empire is using my ship for promotion? Fang Mo's eyes widened in surprise. See for yourself. And Ming played a video. Every inch of our land is paid for in blood. Even if our country falls, we will never coexist with the Zerg. The powerful narration echoed loudly. Then scenes from the Chinlin campaign appeared on the screen, showing the Imperial fleet fighting valiantly against the Zerg. Fang Mo's black and gold destroyer received multiple close-up shots. Fang Mo watched in astonishment, thinking the Empire's propaganda department was really creative, using his ship as a major attraction. Should I ask for some advertising fees? After watching the Empire's official promotional video, Fang Mo sighed, Uncle, I'll be building my own fleet next, and I'll rely on you for external coordination. Don't worry. Oh, and here's the card with the remaining star coins from the procurement. And Ming handed the star coin card back to Fang Mo and turned to leave. Looking down, Fang Mo saw that there were still 1,000,000 star coins on the card. He silently watched Uncle An's departing figure, feeling deeply grateful. Pulus, take 10 people and deliver these 5 boxes of materials for smelting and shaping. Zhang Baifeng, your group of 5 will handle the weapon assembly according to the blueprints. Wu Long, have the transport robots move those 10 boxes of materials to the warehouse first. Fang Mo commanded confidently. Based on the data and personnel configurations he had input, the supercomputer immediately generated a construction plan. They could build 4 S-1 class starships simultaneously, with each batch taking 3 days. To complete 20 ships, it would take a total of 15 days. The entire project was expected to be finished in 29 days. On the 5th day of construction, Minar's video call suddenly came through. Captain, we've hit a snag with recruitment. What's the issue? Can't find enough people? On the contrary, we have too many applicants. We only need 1,200, but over 200,000 have applied, many of whom are refugees. All right, we'll select the best candidates. Tell everyone that the Qinlin fleet will continue hiring, so they can rest assured. Anything else? Yes, there's an old dwarf who claims to be a legendary mechanic and has made some very high demands. A legendary mechanic? Minar, bring him to me immediately. No, I'll go to him myself. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the interstellar profession hierarchy, which ranges from basic to intermediate, advanced, and elite, a legendary mechanic hadn't been seen for centuries and was only mentioned in historical records. Half an hour later, Fang Mo arrived at Minar's location in haste. He saw an elderly man, less than 1.5 meters tall, sitting calmly with a dog-sized intelligent robot perched on his left shoulder. Fang Mo stared intently at the elder. Inside eye. Nas, elder of the dwarf clan. Skills. Legendary mechanic, elite engineer, elite intelligent program developer. Oh my god. Fang Mo was practically jumping for joy. Weren't you just calling me old man? Now it's elder? Nas glanced disdainfully at Minar. Elder Nas, I'm Fang Mo, commander of the Qinlin fleet. It's an absolute honor to meet you. Young lady, you should learn some manners from your captain. Minar's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Captain Fang, my name is Nas. I saw you were hiring and thought I'd try my luck. Who knew this young lady would deem me unqualified? Has the value of a legendary mechanic dropped so low? Elder Nas, are you truly a legendary mechanic? Could you perhaps demonstrate your skills? Kid, if I weren't penniless and on the run, I wouldn't bother looking for work. Hand me your communication wristband. Nas swiftly dismantled the wristband, inserted a chip, and reassembled it before handing it back to Fang Mo. Give it a try. Fang Mo was amazed to find that the wristband's functionality had greatly improved. Contacts could now be called up with just a thought, and all controls were operated by mere mental commands, making it incredibly intuitive. Old Nas, that's right, this is the famed consciousness sensing technology. Incredible. As a mid-level mechanic myself, I understand how rare this technology is. Achieving mid-level at such a young age is impressive. Nas nodded approvingly. My demands are simple. A jug of rum every day, a monthly salary of 100 star coins, at least 2 meals a day, and a private workspace. No problem. Our fleet provides 3 meals a day. When can you start? Right now, I'm free anyway. Let's go. Show me around. Fang Mo led Nas into the starship manufacturing bay. This is your temporary workspace. Design room number 1 is exclusively yours. Logistics personnel will deliver your meals daily. Your main task is to oversee the construction of these 21 warships. Consider it done. Nas looked around confidently. Fang Mo then gathered over 40 crew members to introduce Nas and appointed him as the chief engineer of the Qinlin fleet. With Nas on board, the construction would be twice as efficient. Adding Fang Mo's 30 engineering speed boost, the original 29-day project was cut down to 21 days, a double blessing. Suddenly, Nas grabbed Fang Mo's wrist, eyes gleaming. Kid, where did you get these ship designs? I designed them myself. A mid-level mechanic like you can design such masterpieces? And those 2 S-1 warships, their performance surpasses their class, yet their cost is ridiculously low. It's unbelievable. Chief Engineer Nas, do you think there's room for improvement? Improvement? In my many years, I've never seen such perfect designs. The crew bragged about your work, but I didn't believe them. Maybe it's just a natural talent. Fang Mo chuckled awkwardly. By the way, I've rewritten the confidentiality agreement for the manufacturing plant. No one can steal these technologies without your authorization. Also, while the crew is enthusiastic, their techniques need refinement. We need to enhance their training. Thank you for the advice, Chief Engineer Nas. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. It's my duty. Oh, one more thing. Please go ahead. If you have any new ship designs, could you let me take a look? Of course. Now that you're part of our team, how could I keep those blueprints from you? Rest assured. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Thank you for your trust, Captain. From now on, I'll give it my all, dedicating myself to building an invincible interstellar fleet for you. Nas pounded his chest with pride and confidence, a hallmark of a legendary master mechanic. Even the enigmatic Fang Mo couldn't help but be moved. The construction of the warship was progressing smoothly under Fang Mo's supervision, and it was now the 10th day. Suddenly, the communicator beeped. Masno, the commander, was requesting a video call. Fang Mo accepted, and a cheerful face appeared on the screen. Hello there, Fang Mo? Oh, I should call you Viscount Fang Mo now, Masno said with a wide grin. Viscount? What are you talking about? Fang Mo was puzzled. The Empire has officially announced that you will inherit your father's title and lands. From now on, you are a bona fide noble of the Holy Dragon Empire. But I haven't even applied for the inheritance yet. That's no problem. I've taken care of it for you, and it's already in effect. What? You're not happy? Your father's title and estate were always meant to be yours. Just some paperwork. I've lightened your load a bit. Thank you very much, Commander. But with the current turmoil in the Chinlin star system, what good are more titles? We need more troops to fight off the insectoids. You're right. The Holy Dragon Empire is facing internal and external crises. On one hand, we have to fend off the Mechanical Empire and the Eastern Alliance, and on the other, we have to deal with the factional struggles among the princes. To make matters worse, His Majesty is gravely ill and unconscious. So, how many troops can we get for our star system right now? About 2 legions. One is my personal guard, and the other is from the Empire. The elite troops you fought alongside last time are under my command. Just 2 legions against millions of insectoids? That's hardly enough to make a dent. Don't lose hope. Once the Empire regains its footing, it will surely send more reinforcements. Let's hope for the best. I've seen in Ming's battle plan. Once your side is ready, contact me immediately. Working together, we'll significantly increase our chances of victory. Understood, Commander. As soon as the video call ended, Fang Mo fell into deep thought. It was clear that they needed more warships and crew members. But where would the money come from? He sighed, deciding to focus on the immediate tasks at hand. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he thought. Just then, Nas came running over, excitedly reporting, Commander, what do you think of the warship's paint scheme? Let's go with black and gold. Got it. Leave it to me. By the way, we're about to start the maiden voyage. It's so exciting, Nas said, rubbing his hands together with gleaming eyes. Fang Mo was also thrilled. He had never set foot on an S3 class warship before. Even his father, the Lord of the Star System, only had S2 class ships. The S3 class warships, costing tens of millions of star coins, were only affordable for star domain commanders or major corporations. Xiao Mo, what are you daydreaming about? Fang Qingqing appeared beside him. Sis, what are you doing here? How's Grandma? She's fine, but she misses father during the quiet nights. By the way, congratulations on becoming the new lord. Don't tease me. By the way, my new ship is about to go on its maiden voyage. Want to join? Really? Of course, I wouldn't miss it. The two of them boarded the warship, joining Minier and the 500 crew members to prepare for the maiden voyage. Hey bro, what class is this? It's so impressive. Fang Qingqing exclaimed. In the Imperial Navy, I've only piloted an S2 cruiser. I've never seen an S3 in person. Look at this bridge, so luxurious. And this control panel so cool. The texture, the aesthetics. Keep it together, sis. Fang Mo shook his head in exasperation, gently guiding his excited sister back to her seat. Minar, how are the preparations across all stations? All 500 crew members are in position and ready for departure, Captain. Minar reported. Excellent. Initiate the test flight. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the crew responded in unison. Engine systems online. All systems normal. Communication systems online. All systems normal. Radar systems online. All systems normal. Weapon systems online. All systems normal. Navigation systems online. All systems normal. Starshield systems online. All systems normal. Navigation team, proceed along the designated route. Minar commanded decisively. Request to depart, approved. The control tower responded. As the warship gracefully ascended, its majestic form gradually came into view. Sitting in the star tower, and Ming was stunned. What class of ship is that? It's enormous. Report, the ship has entered space. Requesting to increase speed. Approved. Speed to 50 kilometers per second. speed to 70 kilometers per second, speed to 100 kilometers per second, speed to 150 kilometers per second. After cruising at full speed for 20 minutes, both the engine and navigation systems remained as stable as ever. Combat team, prepare to engage. Fire at the asteroid field ahead. Full power to the star shield. Maintain maximum speed and ram through it. Cannons roared, obliterating every asteroid in their path. The debris under the star shield was reduced to mere dust. Cease fire. Disengage the star shield and use the hull to ram directly. The unshielded hull collided with giant rocks, leaving only minor scratches that quickly healed. Request for warp speed trial. Approved. Alarms blared throughout the ship. Warning. The ship will enter warp speed in 10 minutes. All personnel to their stations, enter stasis pods. Fang Mo, Fang Qingqing, and Minar settled into their stasis pods. Mo, these stasis facilities are way more luxurious than anything on an Imperial Navy ship. Before he could respond, the pod doors closed silently. My goodness, this warship is massive. Yeah, look at those cannons. They give me chills from a distance. Hey, doesn't that emblem look like the Qianlin fleets? I've always dreamed of piloting something this badass. As everyone chattered, the colossal ship suddenly turned and vanished into the warp corridor. Beep Masno's communicator buzzed incessantly. Commander, a ridiculously large battleship just passed through the starport. Whose ship? How big? The emblem looked like the Qianlin fleets. It was at least twice the size of an S-3 battleship. Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Absolutely not. Here's the footage. Masno watched the recording multiple times, speechless with shock. When did the Qianlin system get such a super weapon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaomo, can I stay here? Fang Qingqing asked shyly. Aren't you going back, sis? Fang Mo replied. Going back is so boring. I'll just stay here, he. All right, if you need anything, ask Minar. Fang Mo said helplessly. Fang Qingqing immediately dashed over to Minar, linked arms with her, and said, Let's go, bestie. Show me around. Watching his sister's departing figure, Fang Mo shook his head and returned to the starship manufacturing bay. He handed the trial data to Nas, who reviewed it carefully and then beamed with excitement. My lord, with my expertise, I can confidently say this battleship will dominate the galaxy. I trust your judgment. I'll leave the rest of the construction to you. I need to take a break. Don't worry, leave it to me. Back in the lounge, Fang Mo checked his system attributes. Host, Fang Mo. Identity, Lord of the Qianlin Star System, Viscount of the Sacred Dragon Empire. Profession, Intermediate Mechanic. Attributes, Engineering and Manufacturing Speed 30. Star Coins, 2,412,720. Starships, 2. Tasks, Ongoing Main Task. Task Points, 143,300. System Warehouse, S2 Level Super Gene Warrior Potion Recipe. He then opened the main task panel and saw the number of fallen planets had increased to 38 out of 136, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Let's first refine that gene potion and see how it works, Fang Mo thought to himself, noting that he had enough materials for just one dose. He went straight to the biolab, took out the prepared ingredients, and began the extraction and fusion process. 3 hours later, a vial of blue potion lay quietly in his palm. This is it, the legendary Super Warrior Potion. Fang Mo didn't hesitate and drank it down in one gulp. He closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. The first 5 minutes were calm, but suddenly, a wave of heat surged through him from the inside out. It felt like he was in a furnace, his skin burning hot while his internal organs remained acutely clear. An excruciating experience. The torment lasted for half an hour, and then, a surge of coolness shot up to his head. Fang Mo felt a rush of energy, as if his soul had been elevated. Simultaneously, black-red sweat oozed from his pores, emitting an indescribable stench. He hurried to the bathroom and scrubbed himself inside and out 3 times before he could get rid of the smell. Emerging refreshed, he felt an immense power coursing through him, but hunger struck hard. As he devoured a nutrition bar, he casually picked up a piece of metal. With no effort at all, he twisted it into a shape resembling a pretzel. If that were a human body, the bones would be shattered. Fang Mo marveled. Indeed, this potion lives up to its name. My body is at least 5 times stronger than before. Even if he stayed awake for 7 days and nights, he wouldn't feel tired at all. His mind was extraordinarily clear, his thinking rapid and bursting with inspiration, completely different from before. I must make more of this elixir, especially for my sister and grandmother, he pondered. Unfortunately, materials are scarce right now, so we'll have to wait. For now, I'll continue buying materials and building ships. Oh, and I can't neglect the mechs either. Fang Mo dove back into the system store, browsing the S2 level shelves intently. He quickly settled on a captivating cruiser. The ship type was a cruiser, classified as S2, with dimensions of 550 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and 160 meters in height, weighing 75,000 tons. It had a speed of 60 kilometers per second, a level 4 warp engine, a crew of 120, and was armed with 4 300mm pulse laser cannons, 8 sets of long-range cruise missiles, and 8 120mm particle close defense cannons. He immediately contacted Uncle and ordered materials worth 2 million star coins. As for the S2 Titan 1 mechs, the manufacturing cost was about 20,000 each, and this batch of materials was enough to produce 25 units. Fang Mo calculated that the mechs, essential for ground combat and special operations, were indispensable. With the plan in place, he promptly sent both blueprints to Nas, requesting the second round of construction to start right after the first batch was completed. He also instructed Lei Hong to recruit an additional 600 crew members of various types. Nas, elated, agreed enthusiastically, repeatedly praising, "My lord, you are a genius." Glancing at the accounts, Fang Mo began contemplating ways to make money. Business is essentially buying and selling, and what I have to sell, besides the warship and mech blueprints, is the genetic drug formula. He mused, the formula absolutely cannot be leaked, but the blueprints could be considered. But who should I sell them to? I don't have many connections in this area. Wait, Li Mingpeng. A light bulb went off, and Fang Mo quickly called his friend. Hey Peng, how have you been lately? Same old, same old. How about you? Are you okay? I've already taken care of your leave from school. They understand your situation over there. Thanks. Actually, I'm calling to talk business. Business? Are you up to some trickery again? Cut it out, it's a legitimate deal. Don't overthink it. All right, spill it. Isn't your family in the starship business? I remember your dad is in that circle. I happen to have some ship design blueprints. Do you think he'd be interested in a collaboration? Ship design blueprints? Where did you get those? Never mind that part. Fine, I don't really get it anyway. You'll have to talk to my dad directly. I can't make that call. Okay, can you set up a meeting for me? I'll send you my dad's contact info and give him a heads up. Great, talk to you later. Before long, Li Mingpeng sent over the contact details. Fang Mo eagerly reached out to his father. Hello, Uncle Li. I'm Fang Mo, Li Mingpeng's classmate. Oh, Xiaofeng. Xiaopeng mentioned you. What can I do for you? Uncle Li, I heard your company is involved in Starship RD, production, and sales. I happen to have some design blueprints. Would you be interested in a collaboration? Our group has been in the Starship trade for only 10 years. We currently have 3 models for sale, 2 of which are civilian transport ships, and 1 is an S1 class destroyer. What kind do you have? Why don't you send me a sample blueprint to take a look at? Sure, I'll send it right over. Please review it carefully, and I'll get back to you in an hour. All right, talk to you later. Li Tianyu carefully examined the design draft and the parameter sheet Fang Mo sent over, utterly stunned. Despite investing 5 million star coins annually in Starship RD, their company had only managed to launch 3 ship models in 10 years, all of which were S1 class and significantly underperformed compared to their peers. Who would have thought that such a lucky break would fall right into my lap? Zhang, summon all the company's ship engineers immediately. They must be here within 20 minutes. Li Tianyu ordered sternly. In the conference room, 22 experts were either sitting or standing, all with solemn expressions. I have here the design and performance data for the S1 frigate. I want you all to thoroughly evaluate it and see if there's any exaggeration. Li Tianyu threw down the blueprints and scanned the room. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, he dialed his son's video call. Xiaoping, what's your relationship with Fang Mo? Dad, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Li Mingpeng was puzzled. The ship design he provided is of great significance to our company. So, I want to know more about your friendship. Oh, I see. We're best buddies, thick as thieves. Good to hear. Starting this month, your allowance will be doubled to 20,000 star coins. Really, Dad? I love you so much. Li Tianyu ended the call and contacted Fang Mo. Sorry, Fang. I got held up by something urgent. I've reviewed your blueprints, and they are indeed impressive. How do you propose we collaborate? I have 2 options for you. One is an outright buyout, where you acquire all the rights, technology, and patents in a single transaction. The other is to authorize your company for production, and I take a commission. What are the prices for each option? For the buyout, it's a flat 5 million star coins. For the commission, I want 30 of the profits. Let's go with the buyout. How do we proceed with the transaction? Since you're straightforward, Uncle Li, I won't beat around the bush. I'll send you the complete set of blueprints, technical documents, and intellectual property certificates right now, along with my payment account. Once the funds are transferred, the deal is done. Sounds good. I'll have finance arrange the transfer right away. Looking forward to our cooperation. Once the collaboration was finalized, Li Tianyu promptly transferred 5 million star coins. Fang Mo immediately dived into the design and construction of the new battleship. With this funding, he could build more battleships, mechas, and weapons. Fang Mo's consciousness once again delved into the system marketplace, searching for new battleship blueprints. When he came across two designs in the S2 system mall, he was stunned. These weren't typical combat starships. They lacked any offensive capabilities. They were engineering and energy ships. Even Nas, after examining these blueprints, stood in shock for a full 5 minutes. Currently, many could build combat starships, but creating such advanced function ships was unprecedented. Nas's attitude towards Fang Mo shifted to genuine respect. Despite being a legendary mechanic, he couldn't design such ships. Fang Mo then instructed Uncle An to continue purchasing 4.1 million worth of starship materials and asked Lei Hong to recruit 600 combat crew members, 600 engineering personnel, and 200 living support staff. Internally, he noted how quickly the newly acquired 5 million star coins were being spent, with 4.1 million already allocated. Time flew by, and the 30th day of battleship construction arrived. The first batch of the manufacturing plan was completed and had undergone successful test flights. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Fang Mo's mind. Ding! Temporary rescue mission for the Tala tribe triggered. Save the Tala tribe's main planet in the Qianlin star system within a week. Difficulty: 3 stars. Reward: 3,000 points and the light of leadership skill. Failure penalty: deduction of 5,000 points and the disappointment of the Tala tribe. The system was causing trouble again, and this mission was 1 star more difficult than the last. He barely managed the 2-star mission before. The reward this time was peculiar skill called Light of Leadership, with unknown attributes. Fang Mo's communication bracelet buzzed. It was Minol. He immediately answered. It turned out that Ijing, the Tala tribe's affairs manager, needed to speak with him urgently. In the video, Ijing appeared anxious, explaining that the Tala tribe's main planet was under Zerg attack and would soon be overrun. She pleaded with Fang Mo to let her return to her father. Fang Mo quickly realized that the system's mission was tied to this situation. He reassured Ijing not to worry, promising that as the lord of the Qianlin star system, he wouldn't abandon her. He then ordered all fleet warships to prepare to support the Tala tribe's main planet and decided to personally board a ship for the mission. Ijing, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked him profusely, saying she didn't know how to repay his kindness. Although the starship was not yet fully constructed, Fang Mo didn't hesitate and immediately contacted Commander Masno. Fang Mo's fleet was already assembled, and he was eager to share his urgent battle plan with Masno. As Masno reviewed the fleet data sent by Fang Mo, he was astonished by the sheer scale of it. Fang Mo commanded a formidable force, 17 fleets comprising 520 S1 class starships, 26 S2 class starships, and even 4 S3 class starships, totaling 547 starships. It was an impressive display of power. Fang Mo explained that he had received a distress call from the Tala homeworld, which was under attack by level 2 insectoids and in a state of interstellar defense. He intended to support them and eliminate the insectoid threat. Masno noted that even with his Legion starships, their combined fleet would still be under 4,000 ships, and defeating this wave of insectoids would be costly. Fang Mo requested Masno's assistance, and Masno readily agreed. They decided to depart for the Tala homeworld in 3 hours. Fang Mo then took his captain's seat and began contacting the commanders of the 16 other fleets. As their video feeds popped up, each commander expressed their trust in Fang Mo and their willingness to fight alongside him. Fang Mo outlined the battle plan, emphasizing that their mission was not only to rescue the Tala, but also to annihilate the attacking insectoids. Masno would bring a legion to assist in the operation. 3 hours later, Masno's fleet arrived, and a massive interstellar battleship appeared before them. To Masno's surprise, this battleship belonged to Fang Mo. After a brief exchange, over 3,500 starships initiated synchronized warp travel, heading for the outer belt of the Tala homeworld. 5 hours later, the fleet reached their destination. AI Jing relayed the battle status. The Tala starships were being steadily defeated, with less than 600 remaining. The attacking insectoids included 5 insectoid queen nests, leading approximately 120,000 various insectoids. Masno remarked that this was nearly double the number from their last encounter, making it a formidable challenge. Fang Mo, however, confidently stated that if it was difficult, they should just push through it. Despite Masno's skepticism, Fang Mo assured him to trust his plan. He ordered his fleet to take the lead, spearheading the Imperial fleet and the 16 supporting fleets towards the combat zone. Minar resolutely responded to Fang Mo's command, assuring him to watch and see. The Qianlin fleet appeared at the forefront of the battlefield, followed by the Tala and Imperial fleets. Over 4,000 starships began advancing slowly into the insectoid swarm. The insectoid attacks were futile against the star shields, and those that approached were easily obliterated by the ship cannons. Sensing danger, the first and second insectoid queen nests adjusted their tactics, sending more guardian insectoids for protection. However, under Minar's command, the bow cannon and 6 right-side pulse laser cannons locked onto the 2 queen nests. Upon Minar's order, the cannons fired, piercing through the guardian swarms. The first queen nest felt an unprecedented fear, while the second was quickly shattered into 8 pieces, perishing instantly. The first queen nest met an even worse fate, exploding on the spot from a single shot. This sight made Fang Qingqing leap with excitement. Chirping frantically, the brood mother watched as 2 of its companions were instantly obliterated. The remaining 3 were thrown into a panic and quickly rallied 2/3 of the surviving swarm to retreat, leaving 1/3 behind for a desperate last stand. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Minar sneered as she ordered all ships, except the flagship, to stay behind and eliminate the remaining enemies. The flagship pursued the fleeing swarm at full speed. With a top speed of 150 kilometers per second against the swarm's mere 30 kilometers per second, the chase lasted less than 2 minutes. Merciless firepower rained down once more. Realizing there was no escape, the brood mother decided to go down fighting. Even the escorting bugs charged madly, but their feeble attacks couldn't scratch the warship's armor. The ship's bow cannon slowly aimed and fired a deafening shot, directly piercing through Broodmother 4 and hitting Broodmother 5 behind it, reducing both colossal creatures to ashes in an instant. Commander Masno watched in astonishment but felt a surge of joy. He shouted excitedly, "This isn't just a rout. It's a one-sided massacre." He then ordered 1,000 Imperial warships to reinforce the Qianlin flagship and ensure the complete annihilation of the swarm. 2 hours later, with the fall of the last bug, the battle to defend the main star of Terra was declared victorious. Fang Mo gazed at the floating insect corpses and turned to Minar, saying, "It's your credit again." Minar humbly replied, "This isn't my credit. It's the credit of our warship. Any captain could have easily won with it." A timely system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission to rescue the Terra tribe. You have earned 3,000 points, the blight of leadership, skill, and additional favor from the Terra tribe. At the victory feast, Elder Heir of Terra's main star knelt to thank Fang Mo. Fang Mo quickly helped him up, praising Ijing's outstanding performance on the ship. Heir admitted that while the Terra tribe wasn't skilled in combat, they had a unique talent for logistics management. The celebration lasted the entire night. By the following afternoon, Minar's battle damage report arrived. 5 broodmothers and over 42,000 various bugs were exterminated, equivalent to 5.3 million star coins. There were no warship or personnel losses on their side, with only 26 crew members lightly injured, and other losses were negligible. And Ming finally felt relieved as he watched Fang Mo and his team return victorious. What he didn't expect was the overwhelming praise from the 16 fleet commanders who came to support them. They couldn't stop singing Fang Mo's praises for his miraculous destruction of the queen insect, without which they might not have survived. And Ming noticed that the commander's admiration for Fang Mo was tinged with an indefinable emotion. Fang Mo handed over fleet management to Minar and approached Nas. "Chief Engineer Nas, when will the second phase of construction be completed?" he asked. Nas put down his tools and replied, "With our current manpower and equipment, it will take another week." "A week? Is there any way to speed it up?" Fang Mo inquired. "There is a way," Nas said, nodding. "First, we need to increase our workforce from over 200 to more than 1,000. "That many?" Fang Mo exclaimed in surprise. Nas nodded again. "To meet the Lord's starship requirements, it will take at least another 2 months and 45 million star coins." Fang Mo pondered for a moment. "I understand. I'll handle the manpower and star coins. The construction is entirely up to you." Just then, Commander Masno unexpectedly sought Fang Mo out. Fang Mo quickly followed Uncle in to meet him. Masno was sitting with his eyes closed, fingers lightly tapping the table. "It's an honor that you came to see me personally, Commander," Fang Mo said with a smile. Masno opened his eyes and looked at Fang Mo solemnly. "Kid, do you remember your promise?" "Of course. The Tala campaign is over. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Then I'll get straight to the point. Where did you get those warships in your fleet?" Masno asked. Fang Mo was prepared and fabricated a story. "Commander, I smuggled those warships from interstellar mercenaries, who, in turn, acquired them from other empires." "Other empires? Interstellar mercenaries? Do they have more in stock?" "I'll pay any price." Masno's eyes gleamed with greed. "I'll have to get in touch with them to find out. As for the price, if they have stock, we can negotiate. Especially that black and gold S3 battleship. I really envy that one," Fang Mo said. "I remember you have a few S4 destroyers, don't you, Commander?" Fang Mo added. "That's different. My S4 destroyers aren't as powerful as your S3 battleship. You know, destroyers of the same class are generally weaker than battleships, let alone one as exceptional as yours. So, yes, I'm really envious," Masno said, suddenly changing his tone. "Do you know how much one of my S4 destroyers costs?" "Honestly, I have no idea," Fang Mo admitted. "A whole 600 million star coins. And that's from the military headquarters. So expensive?" Fang Mo was speechless with surprise. There are only two types of S4 warships in the Empire right now, and the development alone costs the military billions. But compared to S4, your S3 is just a drop in the ocean, costing only 60 million star coins. Though it's a bit more expensive than a typical S3 by over 10 million, it's worth every penny. Contact the interstellar mercenaries right away and see if they have more stock, Masno urged. All right, I'll get in touch with them right away. Fang Mo pretended to go make a call. Moments later, he returned excitedly, saying there were 2 more ships available. What do you think? Of course, we'll take them all. With these ships, not only can we speed up the eradication of the Chinlin Galaxy's insectoids, but also Masnu's excitement was evident as he spoke with eager anticipation. Despite their roles as Imperial Star Domain leaders and dukes, and their long-standing rivalry, they tacitly adhered to a certain code of conduct. The leader of the Sky Blue Star Domain had always overshadowed Masnu, leaving him resentful. Now, he finally had a chance to regain some face. All right, I'll leave this matter to you, kid. Here's 1 billion star coins as a down payment. The balance will be paid upon delivery. I won't forget your share of the benefits either, ha. Fang Mo respectfully accepted the star coin card, secretly delighted. Uncle, standing beside him, smiled approvingly and nodded slightly. Fang Mo then instructed Uncle to continue purchasing large quantities of starship materials, amounting to a staggering 48 million star coins. He also tasked Lei Hong with intensifying recruitment efforts, adding 1,000 manufacturing workers and enlisting 10,000 starship crew members. Additionally, Fang Mo appointed Minar as the deputy commander of the fleet and Ai Jing as the chief logistics officer. The captains, vice-captains, and team leaders of the various ships were to be nominated by Minar and Ai Jing, with final approval from Fang Mo. After 2 major victories, Fang Mo's reputation had spread throughout the Chinlin Galaxy. 2 months flew by, and as the end of the new year 4025 approached, Fang Mo found himself enjoying relatively peaceful days amidst his busy schedule. Ding! When Fang Mo received his annual task for the year 4026, he was stunned. The task required him to own 10 S4 class starships, 3,000 S2 class or higher starships, 100 S3 class starships, and to become a marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. Currently, he only had 125 S2 class and 11 S3 class starships, far from the goal. Not to mention the 10 S4 class starships and the marquis title. This troublesome system just wouldn't give him a break, would it? Fang Mo was indignant. Acquiring 3,000 S2 class and 100 S3 class starships was doable with enough time and star coins. But 10 S4 class starships and a marquis title? That was pure fantasy. Without the design blueprints, just building 10 S4 class starships would cost 6 billion star coins. And there was a huge gap between his current Viscount title and the marquis rank, which required significant military achievements for promotion. Ding! Based on the host's current status, a temporary task has been triggered. The system chimed in. The task was to reclaim Chinlin's main star and 3 nearby planets within a week, with a difficulty rating of 3 stars. The rewards were 50,000 points for each planet reclaimed and 1 point for each Zerg eliminated. The penalty for failure was the deduction of all points if at least 1 planet was not reclaimed. Fang Mo's eyes lit up. This was practically a points giveaway. Without a second thought, he accepted the task and immediately gathered Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, and others to issue combat orders. A fleet of 142 starships set out for Chinlin's main star. My lord, should we use the orbital cannon on the Zerg on the planet? Minar asked. No, we wouldn't be able to inhabit the planet for centuries if we did. First, eliminate the Zerg in space, then send in the mech units for ground combat. Soon, the Chinlin fleet encountered a swarm of at least 200,000 Zerg near the main star, led by 6 Zerg Queen Mothers. Fang Mo had a brilliant idea. Don't kill the Queen Mothers immediately. Let them keep reproducing while we focus on killing the newly spawned Zerg. This way, we can rack up points quickly. Thus, the fleet, ensuring their safety, only attacked the approaching swarms, letting the Queen Mothers continue their frantic reproduction. After 5 hours, over half of the 200,000 Zerg were dead, while the Queen Mothers increased their output, sending wave after wave of new Zerg into the line of fire. Fang Mo watched the points tally rise rapidly and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was a goldmine. Finally, the 6 Zerg Queen Mothers realized something was wrong and tried to flee. But it was too late. 6 cannon shots later, they were obliterated. The fleet then landed, with Lei Hong leading the mech units on the ground, supported by carrier-based aircraft. It took a full 2 days to completely clear the Zerg from the planet. Taking over Chinlin's main star took a bit longer than expected, but Fang Mo continued to lead the fleet to the 3 nearby planets. Using the same tactics yielded the same results, with the smaller-scale planets being reclaimed in just a day and a half each. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task, earning 77,062 points and an S3 class carrier blueprint. The system generously rewarded him, indicating a job well done. Fang Mo checked the carrier's attributes and immediately felt a surge of excitement. The vessel is 1,200 meters long, 300 meters wide, 420 meters high, weighs 210,000 tons, has a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour, is equipped with a Warp 6 engine, and can carry 300 people. Although its speed is average, its combat capabilities and practicality are very strong. After reclaiming the home planet and its satellites, Fang Mo plans to use this as a base to rebuild his home. Unfortunately, several planets were completely devastated by the insect race, making the reconstruction costs astronomical. Chief Engineer Nas estimated that just rebuilding these 4 planets would cost 200 million star coins. Fang Mo was stunned when he heard this. Even if he sold all the insect corpses, he would only have 140 million star coins, which is still far from the required amount. After much thought, he decided to focus on rebuilding the main planet, Qianlin, which alone would cost 70 million star coins. The recent battle to defend the main planet also exposed some weaknesses in the Qianlin fleet, such as low ground combat efficiency. A multifunctional fleet needs to be established. Fang Mo browsed through the system store and selected several new warship blueprints. However, manufacturing all of them would require even more star coins and time. Fang Mo continued to review the details of the new blueprints. The S3 class escort ship is 1,200 meters long, 240 meters wide, and 320 meters high. It boasts a shield strength of 2.6 million, a mass of 35,000 tons, and a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. It is equipped with a level 6 warp engine and can accommodate 120 crew members. The ship also features a Void Destroyer-type light spear at the bow, a top-notch melee weapon that can slice an enemy ship in half upon impact. However, the cost is steep. Each ship is priced at 800,000 star coins. Next is the S2 class amphibious ship, measuring 600 meters in length, 120 meters in width, and 160 meters in height, with a weight of 80,000 tons. It can carry 10,000 people and has a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, powered by a level 4 warp engine and manned by 200 crew members. Its armament includes 16 100mm Closian defense guns, 10 Rapid Eye-type large landing craft, and 20 Viper-type drones. This starship is generally used for planetary landing operations and costs only 200,000 star coins. Fang Mo immediately instructed Chief Engineer Nas to expand the fleet while rebuilding the main star of Qianlin to accelerate the progress of various projects. The combined cost of rebuilding the main star and the third batch of shipbuilding is estimated at 1.3 billion star coins. Seeing that the account balance was only 1.2 billion, Fang Mo sighed heavily at the prospect of another huge expenditure. He then visited the construction site of Qianlin's main star and found Chief Engineer Nas busy at work. Fang Mo inquired about the progress. Nas chuckled, "My lord, you're working this old body to the bone. I need more hands, and I have just the solution." "Oh, what do you need? Just say the word," Fang Mo responded. Nas openly admitted that he was not only a legendary mechanic, but also an elder of the dwarf clan. Recently, over 5,000 clan members had sought refuge, including 4,100 adults and 1,520 minors, with several hundred being war orphans. Nas hoped the Lord could take them in and also requested an advance on their wages to build a welfare center. Fang Mo was overjoyed at this unexpected wind-phallus skilled group of dwarf craftsmen was a treasure. He readily agreed, promising to build a welfare center for the orphans, provide jobs for the adults, and ensure the children received an education, with all expenses covered. Nas continued, "The third batch of construction includes 58 starships and 600 mechs, plus the rebuilding of Qianlin's main star, which will take about 2 months. Rebuilding alone will take 6 months." Fang Mo noted everything and signaled Nas to start immediately. He also instructed AI Jing to announce the refugee welfare policy publicly. Just then, a communication request from his close friendly Mingpeng came through. After some pleasantries, Li Mingpeng hesitantly mentioned that his father had a matter to discuss with Fang Mo. It turned out that Li Tianyu was interested in the S2 class warship design blueprints Fang Mo possessed and wanted to collaborate with him. Fang Mo readily shared the blueprint and performance data of an S2 class destroyer. This destroyer is 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 140 meters high, weighing 60,000 tons and capable of speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour. It is equipped with a level 4 warp engine and a crew of 150. The armament includes 6 300mm pulse laser cannons, 8 150mm light Closian defense guns, SP2 class anti-submarine and stealth radars, an LA2 class jamming system, and 8 torpedo launchers, with an exchange value of 20,000 points. Li Tianyu was both surprised and delighted after seeing the performance. It completely outclasses all other destroyers of the same level on the market. It was simply a match made in heaven. He immediately gathered the company's starship development engineers. They estimated that this starship could sell for at least 1.8 million, and after deducting various costs, the net profit would be 1.2 million. Secretary Li, have these engineers sign the non-disclosure agreements immediately, Li Tianyu instructed. Yes, Mr. Li. The secretary responded promptly. Li Tianyu immediately contacted Fang Mo again and gladly agreed to a 50 net profit share. Both parties wished each other great success and ended the call. After hanging up, Fang Mo strolled through the reconstruction site of Qinlan Bay City No. 1. Wherever he went, workers put down their tools and bowed to greet him. "My lord, how come you're here in such hot weather?" "Have some water," one worker said, handing him a cup. Fang Mo drank it in one gulp and looked around, feeling gratified by the workers' enthusiasm. Serving such a down-to-earth lord was indeed a privilege. Later, Fang Mo convened a meeting with top officials Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, and Nas to announce the plan to form an army. He made personnel appointments on the spot. Minar as fleet commander, Lei Hong as chief of the interstellar army, Ai Jing as chief of logistics, and Nas as chief engineer. Each had their specific roles, and all managerial salaries were doubled. "My lord, how many troops are we planning to recruit this time?" Lei Hong asked. 100,000. Fang Mo replied firmly. "Don't worry about funding. Other than salaries, all expenses are covered. Besides, we can earn star coins by killing the Zerg, right?" "Absolutely," everyone agreed. That afternoon, the recruitment drive was in full swing. The scene was spectacular, with a steady stream of applicants. During a disguised visit, Fang Mo saw a slightly sturdy young man being turned away by an officer because he was 3 months short of the minimum enlistment age of 16. The boy, desperate, knelt and pleaded, "Sir, please. My whole family was killed by the Zerg, and I want revenge. I heard the Lord is the best at killing Zerg. Please let me join." Seeing this, Fang Mo stepped forward and pulled him up. "A man's knees are as valuable as gold. How can you kneel so easily? What's your name?" "Tu M Chin Yu," the boy stammered, surprised by the attention. "Revenge? Good. We need determined warriors like you. But do you know who I am?" An officer nearby recognized Fang Mo and hurried over to salute. "Good morning, my lord. Are you here to inspect the recruitment?" "The lord?" Chin Yu couldn't believe his ears. Fang Mo smiled and announced to those around him, "I will personally set up a recruitment window to enlist my personal guards. Step forward if you're willing." His words caused a stir, and countless people rushed to the new window, with Chin Yu leading the charge. "My lord, I want to enlist." "Do you think I'm suitable?" shouted a towering man nearly 2 meters tall. "How old are you?" Fang Mo asked. 17. "I'm just taller and stronger than most." "Here is my ID," the man replied. Fang Mo checked the edit really said Niu Dazhuang. What did this kid eat to grow so big? "If you want to be my personal guard, you'll have to spar with me first," Fang Mo said, rolling up his sleeves. Niu Dazhuang smirked. "Sir, don't blame me if you get hurt. I can't bear that responsibility. If you can hurt me, I'll make you the captain of my guards." The two began to spar. Niu Dazhuang exerted all his strength, sweating profusely, while Fang Mo remained unmoved, even as the steel table beneath them creaked. "I give up, my lord. I admit defeat." Niu Dazhuang conceded. "Haha, you're in. Stand behind me," Fang Mo said. In just 2 days, Fang Mo personally selected and tested 20 elite guards. They were divided into 4 squads, with Qin Yu, Blank, Tang Ling, and Niu Dazhuang as the respective leaders. Collectively known as the Fire Guard, they swore to protect Fang Mo with their lives. Not only did Uncle and give his full support, but ordinary citizens also eagerly signed up. Many refugees who relocated to this planet struggled to find suitable work and worried about providing for their families. Now, with such a high-benefit job available, who wouldn't be tempted? Joining the Qinlan Interstellar Army meant not only having food and shelter, but also earning a monthly salary that could support the entire family. Meanwhile, Fang Mo personally trained the 20 elite guards every day. From physical fitness and combat skills to mech operations and starship piloting, as well as mental fortitude, the intensity was beyond what most people could endure. To him, these 20 were just the seed players. The elite guard would eventually grow beyond just 20 members. For the first batch of elite guards, he planned to use the S2 super soldier gene enhancement to lead them in their evolution. A month quickly passed. One day, while Fang Mo was instructing the guards in combat, he suddenly received a communication request from Masno. "Hello, Commander. Long time no see. Fang Mo, I need your help this time." Masno's expression was grave. "Speak freely, Commander." Masno sighed and explained that over the past month, 2 Imperial Army Corps had been hunting Zerg across the Qinlan star system. The losses had been heavy, and just 2 days ago, they fell into a Zerg trap. 20 Queen Zerg, leading a swarm of 1,000,000, had surrounded them, forcing them into a retreat. "Even if I manage to escape, the other fleets will surely be annihilated. Unless you lead reinforcements, right? Don't worry, I won't refuse. You've always looked after me, and this is my chance to repay you. Then I leave it to you. I'll send you the coordinates. If things get dire, prioritize your safety, understood?" "Understood." Ending the call, Fang Mo immediately ordered, "Elite guards, follow me into battle. 3 hours later, the assembled Qinlan fleet set off, heading straight for the Zerg encirclement. Along the way, Minar continuously organized the fleet, eventually forming 21 coordinated combat teams. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the Vanguard's star shields were nearly depleted. At that moment, an enormous star shield enveloped the entire fleet. The Zerg were furious. They had sacrificed so many of their own to nearly break through, only to face an even larger shield. Outraged, they turned their attack on the Imperial army. Seeing the dire situation, Masno was filled with despair. Just then, from within the Zerg swarm, artillery fire erupted, and an enormous star shield began to advance, leaving a trail of Zerg corpses in its wake. Even the Queen Zerg couldn't escape death. In just 1 hour, the Zerg lost a third of their numbers, about 400,000. Seeing the tide turn, the remaining 9 Queen Zerg fled, abandoning their underlings. The Qinlan fleet pursued relentlessly and soon annihilated them, while the main force assisted the Imperial army in mopping up the remaining enemies. 2 hours later, all 700,000 Zerg were dead. In the next 2 hours, even the stragglers were completely eliminated. Clearing the battlefield took only 4 hours, an unbelievable feat. Commander, am I dreaming? Major General Kindle of the 86th Corps rubbed his eyes. Is this miraculous fleet you're doing? Indeed. We owe our lives to the Qinlan fleet this time. Masno was deeply moved. When we return to the capital, we must report this to the Emperor and give Fang Mo a grand reward. Having such a brave young man in our ranks is a blessing for the court. Absolutely. Let's submit a joint commendation to amplify his merits. Excellent. Let's do it. After the battle, the fleets were busy cleaning up the battlefield. In the end, the Qinlan fleet destroyed 20 brood mothers and 900,000 swarms, which translated to 90 million star coins, all of which went to Qinlan since their side was unharmed. Besides needing to replenish some combat supplies, this operation was essentially free money for Qinlan. Fang Mo was secretly thrilled, thinking, I could use more missions like this. In stark contrast, the 2 Imperial legions suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their 6,000 warships destroyed, and most of the survivors were injured, making them unfit for immediate combat. Masno quickly contacted Fang Mo, saying, You saved my life this time. If you ever need anything, just ask. Commander, you're too kind. I'm just a junior, and it was no big deal, Fang Mo replied modestly. Don't be so humble. By the way, could you spare a few of those carriers and shielded warships from your fleet? I'll pay a good price. Masno asked eagerly. I'll have to think about it, Fang Mo stammered. You sly fox. Only 16 and quite the looker. How about I introduce you to a lovely young lady? Spare me, Commander. With the insect threat still looming, who has time for romance? Fang Mo protested. Masno laughed heartily. You're a spirited young man. I have high hopes for you. I'll be sure to report your contributions to the military headquarters, and you'll get some recognition. Currently, the Qinlan insect population is down to less than 2 million. If all goes well, the Stargate will soon reopen. At the mention of the Stargate reopening, Fang Mo perked up. If trade resumes, agricultural products can be sold far and wide, and we can import rare goods like Linglong dragon blood. That's a fortune waiting to be made. He started calculating in his head. Upon returning to the main star, Fang Mo wasted no time contacting Li Tianyu, sending over a shipment order worth about 1 billion. Li Tianyu's eyes nearly popped out at the sheer volume of rare materials listed. He quickly called in the agricultural trade director for a detailed appraisal, managing to squeeze out 1.15 billion. On the other end of the line, Fang Mo sent another procurement list. Uncle Li, could you help me get some construction materials worth about 150 million? Just deduct it from the payment. Thanks in advance. No problem. Consider it done. Get ready over there. The interstellar transport team will arrive in 5 days, Li Tianyu assured him. After hanging up, Fang Mo thought to himself, it's always best to rely on experts. Rare goods are no big deal for businesses. He then instructed AI Jing to prepare the agricultural products for transfer and urged Chief Engineer Nas to expedite the reconstruction of the auxiliary planets. Just as he was about to rest, a commotion erupted outside the lounge. Fang Mo went out to find his elder sister arguing with the guards. Why won't you let me see my brother? What are you up to? Fang Qingqing fumed. Miss, please don't make it difficult for us. Without the Lord's orders, no one can enter, Niu Dazhuang said apologetically. I'm his sister. Do you think I'd harm him? She retorted. Niu Dazhuang was at a loss for words. From now on, if my sister comes, let her in. Got it. Fang Mo intervened. Once inside, Fang Qingqing was still angry. You've grown up and now you're guarding against your own sister? If I didn't need to tell you I'm returning to the military headquarters, I wouldn't even bother with you. It turned out the Empire was under attack by the mechanical race, and all departments were stretched thin, urgently recalling active personnel. Fang Qingqing's long leave was cancelled, and she had to leave the next day. Fang Mo repeatedly urged her to be careful and stay safe. You two, take good care of the Qianlin star system, and don't neglect your studies. Once we deal with the insects, let's bring Grandma here to live with us, Fang Qingqing advised. As they were parting, Fang Qingqing patted her younger brother on the shoulder. Watching his sister leave, Fang Mo silently vowed that this year, he would eradicate the Qianlin insect race. To achieve this, he expanded his fleet once more and drafted the fourth phase of the construction plan, focusing on developing battleships of S2 level and above, totaling 223 ships, with a budget of 1.59 billion star coins. He immediately sent the new procurement list to Li Tianyu, requesting the materials to be shipped along with the construction supplies. He also instructed Nas to prioritize shipbuilding and delay the construction of subsidiary planets to enhance combat strength. The departments under Fang Mo's command were bustling with activity, working tirelessly. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guard, under his personal guidance, continuously honed their individual combat skills and team cohesion. Inspired by this momentum, the third production plan was completed 3 weeks ahead of schedule. The fourth batch of warships was even larger, and Nas estimated it would take another month and a half to complete. During this time, Li Tianyu's interstellar transport fleet delivered supplies to Qianlin, allowing the engineering department to dive into a new wave of shipbuilding. Simultaneously, Fang Mo worked around the clock in the laboratory, refining 50 batches of raw materials into S2 super soldier gene serum. He summoned the heads of various departments and the Phoenix Guard, distributing the serum and instructing everyone to consume it immediately. Faced with this sudden command, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, except for the Phoenix Guard, who drank it without hesitation. Seeing this, the top executives, including Minier, reluctantly followed suit. After consuming the serum, everyone felt an intense heat, as if they were burning. Lord, why put us through this? We haven't wronged you. Lei Hong grimaced in discomfort. Relax, you are my most loyal subordinates. I would never harm you. This serum will enhance your physical and mental capabilities. Endure for a moment, and you'll find peace, Fang Mo reassured them. Soon, a foul-smelling black and red aura emanated from their bodies. What are you all standing around for? Go and wash up. Fang Mo laughed and urged. Half an hour later, everyone regrouped, looking refreshed and energized, brimming with newfound strength. Congratulations on becoming the first batch of super soldiers in the Qianlin Legion. Your power has increased fivefold, if not more. Overjoyed, everyone erupted in excitement, except for the Phoenix Guard, who quietly felt the changes within their bodies. Fang Mo then asked Nas to urgently produce 25 sets of dark energy armor, distributing them to everyone present. Only super soldiers can handle this. Ordinary people can't, he cautioned. Seeing the equipment list, Nas was stunned. Lord, not only can you design warships, but you also invent things? How come I don't have such talents? In the following days, Fang Mo was busy. He first sent an S2 serum to Enming, advising him to keep it a secret, and then personally escorted his grandmother back to Qianlin's main star for her retirement. Before leaving, he gave her a blue vial as a gift. Madame Fang drank it without hesitation and soon began to tremble, tears streaming down her face. In no time, her complexion improved, and her wrinkles diminished, making her look 20 years younger. This is amazing. I'm lucky to have such a good grandson. Fang Mo chuckled. Let's go home. Time flew by, and 2 more months passed. On April 15, 4026, the fourth batch of warships was completed. Fang Mo accessed the system to check the status panel, noting a significant increase in star coins, warship numbers, and total contribution points, which now exceeded 800,000. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the temporary mission. Wish of the Elf Princess, the system chimed in. The mission objective was to liberate the Seagull Star from the insectoid occupation. The mission duration was 1 week, with a difficulty rating of 3 stars. The rewards included 1 S3 Super Soldier Gene Serum and 100,000 points. Failure would result in a deduction of 300,000 points and the loss of the Elf's trust. Finally, a worthwhile mission with upgraded rewards, Fang Mo thought happily. Just then, Minier's communication request came through. My lord, I have a battle plan that requires your approval. Let's hear it. It turns out that Minna has been quietly planning to reclaim her homeland, Seagar. The planet is currently overrun by a swarm of insects led by a cunning and deceitful queen, who is the main force behind the invasion. We have an 8-2 advantage right now. If we launch a blitzkrieg and strike their base before they can react, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. A queen insect? How formidable is it? Fang Mo asked curiously. My lord, this is an elite creature, 1 in a million, with exceptional intelligence and adaptability. Our army was once defeated by it, and even my mother fell victim to its treachery. If not for my people sealing it away in time, I might not have survived. After listening to Minna's explanation, Fang Mo pondered for a moment and then decisively said, let's proceed with your plan. This time, I will stand with you to reclaim our homeland. With that, He issued an order to mobilize all warships and ground forces, launching a full-scale assault to retake Seagar and avenge the Elven race. 375 starships assembled, and Minar opened the all-channel video. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Fleet Commander Minar. Our mission today is to reclaim the planet Seagar and annihilate the Zerg. Now, let's hear from our lord, she announced. Fang Mo, clad in fearless dark energy-powered armor, appeared on the screen, exuding confidence and vigor. Comrades, many of you joined Qianlin to seek revenge. Today, your wish will come true. Let's fight side by side, kill those damned bugs, and take back our home. For vengeance. Reclaim our home and exterminate the Zerg, he shouted. The soldiers echoed his rallying cry, their morale soaring. May victory be ours. Depart. At Fang Mo's command, the fleet immediately jumped into warp speed. 6 hours later, their destination was in sight. Before they could react, the Zerg launched a surprise attack. Minar quickly adjusted the formation, organized coordinated defenses, and ordered the ground troops to land and engage in a fierce battle. Fang Mo led the elite Burning Guard and personally descended to the planet's surface to support the ground forces. Unable to dissuade him, Minar was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She urgently contacted Lei Hong, demanding full protection for the Lord. The landing ships touched down just in time, carving out a foothold on the ground. The Burning Guard and mech units unleashed their firepower, leaving a trail of Zerg corpses. Lei Hong brought in massive reinforcements, but even that struggled against the relentless Zerg swarm. The battle reached a stalemate. In desperation, Fang Mo asked for the location of the Broodmother. It's at your 3 o'clock, 5,000 meters away in the ruins. Minar responded. The elite guards fought their way through, taking half an hour to reach the target. The Broodmother gathered its forces, attempting to crush the Qianlin army in one decisive blow. The two sides clashed fiercely, fighting to the death. Commander, I see the Broodmother, shouted Tang Ling, the captain of the elite guard. Kill it. Fang Mo roared, drawing his dark energy sword and charging forward. The elite guards and mechs followed closely, engaging the Zerg in close combat. As Fang Mo closed in, the Broodmother recognized him. It let out a piercing screech and raised its bone scythe to confront him heat. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Two elite guards fired their pulse rifles, forcing the Broodmother to retreat. Fang Mo drew his particle pistol, hitting its left leg with a precise shot, and then punched its mandibles. The Broodmother, in pain, swung its scythe in retaliation. Fang Mo, sensing danger, leaped onto its back. He drove his sword into its head, fired his pistol at its heart, and jumped off. The Broodmother made a final desperate struggle, but eventually fell. Fang Mo ensured its death with several more shots. With their leader dead, the Zerg forces quickly disintegrated. The elite guards and mechs pursued them relentlessly, slaughtering the remaining Zerg. The Zerg in the sky also fell apart swiftly. 2 hours later, the dust settled on Seagar, and the Qianlin army achieved a comprehensive victory with minimal losses. Fang Mo surveyed the scene, seeing the wreckage and the mixed bodies of comrades and enemies, feeling a deep sorrow. Lei Hong reported, we eliminated 1.1 million Zerg. We lost over 200 mechs and tanks, and 26,000 soldiers fell in battle. Bring back all the bodies we can find and double the compensation for their families, Fang Mo ordered. The heroes who sacrificed their lives for our homeland deserve recognition. I will build a martyrs park on the Qianlin main star to ensure they are remembered forever by future generations. Fang Mo's words brought tears to Lei Hong's eyes. Ding, congratulations on fulfilling the elf princess's wish. You have received 100,000 points and one S3 gene potion. For your bravery in battle, you have also gained the skill of dark energy mastery and the favor of the elven race. The system's prompt sounded just in time. Fang Mo looked at the notification for the completed temporary task and felt puzzled. Mastery of dark energy? What is that? Instantly, he focused his mind into the system to check it out. It turned out that dark energy mastery was a type of attribute skill with numerous powerful functions. Through consciousness, one could control the dark energy of the universe, and its power would increase with one's mental strength. Additionally, it could manipulate matter and energy from a distance and control the consciousness and will of other beings. Even creating a dark energy shield was within its capabilities. Seeing this, Fang Mo was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. He never imagined that humans could master such an incredible skill in this universe. Excitedly, he said to the system, "This is awesome. I love you." Just as Fang Mo was reveling in his joy, Minar approached him and pleaded, "My lord, the battle is over. I would like to request a 3-day leave to rescue our elven kin who have been sealed. Is that okay?" Fang Mo readily agreed. "Of course, no problem. The fleet will stay here for a few days to handle the aftermath. You can go without any worries." Receiving permission, Minar joyfully hugged Fang Mo, thanking him repeatedly. Back in the resting room, Fang Mo felt the surging dark energy within him. With a thought, he pointed his finger. and a cup 2 meters away instantly flew into his hand and shattered with a snap. It seems the power of dark energy is too great. I need to practice more, Fang Mo mused to himself. 3 days later, Minar returned and informed him that the elves on Saigar Star had been rescued and pledged their allegiance. They then began to rebuild their home, while Fang Mo led the fleet back to the main star of Qianlin. There were still 33 planets invaded by the Zerg, and reclaiming all of them would be a daunting task. Fang Mo decided to first complete the annual mission of expanding the fleet to over 3,000 ships. He planned to form 60 fleets, each with 50 ships, requiring an estimated 1.1 billion star coins. Although he had sufficient funds for now, achieving such an ambitious goal would require more resources. So, Fang Mo arranged for the construction of the 5th batch of ships and instructed Lei Hong to continue recruiting, while also establishing a martyrs park on the main star of Qianlin to honor the fallen soldiers. Nas, the chief engineer, was shocked by the order for 2,610 warships, but as it was a command from the Lord, he had no choice but to give it his all. Pausing the reconstruction of the subsidiary planets and concentrating manpower and resources, Nas estimated that it would take 180 days to complete. Fortunately, Fang Mo had an engineering acceleration skill, reducing the time to around 130 days. Though still lengthy, it was acceptable. Meanwhile, news of the rescue of the Terra main star and Saigar star spread, and many interstellar fleets contacted Qianlin, expressing their willingness to join the fight against the Zerg. However, Fang Mo decided to temporarily decline their offers, instead ordering Minar to lead the troops to reclaim the fallen planets and eradicate the enemy thoroughly. He himself stayed on the main star of Qianlin to focus on his cultivation. At that moment, Fang Mo was examining a vial of deep blue genetic serum in his hand. Without hesitation, he drank it all. Instantly, excruciating pain spread throughout his body, as if every inch of his bones and meridians were being shattered and reshaped. An ordinary person could not withstand such inhuman torment, but Fang Mo gritted his teeth and endured, letting out roars of agony. Hearing the commotion, the guards rushed in and were at a loss, seeing Fang Mo struggle in pain. Tang Ling saw the empty medicine vial on the ground and quickly explained, "The Lord must have taken another kind of evolution serum. Everyone, don't worry." It took a full half-hour before the redness in Fang Mo's eyes gradually faded, and he finally stopped roaring. Only then did the guards breathe a sigh of relief and step forward to check on him with concern. Fang Mo clenched his fists, feeling that his physical abilities had more than doubled compared to before. Although the effect wasn't as astonishing as the first time, such a dramatic improvement was still terrifying. Even more frightening was his mental power, which seemed to have transformed from a small stream into a raging river, achieving a qualitative leap that brought his mastery of dark energy to its peak. He immediately called over the 4 guard captains, including Qinyu, and ordered, "Take out your melee weapons and attack me with all your might." The 4 exchanged glances and responded in unison. Their dark energy weapons swung out with a roar, but were all blocked by the faint purple energy shield surrounding Fang Mo, unable to get close to him. Fang Mo clenched his right hand, and the energy instantly sent the 4 flying. Too powerful. The captains couldn't even withstand a single move from the Lord. The guards murmured in shock. Fang Mo smiled and mentioned the name of the serum, but concealed part of the truth, only saying that the probability of awakening dark energy was extremely low. Upon hearing this, everyone admired the Lord even more, their excitement and admiration evident. "Let's go, brothers and sisters. I'm treating you all to barbecue and drinks." Fang Mo laughed heartily. "Hooray! The Lord is the best," they cheered. "My lord, the fleet is fully assembled and ready to execute the reclamation operation," Minar reported to Fang Mo. Fang Mo immediately gave his approval and provided detailed instructions. As the fleet of 350 Qianlin ships set off for the Maglama Star region, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Leading the army alone, Minar had to proceed with utmost caution. Reclaiming 33 fallen planets was no easy task and would not be accomplished overnight. Fang Mo threw himself into starship manufacturing to distract his mind. Aside from daily training and guidance, he assisted Chief Engineer Nas. Time flew by, and over a month had passed. During this period, Fang Mo became increasingly adept at harnessing dark energy. Minar, on the other hand, reported every victory to the Lord as each planet was reclaimed. So far, 8 planets had returned to their control. Just then, a sudden communication from Commander Masno came through. Fang Mo quickly answered the video call. "Fang Mo, where are you now?" "Commander, I'm on the main Qianlin star. Has something happened?" Masno was concise. "The Zerg army is fiercely attacking the starport, attempting to seize the Stargate and invade other star regions. My legion can't get there in time. You must go to intercept them immediately." Fang Mo was puzzled. The Zerg have such cunning? We must not underestimate them. Masno's tone was serious. They come from a different dimension, with intelligence and bravery far surpassing humans. The ones attacking the Qianlin star system are just low-level Zerg. Do not take them lightly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fang Mo immediately assembled the remaining fleet and set off at once. He personally led the main forces. In no time, the skies above the starport were filled with the arrival of hundreds of starships. The Qinlan forces opened fire, and many Zerg fell. The port governor was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The starport garrison had long been overrun, with the Zerg even breaching the interior. Had Fang Mo not arrived in time, the Stargate would have been in grave danger. Taking command, Fang Mo said sternly, "Governor, order your troops to cooperate in the battle. I'll handle the Zerg inside the starport." With that, he led 4 elite guards into the starport, charging into the heart of the Zerg swarm. They soon encountered a soldier fleeing in panic, shouting for help. He stumbled and fell, and as a Zerg drone lunged at him, he closed his eyes in despair. Bang! The expected pain didn't come. Instead, he heard the Zerg's agonized screech. Opening his eyes, he saw Fang Mo tearing the Zerg apart with his bare hands, blood splattering everywhere. Fang Mo asked with concern, "Are you hurt? Hide quickly and stay away from here." The Zerg's death cries attracted more of its kind, who came screeching and glaring with fury. "Kill them all," Fang Mo ordered, and the elite guards charged forward. Gunfire erupted, and in just 10 minutes, the right wing was cleared. The left wing was similarly wiped out. Fang Mo then commanded, "Teams 3 and 4, hold your positions. Teams 1 and 2, follow me onto the ship to face the enemy." "Yes, my lord," they responded in unison. You know, the battles against the Zerg have never been this easy. Just a few hours ago, Fang Mo was struggling against the swarm, but now he has turned the tables, annihilating them with no chance of escape. The governor was secretly amazed, realizing why Commander Masno always spoke of Fang Mo with such admiration and pride. After this battle, the governor decided to build a relationship with this young lord. The Qinlan fleet had only been in the battle for a little over an hour, yet they completely wiped out the 200,000 strong Zerg swarm. They killed 180,000 Zerg, 5 Zerg hive mothers, and the corpses were valued at 20 million star coins. Their own losses were minimal, with only a few crew members lightly injured and some ammunition expended. Fang Mo led his guards to find the governor, confirmed that the Stargate was intact, and voluntarily offered to stay behind to guard against a possible Zerg comeback. The governor was deeply grateful and promptly arranged a reception room for them to rest. The guards gathered and discussed the Zerg's strategic intentions. According to ancient records, nearby empires had often been plagued by Zerg, but the highest level encountered was a level 4 swarm, capable of taking over at most one star system. In distant star systems, however, there were terrifying Zerg of massive scale and high evolution. This invasion was merely a test. Everyone fell into deep thought. Facing future Zerg wars, Qin couldn't help but ask if there was any way to counter them. Blank shook his head and said that the books only mentioned 2 outcomes when encountering Zerg, either extermination or a desperate retreat, with no possibility of surrender. Just then, Commander Masno arrived, travel-worn. Upon learning that the Zerg had been annihilated, he repeatedly expressed his amazement. Fang Mo joked that he had forgotten to mention the promised new warship, to which Masno pretended to scold him, but in truth, he admired Fang Mo's ambition. During their conversation, Masno revealed that the Tianlan, Nakar, and Storm Star regions were under heavy attack by the Mechanical Empire. The Emperor was in a coma, the princes were fighting each other, and the commanders were acting independently. Only the Imperial military and a few loyalists were still holding on. To make matters worse, the Mechanical Empire had developed a new S-4 class battleship, far superior to the current Imperial ships. They were seizing resources aggressively. Fang Mo promised to handle the Zerg threat in the Qinlan star system alone, assuring Masno. The latter sincerely lamented that the Empire would be better off if it had more young talents like Fang Mo. The name of the Qinlan fleet quickly spread across neighboring star regions, and the battle footage left many in awe. Despite some skepticism, the majority were excited. Fang Mo had the reinforcement fleet join Minar's command to expedite the planet's recapture while returning to Qinlin's main planet. Soon, an exhilarating piece of news arrived: the complete reconstruction of Qinlin's main planet. Fang Mo declared a 3-day holiday and issued a notice across the star system, calling on people to return to their homes. Within just 2 weeks, the population of Qinlin's main planet surged from a mere million to 700 million. Fang Mo immediately established a local government, appointing his cousin Ai Lin as the planet's governor, with a mandate to treat law-abiding citizens well and to severely punish those who broke the law or took advantage of the situation. Fang Mo felt relieved as he watched the planets in the main mission being gradually reclaimed. At this pace, they could recover everything within 3 months. On the planet Lechido, the Qinlan fleet was fiercely battling the Zerg. Realizing their defeat was imminent, the Zerg started fleeing in all directions, abandoning their comrades on the planet. Minar sneered and ordered her fleet to assist the ground forces in landing operations, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. Initially, This wave of Zerg intended to gather enough resources to evolve into higher forms. However, not only did they fail, but they were also on the brink of extinction and resorted to desperate measures. Faced with the scattered Zerg swarms, Minar decided to form 3 small fleets, each with 150 warships, to pursue them separately and report daily on their progress. At that moment, a piece of special intelligence caught her attention. Other planetary fleets were also taking the initiative to attack, even chasing the Zerg into interstellar space. Sensing something unusual, Minar immediately reported to Fang Mo. With his assistance, their efficiency in eliminating the Zerg significantly increased. Although these allied forces weren't very strong, they were sufficient to hold back the fleeing enemies, buying valuable time for the Qinlan forces. Fang Mo learned from his butler, Uncle Lin, that the leaders of these planets were inspired after watching the Qinlan fleet's combat videos and no longer saw the Zerg as an insurmountable threat. With the Zerg already weakened, many wanted to seize the opportunity to impress the new lord. Fang Mo merely smiled at this and instructed Uncle Lin to convey that once the Zerg threat was neutralized, a galaxy-wide meeting would be held on the Qinlan home star, and they should prepare for it. Through combined efforts, the guerrilla tactics of the Zerg were successfully suppressed, forcing them to regroup for a final stand. 2 months later, Chief Engineer Nas excitedly reported to Fang Mo that the 5th batch of construction plans had been completed. Fang Mo, pleased, ordered their department's salary to be doubled for the month and granted 3 days of leave. Overjoyed, Nas took the opportunity to request permission to complete the reconstruction of 3 subsidiary planets within the year, which Fang Mo readily approved. Fang Mo then checked the system attribute panel and found that the task of acquiring 3,000 warships of S2 level or higher had been completed, with only 10 S4 ships and a marquee title remaining. Funding was not an issue, thanks to the agricultural and byproduct trade and the recovery of Zerg corpses, which kept his finances robust. He then remembered it had been a while since he contacted Li Tianyu. A video call revealed that orders were pouring in, with 18 billion star coins already earned. Even after substantial expenses, Fang Mo's bank account saw a significant increase. With his finances bolstered, Fang Mo's ambitions grew. He decided to upgrade the system another level. To his surprise, upgrading from S3 to S4 required 500,000 points. Determined, he confirmed the upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has been upgraded to S4 level, unlocking advanced Stargate teleportation and space warp technology. You also receive 1 free S4 item exchange. Fang Mo had heard of Stargate technology but was unfamiliar with space warp. Unable to find related blueprints immediately, he temporarily set it aside and opened the S4 warship purchase interface, only to be stunned. The cheapest S4 warship cost 300,000 points. Outrageous. Fortunately, he had a free exchange opportunity. After careful selection, he chose a scout assault ship named Lao 6. It boasted stealth capabilities, could disable enemy star shields, and its main cannon and torpedoes were equipped with cloaking technology. This is clearly a warship designed for assassination. No matter the size of the enemy forces or their movements, Fang Mo could anticipate them in advance. He could even take the enemy commander's head amidst thousands of troops. With no starship manufacturing tasks at hand, we can go full throttle on production. We can complete 10 starships in a week, each costing 25 million star coins, totaling 250 million. I'll personally oversee the construction. Haha. Nas was thrilled. Good. Get the materials from AI Jing. Notify me immediately upon completion, Fang Mo instructed. With this, only the marquee title remained to complete the system's annual tasks. Meanwhile, refugees continued to pour into the main planet of Qianlin. Faced with nearly 1 billion people, the 3 subsidiary planets were hastily being rebuilt, expected to be completed in a little over a month. The influx of interstellar merchants, mercenaries, and other travelers made the star system increasingly prosperous. In his spare time, Fang Mo spent time with his grandmother while rigorously training his dark energy and brushing up on his knowledge of the cosmos. He discovered that this world was home to not only humans but also dragonfolk, demons, and other strange races, with humans being just a small part of the vast universe. The Holy Dragon Empire, though human-centric, was of average power compared to neighboring empires. The current emperor had been in a coma for a long time, and the princes were vying for power. Despite the eldest prince being the most powerful, he had not gained full support. Recalling Masno's words, Fang Mo couldn't help but worry. The empire was facing internal and external troubles. If this continued, it might fall apart. As he pondered, Lei Hong's urgent call interrupted his thoughts. Lord, there's trouble on planet Petey. Our troops are trapped, and the Zerg are gathering for an attack. Commander Minal is also tied up and can't break free. We urgently need reinforcements. What? Understood. Contact nearby planets for support immediately. I'm on my way. Fang Mo, anxious, quickly instructed Uncle Lin to mobilize allied forces and then rushed off in a new reconnaissance assault ship. 3 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of planet Petey, where the dense swarm of Zerg was fiercely battling the Qinlan fleet. The enemy forces were estimated to be at least 2 million strong. Fang Mo immediately led the guards into the ground battle. Lei Hong's troops were already in a desperate fight, suffering heavy casualties. Minal, Lei Hong, this is Fang Mo. I've arrived on planet PD. The main force will arrive in 4 hours. Hold on. Lord, you're finally here. Thank heavens. The troops' morale soared upon learning their commander had arrived. Fang Mo led the charge, with his guards following closely. In no time, they carved out a clear path. 8 Zerg charged at him but suddenly froze just 20 centimeters away, even those in midair. Fang Mo extended his right hand and shouted, "Dark energy storm." Instantly, the 8 Zerg were dismembered. This was a unique move he had perfected over several months. With his sword in hand, he continued his onslaught, cutting through the enemies like a hot knife through butter. 4 hours later, over 2,000 warships finally arrived. Seeing this, Minal was overjoyed and immediately ordered a swift attack, not letting a single Zerg escape. The trapped enemies panicked and tried to break through, but it was too late. They were annihilated within an hour. The situation on the ground battlefield also turned around. Without the Mother Zerg to lead them, the remaining Zerg scattered and were quickly defeated by the combined forces of Qinlin's army and their allies. 5 hours later, the battle was finally over. This was the most devastating battle since the insect infestation began. Our forces suffered over 50,000 deaths, more than 30,000 severe injuries, and over 70,000 minor injuries. Countless starships, mechs, and tanks were destroyed. Our allies also lost over 2,000 warships and 14,000 soldiers on the battlefield. Minar and Lei Hong were deeply ashamed and publicly apologized. Fang Mo was furious and gave them a harsh reprimand. The damage to the equipment is secondary. The loss of so many soldiers' lives is irreparable. You've had smooth sailing for the past few months and became complacent. Let this serve as a lesson. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, let alone these ferocious insects. From now on, both of you, along with the surviving subordinate commanders, will have your salaries docked for a year. You will also personally construct the memorials for the fallen soldiers. If you want to resume your duties, erect the monuments first. Yes, my lord. Fang Mo ordered the entire army to clear the battlefield. After returning to the main planet Qianlin, he instructed Nas to quickly replenish the lost starships, mechs, tanks, and other equipment. The chief engineer, who rushed over upon hearing the news, looked grim and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. 2 days later, the Qianlin fleet and the Qianlin interstellar army returned to the Qianlin home planet. After a week of rest and resupply, Fang Mo personally led a fleet of 500 warships to the last 4 unrecovered planets. My lord, we are approaching Huiling 1. Please advise. Any signs of the Zerg? No signs detected. Order the fleet to land and conduct a thorough investigation of the planet. Yes, my lord. As they descended to the surface, the sight before them was horrifying. The entire planet was scarred and lifeless, with no vegetation or living creatures in sight. The land was desolate, almost barren. Damn those Zerg. Worse than locusts. They not only decimate life, but also ruin planets. At this rate, it will be uninhabitable for centuries. Over the next few days, Fang Mo inspected the remaining 3 planets, only to find the same devastating conditions. He thought of the fallen soldiers, the innocent civilians, and his own father. Anger surged within him like a tidal wave. I swear by my life, I will exterminate every last one of those Zerg. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase main quest. The system is now calculating the results. Ding. Phase main quest calculation complete. Task details. 1. Successfully reclaimed all 38 planets in the Qianlin star system. 2. Eliminated all 6.7 million Zerg in the Qianlin star system. 3. Rescued 26 million native inhabitants of the Qianlin star system. Rewards. 1. System points. 5.17 million, 1.9 million for task 1, 670,000 for task 2, 2.6 million for task 3. 2. Advanced mechanic skill. 3. Plunderer's power skill. Hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Fang Mo realized that the phase main quest was complete. He quickly checked his attribute panel and found that his profession had upgraded to advanced mechanic. He had acquired the plunderer's power skill, and his system points had skyrocketed to 5.17 million. Additionally, he received 2 S4 class warship blueprints. His anger subsided, replaced by excitement and joy. Such rewards far surpassed any temporary missions. Upon carefully reading the new skill descriptions, he learned that Plunderer's power allowed the host to loot corresponding points from enemies' corpses after killing them. The exact measurement system would require future practice to understand. The 2 warship blueprints included an S4 class transport ship with a small hull but astonishingly high-grade star shields and warp engines, capable of jumping 1,500 light-years enough to traverse several star systems. Whether for cargo transport, retreat, or surprise attacks, it offered exceptional utility. The other blueprint was for a genuine S4 class battleship, massive in size, equipped with an 8th level warp engine and formidable firepower, essentially a mobile fortress. After admiring the blueprints, Fang Mo immediately ordered a return voyage. Back on the Qinlin home planet, he eagerly sought out Chief Engineer Naz to show off the new warship designs. Naz was astounded, even suggesting they build a statue in Fang Mo's honor and worship it daily. My lord, I think you are not human. Chief Engineer Naz, are you insulting me? No, you are a god. Please accept my bow. Fang Mo quickly helped him up. Don't be like that, you're overpraising me. I've decided. I'm going to build a statue of you and enshrine it. Ha ha ha. Faced with Naz's slightly exaggerated reaction, Fang Mo could only respond with a helpless smile. He decided to focus on developing the star system for now. The next day, he proactively contacted Commander Masno to report that the insect infestation in the Qinlin star system had been eradicated. He also attached a detailed combat report. What? You've wiped out the entire insect race already? Masno was overjoyed. Impressive. This exceeds my expectations. If it weren't for your trust and support, I couldn't have done it. The reward has been received, a total of 270 million star coins. Please verify if everything is in order. Well done. I will faithfully report your achievements. You've done a great job. Thank you in advance, Commander. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. All right, I still have battles to handle here, so I'll hang up now. Fang Mo noticed Masno's slightly worried expression, guessing that the Imperial Army was probably having a tough time on the mechanical race battlefield. However, for now, the priority was to focus on developing his own star system. As long as he established a solid foundation, the future would hold great promise. Fang Mo began planning the future development of the entire Qinlin star system. Following the recent Zerg invasion, the population loss across the system exceeded 30 billion. To rapidly rebuild the fallen planets, he devised a series of supportive policies. First, all companies and interstellar mercenaries on the rebuilding planets would be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Second, land rewards would be given to those who contributed to the reconstruction. Additionally, there would be a package of benefits, including birth subsidies, compulsory education, and housing allocation for workers. As soon as the news was announced, it caused a sensation in neighboring star systems. However, many people were skeptical, fearing these policies were just a facade and hesitated to take action. Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately instructed AI Jing to produce a promotional video highlighting the benefits of the Qinlin star system and to release it through official Imperial channels. Sure enough, with authoritative endorsement, alien immigrants started to arrive in a steady stream. Just as Fang Mo was busy with these tasks, his communication wristband beeped. It was a call from Commander Masno. Fang Mo, congratulations. Your military achievements have been recognized by the Ministry of Defense. In light of your exceptional performance, you are being awarded a hereditary marquis title, which can be inherited for up to 3 generations. Additionally, there will be rewards of assets and star coins, and a designated officer will come to present these honors. Really? The Ministry of Defense is so efficient? That's because everyone vouched for you and submitted recommendations. Then I must thank those people properly. When will the ministry send someone over? Why? Can't wait. You should know that in the past century, no 17-year-old has ever been promoted to marquis based on military merit. You are truly gifted and fortunate. Heh, it's all thanks to your support, Commander. By the way, how's the situation on your end? How else? It's a mess. For now, we can only retract our defenses and minimize losses. Please take extra care. I know. Let's leave it at that for now. Goodbye. With ample resources at hand, it was time to further expand his power. Fang Mo contacted Uncle N and summoned all the system's pastors to gather on the Qinlin main star within 3 days. As his reputation soared, those who had previously dismissed him now dared not take him lightly. After all, most had witnessed the terrifying combat power of the Qinlin fleet, and no one wanted to anger this new lord. In less than 3 days, all 91 current pastors had arrived. In the meeting room, some were as close as brothers, while others were in cahoots. Fang Mo arrived fashionably late, accompanied by 2 guards. Surveying the room, he took his seat at the head of the table and got straight to the point. Everyone, I am Fang Mo, the new lord. I believe this is our first meeting. Some of you may be confidants promoted by my father. Others may be capable ministers who started from scratch, and some might be lucky heirs. But regardless of your backgrounds, you are now all pastors under my command. I recall that when the Qinlin main star fell, my father sought your aid. Yet, why was there so little support? This act constitutes a grave offense of disobeying military orders. The room fell silent. Everyone knew they were at fault, but felt anxious and uneasy. Heh, I don't wish to dwell on past grudges. The urgent task now is to revitalize the star system. However, such insubordination cannot go unpunished. My lord, given the circumstances, how do you intend to punish us? one pastor asked nervously. Fang Mo's gaze swept over them before he spoke again. According to the law, this warrants dismissal and investigation. For severe cases, the penalty is death. For lighter cases, 5 years of service. You were right, weren't you? My lord, we admit our mistakes. Please show mercy. The crowd immediately began to wail. Stop wailing. In light of your help in eradicating the insect infestation, I'll be lenient this time. Here are my 4 conditions. First, you must unconditionally assist in the reconstruction of more than 40 planets. Second, each of you must relocate at least 100 million people for colonization. Third, each must donate 2 million star coins to help rebuild refugee homes. Fourth, any further violations will result in expulsion from the galaxy, never to be employed again. As soon as these words were spoken, the room buzzed with discussion. And Ming was the first to respond, voluntarily increasing his donation to 4 million. To the elders, these 4 conditions were not a big deal, just a matter of money and time. They were more concerned about Fang Mo's true intentions. Would he really let them off the hook permanently? One of the elders mustered the courage to ask, My lord, are you serious? Will you not trouble us in the future? My word is my bond. Whether you'll be troubled depends on your future behavior. Also, while I don't interfere in planetary governance, there are 2 points to clarify. First, you must not disobey my orders. Second, any change in leadership must receive my approval. Understood? Yes, my lord. Then that's settled. Meeting adjourned. As the crowd exited the conference room, AI Jing hurried in, her high heels clicking on the floor, and whispered something in Fang Mo's ear. His expression turned serious as he quickly walked toward the reception room. Inside, 2 men and 1 woman were waiting. The men were in military uniforms, both bearing the rank of Major General and appearing to be in their 40s. The woman was elegantly dressed and strikingly beautiful, just shy of 20. Generals, Your Highness, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Haha, the legendary Lord Fang Mo, truly young and accomplished. One of the major generals remarked with a smile. Lord Fang Mo, allow me to introduce. This is our princess. This is Marquis Morden. And I am Marquis Marcus. We are here on a significant matter. Fang Mo quickly bowed to the princess and greeted the 2 marquises. I am honored by your visit. May I ask the reason for your presence? Recently, the military has received several commendations praising your achievements in the insect extermination campaign. After verification, the princess was tasked with conferring honors and rewards on behalf of the emperor. I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's grace. Marcus opened a box he had brought with him, taking out 3 medals and a token. The princess personally pinned the medals on Fang Mo and read the imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Fang Mo, Lord of the Qianlin star system, has demonstrated outstanding military service, protecting our nation and people, safeguarding our territories, and ensuring the safety of our citizens. Commendable, commendable. You are hereby granted the title of Imperial Marquis, with the title to be inherited by 3 generations. So decreed. Your humble servant Fang Mo thanks His Majesty for his boundless grace. I vow to serve loyally. He accepted the token with both hands and performed the formal courtly bow. How does it feel to be Marquis Fang Mo? The princess asked playfully, winking. Your Highness, it feels wonderful. Laughter and joy filled the hall. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the annual task for the year 4026. This mission was successfully accomplished, with the fleet size unprecedentedly expanded and your title elevated accordingly. Faced with the princess's slightly exaggerated reaction, Fang Mo could only respond with a helpless smile. A notification sounded in Fang Mo's mind, indicating that he had completed his annual task. However, at the moment, Fang Mo couldn't afford to check it as he was still engaged in a conversation with the princess and her companions. Marquis Fang Mo, I am not only here to bestow honors, but also to hear about your extraordinary abilities. Could you share some of them with us? The princess inquired. Your Highness, you flatter me. A few starships are nothing worth mentioning, Fang Mo replied modestly. General Marcus stepped forward, his tone serious. Marquis Fang, may I ask you some questions on behalf of the military? Go ahead, Fang Mo responded. First, if a civil war breaks out in the Empire, how would you respond? Fang Mo thought to himself, can't you people hope for peace? Why ask such pointed questions? He reluctantly answered, under His Majesty's wise leadership, the Empire will surely enjoy peace and prosperity. Should there be any traitors, I will certainly eliminate them for the nation. And if a prince asks you to join his faction, what would you do? Marcus continued. Fang Mo silently grumbled, am I just a marquis? Do I really deserve such scrutiny? If you keep asking, I'll return my title to you. Seeing his hesitation, the 3 exchanged glances, seemingly waiting for his response. Your Highness, generals, what exactly do you want me to say? Fang Mo asked helplessly. Marcus took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Marquis Fang, Commander Masno is my father. You know he holds you in high regard. Both the princess and my father are staunch royalists, so we want to know your true thoughts. No wonder he resembles General Masno, Fang Mo realized. They are father and son. To be honest, I have no interest in court politics. As long as the common people live in peace and the country prospers, that is my greatest wish. Perhaps this sounds naive to you, Fang Mo said. The princess sighed. The empire is currently ravaged by external enemies, and the mechanical tribes are especially rampant. If my father doesn't wake up soon, the situation will become untenable. Indeed, my father always says you could be the backbone of the future interstellar era. So we hope you will stand with us and face these challenges, Marcus said earnestly. Sigh, the commander overestimates me. In my view, to turn the tide, His Majesty must personally take charge. But why hasn't he awakened yet? Fang Mo asked. 5 years ago, while researching dark energy, my father accidentally triggered a mental storm. All the attendants around him perished, and he has been in a coma ever since, the princess explained. Could it be that His Majesty is also a dark energy awakener? Fang Mo was shocked. My father had just awakened to dark energy. Although we have searched far and wide for experts, capable individuals are extremely rare, and their dark energy proficiency is shallow, offering no help, the princess said. After careful consideration, Fang Mo finally made up his mind. Your Highness, I am also a dark energy user. Marquis Fang, is this true? The three were astonished as they saw him gently wave his hand, making the fruits on the table fly into his palm. To turn the tide, we must first wake His Majesty. If possible, I am willing to go to the capital to treat him, Fang Mo declared. That's wonderful. This trip has indeed been fruitful. Let's set it for early next month, in early November. I will arrange for you to enter the palace. Please be prepared, the princess said. At your command, Your Highness, Fang Mo replied. After seeing off the distinguished guests, Fang Mo finally had the chance to check his annual task reward. A massive S-5 class aircraft carrier stood prominently in the lineup, its colossal structure and top-tier equipment making it a veritable floating fortress. The only downside was its staggering cost of 300 million star coins. Additionally, there was a reward of 500,000 points, which was quite substantial. Just as he was brimming with excitement, a new task popped up. Ding! Based on the host's current status, a phased main quest has been triggered. Quest details. Quell the internal rebellion within the Empire and defeat foreign enemies. Quest duration. Unlimited. Quest difficulty. Quest rewards. Calculated based on the number of enemies killed, population saved, and completion speed. Failure penalty. If the Empire is divided or annexed by enemy nations, it will be considered a failure. All points will be confiscated, and all attributes and skills will be revoked. Great. The system was throwing another curveball. If all his hard-earned assets were stripped away, he might as well be sent back to square one. To make matters worse, he, a mere lord of a small star system, was expected to tackle a 6-star difficulty mission. This was practically a death sentence. As he continued to grumble, another notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary mission. Mission details. Rescue your sister, Fang Qingqing, who is in peril. Mission duration, 3 days. Mission difficulty, mission rewards, sword of victory, sword of truth. Failure penalty, life curse. The cursed will lose 90 of their lifespan. Oh my god. Something has happened to my sister. Fang Mo's face turned pale as he quickly called her. The video call connected, and although Fang Qingqing was in her military uniform, she looked somewhat pale. Sis, are you okay? Xiao Mo, I'm fine, really, she said, trying to stay calm. Who are you kidding? You've had that expression whenever you lied since we were kids. What's really going on? Fang Qingqing sighed helplessly. I've been sent to reinforce the Tianlan Star region, but the situation is dire, and we're losing ground. 5 days ago, our legion was ordered to defend the Hongguang system, but it turned out to be a trap set by the enemy. We suffered heavy losses and are now besieged, with no way to advance or retreat. How many enemy troops are there? 3 legions, about 10,000 warships. We've already requested reinforcements from the military, but they asked us to hold out for 3 more days. Got it. Send me your coordinates. Xiao Mo, the Qianlin system is so far away. Even using the Stargate, it will take several days. Your small fleet won't be able to make a dent in the enemy's forces and will only get caught up in the fight. To rescue you, I need to know where you are, right? How else can I seek help? True. The coordinates are Hongguang System 876.6322.5.421. But don't act rashly, okay? Got it. Got it. I'll find someone to help. Take care of yourself, sis. Don't worry, I will. Talk to you later. Fang Mo discreetly noted the coordinates but decided not to approach General Masno for help. He didn't want to trouble others or owe any favors. Instead, he quickly gathered his trusted aides Mynheer, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, and Nasto discuss a rescue plan. Time passed, and on July 12th, something joyous happened. The complete reconstruction of Qinlin's main star was finally finished. Everyone, the situation is as I just described. I am preparing to rescue my sister. Additionally, we lack sufficient understanding of the mechanical empire. So please, feel free to share any valuable insights, Fang Mo said straightforwardly. The crowd fell into contemplation. After a moment, AI Jing was the first to speak. My lord, I have some knowledge about the mechanical race. This race is vastly different from other life forms. They are mechanical beings with independent consciousness. As for their origin, there are many theories. But one thing is certain, this race is extremely fanatical. Anyone who does not submit to their creed is exterminated. Furthermore, the Mechanical Empire's fleet is diverse and their technology slightly surpasses that of the Sacred Dragon Empire. Do they have any weaknesses? Fang Mo asked. They do. Due to their enormous energy consumption, their desire for conquest is extraordinary, Minar analyzed further. Given the current combat strength of the Qinlin fleet, rescuing the young lady should not be a problem. The strength of the three Mechanical Empire Corps is not as formidable as the million-strong Zerg. My lord, if it's just a rescue mission, it can be accomplished quite easily, Nas chimed in. Oh, Chief Engineer Nas, what are your thoughts? Fang Mo asked, intrigued. Nas winked at Fang Mo and said mysteriously, My lord, we have an ace up our sleeve. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if Nas and Minar had a secret plan. Fang Mo continued, the Mechanical Empire not only attacked the Sacred Dragon Empire, but also framed my sister. I won't let this go easily. If I can position our fleet behind the enemy lines, do any of you have strategies to severely damage those three corps? The crowd was initially confused but soon became eager to contribute. My lord, if you can indeed perform such a feat, I believe not only can we strike the enemy hard, but we can also annihilate them entirely, Deputy Commander Wang Tianlei said confidently. Deputy Commander Wang, please elaborate, Fang Mo requested. Wang Tianlei then detailed his meticulous plan. Minar nodded frequently in agreement. Very well, we will proceed with your plan. If we achieve a great victory in this battle, Deputy Commander Wang shall be credited with the highest honor. Fang Mo decided. Haha, my lord, it's my duty. It's thanks to Commander Minar's guidance over the years that I've learned so much. Wang Tianlei responded humbly. Don't be modest. It's your own talent. I have no claim to your achievements, Minar replied. Fang Mo did not dwell on their exchange of compliments and got straight to the point. Assemble all fleets immediately and prepare for battle. Chief Lei Hong, we only need to deploy a 10,000-man regiment for this mission. Chief Engineer Nas, here are the design plans for the starships. Build 5 of them. Yes, my lord. Everyone responded in unison. Chief Engineer Nas took the plans and was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Fang Mo and the others headed to their respective ships. Upon analyzing the plans, Nas discovered that the S5 class starships were fundamentally different from the S1 to S4 classes, often possessing some extraordinary capabilities. Make sure all fleet units follow the white flagship, Fang Mo instructed. In front of the fleet, 2 white ships, only the size of S2 class warships, slowly approached. Their bows prominently displayed the emblem of a fire phoenix. Just as everyone was left in shock, one of the warships suddenly fired a white ring from its bow, enveloping the entire Qinlin Legion. In an instant, space trembled violently, and 3,022 starships simultaneously jumped and reappeared in the Hongguang star system, not far behind the rear of the Mech Empire's Legion. Warning! Warning! Unknown fleet detected behind our forces, consisting of 3,022 warships, including an estimated 20 S4 class ships. On the command ship of the besieged Imperial Legion 056, alarms blared incessantly. What on earth is going on? Quickly, use the deep space telescope to identify their origin. Commander Nachier barked. Report. The mysterious fleet is advancing rapidly towards us, and their emblem is a fire phoenix. A fire phoenix? I've never heard of any legion using that symbol. Strange, we, as a regular legion, are equipped with only one S4 class warship, yet they have 20? Continue reconnaissance. At this moment, 3 legions of the Mech Empire had already diverted a third of their forces to intercept the Qinlin Legion. Among them were 2 newly developed S4 class cruisers. As the distance between the 2 sides shortened, battle was imminent. Starships activated their shields, and crossfire ensued, with smoke and flames filling the void. Commander, the unidentified fleet has engaged the Mech Empire's Legion's Hedon. Put the telescope feed on the main screen, now. Nachier ordered impatiently. He pondered. Our distress signal was sent out just over 2 hours ago. Reinforcements couldn't have arrived this quickly. It seems this mysterious fleet has another agenda, targeting the Mech Empire specifically. From the telescope feed, it was clear that the mysterious fleet was not only strong but also unafraid of the 3 mech legions, holding their own without showing any signs of weakness. At that moment, The two S-4 class cruisers deployed by the Mech Empire suddenly lost their shields and were instantly targeted by the mysterious fleet's S-4 class warships. The ships were blasted into pieces. Seeing this, the Mech legions dispatched 4 more S-4 class warships for reinforcement. Now, a total of 6 S-4 class main forces were deployed from their 3 legions. Witnessing their S-4 class cruisers being destroyed, the commanders of the Mech legions were furious, cursing loudly. "Commander, the enemy's S-4 class cruisers have been destroyed," an excited observer shouted. "I'm not blind. Do you think I need you to tell me? Well done." They always flaunt their power, but now they've met their match. Prepare for a counterattack. However, the 4 additional S-4 class cruisers from the Mech Empire had barely arrived at the battlefield when their shields were breached, and they were again subjected to concentrated fire. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining 2 quickly turned to flee, attempting to escape the firing range. Just as they were about to succeed, 2 strangely shaped warships appeared overhead. From their bridges, a blinding laser shot down, piercing through the command room's armor. The commanders inside were killed instantly. "Oh my god, these warships can turn invisible," Nachier exclaimed in terror. He shuddered at the thought that if such an invisible warship were to ambush him, he would likely meet the same fate. Seeing all their S-4 class cruisers destroyed, the 3 legions of the Mech Empire decided to break out from the lower left. "Commander, the enemy is fleeing." Of course they are. Without their S-4 class warships, their defeat is certain. It would be surprising if they didn't run. "Huh, seems like something's blocking us," Natcher exclaimed, noticing a massive energy shield enveloping the mechanical army. Whose forces could these be? "I don't recall anything like this." Natcher was puzzled. "Sir, this emblem looks very similar to the Chinlin fleet we've seen in previous briefings," a subordinate remarked. "What? Let me take a closer look." Natcher quickly pulled up the Empire's promotional videos and compared the emblem. It really is the Chinlin fleet. But how could this be possible? How could such a small star system muster a fleet so powerful that it can crush the mechanical empire we've been struggling against? I must be dreaming. To confirm his reality, he pinched the communicator, who yelped in pain. "Commander, why did you do that?" "Oh, so it's not a dream," Natcher said with an awkward smile. The communicator silently cursed him, thinking, "Couldn't you pinch yourself instead? Why pinch me?" Nevertheless, adhering to military discipline, the communicator kept his thoughts to himself. "This is fantastic. We are saved. Order all units to coordinate with the Chinlin fleet and crush the mechanical empire." 3 hours later, the once arrogant fleet of 10,000 mechanical warships was reduced to scrap metal. 3 entire divisions were completely annihilated, without a single survivor. After the crushing defeat of the mechanical empire, Fang Mo revealed his identity and boarded the flagship of the Empire's 056th Legion with 20 elite Phoenix Guards. Commander Natcher had been waiting in the hangar for some time. Upon seeing Fang Mo and his entourage, he quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking his hands. "It's an honor to have you here, Marquis Fang. I am Natcher, commander of the 056th Legion. Thank you for your assistance." "You're too kind, Commander. It's my duty," Fang Mo replied, knowing that Natcher was his sister's superior and wanting to make a good impression for future support. "Haha, please follow me to the reception room for a chat," Natcher said warmly. "Lead the way," Fang Mo responded. As they walked, Natcher couldn't help but notice the 20 Phoenix Guards who remained in perfect formation, their gold and red armor dazzling and unforgettable. "Marquis Fang, on behalf of the 056th Legion, I thank you once again. This check for 5 million star coins is a token of our appreciation. Additionally, you can have all the wreckage of the Mechanical Empire's warships. The transport fleet is already on its way." Fang Mo hadn't expected Natcher to be so generous, truly befitting a Legion commander. "Haha, I gladly accept. By the way, I heard Fang Qingqing also serves in your Legion?" "Fang Qingqing? Oh yes, I remember now. She's the captain of the 26th Fleet. Would you like to see her?" Natcher asked. "To be honest, she's my elder sister. I was able to arrive in time because she sought my help," Fang Mo explained. Natcher was taken aback. The capable woman under his command was actually the Marquis's sister. Fang Qingqing had been under his command for 2 years, always leaving a strong impression, though her fiery temper was her only flaw. "My apologies. I'll have her brought here immediately. Secretary, fetch Captain Fang at once." "Understood." While waiting, Fang Mo and Natcher chatted about the recent battle. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Fang Mo's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission and successfully rescuing your sister, Fang Qingqing. You have earned points, the Sword of Victory, and the Sword of Truth. Additional reward, the favor of the Natcher family." Fang Mo felt a wave of relief. Soon, Fang Qingqing, led by the secretary, entered the reception room. Fang Mo immediately went to her, looking her over. "Sis, I'm here." Fang Qingqing had recognized the incoming reinforcements as their family's Qianlin fleet during the battle. Seeing Fang Mo in person now, she patted his shoulder. You not only saved me but the entire 056th Legion. Natcher joined them, smiling. Qingqing, with such an impressive brother, am envious. Haha, I'll leave you two to catch up, he said, tactfully excusing himself. Sis, you and your guards have changed so much in these few months. Tell me, what else are you hiding from me? Fang Qingqing asked. Nothing, I always tell you everything, Fang Mo replied, thick-skinned. Don't give me that. I heard you wiped out the Zerg in the Qianlin system and were promoted to Marquis? Yes, that's true, Fang Mo confirmed. Not bad, kiddo. You've really made something of yourself. Now I can rest easy. But as a Marquis, the Empire is bound to grant you a few star systems, right? Our Fang family is finally joining the ranks of the elite. By the way, our Legion is currently stationed in the Hongguang star system. However, we've suffered heavy losses and our strength is greatly diminished. I hope the Qianlin fleet can stay a bit longer until the Empire's supply fleet arrives. No problem, sis. I have a gift for you too. Fang Mo pulled out a vial of blue liquid from his coat and handed it to Fang Qingqing. This is an S2 grade super soldier gene serum. It can enhance physical strength and unlock potential. Grandma, Uncle and I have all taken it. You should try it when you get the chance. Really? Well, I won't stand on ceremony then. Shortly after, Fang Qingqing took her leave and returned to her worship. Fang Mo then informed Na Qier that the Qianlin fleet would remain stationed here until the Empire's reinforcements arrived. Na Qier, who had been worried, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that Marquis Fang was likely doing this out of consideration for his sister. Having accepted this favor, he resolved to support Fang Qingqing well in the future. Back on the flagship, Fang Mo immediately entered the system storage to check the attributes of the Sword of Victory. The Sword of Victory, also known as the Sword of Truth, can cut through anything in the world, unstoppable. Its wielder is immune to its damage. Anything cut by it cannot be restored. Anyone killed by it has their soul scattered. Isn't this the legendary soul-devouring divine weapon? Fang Mo's heart leaped with joy. He quickly took out the ancient-looking long sword and tried a few moves. It felt light and perfectly balanced, as if made for him. He then drew his dark energy power sword and struck it with the Sword of Victory. With a crisp clang, the dark energy sword broke smoothly, the cut neat and unrepairable. What a sword, truly a divine weapon. From now on, no one in the world will dare face me heathen. Anyone who tries, I will cut them down, scattering their soul, never to be reborn. A few more days passed with the Qianlin fleet standing guard alongside the 056 Legion. During this time, his sister also took the S2 grade super soldier gene serum, greatly enhancing her strength. On the fourth day, Na Qier, as usual, was admiring the Qianlin fleet starships, especially those S3 and S4 grade main battleships. He thought to himself, if only he had such powerful weapons under his command, he wouldn't fear the mechanical empire. He could teach them a lesson in no time, but he felt too embarrassed to ask Marquis Fang directly. He figured he would have to subtly approach Fang Qingqing later. As he was lost in thought, a communications officer burst in, panic-stricken. Reporting, Commander. There's news from the Hongguang Star Systems Lord. 5 mechanical corps are attacking. What? 5 corps? Are you sure? Na Qier was stunned. Absolutely sure. The officer stammered. Na Qier, who had been feeling smug just moments ago, now felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The Mechanical Empire had deployed a total of 20 corps in this assault on the Tianlan Star region. With the help of the Qianlin fleet, they had already eliminated 3. Now, 5 more were coming, along with previous losses, making up nearly a third of the Mechanical Army's forces. This was clearly a vendetta. The current state of Legion 056 is dire. Their combat strength is lacking, with only about 1,400 ships remaining, many of which are damaged. Even with the support of the Qianlin fleet, they might not be able to withstand the assault of 5 legions. Na Qier calculated that, given the current strength of the Imperial Army, it would take at least 10 legions to counter 5 mechanical legions. However, they had no other choice but to play it by ear. He quickly decided to report to Marquis Fang and see if he had any brilliant ideas. Marquis Fang, we have a report from the Hongguang Star System. The Mechanical Empire has dispatched another 5 legions to attack us. It seems they are bent on revenge. Yes, I am aware, Marquis Fang replied. Marquis Fang, do you have any strategies in mind? Na Qier asked, anxiety evident in his voice. He feared that the Qianlin fleet might abandon them since Marquis Fang had no obligation to stand with them in this fight. If the Qianlin fleet chose to retreat, he couldn't blame them. However, Fang Mo nonchalantly said, isn't this just perfect? They are practically offering themselves up as cannon fodder. Minar has analyzed the situation. Although the mechanical legions have a variety of ships, their combat strength is weak. Compared to our ships of the same class, their overall performance is at least 30 inferior. More importantly, their S4 class main force is countered by our strategies, posing no real threat. I see. So, the 5 legions, totaling about 15,000 ships, are indeed no match for the Qinlan fleet. Notchier thought, momentarily speechless. They were truly underestimating the 5 legions. Marquis Fang, our forces are currently in a semi-crippled state. We will do our best to coordinate with your fleet in the upcoming battle. Hopefully, as you said, we can defeat the enemy. Fang Mo immediately assigned Minar to execute the following battle plan. After their last encounter with the Mechanical Empire, the Qinlan Legion was now well prepared. Minar, along with the deputy commanders and captains, devised a strategy for a decisive strike. Fang Mo silently vowed that this time, the 5 mechanical legions would meet their end. Fanao is a disgrace. He ambushed an imperial legion, only to be completely annihilated. He's brought shame to our great mechanical empire, General Bilal said angrily. He was the overall commander of the 5 mechanical legions, and Fanao was the leader of the 3 legions previously defeated. Commander, according to Fanao's final report before his demise, they were ambushed by an unidentified mysterious legion and then lost all contact, a nervous adjutant reported. A failure is a failure. With 10,000 warships and 6 S4 class main ships, even if they couldn't win, they should have at least managed to escape with some intact legions. Now, not only are they completely wiped out, but they didn't even send back any useful intelligence. Bilal fumed, wishing he could grind Fanao's bones to dust. Commander, we've spotted the Imperial Legion ahead. They will be within firing range in 5 minutes. Excellent. This time, I will capture them all and torture them to death. Let them witness the might of the mechanical empire. Order all units to prepare for battle. Once they are within range, open fire immediately. Show no mercy and ensure no one escapes. Yes, sir. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the battlefield erupted with the roar of cannons. However, the mechanical fleet's warships couldn't penetrate the Qinlan fleet shields, and the battle's outcome quickly became apparent. Commander, the enemy has over 200 large-caliber ship cannons. We can't hold them off. How is that possible? How could a mere Imperial fleet possess such firepower? Bilal could hardly believe his ears. Order 10 S4 class cruisers to take out those main cannons. Before he finished speaking, 10 elite mechanical warships charged forward, heading straight for the Qinlan fleet's artillery positions. Seeing this, Minar smirked. Since they dare to come, we must welcome them properly. As the S4 class cruisers took aim at the Qinlan artillery, several uniquely designed warships suddenly appeared above them. A flash of white light swept through, instantly nullifying the mechanical fleet's shields. Before they could react, a torrent of concentrated fire rained down, overwhelming them. The 10 cruisers were obliterated within 5 minutes. Report, Commander. All our S4 class warships have been destroyed. The enemy has stealth ships that can disable our shields. What? We've only been engaged for 10 minutes, and our S4 class main ships are already lost? Where did the Empire get such advanced technology? Bilal was furious, but could not ignore the harsh reality. If this continued, the 5 legions would be utterly destroyed. Clenching his teeth, he made a quick decision and sent a status report to headquarters, ordering the 122nd and 38th legions to cover their retreat. The rest of the units, retreat at full speed. Yes, sir. 3 legions fled in disarray, while the remaining 2 fought valiantly to hold their ground. Commander, our radar shows 1,200 enemy ships suddenly appearing behind us. Suddenly appearing? That's impossible. Our detection range covers 20,000 kilometers. Could they all be stealth ships? Reporting, sir. Based on our analysis, those 1,200 ships are not stealth. Just moments ago, there was a massive energy fluctuation in the space behind us. Are you certain? Absolutely, sir. Commander, what should we do now? The adjutant's forehead was beaded with sweat. Just 1,200 ships? Against our 8,000 mechanical troops, they are nothing. Victory is assured. Order all units to charge straight ahead and break through. Bilal commanded confidently. But before he could relish his confidence, the 1,200 enemy ships suddenly formed a semicircular formation and deployed a massive shield net, trapping the mechanical army inside. Damn! Bilal's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Relay the order to all units to change course and charge towards the gap." The mechanical ships surged towards the opening like a tide. But in the blink of an eye, the previously elusive stealth ships returned, blocking all escape routes. Then, 10 S4 class battlecruisers appeared in a flash, completely sealing off the enemy's retreat. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monsters are we fighting? Fire Phoenix Legion, I will remember you. Bilal fumed, his face red with rage. Order all ships to break out at all costs, even if only one survives. However, fate was not on their side. The trapped mechanical army, like caged beasts, could not break through the Qinlan fleet's encirclement. Some ships took desperate measures, crashing into the shield matrix, only to be obliterated. Commander, we are trapped with no way out. Send the final report to headquarters. Inform them that the Empire has mysterious allies whose technology surpasses ours. Request the Emperor and Marshal to redeploy accordingly. Understood. With the cessation of gunfire, Fang Mo knew the outcome was decided. 5 mechanical legions would meet their end here. Ha ha ha, Marquis Fang. Just as you predicted, we have achieved another great victory. I will report our success truthfully, and the spoils of war will be yours as always. Once the inventory is complete, I will convert it into star currency for you. Notcher said, elated. Thank you for your generosity, Commander. 2 days later, the Empire's reinforcements arrived at the battlefield. Fang Mo bade a heartfelt farewell to his sister, urging her to stay safe and to contact him if needed. The Qinlan fleet then set sail for home, triumphant. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Liner, are you certain that Fang Mo is a dark energy wielder? Empress Oriana asked worriedly. Mother, I speak the truth. This has also been reported in detail by 2 military officials. What do you think of his character? Could he have ulterior motives? Mother, I understand your concern for father's safety. But from what I've seen, Marquis Fang is a man of integrity. At the very least, General Masno trusts him greatly. Given the current turmoil, suggesting he is an assassin for one of the princes seems far-fetched. I hope so. Rest assured, Mother. Marquis Fang is only 17 and has just inherited the Qinlan star system. Even if the princes wanted to recruit him, he's unlikely to be their first choice. The young princess declared confidently. Qinlan Prime Star. Minister Lei Hong, you're too kind. These warship designs are all the work of our lord. I'm merely a supervisor, Naz humbly said. Haha, exactly. Our lord is truly our blessing and savior. Lei Hong loudly agreed. Everyone knowingly nodded. Their lord had already performed countless miracles. There was no doubt about that. By the way, Director AI Jing, have you gathered the medicinal ingredients I asked for? Fang Mo inquired. He had just spent 50,000 points in the system mall to redeem a formula for the S3 grade super soldier serum. My lord, Li Tianyu sent a message yesterday saying that the supplies are abundant and will arrive within 2 days. Very good. How is our agricultural and sideline product trade with him progressing recently? My lord, due to the rapid population growth on the main star Qinlan and its subsidiary planets, domestic demand far exceeds supply. Therefore, I have temporarily halted foreign trade. No problem. Make arrangements so that all my subjects enjoy a 50% discount on agricultural and sideline products. Also, implement a strict purchase limit policy to prevent hoarding by unscrupulous merchants. As you command. Just then, Fang Mo's communication bracelet rang. It was a call from Major General Marcus. Marquis Fang, good afternoon. The princess has arranged everything for your visit to the capital. The Empress will receive you at the Imperial Palace in 5 days. Please contact me directly at that time. Understood. Thank you for your efforts, General. I will depart for the capital immediately. 4 days later, Fang Mo arrived at the capital star of the Sacred Dragon Empire. Ding! The system's notification sounded again, revealing a new temporary task: revive the comatose Emperor Rogers. This meeting was now a mission he had to accomplish. After disembarking from the spaceship, he immediately contacted Major General Marcus to report his arrival. Within 20 minutes, a young female officer greeted him at the starport. Welcome, Marquis Fang. I am Lu Chier, Major General Marcus's adjutant. Please follow me to the Imperial City. The Major General is awaiting your arrival there. The journey was bustling with traffic and crowds. The grandeur of the Imperial City was comparable to an entire nation, majestic and solemn. Starship formations frequently flew overhead, likely the patrol units of the Imperial Guard. Numerous S3 and S4 class warships were docked at the starport, a sight to behold. The landing craft touched down in a tranquil courtyard where ancient architecture seamlessly blended with modern technology, offering a unique charm. Marquis Fang, a pleasure to meet you. Sorry to keep you waiting. A hearty voice rang out. It was Major General Marcus. This is where you will be staying. My father has repeatedly instructed me to ensure you are well taken care of. If I fail, I'll surely get an earful. Please follow me. The young princess has been waiting in the inner hall for quite some time. Fang Mo instructed his guards to secure the area and then followed Marcus into the inner courtyard. The young princess sat elegantly in the hall, sipping tea. Her every move exuded grace, a result of her courtly upbringing. Marquis Fang, Major General Marcus, please have a seat. Thank you both for traveling such a long way. I have already arranged everything with the Empress. Tomorrow morning, she will summon you to the palace to treat the Emperor. We hope you will do your utmost. I would never dare to neglect the Empress's request, Fang Mo replied. Excellent. We shall take our leave now. This evening, the Empress is hosting a banquet for the nobility, and we hope you both can attend. After the princess departed, Marcus ordered the servants to bring out a feast to reward their esteemed guest. Just as Fang Mo was about to dig in, Blank hurried over to report, "My lord, I have inspected the courtyard. There are 16 visible guards and over 20 hidden sentries. The security is tight." "I understand. This is the Imperial City, after all. The necessary precautions are unavoidable. The Phoenix Guards should carry on as usual. There's no need for alarm." As night fell, Marcus led Fang Mo to the banquet hall. "Major General Marcus, the security in the Imperial City seems unusually tight. Has something happened? You noticed too?" To be honest, last month, the Crown Prince was attacked when he left the palace. Although he survived, he was severely injured. What's worse, the assailant is still at large. Because of this, the security level in the Imperial City has been elevated to the highest degree. Hearing this, Fang Mo pondered. It's likely that other princes are behind this, attempting to seize the throne. Of course, spies from other empires can't be ruled out either. Having traveled through time, Fang Mo was no stranger to these palace intrigues. The banquet hall was resplendent with jewels and filled with an abundance of fine food and wine. Guests mingled in small groups, exchanging pleasantries with drinks in hand. The waitstaff moved about busily. Marcus led Fang Mo to an imposing elder. "Marshal Nak, this is Marquis Fang Mo, whom I mentioned to you. Marquis Fang, this is the Empire's Marshal, Duke Nak, the commander of the Storm Star region and a close friend of my father. I've long admired you, Marshal. It's an honor to meet you in person. Young Fang Mo, pleased to meet you. So, you are Fang Mo. I've read the reports of your success in quelling the insect infestation. The entire army speaks highly of you. Even my son, Nakier, has sung your praises, saying you saved him and his troops. That was just my duty, Marshal. Your praise is too generous. You've done well. The fact that Nakier came back alive means I owe you a debt of gratitude. Who knows, maybe our families will be joined by marriage in the future. Haha, you're too kind, Marshal. Is Commander Nakier your son?" Marcus asked, visibly surprised. "Indeed. That boy was tasked with defending the Hungwang star system. He was ambushed by the Mechanical Empire right after taking the post. If it weren't for Marquis Fang leading his troops to the rescue, his men might have been wiped out." "I see. My father truly didn't misjudge you." As they spoke, a handsome man in white attire approached gracefully. "Marshal Naik, what brings such a smile to your face? It's quite rare." "Oh, Your Highness, the Third Prince. I'm just pleased to hear that our forces have defeated the mechanical army. Your Highness, this is the newly appointed Marquis Fang." Marcus quickly introduced them. Fang Mo looked up to see the Third Prince, standing tall and exuding an air of nobility. "Greetings, Your Highness," Fang Mo bowed. "I've heard much about your achievements in eradicating the insect threat. Your contributions are invaluable to the nation, and your future is bright. For the country and the people, I am willing to do anything." "Your praise flatters me, Your Highness. To have such dedication at a young age is truly admirable. I appreciate new talents like you." The Third Prince's intentions were clear. Fang Mo smirked inwardly at the obvious attempt to win him over. "Third brother, Marquis Fang is my esteemed guest. Your enthusiasm seems a bit much, don't you think?" A delicate voice chimed in. It was the little princess. "Haha, we are all family here. There's no need to draw such lines." The Third Prince laughed heartily. "The Empress is here." A commanding voice echoed through the hall. Guests quickly bowed in respect. "Rise, everyone. Today's banquet is to reward our soldiers and entertain the royals. Make yourselves at home," the Empress declared as she walked in, supported by the little princess. She approached Fang Mo. "Little princess, is this the Marquis Fang Mo you've often mentioned?" "Yes, mother. This is Marquis Fang. Such talent at a young age. When your father was granted his title, I was there. 20 years have passed, and now you have inherited his mantle and made great achievements. A mere star system is unworthy of your status. Marshal Naik, see to it that Marquis Fang is granted new lands." "At your command, Your Majesty." "Marquis Fang, come to the palace tomorrow morning. We shall reminisce further." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fang Mo understood the Empress's meaningful look. It seemed that the Emperor's treatment must be handled discreetly to avoid any complications. On November 5, 4026, at 10 a.m., inside the Imperial Palace of the Holy Dragon Empire's capital, Fang Mo was anxiously waiting in a side hall for an audience with the Empress. The uncertainty of successfully reviving the Emperor weighed heavily on his mind. All he could do now was to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Soon, the young princess accompanied the Empress as they approached him. "Marquis Fang, let's get straight to the point. Are you ready?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I am fully prepared and will give it my all," Fang Mo replied. "Good. Follow me." Fang Mo followed the Empress and the princess through numerous corridors until they arrived at an opulent bedchamber. There, an elderly man lay motionless on the bed, attended by a maidservant. "Marquis Fang, this is our emperor." You must be extremely careful and give your utmost effort, the Empress instructed. I will heed your Majesty's words and dedicate myself completely, Fang Mo responded. He stepped forward and first used his mental power to sense the Emperor's physical condition. Despite the continuous supply of nutrient fluids, the Emperor's body remained frail and weak. If this continued, it was likely that he would perish within a year. Next, Fang Mo probed the Emperor's consciousness. The already faint spiritual presence was on the verge of extinction, resembling brain death in medical terms. However, deep within the Emperor's consciousness, Fang Mo detected a trace of dark energy. It seemed the Emperor himself was an awakened one. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Fang Mo immediately placed his hand on the Emperor's forehead. Streams of dark energy flowed from his palm, guiding the scattered power within the Emperor's body to coalesce, repairing the damaged consciousness and replenishing the lost spirit. The Empress and the Princess initially wanted to intervene but restrained themselves, fearing any disturbance might disrupt the treatment. Their emotions were a mix of worry and hope, anxiety interwoven with a glimmer of expectation. As Fang Mo continued to channel his energy, the dark energy within the Emperor gradually revived and began to circulate. The Emperor's consciousness also started to clear, and he slowly awakened. 20 minutes later, the long unconscious Emperor let out a faint cough and slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty, you are awake. Summon the royal physicians, quickly, the Empress cried, tears of joy streaming down her face. The Emperor looked around, seeing the Empress with tear-filled eyes, the Princess beaming with joy, and a young man he didn't recognize standing respectfully by the bed. Cough, cough. What is happening? Where am I? The Emperor asked. Father, you have been in a coma for 5 years. Thanks to Marquis Fong, you have finally awakened, the Princess explained. The Emperor turned his gaze to the unfamiliar young man, seeming to understand. I see. I remember now. Soon, several royal physicians hurried in to check the Emperor's pulse and formulate a recovery plan. Seeing this, Fang Mo finally felt relieved. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task of successfully awakening the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire. You have received an additional reward, the favor of the Emperor, Empress, and Princess. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Mo was secretly pleased. It seemed this trip to the palace had not been in vain. The young princess grabbed his hand excitedly, exclaiming, I can't believe you actually woke my father. Thank you so much. You are not only a hero to the Holy Dragon Empire, but also a savior to the royal family. Your Highness praises me too much. It is my duty to serve the country and its people. It is my honor to save the Emperor, Fang Mo replied humbly. You're too modest. Once my father recovers, he will surely reward you greatly. Let me escort you back to your residence and, on behalf of the royal family and the entire nation, thank you once again for your immense kindness, the princess said, bowing deeply to Fang Mo. The other person quickly helped her up, feeling a mix of emotions. On the way back to the palace, Marcus was pacing back and forth in his residence, deeply worried. He understood the peril of serving a ruler. If the emperor recovered, it would be a cause for celebration. But if the treatment failed, the empress might very well take her anger out on Marquis Fong. Major General Marcus, are you praying? Fang Mo asked with a smile. Seeing Fang Mo's cheerful demeanor, Marcus had already guessed most of the outcome. Marquis Fong, did it succeed? Yes, it did. Fang Mo replied confidently. That's wonderful. Ha ha ha. You truly are a blessing to our great Saint Dragon. Excuse me, I must report this to my father immediately. Apologies for leaving so abruptly. Please, Major General, no need for formalities. In the afternoon, a group of Imperial guards suddenly arrived at Fang Mo's residence. It turned out that the Empress had ordered enhanced security for the Marquis. These guards, from their equipment to their demeanor, were far superior to the previous ones, clearly a directive from the Emperor. Fang Mo, however, remained unfazed and continued to rest and recuperate. By dusk, in the inner palace, the Empress was personally feeding the Emperor. The old Emperor looked up, visibly moved. Why are you crying? I'm fine, aren't I? I am crying tears of joy, the Empress replied. For the past 5 years, you have been plagued by illness, and I have been exhausted in both body and mind. Now, with the country's difficult situation, I feel I cannot bear the responsibility for the state and have let down our ancestors. The Emperor gently held the Empress's hand and comforted her softly. You've suffered these past years. Our bond is deep. How could I not understand your hardships? At that moment, the little princess tiptoed in. Seeing her parents looking at each other tenderly, she couldn't help but cough. Ahem, father, mother. Am I interrupting? The Empress quickly wiped away her tears and scolded with a smile. You little rascal, sneaking in without a sound. Linner, let father have a good look at you. Oh, you've grown into such a fine young lady, huh? The little princess came to the bedside, chatting and laughing with her father. For a moment, It felt like the carefree days from 5 years ago. I heard that the one who saved me this time was someone Linner personally invited. Indeed, it was Marquis Fang Mo, the son of Fang Baitian. So, it was the son of Fang Baitian. Very good. It seems I owe their family a great debt. Summon him and his father tomorrow. I want to thank them in person. Father, if I may speak frankly, Fang Baitian already sacrificed his life for the country during the Zerg invasion. Now only Fang Mo remains. The little princess then reported the dire situation in the Qinlan star system to the emperor in detail. What a young hero. Very well. Summon only Marquis Fang tomorrow. As you command, father. Meanwhile, the third prince sat in his study, staring into space. Have you found out everything about Fang Mo? Yes, your highness. I have compiled all his information in this dossier. A disembodied voice echoed in the room. The third prince carefully perused the file, deep in thought. It seems he is a rising star. Though his fleet is small, he has great potential. We will wait until he gains more power before recruiting him. As for the plan to assassinate the first and second princes, any progress? Your highness, everything is in place. My top disciple, who excels in shadow arts and has dark energy protection, will handle the first prince. For the second prince, a trap has been set to lure him into the interstellar passageway. When the ambush is set off, even if he escapes by luck, there will be no evidence to prove anything. Excellent. Once these two major threats are eliminated, the throne will be within reach. As for the fourth and fifth brothers? They're just useless fools. The next morning, Fang Mo returned to the palace under the escort of the imperial guards to pay his respects to the emperor. It was the same majestic chamber, with only the emperor and Fang Mo present. Your servant Fang Mo greets your majesty. Rise, my loyal subject. I have heard of your deeds. For saving us, what reward do you desire? Fang Mo, assessing the situation, knew that the emperor's recovery was crucial for the sacred dragon empire. If the emperor were to fall, the resulting chaos would inevitably lead to the downfall of the nation. His mission would then undoubtedly end in failure. The urgent task at hand was to consolidate imperial power, quell internal strife, and defend against external threats. However, managing this mess was no easy feat, and it was frustrating for a noble like him to be burdened with such trivial matters. Your Majesty, saving you was my duty and honor. If your Majesty insists on rewarding me, I humbly request that my late father be posthumously honored as a marquis and my grandmother be granted the title of a noble lady. I did not expect such filial piety from you. Very well, I grant your request. Your Majesty's generosity is boundless, and I am deeply grateful. However, I have something to report that concerns your Majesty's health. Speak freely, my loyal subject. What insight do you have? Your Majesty, during my diagnosis, I discovered that your body is severely weakened. Although you have awakened, I fear you may not last beyond 5 years. Aren't you afraid that I might become enraged and imprison you? Even though you saved my life, I might not show mercy. I speak bluntly, but I have a solution. I can extend your life and strengthen your body. Hearing this, the emperor was overjoyed and stared intently at Fang Mo. Are you serious? Absolutely. This method has been tried and tested by me many times. However, I have one request. If this is true, not just one request, but even 3, I would gladly grant them. Your Majesty, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. The emperor gazed at Fang Mo, sensing his sincerity. I agree. Fang Mo took out a blue vial from his pocket and respectfully presented it. Your Majesty, this is a super soldier gene serum. After taking it, it will enhance your physique, unlock your potential, and extend your life. If I am not mistaken, your Majesty's life will be prolonged by 30 years after taking this. The emperor's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the vial, trying to discern its secrets. For hundreds of years, the sacred dragon empire has exhausted its resources without creating such an elixir. I can't believe you have achieved this. Your Majesty, I stumbled upon this serum in some ruins by chance. Unfortunately, this is the last one. Fang Mo lied quickly. If the emperor knew he could mass-produce this serum, he might imprison him to produce it endlessly. Your loyalty and courage are well known to me. Take this token. You may use it to freely enter and leave the palace to attend court affairs. Overjoyed, Fang Mo expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Such an honor was rare for an ordinary noble. Your Majesty's grace is boundless, and I shall never forget it. However, you must wait until your strength has returned before taking this serum. It will feel like being burned by fire, and will require you to endure it for about 20 minutes. I understand. By the way, I've heard you're also skilled in dark energy techniques? Indeed, I was fortunate to learn the secret arts of dark energy. The emperor used his mind to touch Fang Mo's spirit, guiding him to harness the dark energy. Before long, they achieved a mutual understanding and no longer needed to speak. The guards outside the hall exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the emperor and Marquis Fang had been possessed. as their conversation suddenly fell silent. Moments later, the old emperor's hearty laughter echoed once again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Fang Mo was training at his residence, the emperor's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, half-jokingly scolding him. Young man, you're quite sneaky, aren't you? Why didn't you tell me that taking the medicine would make me sweat profusely and cover me in filth? I ended up making a fool of myself in front of everyone. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's all my fault for not considering it thoroughly. Please punish me, Fang Mo replied. Forget it. Tonight, I'm hosting a family banquet. The Empress and the little princess will be there. Don't be late. I will comply with your orders, Fang Mo said, secretly regretting leaving a mental imprint on the emperor. The old man would bother him at any moment, proving that serving the emperor was indeed like serving a tiger. As night fell, Fang Mo arrived early at the palace banquet hall. The hall was spacious and luxurious, with several rosewood tables arranged in an orderly fashion. Maids were bustling about, setting the table and arranging dishes. The emperor and the empress were seated at the head of the table, while the little princess sat across from Fang Mo. Fang, why are you still standing there? Come and take your seat, the empress said kindly. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, he replied hastily, taking his seat. Marquis Fang, you've done a great service by saving my father. The good news of his recovery hasn't been announced yet, so please keep it to yourself, the little princess instructed. Fang Mo silently grumbled that the emperor was being too mysterious about his recovery. Throughout the banquet, the emperor frequently toasted Fang Mo, hinting at a match between him and the little princess. Fortunately, Fang Mo was quick-witted and managed to navigate the situation skillfully. After 2 hours, he excused himself, citing busy affairs in the star system, and respectfully bid farewell to the emperor, empress, and the little princess. As he was about to leave, the emperor's voice echoed in his mind again. Young man, if you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask for my help. I will support you wholeheartedly. Fang Mo understood and took his leave. The next day, he returned to the capital with the imperial guards. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in the imperial capital any longer. It was not only boring but also exhausting to constantly guard against the emperor's prying into his thoughts. Qinlan Prime Star, I'm back. Ha ha ha. Upon returning home, Fang Mo immediately went to see his grandmother and recounted his experiences. Xiao Mo, you've brought honor to the Fang family once again. Your father would be proud of you, his grandmother said. Hee hee, Grandma. How have you been lately? Ever since I took your magical elixir, my back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, my vision has improved, and my appetite is better. I feel much younger. Grandma, you're too kind. By the way, you just got back. Shouldn't you check on the development of the Prime Star? No rush. Let me spend some time with you first, he said. After dinner, Fang Mo returned to his office. AI Jing approached him with a stack of documents in hand. Lord, these are the recent project progress reports and financial statements. Please review them. He casually flipped through a few pages and then instructed, send the materials I requested last time to the biolab. I'll need them shortly. Yes, sir, AI Jing replied. Fang Mo closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, immersing himself in the system space. The attribute panel was displayed prominently. Host, Fang Mo. Identity, Lord of Qinlan Star System, Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. Profession, Advanced Mechanic. Attributes, Engineering Manufacturing Speed 30, Leader's Aura, Dark Energy Mastery, Raider's Strength. Equipment, Sword of Victory, Sword of Truth. Star Coins, 19.3 billion. Starships, 3,034. Mission, Stage Main Quest 2 in progress. Points, 6,011,300. He entered the laboratory and began crafting the S3 level Super Soldier Gene Serum. This time, he had only asked AI Jing to procure 30 sets of raw materials. After 2 days and nights of relentless work, 30 vials of deep blue potion were finally ready. Fang Mo eagerly summoned the blazing guardians and shook the bottles in his hand. Congratulations, it's time for your upgrade. Take off your dark energy armors, 1 vial each, bottoms up. The guardians cheered and eagerly drank the potion. Moments later, they were in excruciating pain, crying out in agony. Fang Mo set up a barrier nearby, stabilizing their vital signs. Half an hour later, they began to recover, their faces lighting up with joy as they eagerly tested their new abilities. Great, now go take a bath. Haha. Beep beep beep. Fang Mo's communication bracelet Rangeit was his childhood friend, Li Mingpeng. Mo, are you trying to get expelled from school? What? What's going on? The class advisor can't reach you and asked me to tell you that you've been absent for an entire year, way past the allowed leave period. If this continues, the school will have no choice but to expel you. Fang Mo smacked his forehead. He had been so caught up in battles and adventures that he completely forgot about his studies. Oh no, I'll head back right away. Please, help me talk to the advisor. Don't let them expel me. Hee. The advisor said that since it's your first offense, they'll give you one more chance. You need to report back in January next year, but you'll be demoted and put on probation. And when you see my dad, you better call him senior. All right, thanks for the help. It's only a little over a month anyway. Despite his immense wealth and power, Fang Mo didn't want a stain on his record for skipping classes. Over the next month, he devoted himself entirely to the reconstruction of the Qinlin star system. He reorganized internal affairs and revived commerce, leading to great profits for the planetary governors. In agricultural trade alone, they were raking in huge profits. Everywhere they went, they boasted about being close to Marquis Fang. Rulers of neighboring star systems were envious. Not only had Fang Mo been promoted to Marquis, but he also managed the Qinlin star system so well that it was thriving. Truly, comparisons are odious. Beep beep beep. The communication bracelet rang again. This time it was Major General Marcus. Marquis Fang, we have a big problem. Both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince have been assassinated. The Emperor can no longer hide and has returned to take control of the government. Hearing this terrible news, Fang Mo was speechless. Whoever wants to deal with this mess can go ahead. I'm done with it. On December 18, 4026 of the new universe calendar, Emperor Lekaros VI, known as Emperor Rajarsov, the Holy Dragon Empire, made a dramatic return. The assassination of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince left the Emperor enraged, leading him to order a citywide lockdown and a thorough investigation to apprehend all suspects. The primary suspects were the remaining 3 princes. Subsequently, the Emperor began consolidating military forces across the 12-star regions, commanding his generals to launch an immediate offensive against the Mechanical Empire. The Empire was thrown into a state of heightened alert, with massive troop movements heading to the front lines. The Emperor's authority remained as formidable as ever, and neither the factions loyal to the princes nor the neutral parties dared to defy his orders, hastening to send reinforcements. However, none of this concerned Fang Mo. The only notable event for him was when Marshal Naik assigned the Virias and Fubin star systems near the Qinlin galaxy to his jurisdiction. Leading a fleet of 1,000 warships, Fang Mo went to take control, and the process was surprisingly smooth. All necessary documents were in order, requiring only signatures and seals to complete the transfer of assets. The Viria star system was rich in mineral resources, while the Fubin star system was densely populated, serving as the labor hub of the entire empire. It was clear that the Emperor and Marshal Naik had joined forces to bestow the most fertile territories upon Fang Mo. This was understandable, considering that constructing a complete stargate and starport could cost anywhere from billions to trillions of star coins, potentially bankrupting the imperial treasury if done on a large scale. But Fang Mo was unfazed. If the empire wouldn't build, he would do it himself. Chief Engineer Nas received the Stargate designs and quietly estimated the cost and timeline. My lord, the parameters of this Stargate far exceed the current technological standards of the empire. I have some experience with Stargate projects, and I can tell you that the transmission speed, capacity, and stability are all over 30% better than the empire standards. The best part is that it can be built for a mere 4 billion star coins. As for the 3 top-tier starports, they will require a total of 150 billion star coins and can be completed in about 6 months with full-scale construction. What? The starports cost that much? No problem. Build them if we have the funds. Fang Mo decisively ordered. Chief Engineer Nas, if you encounter any shortages of funds, materials, or manpower, coordinate with AI Jing. I've already informed her. Additionally, allocate 10 cargo ships for transporting construction materials and another 10 for AI Jing's trade operations. My lord, your foresight is impeccable. This will significantly enhance our logistics capacity and improve progress by 20%. Excellent. Begin preparations immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 3rd prince in the royal city. What did you say? Father was revived by that brat Fang Mo? Damn it, and at such a critical moment. The 3rd prince was furious. Indeed, your highness. The information came from within the palace, replied a sinister voice. No wonder that scoundrel's trip to the capital coincided with father's recovery. Such an inconvenience. Calm yourself, your highness. The emperor's return may not be entirely unfavorable. What do you mean? Firstly, the crown prince and the second prince are no longer a threat, and the 4th and 5th princes are insignificant. Secondly, despite his recovery, the emperor is aged and unlikely to live much longer. In 3 to 5 years, you could ascend to the throne without opposition. Lastly, with the current national crisis, the emperor's campaign against external enemies will relieve you of some burdens. It's a win-win situation. The only concern is ensuring the assassination plot remains undiscovered. Very well, I see your point. We must proceed with caution. The 3rd prince, deep in thought, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. So, Fang Mo has actually helped me out, he mused. Hee, but this man is the little princess's confidant, ultimately a threat. Arrange to eliminate him swiftly. Send your best student, and make sure there are no mistakes. Yes, Your Highness, the subordinate replied. In the Lord's mansion on Qinlin's main star, Fang Mo sneezed and rubbed his nose, puzzled. Strange. Is some beauty thinking about me? He kept the remaining 10s 3-level gene enhancement serums to himself, knowing that an average person couldn't withstand the excruciating pain they caused. He couldn't bear to let his friends and family suffer. The Imperial Guards were different. They were his direct subordinates and represented his combat strength, needing to stay in peak condition at all times. Recently, battle reports had been pouring in. Under the might of the Sacred Dragon Army, the Mechanical Empire was retreating continuously, forced to abandon much of the territory they had invaded. However, the Empire's casualties were severe, with an average of 2 ships lost for every enemy ship destroyed. Meanwhile, the Eastern Covenant Federation, upon learning of the Emperor's awakening, had also held back and refrained from advancing. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was December 31st. The St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy, situated amidst the vast sea of stars, resembled a massive city-state, surpassing ordinary starports. Its reputation was among the top in the country. Fang Mo had been able to enroll here back then, thanks to his father, Fang Baitian, who had pulled countless strings. Now, revisiting the place, he stood outside the school gate with 2 Imperial guards, gazing up at the large characters spelling, St. Roland. Memories of his student days flooded his mind. Just as he was about to step inside, an irritating voice called out from behind him. Isn't this the great Lord Fang Mo, who skipped a whole year of classes? Turning around, Fang Mo saw 3 young men in school uniforms approaching, with none other than his old nemesis, Qin Feng, leading the way. Back in the day, the two had fiercely competed for the affections of the school beauty, Su Momo. Now, upon reuniting, Fang Mo's mood soured instantly. What a small world, running into this mad dog. Qin Feng, long time no see. It seems you haven't changed a bit, Fang Mo remarked. Oh, you've grown bold, daring to talk back now? Perfect, let me teach you a lesson. Qin Feng blustered. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 Imperial guards had already rushed forward and started beating him up. Help! Murder! Qin Feng screamed desperately. Before long, several teachers arrived and hurriedly separated them. What are you doing? Fighting at the school gate? What does this look like? One of the teachers scolded. Clutching his bruised and swollen face, Qin Feng pointed at Fang Mo, accusingly. Teacher, Fang Mo ordered his men to attack me. I want to report him. The teachers looked at him, puzzled. Sorry, student, we don't recognize who you are. The onlooking students couldn't help but laugh. I'm Qin Feng, from class 2 of year 3, he said, his face turning even more sour. Feng, how can you allow your subordinates to bully your classmates? One of the teachers asked. Calmly, Fang Mo took out his marquee medal and waved it in front of everyone. Qin Feng spoke disrespectfully to a marquee, punishable by death according to the law. Out of consideration for our past as classmates, I showed leniency, giving him a minor punishment instead. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances. According to imperial law, it was common for commoners to be executed for offending a noble. Well, Marquis Feng, in that case, let's leave it at that. Please be more forgiving in the future, one of the teachers said, trying to smooth things over. Qin Feng was utterly stunned, unable to recover from the shock for a long while. When did Fang Mo become a marquis? Even his own father was only a mere viscount. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Overwhelmed by the shock, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Fang Mo glanced at him disdainfully. He had just returned to school, and this loser had already walked right into his trap. If you won't learn your lesson, who will teach you? I'll mourn for you for 3 seconds. Then, he went to the academic office to handle his re-enrollment. Due to excessive absenteeism, he had to start over from the 2nd year and was placed in class 25. It looks like I've really been held back this time, he thought helplessly. With a resigned expression, he left the academic office. After enrolling in the school, Fang Mo rented a small villa to make it more convenient for himself and his flame guards. Soon after, he contacted his best friend, Li Mingpeng. Hey Peng, I'm at the school now. I've sent you my new address. Come over. Really? I'm on my way. Oh, and I should call you Junior now since I'm a 3rd-year senior, huh? Before long, there was a loud knock on the door. Don't you know how to use a doorbell? Fang Mo said as he opened the door. Old habits die hard. Whoa, you really know how to pick a place. This place is luxurious, Li Mingpeng said, looking around in awe. Suddenly, he noticed 2 strangers and was shocked. Fang Mo, there are thieves in your house. Quick, grab them. He lunged forward to grab one of them. Calm down, they're my personal guards. Don't be rash, you might get hurt. Guards? Wow, you've really upped your game, Li Mingpeng said, awkwardly letting go and giving the male guard an embarrassed smile. Then he leaned close to Fang Mo and whispered, Is that beautiful woman also one of yours? She's stunning. The female guard, Wang Minner, heard this and clenched her fists in anger. Lord, may I teach him a lesson? Ahem, he's my brother. Please hold back for now, Fang Mo replied. Li Mingpeng rolled his eyes and gave Fang Mo a look. Don't push it, or I'll throw you out, Fang Mo warned. Come on, I'm just being polite. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Li Mingpeng, the young master of Tian Sheng Group, 17 years old, handsome, and a fan of long legs. Miss, could I get your contact information? Wang Minner didn't even turn around and stormed back to her room. Playing hard to get. Huh? I like that, Li Mingpeng muttered. Fang Mo shook his head at his friend's antics. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me, what's new at school since I've been gone? Not much. Oh, but in 2 weeks, there's the annual interschool competition. I heard the rewards are great this year. The champion even gets to represent the academy in the National Star Wars Command Tournament. Great, I'll show them what I've got. Anything else? Well, your dream girl, Su Momo, is now dating Wang Qinglong, the top student in our grade. But hey, you're like a local lord now. You won't have any trouble attracting girls. By the way, I heard you beat up Qin Feng as soon as you got back. Is that true? He asked for it. It's his own fault. Be careful then. His brother is a senior and might come after you for revenge. I'll be on guard. By the way, have you signed up for the competition? Of course, what are best friends for? Bro, let's go out tonight and celebrate your return. Sure, let's go. The two walked out with their arms around each other, the guards silently following behind. I bet you're hungry. How about we grab some skewers? Now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast today. If you're buying, then I won't hold back. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the two young men with a mix of amusement and disdain. Before long, they arrived at a star-rated restaurant. Crystal chandeliers, luxurious decor, and fish swimming leisurely in the ceiling's starry sky created a breathtaking scene. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? A beautiful waitress greeted them. No reservation, just the two of us. Find us a quiet spot, Fang Mo replied. The waiter led them to their seats and activated the ordering system on the table. Instantly, holographic images of various dishes appeared before them, vividly lifelike. Please place your order, and we will serve you shortly. If you need anything, just press the service button, the waiter said. Li Mingpeng nervously flipped through the menu, continually clicking his tongue. Amo, let's go somewhere else. You just took over the family business. We need to save money. This place is way too expensive. The cheapest dish is 200-star coins. We won't get out of here without spending thousands. Stop worrying. Watch how I show off. Fang Mo waved his hand grandly and ordered 12 dishes in one go. Seeing his generosity, Li Mingpeng stopped being modest and began eating ravenously while taking short videos to show off. Next, I'll show you how to eat shrimp with one hand, and a whole chi-chi fish in one bite. Just as they were enjoying themselves, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Well, if it isn't two losers? How dare you come to a place like this? Be careful you don't end up unable to pay, Wang Qinglong said, strutting in with one man and 3 women in tow. Leading the group was Fang Mo's dream girl, Su Momo. Wang Qinglong, who gave you the guts to talk trash in front of me? Li Mingpeng was furious. Seeing this, Wang Qinglong's face also darkened. How dare this nobody talk back to him, especially with his crush around? He couldn't lose face. Manager Tony, make sure to keep the standards high. Don't let just anyone in here and ruin my mood. You can't afford that. In no time, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and with a beaming smile hurried over. Young Master Wang, my apologies for the oversight. I'll clear the place immediately so no one disturbs you again. The manager turned to Fang Mo's table, smiling obsequiously. You see, young Master Wang isn't happy. You know his background, so there's no good in offending him. How about this? I'll give you a discount on the bill, and we can act like nothing happened. All right? Li Mingpeng's face turned sour. Wang Qinglong's father was not only a business tycoon, but also an imperial count with a formidable fleet. If things escalated, both he and Fang Mo would be in serious trouble. However, Fang Mo remained calm, leisurely wiping his mouth as he glanced around coldly. His eyes met Su Momo's, and he saw a hint of guilt in her gaze. You're right, the food is good, but the service is terrible. I was thinking of packing some to go, but now I've lost my appetite. I've never been kicked out of a restaurant before. Thanks for the experience. Before anyone could react, Fang Mo flipped the table over, causing everyone to scatter in shock. Ah Pong, step aside. To repay the manager's hospitality, I need to help him redecorate. The manager was terrified, stumbling to the side, trembling all over. Wang Qinglong finally realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted, Kid, do you dare to cause trouble in Saint Laurent? Believe me, you won't get away with this. Is that so? Let's see if you have what it takes, Fang Mo replied, stomping his foot on the ground. The marble floor cracked under the pressure, spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly. Everyone was stunned. and even Wang Qinglong took 2 steps back. You better not do anything crazy. Stay right there. I'll call someone to deal with you. He pulled out his communicator and began contacting the higher-ups at the school. Fang Mo paid him no attention and strode over to the manager, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the wall. The poor manager felt like his ribs were about to break and almost passed out from the pain. Seeing this, Su Momo could no longer stand by and pleaded, Fang Mo, please, just let him go this once. Who do you think you are to beg for mercy on his behalf? Fang Mo sneered, shoving her aside. The girl stood there, stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sweetheart, ignore that lunatic. Someone will deal with him soon enough, Wang Qinglong said coldly, watching with schadenfreude. Soon, a portly man dressed in luxurious clothes stormed in with a group of bodyguards. My store, my store. You've wrecked it. Who's responsible? Get out here right now. Before he could finish, a chair flew past him, narrowly missing his head. What are you standing around for? Grab that thug, he shouted. The dozen burly men charged at Fang Mo but were quickly knocked down in under 5 seconds. Fang Mo casually walked up to the portly man and asked indifferently, Hey, is this your store? The man, seeing Fang Mo dressed like a student, relaxed. At St. Laurent, students had to listen to the staff no matter how unruly they were. You little brat, do you know who I am? You're defying the law. Do you believe I can have the security team arrest you? Smack. Fang Mo slapped him hard, almost knocking him senseless. I asked you a question. Are you deaf? The man clutched his swollen face, furious. You little bastard. I'm a board member of this school. I'll ruin you. Smack. Smack. 2 more slaps left his face burning. What's wrong with you? Can't you answer a simple question? With a powerful kick, Fang Mo sent him flying, making him crash heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Just then, a team of armed guards burst in, their presence menacing. Nobody move. Move and we shoot. Seeing this, the portly man scrambled to his feet and shouted, Captain Liu, it's this punk. Arrest him now. The lead guard, seeing the man's bloody face, was taken aback. Director Nua, what happened to you? Who did this? Who else? That damn student. What are you waiting for? Grab him, the man screamed. Upon hearing this, the guards raised their tasers and surrounded Fang Mo. Captain Liu stepped forward and said sternly, Kid, surrender now and confess. Tasers are no joke. He was about to personally apprehend the defiant student. Just as Captain Liu was about to apprehend Fang Mo, a man and a woman suddenly blocked his path. They were none other than 2 elite fire guards. One more step, and it's certain death. Fintier and Wang Minner stood like grim reapers, their presence exuding a chilling aura. These warriors had emerged from countless battles, their hands stained with the blood of thousands. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone present tremble with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. Even Captain Liu broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he was being watched by 2 ancient beasts. His legs trembled uncontrollably, but he mustered the courage to say, You 2 heroes, you're obstructing justice. That man has violated the law and must be apprehended. Fintier's gaze was as sharp as a knife, cutting into him with a single look. Captain Liu nearly wilted under that stare. How dare you? The Marquis of the Empire stands here, and you dare point a gun at him? This is blatant disrespect. Wang Minner rebuked sternly. Marquis? If he's a marquis, then him a duke. Nos, the chubby man, shouted. Fang Mo calmly pulled out a silver tiger token, which gleamed under the light, bearing the insignia of the Holy Dragon Empire. Captain Liu was all too familiar with these symbols of nobility. Although he was merely a security captain at the academy, he knew better than to cross the Empire's aristocrats. Even the lowest baron was far above him. Seeing this, Fang Mo grabbed the barely conscious manager and tossed him in front of numbers. This man is under your employ, correct? The handling of him is now in your hands. Nos finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing he was in deep trouble, he forced a smile and pulled out a check from his pocket. Marquis, this person was only temporarily hired. You can punish him as you see fit, but please be merciful. This 1,000,000 star coins is my apology. Huh, now he's just a temp? Huh? Fang Mo sneered. Whether he's temporary or permanent, he's your responsibility. I, a marquis of the empire, was dining in your establishment and was thrown out. What an insult. So, your place needs a good smashing. You have a week to renovate, and once it's done, I'll come back and smash it again. Try any tricks, and I'll smash you along with it. Nos was terrified, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, I'll handle it right away. I'll make sure you have a smashing good time. That's more like it. Seems your brain doesn't work unless you get a beating. Fang Mo's gaze shifted to the security guards. Captain Liu's heart sank. Captain Liu, right? According to imperial law, drawing a gun on a marquis without cause, what's the penalty for that? Captain Liu regretted his actions deeply. Serving tea and water was so much easier. Why did he meddle? Now he was in serious trouble. Marquis, I didn't recognize you. Please have mercy. I'm asking you a question. Do you not understand human speech? This? This is a capital offense, punishable by death or charges of treason or attempted assassination. Good, you haven't forgotten. But since you aren't actual assassins, they'll be lenient. Fintier, Wang Minner, break their legs. Make sure none of them are spared. Before the words even finished, the guards began to wail and beg for mercy. But the two guards were not so easily swayed. In a flash, they appeared before everyone. What followed was simply horrific. Screams filled the air, piercing and relentless. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. I am Tross, the headmaster of St. Roland Academy. Greetings, Marquis Fang. I ask you to let this matter go for the sake of the academy. It turned out this man was the highest authority at the school. He had been observing from the shadows for some time, only revealing himself after confirming Fang Mo's identity. Since the headmaster has spoken, I won't make things difficult for you, Fang Mo said. The most shocked were Wang Qinglong, Su Momo, and Li Mingpeng. Their past impressions were so strong that they couldn't reconcile Fang Mo with the title of Marquis, but the reality was undeniable. Fang Mo had transformed, soaring like an eagle in the sky, indifferent to the opinions of mere ants on the ground. He pulled Li Mingpeng along and walked away, the guards following closely behind. Li Mingpeng, still in a daze, felt like he was dreaming. Holy crap, I can't believe my brother is a marquis, he exclaimed, practically dancing with joy. Passers-by gave them curious looks, thinking a circus had come to town. As Fang Mo opened the door to his villa, he was suddenly bound by a dark force. A figure in black emerged from the shadows, a dagger aimed directly at his throat. Clang! The dagger stopped just a centimeter from Fang Mo's neck, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Fintier and Wang Minor appeared behind the assassin instantly, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. With a loud thud, the black-clad figure was forced back into the shadows. No need to hide. I've already spotted you. Do you think you can escape? Fang Mo taunted. The guard stepped back, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Not coming out? Then I'll make you come out. Fang Mo reached out, his fingers like hooks, and locked onto the shadow. A powerful force pulled the assassin out of hiding. I didn't expect you to be a dark energy awakener with such advanced skills, even forming a dark energy shield, the assassin said, terrified and struggling in vain against Fang Mo's grip. Who sent you? Fang Mo demanded. The assassin glared defiantly, lips sealed. Fang Mo sneered, squeezed his hand, and crushed the assassin's skull. He then infused his mental energy into the corpse, searching its memories. The truth quickly surfaced. The mastermind was the third prince. Fang Mo also discovered evidence of an attempt to assassinate the crown prince. The third prince? We've only met once. Why would he want me dead? Fang Mo pondered. Since you made the first move, don't blame me for what comes next. After disposing of the body, Fang Mo returned to his room and contacted Minar. Investigate the third prince's forces and troops thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Also, increase the security level. We must prevent any further attempts. Our intelligence work is severely lacking. From now on, you and Lei Hong will form an intelligence agency called Magpie. We must ensure that such assassination attempts never happen again and uncover the mastermind behind this. After contacting Minar and Lei Hong, Fang Mo sat quietly in the secret chamber to cultivate. Suddenly, a clear notification sound rang out, indicating that the host had received the annual task for the year 4027. First, he needed to possess 10 S5 class interstellar battleships, which he had already achieved. Second, he must graduate from St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy within a year. Next, he needed to own 300 S4 class interstellar battleships, of which he currently had only 24. Additionally, he needed to command 10 interstellar legions, but he only had one at the moment. Finally, he had to have 100 S3 class super warriors in the Fiery Guard, and he currently had just 20. The task was urgent and highly challenging, rated 6 stars in difficulty, comparable to the main quest. If less than 80 of the task was completed, severe penalties would follow, whereas exceeding the task requirements would result in extra rewards. Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the calendar and realized it was already the early hours of New Year's Day. The annual task had arrived just in time. There were 5 objectives in total, each more challenging than previous tasks, leaving Fang Mo a bit at a loss. However, the corresponding rewards were extremely enticing. The second, fourth, and fifth objectives of the 4027 annual task were particularly difficult, while the third, fourth, and fifth objectives could be gradually completed with time and star coins. However, graduating from St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy within a year posed a significant challenge for Fang Mo. Under normal circumstances, he would need to study for 5 years and pass a series of exams to graduate. To achieve this within a year, he would have to skip 3 grades, given his current academic level. As Fang Mo was contemplating how to tackle these challenges, another system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary task. Expose the conspiracy of the Third Prince. The task requires presenting evidence to the public revealing the Third Prince's plot within a month. Task difficulty is rated 3 stars, and failure will result in a deduction of 500,000 points. Fang Mo sighed inwardly. Another temporary task had appeared, and this time, it involved exposing the Third Prince's plot to murder the First and Second Princes. Although the task reward was mediocre, it aligned with Fang Mo's recent desire to exchange for blueprints of mining star ships. In a resource-rich system like the Valia's system, completing this task would significantly enhance Fang Mo's mining efficiency. Fang Mo began planning how to accomplish these 2 tasks. First, he could leverage the power of 100 S4 class interstellar battleships and 10 interstellar legions to complete the 3rd and 4th objectives of the annual task. However, the required star coins were a massive amount, and the construction period would take more than just a few months. Undertaking the construction of nearly 30,000 S3 class and above interstellar battleships was a colossal challenge in terms of manufacturing equipment, manpower, time, and funds. Given the current manufacturing capabilities of the Qianlin system, it was impossible to complete within a year. Therefore, Fang Mo decided to improve production efficiency and invest more in production technology. He immersed himself in the system marketplace, searching for technological advancements that could boost manufacturing efficiency. Fang Mo decided to personally go to the main star of Qianlin to recruit new members. He couldn't afford to be careless about this task. To him, the comrades in the Phoenix Guard were as important as family, so he insisted on handpicking the new recruits himself. Although only 100 recruits were needed, each one was crucial to Fang Mo. However, he found the last 2 annual tasks particularly challenging. One required him to graduate from the St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy, and the other was to find evidence of the Third Prince's murder and expose his true nature. Both tasks were filled with difficulties, but Fang Mo decided to take them step by step to see if he could complete them successfully. On the morning of January 1st, 2027, Fang Mo sent this year's construction plan and 2 design blueprints to Chief Engineer Nas. Nas was shocked as he reviewed the manufacturing plans. He informed Fang Mo that according to the plan, they needed to build 296 S4 class interstellar warships and 26,642 S3 class interstellar warships, requiring a total of 46 billion star coins. Nas outlined a detailed construction schedule, aiming to complete all manufacturing work within 5 months. Fang Mo listened quietly to Nas's explanation, feeling a mix of emotions. This construction plan would not only quickly complete the Stargate and Starport, but also ensure the timely manufacture of all interstellar warships. He decided to fully support the plan, hoping everything would proceed smoothly. However, just as Fang Mo was preparing to start the project, Nas reminded him that there were only 4.2 billion star coins left in the treasury. Fang Mo's heart sank. He had overlooked this issue. Previous construction of the Stargate and Starport had consumed a significant amount of funds, and their net monthly income was only 2.5 billion, with 2 billion used to purchase agricultural products from the main star of Qianlin. Faced with this predicament, Fang Mo assured Nas that he would find a way to solve the funding problem and instructed him to start construction immediately. In the president's office of Tian Shun Group, Fang Mo's communication bracelet rang. Li Tianyu saw that it was a call from Fang Mo and quickly answered it. Xiao Mo hadn't been in touch with Uncle Li for over 3 months, so when he reached out today, Uncle Li was quite surprised. After returning to school and seeing Li Mingpeng, Xiao Mo was reminded of Uncle Li. Uncle Li kindly asked if there was anything Xiao Mo needed. Xiao Mo smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Li. I thought you were already so successful that you wouldn't be concerned about our collaboration anymore. I heard from Xiao Peng that you're now a marquis of the empire, with territories spanning 3-star systems." Uncle Li modestly replied, "That's all thanks to His Majesty's favor. I was just lucky." Xiao Mo exclaimed, "You're truly amazing, becoming a marquis at only 17 years old, all through your own efforts. If Xiao Peng could be half as outstanding as you, I would feel that I haven't let our ancestors down." Uncle Li went on to update Xiao Mo on recent events. Their company had sold another 35,000 interstellar battleships, and it was rumored that the Imperial military would be holding a starship procurement bidding next month. Curious, Xiao Mo asked, "What is the starship procurement bidding about?" Uncle Li explained that after the Emperor awoke, a war broke out with the Mech Empire, resulting in severe losses of interstellar battleships. Now, the military needs to procure new ones from the external market. After understanding the situation, Xiao Mo asked if Uncle Li was confident about winning the procurement bid. Uncle Li admitted that the competition was fierce, with 3 companies being strong contenders. Moreover, the military's goal this time was to replace a large number of S1 class interstellar battleships. Xiao Mo smiled and wished Uncle Li success in winning the bid, noting that it would not only bring substantial profits but also enhance the company's reputation. Uncle Lee further revealed that the procurement plan aimed to purchase 200,000 S-2 class interstellar battleships. Xiao Mo was astonished by the number 200,000. Calculating at market price, it would be an enormous expense. Xiao Mo marveled. I was worrying about a 4 billion issue before, and the Empire can effortlessly allocate 300 billion. Such grandeur is truly admirable. Xiao Mo reminded Uncle Lee to settle the previous collaborations payments soon, and Uncle Lee agreed to have the finance department handle it. Although this dividend was just part of the new plan, it would at least alleviate the current financial gap. Xiao Mo sighed, noting how quickly money comes and goes, and decided to visit the academic office to see how he could expedite his advancement. 20 minutes later, Xiao Mo arrived at the academic office and saw several students talking with a teacher. Among them were Su Momo and her friend Lu Hongling. Ignoring them, Xiao Mo went straight to the desk to inquire about accelerating his advancement. The staff member looked at Xiao Mo with some impatience and asked for his class and name. After Xiao Mo responded, everyone around turned to look at him in surprise. Fang Mo glanced around the crowd with a puzzled expression, wondering why they were all staring at him. Suddenly, a clerk stood up, looking at Fang Mo with a fawning smile. It turned out the clerk had recognized Fang Mo's status as a marquis. Please, take a seat. I'll explain in detail how you can quickly advance. This sudden shift left Fang Mo somewhat taken aback, surprised by the clerk's attitude and enthusiasm. The clerk handed Fang Mo another cup of tea, smiling warmly at him. My Lord Marquis, please have some tea to soothe your throat while I explain everything in detail, the clerk said. Fang Mo took a sip of the tea without any pretense and listened attentively to the clerk's introduction. Since enrollment, the school has implemented a credit system. Credits are crucial as they determine whether a student can advance to the next grade, stay back, or even face expulsion. To advance, students need to pass the year-end exam with a qualifying score, which grants them 60 credits sufficient for promotion. Conversely, those who fail to meet the 60 credit requirement will be held back. Students with fewer than 30 credits may be expelled at the school's discretion. The year-end exam is the simplest way to earn credits, but completing tasks for the school or the empire can also yield substantial credits, though these tasks often come with higher risks. To skip a grade, one must accumulate 200 credits for the first time and 400 for the second, and so on. Tasks from the empire or the school can be requested at the academic office. My Lord Marquis, look over there. 5 students are currently signing up for an off-campus training task. Fang Mo listened carefully, gaining a preliminary understanding of the school's credit system. That was very thorough. Are there any tasks available right now? How many credits does each task offer? Fang Mo inquired, turning his gaze to the clerk. The school currently offers several tasks, most of which are basic in nature, such as cleaning, carrying, and maintenance. Completing one of these tasks can earn you 10 to 20 credits, the clerk explained. Fang Mo calculated that he would need at least 800 credits to graduate from the second grade. So he asked again, are there any tasks with higher credit rewards? My Lord Marquis, are you really considering those dangerous tasks? Your well-being is invaluable, the clerk exclaimed. Fang Mo took out a card worth 1,000 star coins and placed it on the table. Thank you for your detailed explanation of the credit system. This card is for you to enjoy some tea. Additionally, could you help me find tasks with higher credit rewards? Fang Mo knew the importance of showing appreciation and was genuinely grateful for the clerk's patience. The clerk gladly took the card, covering it with a document. My Lord Marquis, you honor me. This is my duty, haha. By the way, you came at the perfect time. Those 5 students are about to take on a newly issued resource escort task from the Empire. Fang Mo looked calmly at the 5 students and inquired about the task details. The Empire issued a frontline supply escort task last night, requiring our academy to dispatch 30 starships to escort supplies to the Meiji star system. So far, 22 students have signed up. We still need 8 more. The task offers substantial rewards. Each starship will receive 100,000 star coins, and the school will reward each participant with 300 credits. Fang Mo nodded. Sign me up. When do we depart? Very well. In 3 days at 10 a.m., the Imperial Supply Fleet will pass by our school. Participating students will depart immediately, the clerk confirmed. After Fang Mo finished speaking, he stood up and confidently left the administration office. Su Momo occasionally stole glances at Fang Mo, feeling a bit disheartened as he ignored her and walked away. Since Fang Mo returned to school, Su Momo had noticed a significant change in him. He was no longer blindly following others. The transformation was so profound that he seemed like a completely different person. What was even more astonishing was that Fang Mo had become a marquis of the empire. This enormous difference in status made Su Momo feel a pang of regret and disappointment. If she had become Fang Mo's girlfriend earlier, she might now be a Marchioness, with a completely different future ahead of her. Su Momo then approached the staff member and politely asked, Teacher, could you tell me what Fang Mo was discussing with you just now? The staff member looked at Su Momo and immediately said sternly, How dare you? You are an ordinary person. You cannot address the Marquis so casually. If this were not your first offense, I would certainly punish you. I will let it go this time, but do not repeat this mistake. Su Momo was stunned. It seemed she had not fully adapted to Fang Mo's new status. She quickly apologized, saying, I'm very sorry. I will be more careful. Could you please tell me what the Marquis was inquiring about? Seeing Su Momo's timely apology, the staff member did not continue to scold her and simply said, You are all quite fortunate. The Marquis will be accompanying you on this Imperial escort mission, but you must show him the utmost respect. In reality, noble titles in the Sacred Dragon Empire were not to be underestimated. Those who held titles were often system lords or held significant positions. In this interstellar society, nobles usually commanded interstellar fleets, and the lives of ordinary civilians were considered insignificant. Only those with power and fleet support could have personal rights. On the morning of January 4th, New Galactic Year 4027, the Imperial Supply Transport Fleet arrived punctually at the starport of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. The 30 students participating in the mission were ready. One teacher exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe my eyes. That should be an S4 class interstellar battlecruiser. Another teacher explained, yes, that's correct. It's indeed an S4 class interstellar battlecruiser. Behind it are 2 white interstellar warships, at least S3 class. It's hard to tell exactly what type they are. Other teachers added, the Sacred Dragon Empire currently has only 2 types of S4 class interstellar warships, the S4 class interstellar destroyer and the S4 class interstellar aircraft carrier. Usually, only Legion-level fleets are equipped with S4 class warships as flagships. Ordinary people might never see an S4 class warship in their lifetime. Everyone watched in awe at the 3 interstellar warships spewing flames, taking out their phones to record videos. The massive hull, powerful cannons, and majestic presence of the S4 class interstellar battlecruiser were truly breathtaking. Even the soldiers of the Imperial Supply Transport Fleet turned their heads in astonishment. Shortly after, the transport officer from the Imperial Supply Transport Fleet sent a group video message to the 30 students participating in the mission. Wang Banghua is the transport officer for this Imperial Supply Fleet, and he appreciates the students from St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy for escorting him to the front lines. The 5-day escort mission is about to begin. Wang Banghua sternly reminded everyone to follow his commands and to obey orders in the face of potential blockades or other special circumstances. Any mishap during this supply mission would have severe consequences, with everyone facing the Imperial Military Court. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. As everyone prepared to synchronize their warp drives and depart with the transport fleet, Fang Mo appeared relaxed. For the other 29 students, this mission was filled with tension and challenges, but for Fang Mo, it seemed like a walk in the park. He scrutinized the transport fleet, noting that among the 50 transport ships, there wasn't a single combat starship. This puzzled him. Such a large fleet carrying valuable resources without any escort ships, relying solely on 30 student starships for protection? Fang Mo found it hard to understand the Imperial military's seemingly careless arrangement. However, he thought it best not to overthink it. The mission would be over in just 5 days. All the Imperial supply transports and escorting starships then initiated their warp drives toward the destination. Wang Banghua instructed everyone to rest for 2 hours at the starport to prepare for the second phase of the journey. Fang Mo sat quietly in his starship's command seat, lost in thought. Fentier, standing behind him, spoke slowly. Sir, this mission does seem rather odd. Fang Mo nodded. Yes, such a large transport fleet without escort ships, and Wang Banghua doesn't seem nervous at all, almost indifferent. Fentier agreed. Indeed, we still don't know the real purpose of this mission. Fang Mo took the drink handed to him by Wang Minner and said as he drank, whatever their motives, if danger arises, we will warp out immediately. Lu Minner quickly added, warping out is easy, but we might lose academy credits or be accused of desertion. Fang Mo responded calmly, we'll take it one step at a time. They then initiated warp speed towards the front lines of the Métis star system. Suddenly, 8 hours into their warp journey, an alarm blared. Warning, warning, warp travel forcibly terminated. Detected 100 unidentified starships approaching. The alarm echoed through the starships, heightening the tension. The alarm blared, forcing the warp drive to halt abruptly. Radar detected 100 mysterious starships closing in. Fang Mo woke up from his cryosleep and immediately ordered all crew members to return to their stations and urgently activated the starshield system. The crew rushed back to their posts, their eyes fixed on the approaching 100 mysterious starships. It turned out to be the fleet of the Mechanical Empire. A full-channel announcement was made, calling everyone to organize defensive forces and prepare to repel the attack from the Mechanical Empire. The Imperial Transport Officer warned in the broadcast that the Mechanical Empire's fleet was surrounding them, aiming to annihilate the entire transport and escort fleet. My lord, there are only 3 S3 class starships in this Mechanical Empire fleet. The rest are S2 class and pose no threat to us. But the other transport and escort fleets might not be so lucky, Lu Minor explained to Fang Mo. How were we intercepted? Fang Mo questioned. The route for this escort mission shouldn't have been known to the Mechanical Empire. He then learned that the enemy had set up numerous warp drive disruptors within a 50,000 kilometers radius. This made him realize that this Imperial supply transport mission might just be a cover for some ulterior motive. At this moment, the 29 students forming the escort fleet were being gradually surrounded by the 100 starships of the Mechanical Empire. Someone ordered a retreat. They were just students, lacking the courage to face the Mechanical Empire's regular army, especially when the enemy had 100 starships. Outnumbered, no one believed they could defeat the Mechanical Empire fleet. However, suddenly, a massive starship adorned with a Fire Phoenix emblem burst out from the Imperial transport fleet. Commander, the energy readings from that Imperial starship are enormous. It looks like an S4 class starship. Please issue countermeasures. Order 30 starships to concentrate fire on that S4 class starship. The Mechanical Empire's commander was also puzzled. Although he knew a large supply transport fleet was expected, he hadn't anticipated an S4 class starship in the mix. 30 Mechanical Empire starships immediately opened fire, but to their surprise, their attacks couldn't even penetrate the opponent's starshield. Under the concentrated fire of the entire fleet, the Mechanical Empire's S3 class starcruiser was quickly destroyed by the main cannon of the S4 class starship, unable to withstand even a single shot. The S2 class starships fared no better, being obliterated one by one. Report, the enemy's S4 class starship is too powerful. We are no match for it. Requesting immediate retreat. Requesting immediate retreat. In just 10 minutes, the Mechanical Empire fleet was reduced to 1 S3 class starship and 46 S2 class starships. Their firepower was utterly terrifying. Damn it. The deputy commander urgently issued a retreat order on the S3 class starship. However, to their horror, they discovered that the enemy's S4 class starship was far faster than theirs. This massive speed difference led to the complete annihilation of the remaining 46 S2 class starships of the Mechanical Empire fleet during their escape. The entire battle lasted only 25 minutes, leaving those on the distant Imperial transport and escort fleets in shock and disbelief at such an outcome. Could the Mechanical Empire fleet be so fragile? The 29 students were dumbfounded, as if the battle had ended before they even had a chance to participate. At this moment, the officials of the Imperial transport fleet were also at a loss. According to the original plan, they were supposed to lure the Mechanical Empire fleet and have the student escort fleet hold them off for an hour, waiting for the Imperial fleet's support. However, the current situation was entirely beyond their expectations. My lord, the enemy's S3 class starship has been intercepted. What are your orders? Finier asked. Prepare the assault boats. The three of us will lead 100 star troopers in an attack. Capture the enemy captain and command-level personnel. Eliminate all other enemies. Fang Mo then led Finier and Wang Minner aboard the assault boat, charging towards the enemy starship. Suddenly, the deputy commander reported that the enemy's S4 class starship had destroyed their weapon systems and seemed intent on capturing them. The deputy commander shouted in anger, "Are we just going to surrender or wait to die?" At that moment, the enemy's assault boats breached the last Mechanical Empire starship. Fang Mo, Finier, Wang Minner, and 100 Shinlin star troopers boarded the enemy ship. Fang Mo glanced around at his teammates and calmly ordered, "Eliminate all enemies and capture the enemy commander alive." Everyone responded in unison. "Deputy Commander, the enemy has boarded our starship, totaling 103 people. What should we do?" A soldier anxiously asked the deputy commander. 103 people? Since they've come seeking death, let's not be polite. Order all personnel to engage in close-quarters combat within the ship. Capturing these boarders might be our only chance. In the smoke-filled number 3 compartment on the right side of the Mechanical Empire's S3 class starship, the first line of defense was already in place, with 242 soldiers quietly hidden. Through his energy reaction scope, Fang Mo spotted over 200 concealed enemies, and then glanced briefly at Finier and Wang Minner. Fang Mo gripped his pulse storm machine gun tightly, his gaze fixed determinately on the enemy. He charged swiftly through the thick smoke, fearlessly opening fire first. Beside him, Finier and Wang Minner followed closely, fighting alongside Fang Mo. Hundreds of Qinlin star troops bravely followed suit, continuously firing at the mechanical army. Fang Mo and his 2 guards were like tigers unleashed, each shot hitting the enemy's head. Before the enemies could react, they were struck down by the pulse bullets. In less than 5 minutes, the gunfire ceased, and the first line of defense set by the enemy was completely eradicated. Deputy Commander, report. Our first line of defense has been breached. What? Less than 5 minutes, and all 242 mechanical soldiers are dead? Order an immediate reinforcement of the second line of defense to prevent further intrusion. Fang Mo led his troops through the enemy starship's corridors, heading straight for the enemy bridge. 3 bulky anti-aircraft machine guns were stationed at the entrance. Using his dark energy perception, Fang Mo detected the enemy's positions. He quickly holstered his pulse storm machine gun and drew a particle grenade pistol instead. Fentier and Luminer followed suit, switching to the same weapon. As soon as the trio appeared, the 3 anti-aircraft machine guns opened fire. Fang Mo raised his hand to deploy a dark energy shield, blocking all the bullets. He then fired a shot, hitting the middle anti-aircraft gun. Fentier and Luminer each destroyed the remaining 2, causing all 3 to explode simultaneously. Their speed and determination were unstoppable. 10 minutes later, Fang Mo and his team reached the bridge command room of the starship. The door was tightly shut, impervious to gunfire. Fang Mo set down his firearm and drew the sword of victory. With a swift slash forming a Z, he kicked the door open and stormed into the command room. A fierce exchange of gunfire and combat ensued, but it soon fell silent. Fang Mo emerged, clutching the enemy's deputy commander in his hand. He cruelly broke the enemy's limbs and tied him up, while the other captives were all eliminated. In less than an hour, Fang Mo returned to his starship with the captive, reuniting with the Imperial transport fleet. Fang Mo stared at the transport officer on the communication video, his tone firm. Transport officer, explain the truth behind this escort mission. The transport officer looked panicked, unprepared for such a situation. How should he explain? Should he tell the truth? No, if he did, he would surely face a military tribunal. This transport officer knew nothing about Fang Mo, nor did he understand his esteemed status. He was merely a low-ranking supply transport officer. How could he possibly know the higher-up secrets? Fang Mo faced the deputy commander on the screen without a hint of fear and said calmly, even if you don't say anything, I can still get the answers I need from you. However, I can't guarantee what actions I might take. The deputy commander was chilled to the bone by Fang Mo's unwavering gaze. If he revealed even a hint about this mission, the Empire's conspiracy would be exposed. The consequences of using the student fleet as cannon fodder would be unimaginable. The pressure was unbearable for the transport officer, who gritted his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. Please hold on a moment. I need to report this to my superiors before I can provide you with an explanation. The transport officer attempted to deflect responsibility, knowing this was beyond his authority and required approval from higher-ups. 10 minutes later, the situation had been reported to the top brass of the Imperial military. Marshal Ke frowned as he listened to the report, shocked by the sudden turn of events. As the mastermind behind this strategic operation, he had to find a way to cover up this embarrassing situation. He asked his subordinate, "What is the name and background of this student?" The Major General replied, "The student's name is Fang Mo. He is a second-year student at St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy and also holds the title of Marquis, governing the Qianlin, Vilius, and Fubin star systems." Marshal Ke decided to handle the matter personally. Marshal Ke contacted Fang Mo. "Marquis Fang Mo, this is Marshal Ke. It seems we haven't seen each other for a while." Fang Mo smiled slightly. "Indeed, it has been some time. To what do I owe the pleasure, Marshal Ke?" Marshal Ke got straight to the point. "I've heard you took on the mission to escort the Imperial supply fleet and successfully annihilated the Mechanical Empire's fleet." Fang Mo responded frankly, "Yes, Marshal Ke. I found this mission quite perplexing and hoped you could provide some clarification." Marshal Ke candidly explained, "This operation was a carefully planned bait tactic by the Imperial military. We dispatched 200 supply ships to the front lines and secretly leaked the information to the Mechanical Empire, hoping to lure them in. The supply fleet and the escort fleet were merely bait, but I did not anticipate you achieving such a remarkable feat, destroying 100 enemy starships." Fang Mo frowned slightly and said calmly, "I can choose to keep this matter confidential, but I hope you will no longer use students as sacrificial pawns." He expressed his dissatisfaction to Marshal Ke, deeply opposed to tactics that sacrifice students. Marshal Ke, feeling deeply remorseful in the face of Fang Mo's attitude, said, "The occurrence of this incident was due to our oversight. On behalf of the Imperial military, I apologize to you and the students who sacrificed their lives. I assure you, we will not implement similar plans in the future." "You have my word." Fang Mo nodded, indicating his satisfaction with Marshal Ke's response. Marshal Nak felt a slight blush rise on his cheeks. He had dedicated his life to the military, seeing the protection of the people as his duty. However, the current situation was somewhat unexpected. The upper echelons of the Empire's military seemed a bit impatient. This made him feel uneasy. Nonetheless, he still believed that Marshal Nak could turn the situation around. At this moment, he had a deputy commander from the Mechanical Empire in his grasp and decided to present this captive to Marshal Nak. Oh, it seemed the spoils of this battle were indeed plentiful. Capturing a deputy commander of the Mechanical Empire would surely yield a wealth of intelligence. He was pleased with Marshal Nak's performance and decided to reassess his combat rewards, indicating that he would notify Nak's school to increase his accolades. Marshal Nak expressed his gratitude and respectfully thanked the marshal. 5 days later, Fang Mo and 29 students safely returned to St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. After arranging his subordinates and the spaceship, Fang Mo went straight to the administration office to claim the mission rewards and academy credits. The office was already crowded with students, all arguing heatedly about the recent Imperial Transport Escort mission. Mr. Gao, you recommended this mission to us, didn't you? Were you aware that we almost lost our lives during it? What were you thinking? If you can't give us a reasonable explanation today, we'll report this to the Education Bureau, a tall male student shouted. Yeah, it's unbelievable. We were ambushed by the Mechanical Empire during a transport mission, with 100 of their interstellar warships attacking us. If it weren't for Marquis Fang Mo, we might not have made it back safely, a pure-looking female student angrily declared. Right. The school must provide a reasonable explanation, or we won't let this go. The crowd immediately echoed, their voices growing louder. Fang Mo surveyed the scene and saw that Mr. Gao was already drenched in sweat. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, but at least the 30 students he sent out had all returned safely. In contrast, students from other academies who participated in the Imperial Transport Escort mission suffered severe losses, with nearly 9 out of 10 not surviving. The parents of those students were furious. They didn't know the specifics. They only knew they sent their children to school, not expecting them to be assigned such a dangerous mission, and tragically, some even lost their lives. Many parents had sued the school in the imperial court. Subsequently, Marshal Naku of the Imperial Military responded to the situation, stating that the accident occurred because spies from the Mechanical Empire had obtained the supply transport routes. The Empire deeply regretted the incident and offered triple compensation to the families of the deceased students. Fang Mo couldn't be bothered with the commotion and approached an administrator, politely saying, "Excuse me, I'm here to claim the reward for the Imperial Transport Escort mission." The administrator, who had been struggling to maintain order in the office, suddenly heard Fang Mo's voice and responded awkwardly, "Marquis, you're back? If it weren't for you, our academy wouldn't have any students left to cause a fuss." The administrative officer handed Fang Mo a chair and poured him a cup of tea. As soon as Fang Mo appeared, the previously noisy students quieted down one by one, as if no one dared to misbehave in his presence. These more than 20 students were deeply grateful, as they had all been rescued by Fang Mo. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they felt indebted to him, almost as if they owed him their lives. What made their hearts tremble even more was that they had witnessed Fang Mo's fierce battle against the Mech Empire's fleet, where he was unstoppable, like a wolf among sheep. Hence, they were both grateful and fearful of him. "Marquis, your performance on this mission was outstanding. Originally, the reward was 100,000 star coins and 300 credits, but the Imperial Military Command has reassessed it. Your final reward is 5 million star coins for the mission, plus 40 million star coins from recovering 100 Mech Empire starships, totaling 45 million star coins. Additionally, the Military Command has requested the Academy to award you extra credits for your contribution. After discussions between the headmaster and the school administration, it has been decided to reward you with 600 credits." Hearing the officer's introduction, Fang Mo smiled slightly and said softly, "Thank you, headmaster. It's what I deserve." The officer beamed. "Please provide your star coin account and student number, and I will arrange the transfer and credit reward for you." Fang Mo handed over the necessary information, stood up, and left the administrative office. Meanwhile, Su Momo hurried out to catch up with Fang Mo. "Fang Mo, thank you for saving me. If it's possible, I'd like to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude," she said, feeling shy and awkward. Fang Mo looked at the bashful Su Momo in front of him, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He then declined, "Thank you, but that's not necessary. Saving you was just a small effort. Maybe some other time." With that, Fang Mo quickly walked away, leaving Su Momo feeling a bit dejected. Fang Mo, on the other hand, was calculating in his mind. With these 600 credits, he could directly advance to the 5th year. To graduate within a year, he had two options. Either advance to the 5th year and study step by step to pass the year-end exams and officially graduate, or earn another 200 credits and graduate directly without following the usual steps. Considering Fang Mo's personality, it was unlikely he would study diligently to pass the exams. He would continue to earn credits. In the third prince's mansion in the imperial capital of the Holy Dragon Empire, the prince was in a rage. "What? Your prize student is dead? I clearly instructed you to have him assassinate Fang Mo. How could this happen? Are you joking?" The third prince questioned angrily and incredulously. He knew too little about Fang Mo, and the extent of Fang Mo's hidden strength was beyond his expectations. "My student is indeed dead. His life ring has shattered. I can't believe it either, but I sent someone to check on Fang Mo, and he is still safe and sound at the academy," a voice responded calmly from the side. Your prize student was an assassination expert, mastering the art of stealth, capable of even assassinating our eldest brother. How could he die at the hands of a marquis? This is beyond my expectations, the voice continued. The third prince's face darkened with displeasure, but he decided to temporarily set aside his plan to assassinate Fang Mo. To him, Fang Mo, despite his hidden strength, was merely a minor marquis with only a single fleet under his command, insufficient to disrupt his grand scheme. With a cold sneer, he resolved to deal with Fang Mo after ascending to the throne. The third prince was meticulous, wise, and decisive. At the entrance of Fang Mo's villa, Li Mingpeng was squatting. Hearing Fang Mo's voice, he looked up, rushed forward with excitement, and anxiously inquired about Fang Mo's safety. Fang Mo appreciatively patted Li Mingpeng's shoulder, and the two walked into the villa together. Fang Mo was warmed by his concern, and their brotherly bond was extraordinary. Li Mingpeng mentioned the upcoming annual academy competition and asked if Fang Mo would participate. Fang Mo, having been delayed by previous missions, had just learned that the competition was about to begin. It was said that this competition could earn credits and even offer a chance to win an advanced interstellar battleship and participate in the Empire's Academy Cup. Li Mingpeng's enthusiasm moved Fang Mo, and he decided to join the competition. Li Mingpeng explained the rules in detail. It was primarily a survival competition. All participating students would bring their interstellar battleships to the competition site, each equipped with a surrender device. If they found their battleship overwhelmed, they could use the device to surrender. After surrendering, other students were prohibited from attacking them further, or they would be disqualified. The last 10 survivors would receive rewards based on their ranking, including credits and new interstellar battleships. After listening to Li Mingpeng's explanation, Fang Mo had a clear understanding of the competition rules. Li Mingpeng asked if Fang Mo had his own team, reminding him that teamwork was essential in the competition. Fang Mo hesitated a bit, as it was his first time participating in such a competition and he had not yet formed his own team. Fang Mo's face showed a hint of hesitation and worry after listening to Li Mingpeng. He knew that the upcoming competition would attract numerous participants, including seasoned students and even some well-known teams rumored to possess S3 class interstellar warships. Facing such formidable opponents, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Maybe I shouldn't join the competition, Fang Mo said reluctantly, looking at Li Mingpeng. I've heard there are over 3,000 participants, including some senior students, not to mention those teams with S3 class warships. I should think it over. Li Mingpeng sighed lightly, but also showed a trace of excitement. I understand. We'll decide later, he said, suddenly excited. I've heard that the arrogant Wang Qinglong and Su Momo are also participating. They've joined the Tianlong team. Tianlong team? Are they any good? Fang Mo asked curiously. Li Mingpeng thought for a moment and replied, the Tianlong team is decent, mid-year. Generally, a team has dozens to 100 members. I know the vice-captain of one of the teams. Do you want me to introduce you to them? Joining their team could secure a better ranking for you and significantly increase your safety. I'd rather not bother others, Fang Mo said firmly. If it doesn't work out, I can just withdraw. All right, since you don't want to trouble anyone, I won't push it. But make sure to be smart during the competition. Keep the exit device handy, and if there's any danger, press it to withdraw immediately. Li Mingpeng reminded him. Fang Mo responded with a wry smile. It sounds like you're here to practice surrendering. Throughout the conversation, Fang Mo's inner determination and courage were evident. He might not be the strongest, but he was definitely a warrior willing to face challenges head-on. The next morning, Fang Mo arrived at the annual competition registration area, ready to sign up. The place was packed with people, indicating that many were making last-minute applications. Fang Mo smacked his lips but didn't think much of it and joined the queue. While waiting, 6 students approached him, bowed, and thanked him for rescuing them during the last mission. Oh, it's you guys. No need to thank me. It was just a small favor, Fang Mo replied. One of the cute female students asked, are you also planning to participate in the competition? Yes, Fang Mo answered. Have you formed a team yet? If not, we'd like to join you. Fang Mo looked at the 6 students. It seemed they not only wanted to thank him, but also hoped to team up with him for the competition. All right, let's join forces, Fang Mo smiled. Yay, you're the best, Marquis. 2 of the female students jumped for joy. Fang Mo and the students proceeded to register for the competition and exchanged contact information. Marquis, some of my close friends would also like to join our team. What do you think? Asked the cute student, Han Fang, looking at Fang Mo. That's fine. Just make sure our team doesn't exceed 30 members. Your friends and brothers are all welcome to join, Fang Mo replied, not minding their addition as their S1 and S2 level starships posed no threat to him. Meanwhile, within the Empire's 056th Legion, Captain Fang Qingqing was being commended. Due to your outstanding performance, the military has decided to promote you to deputy commander of this legion. Congratulations! Commander Nakier handed Fang Qingqing the deputy commander's badge. Fang Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She had been called to a meeting by Commander Nakier, but she hadn't expected it to be a celebration of her promotion. Given her rank and achievements, she felt unqualified for the position. Oh, thank you, Commander Nakier, and thank you, comrades, for your support. Fang Qingqing accepted the badge, still in disbelief. Wow, the Empire is being so good to me. I'm quite envious, huh? But this will significantly boost our Legion's strength, Nakier said with a smile. Thank you for the Empire's trust and generosity. I will continue to work hard for the Empire. Fang Qingqing promised, clenching her fist. That's the spirit. By the way, I noticed your brother's Qianlin Legion has many new starships. Do you think he might be interested in selling some? Nakier inquired. Fang Qingqing suddenly realized the reason behind her unexpected promotion was due to her brother's influence. But having accepted the Empire's favor, she couldn't directly refuse Nakier's request. Commander Nakier, my brother's Qianlin Legion is indeed his own. I'll have to ask him about selling the starships. Of course, I greatly appreciate Marquis Fang Mo. My uncle, Marshal Nake, speaks very highly of him. Nakier, who was actually Marshal Nake's nephew, belonged to one of the prominent families of the Holy Dragon Empire. While Fang Mo was resting in his villa, he received a call from his older sister, Fang Qingqing. He was a bit puzzled by her sudden contact. In the video call, Fang Qingqing informed him that Commander Nakier was very interested in his interstellar warships and wanted to know if he was willing to sell them. Hearing this news, Fang Mo felt a surge of joy and thought his sister was really considerate. Of course, he was willing to sell his interstellar warships to Commander Nakier. He thought about his current financial situation, with not many star coins left and a big financial hole to fill. So, he decided to sell some of his S2 and S3 class interstellar warships and sent the list to Fang Qingqing. After reviewing the list, Fang Qingqing was amazed and exclaimed, "Little brother, you've really become quite the tycoon." She agreed to sell the warships and forwarded the list to Nakier. Nakier immediately checked the list, which included performance data for the warships. Seeing the information on the list, Nakier couldn't help but drool. The S2 class warships had performance exceeding those of the same class Imperial starships by over 30, and were priced about 300,000 star coins lower. The S3 class warships were even more powerful, with performance and combat capabilities that could crush the Mechanical Empire starships. Despite being highly tempted, the total cost was still a bit steep for Nakier. If he had enough star coins, he would have loved to keep this batch of warships for himself. Fang Qingqing received Nakier's message and smiled as she told Fang Mo. Nakier agreed to purchase all the warships and has already reported to the military. They will send someone to pick them up. She felt proud of her role as the messenger and simultaneously pondered how to rob her wealthy little brother. Fang Qingqing informed Fang Mo that the military would transfer the payment to him and asked him to prepare for the handover. Nakier happily reported to the military, while Fang Qingqing was scheming on how to rob this transaction. The total value of this deal exceeded 2.6 billion star coins, making Fang Mo a true tycoon. Fang Qingqing felt a surge of joy inside, finally having some extra income, while her meager monthly salary had been a constant source of frustration. At this moment, she wore a look of helplessness, appearing pitiful. Big sis deserves credit too, so here's 1,000,000 star coins as a reward. I've transferred the money to you already. Pick out whatever you like. Don't be too reserved, she said. Fang Mo, speechless as he looked at Fang Qingqing, teased, "Little brother here is still the best." Fang Qingqing grinned proudly. 2 days later, at the port of the St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy, over 5,000 various interstellar warships were gathered. Nearly 4,000 of them were there for the annual competition, while the rest were for the Academy's teachers and spectators. Fang Mo's team had 30 interstellar warships, already waiting at the port to depart for the competition venue. One male team member said, "Marquis, let's hope we do well this time." Another team member chimed in, "We'll definitely take first place." Han Fangfang excitedly added, "Just do your best, just do your best." Fang Mo responded calmly, chatting with his team as the principal's projection appeared on the port's big screen. Principal Tross addressed everyone. "Good morning, participants, teachers, and spectators. I am Tross, the principal of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. This annual competition is not only a test for our students, but also a showcase of our Academy's strength. I hope all participants display their skills, honor, and friendship. Please proceed to the competition venue." With that, over 5,000 interstellar warships took off into the distance. 2 hours later, all the warships arrived at the competition site, a vast asteroid belt scattered with various sized asteroids. Shortly after, Principal Tross made another announcement via all channels. "This is your competition venue. You now have 15 minutes to prepare, find your hiding spots, and team up. Remember to stay safe during the competition." Fang Mo immediately led his team toward the 3 o'clock direction to find a suitable hiding place. 15 minutes later, an announcement came through all channels. "Preparation time is over. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The annual competition officially begins. Principal Tross declared loudly. At the start of the competition, Fang Mo and his 29 teammates hid behind a massive asteroid. Their fleet was only a tenth the size of the asteroid. Fang Mo realized that this was an academy competition, different from previous hostile battles, and they needed a change in tactics. He ordered a ban on using the ship's 2 main cannons and the starshield system, and to avoid hitting vital parts when attacking other starships. In the tense atmosphere, Fang Mo commanded his crew. A team member named Zhou Ming asked Fang Mo about the next strategy. Zhou Ming had previously been part of an Imperial escort mission and had great trust in Fang Mo. Fang Mo instructed Zhou Ming to lead 5 fast-moving team members for reconnaissance, giving them 20 minutes. Immediately, 6 starships flew out from behind the asteroid to begin their mission. Fang Mo's squad consisted of 8 S-1 class starships and 21 S-2 class starships, making his fleet relatively weak. He cautioned his teammates to stay hidden because there were many participating starships, and they needed to keep a low profile. Some team members praised Fang Mo's S-4 class starship, saying it could easily defeat other students, but Fang Mo emphasized that the participants were not enemies, but classmates. He did not want to harm others, but would retaliate against unwise provocations. The team understood and supported Fang Mo's decision. As time passed, 25 minutes quickly went by. A team member reported that the reconnaissance team had been discovered and was under pursuit. Fang Mo immediately instructed Zhou Ming to lead the team back to ensure their safety. Since the reconnaissance team's ships were faster, they had not yet encountered danger. The enemy fleet immediately dispatched equally fast interstellar warships to pursue, with the main force following closely behind. Zhou Ming was extremely anxious. They couldn't shake off the enemy's pursuit. Lank said urgently, "Damn it! The enemy is chasing us so relentlessly. Aren't they worried about being ambushed by other teams? We must hold on. It's only 10 minutes until we can rendezvous with the main force." Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and accelerated, the roaring sound echoing in his ears. The pursuing enemies kept firing at them, disregarding their identities. As the enemy squad closed in, the situation became critical. Zhou Ming made a decision. "Tonin, take Lanks, Chi-Yun, and Rolfster back. Lu Fenhu and I will stay behind to cover you. Go." Zhou Ming said resolutely. "Zhou Ming, what are you planning? This will put you and Lu Fenhu in great danger, even life-threatening." Lanks couldn't help but say, "Shut up. If we continue like this, none of us will escape. This is an order. If you disobey, I will report you to the Marquis." Zhou Ming's tone was firm. Lanks, Chi-Yun, and Rolfster had no choice but to follow the order. They immediately separated from Zhou Ming and flew in another direction, leaving Zhou Ming and Lu Fenhu to slow down and delay the enemy squad. "Lu Fenhu, we need to hold them off as long as we can. If we can't, we retreat," Zhou Ming instructed. "Got it, Zhou Ming. You take care too," Lu Fenhu replied. The two of them then turned their interstellar warships around to confront the enemy squad. The enemy squad consisted of 8 members, and despite the suicidal attack from Zhou Ming and Lu Fenhu, they showed no fear. Within 5 minutes, Zhou Ming and Lu Fenhu had reached their limits. They urgently pressed the retreat button. Otherwise, their warships would be destroyed. Fang Mo looked at the dimmed avatars of Zhou Ming and Lu Fenhu on the screen, feeling heavy-hearted. It seemed they had failed. "Marquis, this is Tonin. Zhou Ming and Lu Fenhu stayed behind to buy us time," Tonin reported to the Marquis. "Understood. Which team is the enemy?" the Marquis inquired. "Based on our observations, they are the Glorious Team, a highly ranked team with 82 interstellar warships, including an S-3 class interstellar destroyer," Tonin replied earnestly. "All right, you 4 return for now. I'll remember this grudge," Fang Mo ordered. 5 minutes later, the 4-member scout team returned and continued to hide within a massive asteroid. The competition arena was enormous. Even with over 4,000 starships inside, it would take a considerable amount of time to encounter each other. In the spectators' stands outside the arena, over 1,000 interstellar warships were parked, watching the 20 live-streamed videos. Dean Tross, Zhou Ming's ability to adapt in critical situations is quite commendable. Sacrificing the least to ensure the survival of other team members was a wise decision, someone remarked. A middle-aged man smiled slightly and said to Dean Tross, "Haha, just a mere clown. Dean Tross, you once had high hopes for Marquis Fang Mo's team. But now, right at the start of the competition, they've already lost 2 members." A noblewoman mocked, "Director Inyasi, I suggest you maintain some respect for the Marquis. Hasn't Director No's situation been enough of a warning for you all?" Dean Tross impatiently responded to the noblewoman. Even though he's an Imperial Marquis, he's only 17 this year. How formidable could he be in this competition? Time flew by, and 2 hours later, the original 4,000-plus contestants had dwindled down to just over 1,500. The audience continuously cheered for the fierce battles happening on the field. "Old Wong, I've bet everything I own on the Marquis this time. As long as he makes it to the top 10, I'll earn double the odds, haha." This was Feng Han, an administrative clerk at the academy. While many at the academy might not understand Fang Mo's strength, he knew it well. No one knew Fang Mo's combat prowess better than he did. Old Feng, it looks like you're going to lose big this time. The marquee you're betting on is still hiding on that meteorite. I doubt he can make it to the top 10. You don't understand. You don't understand. Just wait, he'll surely amaze you later on. At this moment, Fang Mo's team members could only continue hiding out of boredom. If they could hold out until the top 100, it would be good enough. A full channel announcement rang out. Hello, all participants currently in the competition. I'm Dean Tross. After 2 hours of intense competition, there are now less than 1,500 contestants remaining. In 3 minutes, I will shrink the competition area to 1/3 its current size. At that time, you will see the reduced competition area. If your starship flies out of the competition area, it will be considered a forfeit. Please pay attention to your position and do not exceed the competition area. The 3-minute countdown starts now. Fang Mo thought helplessly, this old Dean is really meticulous. I'm hiding in a safe place, so why shrink the competition area? Clearly, he doesn't want to see my team too comfortable. Soon after, everyone saw the reduced competition area on their exit devices. Fang Mo's current position was just outside the new boundary. Marquis, we can't stay here any longer. We need to find a new hiding spot, Han Fang immediately suggested. All right, everyone, follow me towards the 12 o'clock direction. As the competition area shrank, the 1,500 remaining contestants began to move. This movement immediately triggered numerous fierce skirmishes. Many teams engaged in combat while navigating. 10 minutes into their navigation, Fang Mo's team encountered a hostile squad. Marquis detected a squad at 3 o'clock with 52 starships. They look like the Tianlong squad. Report, Marquis. Bad news. We've also spotted a squad at 8 o'clock. They are the Guangwei squad. Tonan anxiously said. It seems like we're really in a tight spot. Fang Mo coldly observed the two squads. Fang Mo immediately made tactical adjustments, dividing his team into small groups for combat operations. They were split into 4 groups, each consisting of 7 members, with the last group having 8 members. Fang Mo operated alone while the other teams provided coordinated defense. The team members responded in unison and charged towards the Tianlong squad, ready to scatter and retreat if danger arose, aiming to preserve themselves. At Fang Mo's command, the 4 groups rushed towards the Tianlong squad, and the deafening sound of artillery fire filled the air. The spectators watched with excitement as Fang Mo's team was caught in a crossfire between 2 squads. They were eager to see what extraordinary abilities this marquis possessed. However, when they saw Fang Mo's massive interstellar battleship, they were stunned. Previously, Fang Mo had been hidden behind an asteroid, and most had not noticed his starship. Now, seeing the S4 class interstellar battleship clearly, everyone gasped in shock. Typically, an interstellar battleship can attack from all directions except below. While most starships travel at speeds of tens of kilometers per second, Fang Mo's ship reached speeds of hundreds of kilometers per second. The performance was simply astonishing. Not even the Imperial fleet's S4 class battleships had such speed. Fang Mo observed the reaction of the Guangwei squad and shook his head. Students will be students. Their battlefield adaptability is too poor. I've already positioned myself below them, and they are still in shock. He quickly ordered, target their engines with Closian defense cannons and open fire. Dozens of Closian defense cannons fired continuously. Even with just 36 particle cannons of 600 mm caliber, the Guangwei squad starships couldn't withstand the barrage, and many exploded instantly. To put it into perspective, the main guns of these S2 class starships were only 200 mm to 300 mm in caliber. Caught off guard, the Guangwei squad quickly adjusted their fleet's direction, aiming all their weapons at Fang Mo's starship. Bang, bang, bang. After unleashing a volley, they realized that the S4 class battleship's armor remained unscathed. The audience's attention was entirely focused on Fang Mo's battle, ignoring all other ongoing fights. Oh my god, what level of starship is this? It's unscathed after a barrage from dozens of starships. This is insane. Moreover, the S4 class battleship hadn't even used its 2 main guns or 24 secondary guns. This ship was a monster fast, powerful, and heavily armored. It was an unbeatable super interstellar battleship. The spectators were left in awe, their mouths agape. Why so silent, Director Inyasi? Dean Tross sneered at her. This is impossible. I know for a fact that the Empire doesn't have such a super interstellar battleship. No, we must disqualify Marquis Fang Mo. If he remains in the competition, he poses a threat to everyone else. Director Inyasi insisted. Another director agreed. I support Director Inyasi's suggestion, but we must still award the Marquis a ranking. Canceling his participation without reason would surely displease him. The Academy's senior officials discussed and voted on the matter. Ultimately, Dean Tross decided to award Fang Mo first place in the competition. Despite Inyasi's objections, the majority of the Academy's leadership voted in favor of the decision. Marquis Fang Mo was a fearless warrior on the battlefield, whose strength and courage earned him great respect. In the midst of a fierce battle, he suddenly received a video call request from Dean Tross. The Dean informed Fang Mo that he had won first place in the competition and requested him to withdraw immediately. Fang Mo was puzzled, as the competition had not yet ended. Dean Tross explained that to protect the other participants, Fang Mo's attacks had already resulted in the loss of 7 competitors. To prevent further casualties, Fang Mo was declared the winner and asked to exit the competition early. Obediently, Fang Mo withdrew from the competition. Both the audience and the other contestants were shocked by the news, but they soon understood the Academy's decision. Keeping Fang Mo in the competition would only have led to more injuries, and the Academy's action was a measure to protect everyone involved. The members of the glorious battle team watched as Fang Mo's battleship slowly left the battlefield, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Some team members were moved to tears, filled with gratitude towards the Dean. They realized they had just brushed past death and were lucky to be alive. Excitedly, some team members exclaimed, "I almost didn't make it," and haha, Fang Mo got first place. My odds just quintupled. At this moment, Old Wang looked shocked, while Old Feng was filled with regret, lamenting that he had missed out on such a dark horse. They decided to celebrate and left in high spirits. Fang Mo docked his battleship near the spectators area and contacted Dean Tross to inquire about the first place reward. Upon learning that the reward included 500 credits and an S3 class interstellar battleship, Fang Mo asked if it could be converted into star coins instead. The Dean agreed to his request, granting him 30 million star coins. Fang Mo smiled with satisfaction and asked if he could graduate immediately. The Dean, somewhat exasperated, remarked that this request was a bit too hasty. Dean Tross looked at Fang Mo earnestly and made 2 requests. First, he hoped Fang Mo would represent the Academy in the Empire Cup competition hosted by the Holy Dragon Empire and secure first place. Fang Mo agreed without hesitation. Secondly, the Dean wished for Fang Mo to become an honorary advisory professor at the Academy, with an annual salary of 1 million star coins, and to return every 3 years for a public lecture. Fang Mo gladly accepted, promising to do his best. Dean Tross' praise for Fang Mo left him deeply moved. This young marquis had demonstrated extraordinary charm and talent. Fang Mo knew well that in this interstellar academy full of opportunities and challenges, connections were crucial. Without hesitation, he accepted the Dean's proposal, secretly looking forward to a brilliant future. In the intense competition of the annual contest, Fang Mo stood out and claimed first place. Dean Tross' face beamed with joy, and he couldn't stop praising Fang Mo's performance. Different emotions could be seen in second place Wang Jiqiang and third place Qian Huihui. Although the Academy could only offer modest compensation to the families of those who tragically lost their lives, their sacrifices would never be forgotten. The next day, Dean Tross waited for Fang Mo and the others at a small restaurant. He invited the trio to order freely, displaying the demeanor of a considerate and kind leader. Although Fang Mo and the others ordered without reservation, they felt deeply warmed by the Dean's care. Dean Tross introduced the upcoming Academy Cup, showing his commitment to nurturing more talents for the Empire. Wang Jiqiang mentioned his experience in the last Academy Cup. He was hopeful about this opportunity, but also harbored some worries. Dean Tross' encouragement and praise made him feel proud, and he also grew more respectful of Fang Mo's abilities. In the upcoming Academy Cup, they would embark on a new journey together, facing even greater challenges and opportunities. Senior Wang's words deeply moved Fang Mo. Initially, he had some doubts about the Dean's sudden decision, but after witnessing the Marquis's bravery in battle, he began to appreciate the wisdom behind the Academy's choice. Qian Huihui silently nodded in agreement, feeling the same admiration, but couldn't help but complain. This tea tastes a bit bitter. Fang Mo awkwardly smiled and spat out a few tea leaves. Just then, the Dean announced, "The day after tomorrow, we will head to the capital of the Holy Dragon Empire to participate in the Academy Cup. It is said that His Majesty will attend in person, and the competition rules will be adjusted. Therefore, I hope Wang Jiqiang and Qian Huihui will fully support Marquis Fang Mo in striving for the championship." Hearing the Dean's arrangement, Wang Jiqiang and Qian Huihui were surprised, realizing the importance of this competition. However, with Marquis Fang Mo joining them, they started to feel confident about their chances of winning. Securing the Academy Cup would bring enormous benefits and be a rare opportunity for both themselves and the Academy. Wang Jiqiang asked worriedly, "Dean, this is my first time participating in the Academy Cup, and I'm not very familiar with the specific rules." Fang Mo also expressed his uncertainty. Dean Tross looked at him, silently thinking that if there were no restrictions on the level of starships, Fang Mo's S4 class starship would leave other academies in the dust. The Dean coughed and reassured Marquis, "Due to the rule changes, it's difficult to offer specific advice in advance, but as long as you perform at your usual level, there shouldn't be any major issues." Chen Huihui then happily requested, Marquis, after dinner, could you please give me an autograph? Fang Mo smiled and nodded. Of course. 2 days later at noon, Dean Tross led Fang Mo and two other students through the streets of Xinhuang City, the capital of the Shanglong Empire. Wang Jiqiang and Chen Huihui, visiting the imperial city for the first time, were brimming with curiosity about their surroundings. They were here to participate in the Academy Cup, an opportunity to broaden their horizons and bring honor to the St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. The dean patiently gave his instructions, and the students nodded in understanding. Although it was Fang Mo's second visit to the city, he hadn't had a chance to explore it properly before. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the Imperial Education Headquarters. Hello, I'm Tross, the Dean of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. Here is my identification, Dean Tross said, handing his ID to the receptionist. The receptionist, a young woman, took the ID and glanced at Fang Mo and his companions. Welcome to Xinhuang City, the capital of the Shanglong Empire. You're here for the Academy Cup, right? She asked warmly. Yes, these three are our Academy's contestants. Here is the Academy's information for registration, Tross said, handing over the documents. After registering, the receptionist handed Tross 3 crystal cards. These are your participation cards. You'll need them for the competition. If there's nothing else, enjoy your time in the city, she said. Tross took the cards and was about to leave with his students when 5 people approached them. Well, if it isn't the Dean of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. What a coincidence, one of them said. Indeed, Dean Marcellus, what a small world, another chimed in. Fang Mo noticed the hostility between them, realizing that Dean Tross and Dean Marcellus didn't get along. Marcellus looked at Fang Mo and his companions and sneered, Are these your contestants? They look pretty average. I wonder how skilled they are. It seems we haven't treated you well in the past, but this time, we'll make sure to give you the attention you deserve. Haha, Dean Tross, visibly angry, retorted, We'll see about that. He then led his students away. Dean, which academy are they from? Chen Huihui asked, noticing Tross's anger. They are from the Era's Advanced Interstellar Academy. Remember them well. Our academy has a long-standing rivalry with them. In previous competitions, they have cruelly harmed our students, Tross explained. That's outrageous, Chen Huihui exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. To them, it might be a trivial matter. My brother participated in one of those competitions. If it weren't for our academy's captain sacrificing himself to protect him, he might not have made it back. Their starship was surrounded and ultimately destroyed, Wang Jiqiang said, gritting his teeth at the memory. Fang Mo listened silently, feeling disdain for the Era's Advanced Interstellar Academy. They only dared to bully their own people, but wouldn't face external enemies heeding. The group arrived at a hotel, booked 4 rooms, and had dinner together. Get a good night's rest. We'll meet in the lobby at 9 a.m. tomorrow to head to the Academy Cup, Dean Tross instructed. Fang Mo returned to his room, and his communication bracelet suddenly rang. Marquis Fang Mo, this is Marshal Nak. I heard you're participating in the Academy Cup. The Marshal's voice came through. Yes, Marshal. Your information network is impressive, Fang Mo replied, amazed. Fang Mo felt a surge of pride and honor upon hearing Commander Masno's words. He recognized his own importance and responsibility, knowing that his actions had saved the Empire from a crisis. When Qin Shanha spoke bluntly, Fang Mo's brow furrowed slightly, fully aware of the difficulties and arduous tasks ahead. In this critical moment, he felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier, but he was determined not to let everyone down. Resolutely, he said, I will do my utmost to ensure the safety and stability of the Empire. These words were filled with determination and resolve, showcasing Fang Mo's decisiveness and courage as a marquis. In this challenging time, he was willing to step up and fight to defend the Empire. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and oppressive, with worry and concern etched on everyone's faces. Fang Mo knew he faced significant challenges, but he also believed that as long as everyone united and worked together, the Empire could overcome its difficulties and regain its former glory. General Na Ku slowly put down his cigar, cleared his throat, and said gravely, The Eastern Alliance has been frequently provoking us from another direction. We are now forced to fight on 2 fronts. The Eastern Alliance's forces cannot quickly provide support, while an assassination attempt on the prince has erupted within the Empire. If the Eastern Alliance detects our sacred Dragon Empire's vulnerability, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to carve up our territory, slaughter our warriors, and enslave our people. Marquis Kellenimo took a puff of his cigar and added, We are also facing a shortage of military supplies, and many of our star sector troops can no longer maintain adequate welfare. Fang Mo listened quietly to the analysis of the Empire's situation by the high-ranking officials, pondering their intentions for summoning him. What instructions do you have for me? Fang Mo finally asked. General Na Ku clapped his hands, and the conference room plunged into darkness. A holographic video projection began to play, showcasing the 2 battles where Fang Mo had supported Commander Na Chi Air. The scenes were filled with intense combat involving the Qinlan fleet's various warships. These images were all too familiar to Marquis Fang Mo. General Naka gazed intently at Fang Mo and said seriously, "We brought you here to know. If the Empire were on the brink of collapse, what would you choose to do? You need not worry too much. We owe you far too much." Fang Mo resolutely replied, "If it truly comes to that, I will stand up to defend my country, protect our people, and resist the invaders' iron heel." The room fell silent as everyone stared at Fang Mo. He deeply understood their expectations. "Very well, I have an operational plan here, and your fleet is to undertake a critical mission within it," General Naku said earnestly as the conference room lights came back on, revealing a holographic star map on the table. "Commander Qin, please introduce the operation plan." General Naku signaled for Qin Shanhe to continue. Qin Shanhe stood up and pointed at the star map with a command pin. "This is the boundary between the Tianlan Star region's Hongguang system and the Mechanical Empire's Taitar system. Our current front line, the Hongtai battle line, commonly known as the Devil's Scar. We have been fiercely engaged with the Mechanical Empire here for over 2 months, with more than 20 million of our warriors fallen and over 300,000 starships destroyed." Fang Mo shuddered at these numbers. Over 20 million lives lost in just 2 months, and this was only the Sacred Dragon Empire's casualties. Including the Mechanical Empire's losses, the numbers would be even more staggering. Qin Shanhe devised a strategy named the Open Door Plan, which involved feigning a retreat on the front lines to lure the Mechanical Empire into taking over the position. Hidden interference devices would then be activated to prevent the enemy from escaping or receiving reinforcements. Meanwhile, a surprise attack corps would be dispatched to strike the rear command centers of the Mechanical Empire, severing their command system. According to intelligence, there are 3 potential command centers in the rear that the surprise attack corps needs to divide and conquer. If successful, the next phase would involve a siege plan, deploying 100 corps to encircle and annihilate the 60 corps of the Mechanical Empire that have penetrated the Hentai front. Without command centers, the combat effectiveness of the Mechanical Empire's troops would plummet, leaving them unable to escape or receive reinforcements. Eliminating these 60 corps would open the door to victory, allowing a pincer movement through the Taitar star system to crush the enemy on other fronts and achieve total victory, rendering the Mechanical Empire unsustainable. After saying this, Qin Shanhe took a sip of tea and sat back down. Fang Mo was astonished upon hearing the plan, realizing that such a strategic layout could only be devised by someone extraordinary. As Commander Qin mentioned, the plan was fraught with risks. Any misstep could not only nullify all efforts but also result in the loss of the Hentai front. Marshal Ku continued, "The key to this plan is how the surprise attack corps reaches the rear command centers of the Mechanical Empire, and the combat capability of this corps must far exceed that of the enemy. Marquis Fang Mo, your Qinlan corps meets the second criterion, as your combat strength is superior to that of the Mechanical Empire's troops. Therefore, we hope your corps can undertake the surprise attack mission. Once we solve the first key point, the plan can be executed. We look forward to your thoughts." Fang Mo responded, "Attacking the command centers of the Mechanical Empire is certainly doable, but are you worried we won't make it back? That's not the issue. Going on an expedition inevitably consumes resources. I wonder if the higher-ups have considered this." Fang Mo smiled as he spoke. Masno Commander, observing Fang Mo's smile, jokingly said, "You really have your eyes on the money. Thinking about profit at a time like this?" Marshal Ku took a puff of his cigar and looked at Fang Mo, saying, "It seems you are very confident in this plan. Don't worry about the costs. Upon completing the mission, we will pay you an initial sum of 10 billion star coins, with another 20 billion to follow after the task is completed. How does that sound?" Fang Mo grinned and replied, "Marshal Ku, your generosity is impressive. However, I have to participate in the Academy Cup competition next. The mission will have to wait until after the competition. The College Cup competition is just around the corner." After Fang Mo and his colleagues finished their discussion, they were about to leave. Suddenly, a cough came from the right side of the conference room, and a door slowly opened. An elderly man walked out gracefully. Everyone stood up in unison, bowing respectfully to the elder. "Your Majesty, we have completed our discussion and will take our leave now." Following this, the high-ranking military officials left the conference room, leaving Fang Mo and the Emperor alone. When Fang Mo entered the room, he had already sensed someone hidden behind the right wall, but the person's identity remained a mystery. He saluted the Emperor respectfully. "Take a seat. Don't blame me for eavesdropping on your conversation. These military officers are quite troublesome," the Emperor said with a smile. "Your Majesty, I am at your service." Fang Mo responded respectfully. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My studies at the Academy have been progressing smoothly over the past 2 months," Fang Mo replied. The Emperor's eyes gleamed as he asked, "I heard you're participating in the College Cup competition. Do you have confidence in taking first place?" During a conversation, a cough was heard from within the right wall of the conference room, and soon a door opened from that wall. An elderly man emerged, and everyone in the room stood up to pay their respects. This elderly man was the emperor, and several high-ranking military officials promptly exited the room. Fang Mo had already known someone was behind the right wall, but was unaware of their identity. He saluted the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please don't blame me for eavesdropping. The truth is, these military officers are indeed very meticulous. The past 2 months have been relatively smooth, and I appreciate your concern." The emperor frowned slightly and pondered. "I heard you participated in the Academy Cup. Do you have confidence in winning?" Fang Mo smiled and replied, "I am confident, but luck also plays a crucial part." The emperor's frown deepened, and he looked at Fang Mo with concern. "Regarding your and the Legion's plans, I am actually reluctant to let you take the risk, as it is a perilous mission. Entering the heart of the mechanical empire, surrounded by enemies, is no small matter. You must be prepared for the worst." Fang Mo felt touched by the emperor's concern and resolutely said, "Your Majesty, since I dared to accept this mission, I am confident in completing it and returning safely." The emperor smiled faintly with some relief. "If it is as you say, that would be the best outcome. Alas, if only my sons were as decisive as you, I would be at ease." Just as Fang Mo was about to continue speaking, he noticed the emperor's hand tremble slightly and immediately fell silent. The emperor sighed and said, "So far, the culprit has not been found. The crown prince was born of the empress, who is also the mother of the little princess. They have always been very close. Now, the empress and the little princess are heartbroken day and night." Seeing the emperor's sorrowful expression, Fang Mo also felt a pang of sadness. He softly said, "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. When I was at the academy, I was attacked by a shadow assassin. After killing him, I learned from his memories some clues regarding the assassination of the crown prince and the second prince." The emperor was astonished. "You were also attacked? And you know about the attack on the princes? Quickly, tell me." Fang Mo respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, please review the memories of this assassin." Fang Mo used his psychic abilities to transfer the memories related to the assassination of the crown prince and the second prince to the emperor. The emperor's face shifted from anger to sadness and then back to anger. "Outrageous. This is absolutely intolerable. Guards." 2 guards responded immediately, kneeling on one knee. The emperor, seething with anger, commanded, "Bring the third prince to me at once. I will question him personally." Fang Mo quickly intervened, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This memory alone is not enough to convict the third prince. It lacks substantive evidence." The emperor's fury subsided slightly, and he said slowly, "You are right. Such memories are insufficient for a conviction. Without solid evidence, I cannot pass judgment." Fang Mo humbly suggested, "Your Majesty, you are wise. I have a way to find concrete evidence." The emperor appreciatively patted Fang Mo on the shoulder and instructed, "I entrust this matter to you, but proceed with utmost caution." Fang Mo respectfully accepted the order, solemnly replying, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my utmost." The emperor waved his hand, and 2 guards exited the meeting room. His Majesty then unexpectedly announced his intention to adopt Fang Mo as his godson, leaving Fang Mo quite surprised. He widened his eyes, wondering if the emperor still needed more sons. This emperor was indeed unconventional. Traditionally, one would first be promoted in rank, and then rewarded with gold and silver. Fang Mo felt overwhelmed and pondered whether he should switch weapons. Perhaps a halberd would be more suitable. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, but I truly find it difficult to accept," Fang Mo said. "Do you think I am old? Or is there another reason?" the emperor asked. "Very well, from today on, you are my godson, bestowed with the title of Duke Qianlin. Your biological father, Fang Baitian, will be titled Duke Tianlin, and your grandmother will be honored as a first-class noble lady. Once you finish participating in the Academy Cup, I will officially announce your titles to the world. However, your fief will remain unchanged for now. Once the empire stabilizes, I will grant you more lands." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Fang Mo was at a loss for words. "All right then, join me for dinner at the palace. The empress and the little princess often speak of you." The next morning at 9 a.m., Fang Mo and his companions, along with Principal Tross, departed from the hotel to the Imperial Education Headquarters. They needed to understand the rules of the Academy Cup before heading to the competition venue. They informed the staff at the headquarters that they were the team from St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy and requested detailed information on the competition rules. Principal Tross spoke again with the female staff member at the headquarters and obtained the rules. The competition rules were as follows. 1. A total of 582 academy teams will participate, with each academy allowed 3 members. 2. The first round is a survival match, requiring participants to survive for 5 hours in a designated area filled with hostile races such as the Mechanical Empire, Zerg, and Orcs. 3. The second round is a death race, where participants' interstellar ships must navigate a specific course within 2 hours, facing various interstellar traps and obstacles. 4. The third round is a knockout tournament, which is also the final round. Participants will engage in unknown matches through a draw, ultimately determining the champion. 5. The competition will take place at 10 a.m. on January 22, 2027, New Galactic Calendar. 6. Participants must sign a life and death waiver at the registration desk, accepting full responsibility for their lives during the competition. After reviewing the rules, Principal Tross and the others frowned. This year's competition was evidently designed to eliminate more ordinary participants by adding a second round. Tross thoughtfully commented that the first round was also more challenging than before, as it now included hostile forces instead of just inter-academy rivalry. Wang Jiqiang remarked in surprise that winning the championship this time would indeed be more difficult. Fang Mo, listening to their discussion, understood the increased difficulty of the competition. The first round would primarily test team cooperation, the second round would evaluate the performance, command skills, and adaptability of individual starships, and the third round would be the traditional unknown duel. Chen Huihui began to analyze. Let's prepare well and focus on getting through the first 2 rounds. Principal Tross looked at Fang Mo and the others and said, "Do your best." On the morning of January 22, 2027, at 10 a.m., Fang Mo and his teammates, along with Dean Tross, waited for the competition at the St. Dragon Empire Interstellar Arena. The waiting area, audience seats, and judges' seats were all packed, and the spectators section was especially bustling with excitement. It was Fang Mo's first time seeing such a grand arena, with millions of people gathered in the audience, surpassing the combined population of 3 provincial capitals on Blue Star. An announcement echoed across all channels, instructing all participants to prepare. The competition would officially begin in 10 minutes. Go Roston Advanced Interstellar Academy? Cheers erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere was electric. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Phelont. As the audience's excitement peaked, holographic projections of host Phelont appeared in various spots around the arena. Welcome to the Academy Cup. First, let me introduce the rules. This round is the first survival match, with 582 academies participating, each sending 3 contestants. The contestants will have to survive for 5 hours in the interstellar arena. To make the competition more thrilling, we've added numerous hostile forces, including fleets from the Mechanical Empire, the Zerg Swarm, and the Orc Fleet. These adversaries are well equipped with resources and ammunition. We hope the contestants enjoy themselves. After the host's explanation, the audience erupted with excitement. Wow, this Academy Cup is going to be intense. Absolutely thrilling. The ticket was worth every penny. The audience members exchanged excited comments. The host smiled at the enthusiastic crowd. In the judges' seats were leaders from the Ministry of Education, high-ranking military officials, and prominent political figures. Most notably, the Emperor and the young princess were present. Let's give a warm welcome to His Majesty the Emperor. Thunderous applause filled the arena. As the applause rang out, an elderly man and a young, beautiful girl appeared in the royal box. The elderly man waved to the audience, and the crowd fell silent. Dear citizens, esteemed contestants, greetings. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Let's witness the contestants' prowess and showcase the spirit of our empire. After the emperor's speech, the audience erupted in cheers once again, fireworks lit up the sky, and the celebrations began. Thank you, Your Majesty, for gracing us with your presence, the host announced, marking the official start of the competition as the participating fleets headed towards the interstellar arena. The live broadcast of the competition has started. Let's head in, Fang Mo said to Wang Jiqiang and Chen Huihui via holographic video. The holographic projections above the audience began displaying the live action of the participating teams. The little princess eagerly searched for Fang Mo's starship in the palace hall. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, as if she had found a treasure. The emperor smiled and pointed to the massive Goldendred S4 class starship on the screen, exclaiming, "This is Fang Mo's starship. Isn't it magnificent?" The little princess excitedly replied, "Father, this is my first time seeing such a beautiful starship. It's amazing." The emperor chuckled and said, "After the competition, you can ask him about it yourself." The little princess asked worriedly, "Father, there are fleets that have enhanced enemy forces. Won't it be dangerous?" The emperor playfully responded, "Has Fang Mo captured our little princess's heart?" Ha ha ha. The little princess blushed and turned away, silently gazing at Fang Mo's starship. Meanwhile, a large holographic video projection appeared in the upper left corner of the audience stands. 2 young commentators, Xiao Kai and Xiao Kuan, sat behind a desk. Xiao Kai smiled and said, "Hello everyone. This year's Academy Cup competition is much more challenging than previous years, and the first round will be very exciting." He continued, "A total of 582 academies are participating, with 1,746 starships in the competition. The Imperial Advanced Starship Academy and the Cabia Advanced Starship Academy are the favorites to win. They have not only won previous competitions, but also have participants like Tatasia and Bras, who come from powerful backgrounds and have excellent command skills, piloting S3 class starships with exceptional capabilities. Shao Kurin added, Rostan Advanced Starship Academy and Ayla's Advanced Starship Academy are also formidable. Their participants are equally strong, especially Han Dong from Ayla's Advanced Starship Academy. As last year's runner-up, he has a wealth of experience, and this will be his final Academy Cup, making him a tough competitor. Shao Kai continued, besides these favorites, I'm also looking forward to seeing some dark horses emerge. Inside the Imperial Starship Arena, Han Dong and his teammates were discussing their strategy. Han Dong calmly said, this time, we'll observe for a while. If the people from St. Roland Advanced Starship Academy aren't eliminated by the enemy forces, we'll make our move and conserve our strength. His teammates all expressed their support, vowing to help Han Dong secure first place. Another Ayla's Advanced Starship Academy participant, Odoril, eagerly joined in, saying, if I win the championship, I'll reward each of you with 200,000 star coins. Han Dong smiled and thanked him, confidently preparing for the upcoming challenge. At the same time, in the Academy Cup Organizing Committee's office, the Minister of Education, Ganaga, was shocked. The military has gone insane. They've brought in the Mechanical Empire Legion, 100,000 insect swarms, and 1,000 half-beast fleet ships into the arena. His expression was grave, sensing the immense challenge ahead. The minister originally planned to deploy 500 hostile interstellar warships and 20,000 insect swarms, but the military suddenly intervened yesterday. An aide awkwardly reminded the minister that the military considered this an act of slaughter, and that it involved a group of young people who had never experienced war. It was unrealistic to have them face such a formidable enemy. The minister knew that the situation could not be changed now. The competition had already begun, and the emperor was present to watch in person. Any mishap could have unimaginable consequences. He decided to immediately report and impeach those lunatics in the military. Were they out of their minds? Had they forgotten this was just a competition? Soon, Minister Ganaga arrived at the scene, stood behind the emperor, and began to report the situation. The emperor calmly said, I know. Continue with your work. As for the adjustments in the competition, I arranged them on purpose. The minister suddenly understood and respected the emperor's wishes, quickly taking his leave. He silently cursed the military's stupidity for not informing him of the emperor's intentions beforehand, making him look foolish in front of the emperor. Once the competition was over, he would surely impeach them. Meanwhile, some contestants had already engaged in fierce combat with the enemy forces. Inside the three competing interstellar warships from Terra Advanced Interstellar Academy, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Captain, we've detected a massive swarm of insects ahead, roughly estimated at 100,000, including 5 queen insects. The radar isn't wrong. It's really 100,000. Order the entire fleet to retreat at full speed immediately. This is terrible. How are we supposed to deal with 100,000 insects? Are we supposed to fight them with our fists? Quick, quick, quick. Retreat immediately. Captain, please note, our starship is slower than the swarm. The insects are already closing in on us. This is a disaster. Who planned for these 100,000 insects? I want to curse their ancestors for 18 generations. Marquis, we've detected 3 starships ahead being pursued by the swarm. Chen Huihui reports, yes, I see them. The swarm is enormous, about 100,000 strong. 100,000? We'd better retreat first. No fleet can handle a swarm of this size. Wang Jiqiang says nervously. Sir, look, those 3 competing starships are already engaging the swarm. What should we do? Let's go support them. You two coordinate with their 3 starships for defense. I'll handle the rest. Fang Mo squints slightly as he gazes at the swarm through the deep space telescope. Ah, this. Marquis, aren't we walking into a trap? I'm not afraid to die, but dying like this is too worthless. Wang Jiqiang says anxiously. Then you stay here and watch. Pilot team, charge at full speed towards the swarm, maximum speed. Combat team, prepare for battle. Activate the defense star shield. Fang Mo leaves the command center to engage in combat. Captain, we can't escape. The swarm has surrounded us. The 3 starships from Terra High Interstellar Academy are currently surrounded by the swarm. Damn it, I'm only 18, not even married yet, and I'm going to die like this? Ah, Captain, we've detected a high-energy starship approaching us at high speed. Speed? What? What's the speed? 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Boom. They hear the continuous sound of gunfire. A gigantic golden-red starship appears before them. This is incredible. Is that an S4 class starship? Oh my god. The 3 captains from Terra High Interstellar Academy are stunned. Captain, It seems this starship is here to save us. I'm not mistaken. But which academy is it from? The swarm's attacks can't penetrate its star shield. Lord, we've detected 5 queen insects within the main cannon's range. Please give the order. The combat leader reports immediately. Target them for long-range strikes. Yes, sir. Boom. Two 5,000 millimeters dark energy main cannons hit 2 of the queen insects directly. Bam. Bam. The 2 queen insects and their escort swarm are instantly destroyed. The 3 captains from Terra High Interstellar Academy are once again dumbfounded. Oh my god, the range, the firepower. It's incredible. Order the entire fleet to assist the starship ahead in combat and eliminate these vile insects. The 3 captains immediately give the order. Lord, we've detected the remaining swarm preparing to flee. Please issue your orders. Among the 3 brood mothers pursuing them, the primary objective is to eliminate the swarm's command system. Fang Mo immediately relayed that 3 starships from Terra Advanced Galactic Academy are fiercely battling over a dozen assault zergs. The captains are unable to charge directly into the fray, leaving them anxious as they can't aid the S4 class starship at the front. Despite their frustration, they continue to attack the swarm, knowing that every zerg they destroy brings them closer to victory. As the cannons roared, the last brood mother realized it couldn't outrun the faster starships and decided to abandon its escape, ordering the swarm to charge at the massive starship. Even the brood mother itself rushed towards the battlefield for a final stand. Meanwhile, the zergs attacking the Terra Advanced Galactic Academy starships shifted their focus to Fang Mo's starship. Clearly, the swarm intended to destroy the S4 class starship first. Facing this situation, Fang Mo and his comrades wouldn't stand idly by. They resolved to face the formidable enemy with courage and determination. The 3 starships from Terra Advanced Galactic Academy bravely charged at the swarm, relentlessly unleashing their firepower. Lord, 3 starships from the rear are on their way to support us. Lu Minor remarked, looking at the radar screen with a sense of relief. Fang Mo smiled faintly but felt a tinge of disappointment that his academy's 2 fellow students hadn't provided timely support. 30 minutes later, the last zerg was blasted into 3 pieces under Fang Mo's fierce attack. A video call from 3 cadets of Terra Advanced Galactic Academy came through on the starship. Hello, I'm Madoba from Terra Advanced Galactic Academy. Thank you very much for your assistance. If you ever need help, we will fully support you. Hi, I'm Fang Mo from St. Roland Advanced Galactic Academy. Your performance was admirable. I wish you the best in the competition, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Goodbye for now. Good luck, Fang Mo. In the Imperial Galactic Arena, all eyes were glued to the live feed from the 20-second holographic projection window, showcasing Fang Mo's battle. Xiao Kuan, did you see the action in window 22? Oh my god. 4 starships against 100,000 zergs, and they made it out unscathed. Xiao Kai, this is definitely the dark horse of the competition. Absolutely. This team is incredibly strong. A true standout among the dark horses. Who's the leader of this team? Such bravery and fearlessness. In the royal seats, the little princess watched Fang Mo's starship with wide eyes and a mix of awe and worry. She turned to her father and said, Fang Mo is amazing. 100,000 zergs, and 1 starship wiped them out in just 30 minutes? Even an Imperial Legion might not achieve such results. The Emperor smiled and replied, still worried about Fang Mo? He's an extraordinary individual. Keep watching. At the Imperial Galactic Arena, 3 starships from Era's Advanced Galactic Academy were tightly surrounded by the Mechanical Empire's fleet. During their voyage, they encountered the Mechanical Empire Legion. Surprisingly, the Legion didn't immediately attack but seemed intent on capturing them alive. Senior Han Dong felt unprecedented pressure as they were surrounded by an entire legion. This sudden predicament left him powerless, only thinking about how to quickly escape because he had a promising future ahead. He calmly decided to first observe the actions of the Mechanical Empire. This particular legion was actually formed from prisoners of the Holy Dragon Empire's front lines, and was now equipped with a powerful fleet and weaponry. They didn't plan to surrender but intended to use the Holy Dragon Empire members participating in the Academy Cup as hostages to threaten the Holy Dragon Empire. Subsequently, the Mechanical Empire ordered the destruction of the weapon systems of 3 interstellar warships, attempting to capture them. Han Dong's face darkened as dozens of assault boats suddenly rushed out, surrounding their warship. 20 minutes later, Han Dong and his crew were all captured. Han Dong angrily believed this was a conspiracy. Allowing the Mechanical Empire's Legion to participate in the competition was practically a death sentence. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, feeling betrayed by Wang Jiqiang and Chen Huihui, decided to act alone. In the subsequent battles, Fang Mo frequently encountered large fleets of orcs but managed to destroy all enemies. At the same time, the Mechanical Empire's Legion was capturing competition participants throughout the arena, directly eliminating those who resisted. The scene in the Imperial Interstellar Arena's stands was chaotic, and the audience was terrified. Shao Kuran lamented, "This mechanical empire legion is too arrogant. Is there no one who can stop them?" Based on his speculation, the mechanical empire legion intended to use the lives of the participants as bargaining chips. He believed that only if the participants united would there be a 30% chance to defeat the mechanical empire legion. However, Shao Kuan's words were overly idealistic, as the competition between participants made cooperation nearly impossible. Inside the interstellar arena, the commander of the mechanical empire's legion sat in the central hall. At present, they had captured 252 contestant starships, and there were no more targets left to seize. The commander scanned the surroundings coldly, but inside, a fire of rage burned. The Sacred Dragon Empire dared to place them in the Academy Cup's arena. Such audacity would lead to their downfall. "What's the next move?" a subordinate asked. The commander sneered and ordered a search for their space probes, preparing to subject the captives to brutal torture and pressure the Sacred Dragon Empire to release them back to the Mechanical Empire. After a brief hesitation, the subordinate swiftly set off to execute the orders. Soon, the Mechanical Empire found the space probes within the arena and began torturing the unfortunate contestants in plain view of everyone. Commander Amas stood before the crowd, ruthlessly showcasing the Sacred Dragon Empire's future, as if mocking the enemy's foolishness. During this cruel display, many contestants and crew members suffered indescribable pain, with some even disappearing without a trace. Blood stained the entire arena, and the scent of death filled the air. "I give you a choice. Return us to the Mechanical Empire, and I will release these people. Otherwise, they will die one by one," the commander announced coldly, declaring that every 5 minutes, 10 people would be executed. The audience began to clamor, with some angrily protesting, "We came here to compete, not to die. What are the organizers doing? This is absurd." The crowd's fury surged as they demanded the organizers take responsibility, immediately rescue the trapped contestants, and provide compensation. Some academy deans and teachers in the audience began to loudly call for justice. However, the host's voice rang out again, attempting to quell the anger. Despite the urgency to resolve the issue, the host urged everyone to remain calm. "We informed you of the rules before the competition. The participants joined voluntarily and signed life and death contracts. Everything happening now is within the rules." The host's explanation failed to appease the enraged audience, who demanded the immediate rescue of the trapped contestants. The emperor stood up and spoke solemnly, "My people, this increase in difficulty is to show you the enemies our empire faces, and to test the next generation you are nurturing. The empire needs bravery and courage. Are you ready?" The audience fell silent, the emperor's words prompting deep reflection. The academy deans and teachers also quieted down, knowing that in this critical moment, the empire needed their unity and resolve. Although the situation appears dire, every contestant present holds the mission of rescuing the trapped students. They will not be defeated by this mechanical army. Now, please keep your eyes glued to the screen and cheer them on. The emperor's voice echoed throughout the arena, infusing everyone with boundless strength. These warriors, with hearts ablaze with a desire for justice, will see their courage triumph over all obstacles. Fang Mo had been experiencing a relatively peaceful period recently, encountering no hostile forces. While piloting his starship, he noticed a familiar interstellar warship approaching. It was Chen Huihui's fleet. In the team channel, Chen Huihui's anxious voice came through, "Marquis, something terrible has happened. Wang Jiqiang was captured by the Mechanical Empire while trying to save me." Hearing this, a wave of concern washed over Fang Mo. Although he hadn't planned to get involved in their affairs, he sensed that things might not be as simple as they seemed. He decided to get to the bottom of it and asked Chen Huihui, "Wang Jiqiang was captured by the Mechanical Empire? What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Chen Huihui explained, "After you left, we changed our course and encountered a fleet from the Mechanical Empire along with participants from other academies. Wang Jiqiang was captured while helping me escape. They also took other academy participants." Fang Mo frowned, finding the Mechanical Empire's actions peculiar. He suspected that there might be a hidden agenda behind the capture. Wang Minor agreed, "I think they might use these students as bargaining chips for freedom." Fintier added, "I have the same feeling." After contemplating for a moment, Fang Mo realized that this incident could pose a threat to them. The information provided by Chen Huihui indicated that the Mechanical Empire's fleet was massive, including S3, S2, and a large number of S1 class interstellar warships. Fang Mo decided to confront the Mechanical Empire's fleet. Finnier pointed out, "They still pose a threat." Fang Mo smiled calmly, showing no fear towards these mechanical enemies. He said, "We need to understand the situation first, then seize the opportunity to directly resolve the issue." Fang Mo and Chen Huihui then headed towards the location of the Mechanical Empire's fleet. There, some participant starships were already observing the enemy. Looking at the surrounding interstellar warships, Fang Mo said, "Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. So let's take the initiative and create our own. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Interstellar Combat Center, the Mechanical Empire's fleet received a report that some participant starships were observing them. The commander sneered. It seems these students are a bit timid. Proceed with the plan. The subordinate responded. Yes, Commander. Fang Mo felt a bit helpless. He realized this was likely a test of his abilities from both the Emperor and the military. If he didn't show some skill, he might not pass this trial. In truth, Fang Mo preferred a peaceful and stable life, avoiding combat and adventure whenever possible. However, the system kept assigning him combat missions, leaving him unable to voice his frustrations. Sigh. Who would have thought life would be just as tough after crossing over? Report to the esteemed commander, we have detected an enemy starship emitting a massive energy signal. Preliminary assessment indicates it's an S4 class starship, rapidly approaching our position. Confirm enemy target. Distance 8,000, distance 6,000. Their speed is astonishing. One enemy ship? An S4 class starship? They must be overestimating themselves. Are they out of their minds? Prepare to engage. Fire. Boom. The Mechanical Empire's attacks were all blocked by the enemy ship's star shield. This shield is incredibly strong. Increase firepower. Quickly. Boom. Fang Mo's firepower instantly pierced through 3 S3 class starships of the Mechanical Empire. Their star shields couldn't withstand such an attack, and the ships exploded upon impact. At this point, the commander of the Mechanical Empire had perished, and command transferred to the deputy commander on another starship. Immediate counterattack, full force. Avenge the commander. Deputy commander, the S4 class starship isn't slowing down. It's still accelerating towards us. Have they gone mad? Then, the Mechanical Empire's forces saw the fully armed S4 class starship using its star shield to ram directly into their ships. The S1 and S2 class starships were destroyed instantly in such high-speed collisions. Damn it. This guy is a maniac, using the star shield as a weapon. Deputy commander. At that moment, the starship holding the deputy commander was shattered by Fang Mo's ship. Command shifted hands once again, leading to another fierce battle. The Mechanical Empire had already lost over 500 starships, while Fang Mo's star shield remained unscathed. The soldiers of the Mechanical Empire watched as the S4 class starship suddenly turned and flew out of the battlefield. Haha, it looks like their star shield is about to give out. All fleets, pursue and attack with everything you've got. Deputy Commander, it's impossible to catch up with it. Its speed is incredible. This is unbelievable. Its velocity must have reached 300 kilometers per second. Broadcast the message. Release the captives from the Holy Dragon Empire immediately. There are numerous interstellar warships waiting for you outside. If you don't comply, we will punish you with overwhelming force. Fang Mo announced on the public channel. That voice seems to come from the commander of the S4 class interstellar warship. The deputy commander of the Mechanical Empire responded. This is the Holy Dragon Empire's arena, our territory. You are merely prisoners of war. If you harbor any ill intentions, I will eliminate you without mercy. This is the public channel, so not only can the contestants from the Holy Dragon Empire hear it, but so can the troops and spectators from the Mechanical Empire. After witnessing the fierce battle and hearing the announcement, the onlooking contestants began to stir, ready to join the fight. The spectators outside were also in an uproar, amazed by the sheer intensity of the situation. Answer me, will you choose to perish or release the contestants? Fang Mo demanded. Arrogant fool, do you think we will be intimidated? All units, attack. The deputy commander of the Mechanical Empire roared. Commander, its star shield is still active. Waysai. It seems there's no room for negotiation, Fang Mo muttered, watching the Mechanical Empire's interstellar warships. Notify our allies. Commence the annihilation and rescue operation. Open fire with full force. Fang Mo ordered. Boom. Commander, we've detected a massive energy reaction from their ship cannons. Requesting permission to retreat. Requesting permission to retreat. Warning, warning. A massive dark energy strike is imminent. At this moment, red warning lights flashed inside all of the Mechanical Empire's interstellar warships. Fang Mo unleashed a relentless attack. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Boom, boom, boom. The Mechanical Empire's interstellar warships were bombarded continuously. The outer contestants also began to direct their fleets to provide support. If they didn't support, even if they survived, they would have no place in the Holy Dragon Empire upon their return. Seeing over 300 more interstellar warships coming in, the people of the Mechanical Empire began to feel a chill in their hearts. They were machines, but their hearts grew cold. We surrender. We surrender. Please stop attacking us, the deputy commander immediately pleaded. With the surrender of the Mechanical Empire, the captured contestants finally regained their freedom. Now, everyone's attitude toward Fang Mo has undergone a dramatic change from initial disdain to deep respect. This transformation is not only due to Fang Mo's exceptional combat skills in the interstellar battles, but also his courage, leadership, and patriotism. At this moment, the audience erupted into cheers, chanting in unison, "Fire Phoenix! Fire Phoenix! Fire Phoenix!" The impact of this dark horse was overwhelming. He not only defeated the Zerg and the Mechanical Empire's legions, but also rescued many fellow contestants. "Shao Kai, can you see my tears?" An excited spectator exclaimed. The performance of this dark horse was truly moving. He annihilated 9,825 Zergs, destroyed 322 Orc starships, and obliterated 418 Mechanical Empire starships, showcasing outstanding prowess. Amazing! The audience marveled. It looks like the Academy Cup champion is definitely going to be him. Anyone who disagrees can argue with me. Dean Tross in the stands was dancing with joy, unable to contain his laughter. Our academy is going to be famous worldwide now. I knew I had insight. The first round of the competition concluded swiftly, but the audience was still craving more. The host took the stage again and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first round has come to an end. Following the adjustments based on the live competition, the organizers have made some changes. Now, let's await the Emperor to reveal the adjustments." The Emperor stood up and faced the audience, saying, "My people, I believe you have all witnessed the key figure in this competition, the one you call Fire Phoenix. I am gratified that our empire can cultivate such an outstanding student. I also look forward to your descendants shining like the Fire Phoenix." Clap, clap, clap. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The Emperor scanned the crowd and gestured for silence. However, given that this student is too exceptional and may affect the upcoming competitions, I have decided to disqualify him from further participation. The audience immediately stirred in confusion. "Your Majesty, what do you mean? Such an outstanding talent, and you want to strip him of his right to compete? Then who will we watch?" Nonetheless, this year's Academy Cup championship will be awarded directly to him. If any other contestants are dissatisfied, I permit you to challenge him in a 1v1 duel. When all the contestants heard the Emperor's command, they felt a surge of discomfort, as if they had been provoked. "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Are you really sending us to face that monster? Do you think our lives are too long? Or that we are living too comfortably? There's no way we can refuse this, and if anyone dares to oppose, I'll be the first to take action." Each contestant thought to themselves, but the Emperor, seeing no one objecting, continued, "Since everyone agrees with my decision, it is settled then. I am very democratic." The host then spoke again, thanking the Emperor for his wise decision. He announced that the remaining contestants would proceed with the competition. Those who make it to the top 100 will receive 100,000 star coins, the top 30 will get 300,000 star coins, and the top 10 will be awarded 500,000 star coins along with an additional starship. He encouraged everyone to do their best. Fang Mo sighed in relief. It seemed he wouldn't need to worry much moving forward. At this moment, Dean Tross found Fang Mo and happily patted him on the shoulder. "Marquis Fang Mo, you truly are the lucky star of our academy." "Ha ha ha. Dean, I secured the first place this time and didn't let you down." Fang Mo replied. "I just wonder what the rewards for the Academy Cup are this time. Can the title and medals be exchanged for star coins?" "It seems you're trying to get more benefits," the Dean laughed. "However, since you won first place and brought great honor to our academy, the top management has decided actually, I decided to reward you with 20 million star coins." "Dean, you're amazing. If there's anything you need me for, I'll do my best to help," Fang Mo said gratefully. As the old and the young chatted happily, Fang Mo suddenly heard the Emperor's voice in his mind. "Stop smiling so wide. I can see your molars. Come with me to the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty," Fang Mo replied respectfully. In the Xuanwu Hall of the Imperial City, Shanglong Empire, the Emperor, the Little Princess, the Imperial Chancellor Zhang Tianshan, Marshal Nak of the military, and other department heads were gathered. Fang Mo looked at the group of important figures before him. The Emperor smiled at Fang Mo and said, "Fang Mo, step forward for your decree." Fang Mo immediately stepped out from the crowd. A group of palace maids and eunuchs entered the hall carrying boxes and began reading the imperial decree. The decree stated, "Fang Mo, son of Fang Baitian, is loyal to the Emperor and the country, diligent and committed, has driven away pestilence, loves the people like his own children, is humble and polite, brave and skilled in battle, and is a model official. Today, I decree Fang Mo as my adopted son, posthumously confer the title of King of Tianlin on his father, Fang Baitian, grant the title of first-class lady to his grandmother Yang Xiulan, and confer the title of King of Qianlin on Fang Mo. This is my decree." Fang Mo gratefully accepted the honor. The palace maids then opened the 4 boxes, revealing 4 gifts: a golden dragon token with 4 claws, a 9-string crown, a purple gold jade belt, and the Bifang seal. The ministers immediately congratulated His Majesty on the birth of the noble child. The Duke was also honored by the Emperor, and everyone burst into laughter, expressing their joy over the news. In his happiness, the Emperor hosted a grand banquet for Fang Mo, where laughter and chatter filled the air, and everyone enjoyed fine wine and delicacies together. After the feast, four palace maids carried boxes and accompanied Fang Mo back to his starship. Lu Minor curiously asked, "Sir, who are these four beautiful ladies?" Fang Mo smiled calmly and instructed, "Put down the boxes and then leave." The maids replied, "These four maids are also a gift from His Majesty." Fang Mo said indifferently, "These four maids will be temporarily under your care. Once we return to the main star of Qianlin, we will assign them to Chief Ai Jing." The maids acknowledged the order and left. Fang Mo sighed inwardly. At only 17 years old, he was bestowed with four beauties, a treatment that was rather overwhelming. He knew they couldn't stay long and had to arrange for their departure soon. Fintier asked in confusion, "Why do these maids address you as Duke?" Fang Mo explained, "After the recent competition, His Majesty conferred upon me the title of Duke of Qianlin. The news will soon spread across the nation." Fintier cheered. "Long live the Duke?" Fang Mo nodded with a smile, feeling pleased. He realized that to expose the third prince's conspiracy, he needed concrete evidence. With the support of the time reversal system, he could perform time reversals, secretly monitoring the third prince's actions and publicly revealing the videos, making the prince face the consequences of his actions. "Lord, I have arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital star and am ready," Minar reported. Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction and was about to proceed when Minar excitedly approached him, saying, "Sir, we missed you so much while you were away." Fang Mo asked curiously, "How much?" Minar smiled and replied, "We missed you immensely, especially Chief Engineer Nas. He built a giant statue of you and carries a small gold statue of you to show his respect." Fang Mo shook his head helplessly, feeling troubled by such actions. He decided to talk to Chief Engineer Nas after returning. Fang Mo realized that even though he had left the main star of Qianlin, his old subordinates had never forgotten him. Minar curiously asked, "I heard you were conferred the title of Duke of Qianlin?" Fang Mo nodded in confirmation. Minar reported on the development of the Qianlin, Valias, and Fubin star systems, stating that all constructions were proceeding as planned and internal development was going well. As for foreign trade, she wasn't very clear and suggested consulting Chief Ai Jing for more details. In the residence of the third prince on the imperial capital star, Mynheer playfully smiled and said, "Your Highness, I just received news that Fang Mo has been adopted as a son by His Majesty and granted the title of Duke Qianlin." The third prince, shocked by the news, exclaimed, "What? Father actually did that? Bestowing a dukedom on someone of a different surname and adopting him as a son? Aren't there already enough princes?" The third prince was both angry and puzzled. He continued, "I witnessed the Academy Cup myself this time, and Fang Mo is indeed extraordinary. It seems I underestimated him. He has managed to earn Father's favor. It looks like I need to get closer to someone who has garnered such attention from Father." On the morning of January 24, 4027, in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace on the capital star, the Emperor had yet to make his appearance, and the ministers were engaged in lively conversation. Minister Li observed that His Majesty had been in a good mood recently, having adopted Fang Mo, the Prince of Qianlin, as his son just 2 days ago. Could this be the reason for the Emperor's improved spirits? Minister Cha agreed, noting that Prince Fang Mo's achievements were indeed remarkable. Despite his youth, he had already distinguished himself on the battlefield and even won the Academy Cup. Marshal Ku and his generals stood on the right, while Prime Minister Zhang Tianshun led the civil officials on the left. Fang Mo integrated into the assembly, observing the ministers' cheerful exchanges, creating an atmosphere of harmony. The ministers noticed Fang Mo's arrival and greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Prince." Fang Mo returned the greeting awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such formalities. As a planetary lord, his title of prince was akin to being a mayor in the Blue Star era. Hesitant and feeling out of place, he ultimately chose to stand beside Marshal Ku. The ministers, witnessing this, understood. Marshal Ku and Prince Fang Mo were acquainted. Prime Minister Zhang Tianshun glanced at Marshal Ku before closing his eyes. Suddenly, the third prince made an unexpected appearance at the assembly, arousing the ministers' curiosity. They all bowed to the third prince, who approached Fang Mo to congratulate him on his elevation to Prince of Qianlin, expressing that he had come specifically to offer his congratulations. Fang Mo smiled and returned the greeting, feeling the third prince's warmth. As the emperor arrived, everyone bowed in unison. The young eunuch loudly announced, "His Majesty has arrived." The ministers all greeted the emperor, shouting, "Long live His Majesty." The emperor took his seat on the dragon throne and announced the start of the assembly. Minister of Revenue Gong Hongjun stepped forward to report the empire's financial difficulties, requesting the emperor to order the delinquent star systems and star regions to promptly pay their overdue tributes. Fang Mo listened to Gong Hongjuan's report, sighing inwardly. The empire's situation was indeed dire, entangled in both war and financial troubles. The emperor glanced at the two standing beside Marshal Ku and Fang Mo, pondering the significance of today's events. Gong Hongjun presented a detailed list of the overdue tributes, awaiting the emperor's decision. The emperor nodded, indicating that he would handle the matter appropriately. General Wilson stood before the emperor and reported, "Your Majesty, the war with the mechanical empire is escalating. Our daily resource consumption, warship losses, and soldier casualties are mounting. We are especially facing a shortage of troops. If this continues, we risk losing critical positions. I propose a large-scale national conscription to address the current crisis." The emperor turned to Marshal Nak and Chancellor Zhang Tianshan for their advice. "What do you think, my trusted advisors?" Vice Minister of Rights, Fan Lintian, firmly opposed General Wilson's suggestion. The empire is not yet at the brink of destruction. A full-scale conscription would severely impact our finances and star system development. I do not support this approach. Subsequently, the civil officials expressed their agreement with Fan Lintian's viewpoint. Marshal Nak suggested initiating a partial conscription within certain star systems to address the troop shortage, and then adjusting based on the war's progress. Chancellor Zhang Tianshan also supported this idea, emphasizing the need to teach the mechanical empire a painful lesson, demonstrating our resolve. After careful consideration, the emperor agreed with Marshal Nak and Chancellor Zhang. The mechanical empire dares to attack us recklessly because they perceive us as weak. We must show a strong stance and give them the punishment they deserve. The officials nodded in agreement, supporting the emperor's decision. The emperor then asked how to implement this plan. Chancellor Zhang Tianshan humbly admitted his limited knowledge of military strategies and suggested seeking the military department's advice. The assembly looked at the chancellor, nodding in admiration for his wisdom and humility. Indeed, the chancellor skillfully deflected the problem to the military, showcasing his exceptional ability to navigate complex issues. Recently, a detailed battle plan was formulated by the senior minister, ready to be executed jointly with the military and His Highness the Duke. Once implemented successfully, it could completely resolve the crisis of the mechanical empire. Marshal Nak solemnly declared that with the plan in place, they now awaited good news. The emperor inquired if any of his ministers had further matters to report. At this moment, the emperor casually glanced at Fang Mo, seemingly hinting for him to speak up if he had something to say. Fang Mo stepped forward, and all eyes turned to him, curious about what the Duke had to announce. The emperor smiled at Fang Mo and said, "So, Immortal has something to report. Go ahead." Fang Mo bowed to the emperor and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. Please, you and the ministers, watch these 3 video clips." Following this, Fang Mo activated his communication wristband and began playing the holographic videos. The first video showed the Crown Prince's bedchamber. The Crown Prince lay on the bed, pale-faced, while a young woman holding a bowl of medicine sat by his side, gently reminding him to take his medicine. The Crown Prince, looking weary, said, "I'll drink it later. Have you found out who the assassin was from the last attack?" The woman shook her head and replied, "Your Highness, the assassin's identity is still unknown." The Crown Prince sighed, disappointment filling his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the woman, stabbing her throat and then attacking the Crown Prince, covering his mouth with one hand and stabbing his heart with the other. In an instant, both were dead, the scene horrific, causing gasps among the viewers. The emperor, furious, slammed his desk and declared, "Daring to assassinate my beloved son. I swear to exterminate their entire clan." The second video began, showing a starry sky where a fleet was searching for something. Suddenly, 10 enemy fleets surrounded the second prince's fleet from all directions, launching an attack and annihilating the entire fleet without leaving a single starship. The signal was completely jammed, evidently a meticulously planned ambush. The third prince, present, turned pale with a chill in his heart, wondering how Fang Mo had obtained these videos and how such events could have occurred. The emperor clenched his fists in rage. The third video showed a study where the third prince was seated, conversing with someone in the void about the assassination plans, aligning with the events revealed in the previous videos. Fang Mo, with a determined gaze, looked at the third prince and said resolutely, "Your Majesty, the case is clear, and the evidence is conclusive." The emperor, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Arrest this traitor." The third prince, unable to defend himself, knelt and claimed, "Father, this is all Fang Mo's slander. He is framing me." However, faced with irrefutable evidence, his defense was futile. For guards dragged the third prince away, amid a scene of chaos and shock, as the light of justice finally dispelled the shadows. In the palace, the third prince fell to his knees, pleading hoarsely with his father, "Father, I am innocent." I swear, I am innocent. Please, have mercy. His voice echoed throughout the grand hall, while the emperor trembled with rage, glaring towards the entrance. The ministers rushed forward, urging the emperor to take care of his health. Seeing this, they began to console him, gradually calming his anger. Finally, the emperor spoke. Today's court session is adjourned. Mo, deliver these 3 pieces of evidence to the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Court. Both departments will jointly investigate this case thoroughly. Ensure that everyone involved with the assassin is brought to justice, understood? The ministers acknowledged and thanked the emperor. The incident quickly caused a massive uproar both inside and outside the palace. The empress and the young princess, upon hearing the news, were devastated and cried uncontrollably. The entire imperial city was gripped with fear and disbelief that the usually gentle and refined third prince could commit such heinous acts. In the imperial prison of Xinhuang City, the third prince sat alone in his cell, eyes closed in contemplation, showing no signs of fear or anxiety. A middle-aged man entered the cell and said, "Your Highness, at this point, staying in the imperial city is meaningless. I will help you transfer your power and resources to the Tuntian Star region. This time, I have lost, but our struggle has only just begun. Be prepared, Fang Mo." As he finished speaking, the third prince's figure gradually faded into the shadows, signaling the brewing of an even greater conspiracy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task of exposing the third prince's conspiracy. The system notification echoed in Fang Mo's mind, and he smiled slightly. His consciousness once again delved into the system's attribute page. The host, Fang Mo, holds the title of Marquis in the Sacred Dragon Empire and is the lord of the Qianlin, Valias, and Fubin star systems. His profession is a senior mechanic, and his attributes include a 30 acceleration in engineering manufacturing, leader's aura, mastery of dark energy, and raider strength. He is equipped with the Sword of Victory and the Sword of Truth, possesses 15.98 billion star coins, and commands 3,092 star ships. He is currently executing Stage 2 of the main mission and the annual mission, with mission points totaling 5,261,300. As he reviewed his attribute page, Fang Mo noticed that his title and territories had been updated. The only anomaly was the system points, which should have been 5,061,300, but had an extra 200,000 points. Fang Mo was unsure where these points had come from. After checking the system records, he discovered that the extra 200,000 points were awarded for defeating the Zerg, Orcs, and Mechanoids in the Academy Cup. From now on, whenever points are needed, Fang Mo can simply go on a raid, haha. In the Imperial Palace's study on the capital planet, Minister of Justice Gui Yongda knelt before the Emperor, confessing his guilt and requesting punishment. The Third Prince's forces had all fled within a day, and even the imprisoned Third Prince had escaped. This was a severe dereliction of duty, and as the Minister of Justice, Gui Yongda held himself accountable. The Emperor, looking at the kneeling Gui Yongda, remarked with a smile that he hadn't expected the Third Prince to escape right under his nose, showing that he had some capabilities. The Emperor decided to dock Gui Yongda's salary for 3 years, demote him by 3 ranks, temporarily allow him to act as Minister of Justice, and commanded him to capture the fugitives to atone for his failure. Grateful for the Emperor's leniency, Gui Yongda vowed to do his utmost to apprehend the fugitives. The news quickly spread, leading many to question the competence of the Ministry of Justice, arguing that if they couldn't even keep a prisoner from escaping, they were indeed incompetent. Fang Mo learned of this news from Marshal Nak. At that moment, Fang Mo was in the Marshal's office at the Imperial Military Headquarters. The office had a vintage style, exuding a sense of ancient charm. Marshal Nak, smiling, said to Fang Mo, "I invited you here to discuss the previously mentioned open-door plan." Fang Mo replied that since he had agreed to the task, he would do his best to complete it and asked Marshal Nak to elaborate on the plan. Marshal Nak explained that Fang Mo's mission was to destroy the rear command center of the Mechanoid Empire, a crucial part of the open-door plan. The entire plan included feigned retreats, decapitation strikes, encirclement, and the Warp Gate project. The deployment of warp engine disruptors for the feigned retreat project had been completed, and the next steps involved strategic withdrawal and decapitation operations. Marshal Nak handed Fang Mo a star map, with 3 planets marked in red. This map marks 3 possible command centers behind the Hungtai front line of the Mechanical Empire. We have received operational orders from all 3 locations, but we have no idea which one is the true command center. In the recent council meeting, the Duke was present, and you might have noticed the dissatisfaction from various departments like the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights towards our military. Therefore, I hope to resolve the conflict with the Mechanical Empire swiftly and then focus our efforts on the Eastern United Nations. Marshal Nak, while smoking a cigar, presented his battle plan. Marshal Nak, if I manage to destroy the Mechanical Empire's rear command center, can you really defeat their 60 frontline legions? Fang Mo asked, staring at the star map. Once the decapitation strike succeeds, the three front lines of the mechanical empire will lose their command and be left in disarray, either waiting to be eliminated or fleeing in panic. Concentrating 100 Imperial legions to encircle these 60 mechanical legions won't be easy to annihilate them completely, but we can at least eliminate half. The remaining 30 mechanical legions will undoubtedly retreat to the other two front lines. At this point, we will initiate the next phase of the Spiral Gate plan. Our forces will enter the mechanical empire's territory from the Hungtai front line and then attack the rear of the other two front lines, forming a pincer movement with the existing Imperial legions at those lines. Therefore, the key lies in destroying the rear command center of the mechanical empire. If this issue is not resolved, the mechanical empire will be able to mobilize forces to support the Hungtai front line, making the situation critical once again. Marshal Naik, when do we plan to start this operation? If the Duke has no other arrangements, we will execute the plan on February 1st, which is just a week away. Time is of the essence. All right, I will arrange for the legions to head to the Hungwang star system and ensure the plan's synchronization. Fang Mo acknowledged the importance of this operation. If successful, it would keep the mechanical empire at bay for a considerable time. Duke, upon your arrival in the Hungwang star system, Commander Qin Shanhe will discuss the operational details with you. The old minister expressed his gratitude once more for Fang Mo's contributions to the empire. If we win this battle, I will host a grand celebration for you, with 3 days and nights of feasting and drinking. Ha ha ha. Fang Mo then bid farewell to the emperor and empress and departed from the palace. The emperor reminded Fang Mo to ensure his safety. Fang Mo, accompanied by 8 interstellar warships, returned directly to the main star of Qianlin. Standing on the streets of the base city upon his return, Fang Mo felt the atmosphere of his homeland for the first time. This sense of freedom made him feel incredibly comfortable, no longer constrained by his identity, no longer walking on thin ice, and no longer feeling like a stranger. Fang Mo returned home to find his grandmother carefully watering the flowers and plants. He approached her and called out, "Grandma, I'm back." Yang Shulan turned her head, her face lighting up with a kind smile. She put down the watering can and walked towards Fang Mo, who also quickened his pace to meet her. Stroking his face, she said with concern, "Oh my, you've lost weight." Fang Mo responded with a smile, "Maybe I'm not used to the food outside." Following behind Fang Mo were Fintier and Wang Min'er, his guards on this trip, who looked a bit embarrassed upon hearing the grandmother's words. She continued to scold, "It seems you haven't been taking good care of him. You should all be punished." Fang Mo then recounted the events of his visit to the academy and the capital. After listening, his grandmother was moved and asked, "Is it true? Has the emperor really granted our family a title?" Fang Mo nodded solemnly, "Yes, grandma. Look at this." He handed her his 4-clawed golden dragon token. Yang Shulan took the token, stared at it for a moment, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Baitian, your son has truly made something of himself. Not only has he been titled a marquis, but you have also been posthumously granted a noble rank." Fang Mo watched as his grandmother looked up to the sky, tears streaming down her face. He then handed her a box containing the emperor's gifts and identity jade token and some precious jewelry. Opening the box, she found a phoenix jade token and some glittering jewelry, and gratefully said, "I humbly thank His Majesty for his generosity." Fang Mo spent the entire day with his grandmother. The next day, he went to his lord's office. As soon as he entered, he saw it was filled with people, including Mynheer, Lei Hong, Naz, Ai Jing, Qin Yu, Tang Ling, Blank, and Yo Dazhuang. They all knelt and greeted. "Greetings, Your Highness." Fang Mo smiled and motioned for everyone to rise, asking why they had all gathered. Qin Yu stood up and smiled, "Your Highness, we heard you returned yesterday and didn't want to disturb your time with your grandmother, so we decided to meet you here today." Ai Jing added cheerfully, "Yes, Mynheer told us you were granted the title of Marquis, and we were all very excited." Fang Mo smiled and invited everyone to sit, inquiring about the development of various departments over the past month. After hearing their reports, he decided to include Chief Engineer Naz in the mining ship construction project, planning to build 100 ships to start. Chief Engineer Naz carefully examined the design plans, then leapt down from a high platform, kneeling before Fang Mo with a look of sheer admiration. "You are not only my leader, but also my faith. Please accept the worship of your most devoted follower." Feeling awkward, Fang Mo quickly helped Naz to his feet. "Chief Engineer Naz, please bring out that small golden statue." "Your Highness, how did you know I had your small statue?" Naz asked with reverence as he retrieved the small golden statue of Fang Mo from his leg pouch. Fang Mo took the statue without hesitation. "Chief Engineer Naz, as a legendary mechanic, how can you believe in these mystical tales? You should believe in science instead, understand?" "Ah, Your Highness, I just admire you. I'll put the statue away and focus on my work." "That's the right path," Naz replied earnestly. Fang Mo looked at Naz helplessly. "All right, just do as His Highness says." Nas chuckled, making Fang Mo even more exasperated. This guy probably didn't get my point. Fang Mo thought, then turned to Minar. Currently, the Qinlan Corps has expanded from 60 fleets to 180 fleets, conducting training in batches. The training results are evident. These nearly 3 million crew members can now match the veterans. After Minar finished his report, Fang Mo nodded and then turned to Commander Lei Hong. Commander Lei Hong, our Qinlan interstellar army has grown to 20 corps. We need to continually improve the quality of individual soldiers, especially their loyalty. Yes, Your Highness. I will personally oversee this, Lei Hong responded. Next, AI Jing reported on the financial situation. Your Highness, after deducting expenses, the Treasury has a surplus of 3.86 billion star coins this month. The total revenue is 4.9 billion star coins, with 2 billion from agricultural and subsidiary products, 900 million from various revenues and taxes, and 2 billion from mineral trade income in the Villius system. Additionally, the 2.14 billion star coins from the sale of interstellar battleships and the 10 billion star coins from military payments are not included. The mining speed in the Villius system is too slow. If we can improve efficiency, monthly income could increase by 2 to 5 times. AI Jing was reporting the financial situation seriously when she suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. As the one in charge of logistics and mineral trade, AI Jing knew well the difficulty of improving mining efficiency, which had always been a headache. Fang Mo turned and asked, Chief AI Jing, if you were given 100 mining ships of the same grade, how much do you estimate the monthly mineral trade could increase? Good, then you and Chief Engineer Nas will work together on this matter. AI Jing and Nas responded in unison. Fang Mo then asked, has the Fire Guard discovered any new potential talents this month? Qin Yu and others replied, we found some individuals with good physical qualities in the Fubin system, but their loyalty needs improvement. The Fubin system? Huh? That system was just incorporated into ours, so their loyalty indeed needs assessment. What about in the Qinlan system? In our system, we have identified 10 potential candidates, but they still need your personal review, Your Highness. Tangling smiled and said, let's move out and put this matter on hold for now. The Qinlan Legion is about to head back into battle. Upon receiving the war mission from the Imperial Military Department, our Legion is tasked with a logistical decapitation operation this time. Fang Mo detailed the plan that was about to be executed. Your Highness, these 3 planets, let's temporarily call them A, B, and C. Our Legion's 3,000 starships will be divided into 3 fleets 1, 2, and 3 to simultaneously attack these command centers, correct? Minar thought for a moment and then said, that's right. Minar, you will command Fleet 2, Lei Hong will command Fleet 3, and I will personally lead Fleet 1 into battle. Considering that these 3 mechanical empire command centers are located within the planets, General Lei Hong, you will distribute the 6 battalions evenly among the 3 fleets for the operation. The Phoenix Guard will also be split into 3 teams, each joining one of the fleets, 7 members per team. After destroying the 3 command centers, immediately return to the Hongguang star system at coordinates 55.128.627.32, to await further orders. Yes, Your Highness, everyone responded in unison. Fang Mo quickly finalized their battle plan. On February 1, 2027, within the command center of the Stellar Fortress behind the Hongtai frontline in the Shanglong Empire, Commander Qin Shanhe and a group of frontline officers were conspiring to initiate an operation. Commander Qin, today is the day according to the plan. How are the preparations on the Hongtai frontline? An officer hurriedly inquired. Qin Shanhe looked at the officer and responded with a smile. General Li, you came in person? General Li, a figure of high status as the commander of the Emperor's Guards and an Imperial Major General, clearly placed great importance on this operation. General Li said, I had to come personally. Ever since I learned about your plan, I haven't been able to sleep well, and the Emperor has been urging me. So, I decided to come and see for myself. Qin Shanhe replied appreciatively, General Li, you've worked hard. We are fully prepared. We will begin the retreat now, leaving only 2 corps to conduct delaying actions on the Hongtai frontline. What about His Highness the Prince? General Li asked. His Highness has already arrived in the Hongguang system and is awaiting the next orders, Qin Shanhe answered. Good. Proceed as planned. I'll be observing, General Li said. Commander Qin, the frontline forces have all withdrawn. 100 Imperial Corps are ready, reported an officer. Qin Shanhe ordered a check on the warp engine disruptors to ensure they were functioning properly and instructed the 2 delaying corps to retreat immediately. 20 minutes later, reports confirmed that the warp engine disruptors were operating normally and the 2 corps had left the Hongtai frontline. All our soldiers had successfully withdrawn. Qin Shanhe's eyes gleamed as he observed the retreat of the Shanglong Empire's corps. The frontline commander was puzzled. What are they up to? After months of fighting, why did they suddenly retreat? Is it a trap? The communications officer immediately contacted the rear command center to report the frontline situation. Yalagana, the overall commander, received the orders and deployed 10 corps to the positions within the Hongguang system to assess the situation before making any decisions. After the reconnaissance, they found no enemy starships or traps ahead, nor any signs of the enemy. Yalagana was perplexed. Why would the Shenglong Empire suddenly withdraw all their forces? Are they unable to hold on any longer, or is there another reason? The command center ordered all corps to quickly occupy the Hengtai front line to prevent the Shenglong Empire from making a comeback. Yalagana immediately dispatched 60 mechanical corps to swiftly take control of the positions on the Hengtai front line. In the highest command room of the imperial capital Star's imperial city of the Shenglong Empire, the emperor, the prime minister, the marshal, and the chief officers of various departments, along with high-ranking military officials, gathered for a meeting. 48 dignitaries gathered in the meeting room, the highest symbol of power in the Shenglong Empire. The atmosphere was tense. Marquis Fang Mo, the chief of staff of the military, was the first to stand up and report on the current situation at the Hengtai front. He solemnly announced that our forces had orderly retreated to a pre-designated position behind the Hongguang star system and had successfully reorganized the front lines. The emperor scrutinized General Ku and asked, "Why retreat so far? Isn't that too conservative?" General Ku remained silent, his eyes closed. Marquis Fang Mo explained to His Majesty, "Your Majesty, I have heard similar concerns within the court. Please forgive us. The military deeply regrets this. Unfortunately, the specifics are classified. We ask for your understanding." The room fell into silence. Minister Gong Hongjun from the Ministry of Revenue then raised a matter that needed discussion with the military. He pointed out that the ongoing war had depleted the national treasury. Considering this financial predicament, he repeatedly warned that the continuation of the war could lead to severe economic problems. The military expressed deep gratitude for Minister Gong's advice and formally thanked the Ministry of Revenue and the rear echelon for their tremendous efforts and sacrifices. As an urgent matter, the military is working tirelessly to eliminate the Mechanical Empire's forces. After Marquis Fang Mo finished speaking, the room buzzed with low murmurs. Before the Qinlan Legion set out from the Hongguang star system, Fang Mo opened the Legion's communication channel and began addressing the 3 fleets involved in the mission. He emphasized, "Comrades, our mission this time is to destroy 3 command centers at the rear of the Mechanical Empire. Some of you may not have faced the Mechanical Empire before. This mission will ensure you remember our enemies, and they will remember us. This mission is crucial to the future of our empire, and we must succeed. Once we eliminate their command centers, the Mechanical Empire's frontline troops will be headless, easy to defeat. But we only have 3 hours for this assault. If we exceed that time, they will send massive reinforcements. In other words, if we win this battle, the Mechanical Empire will be pushed to the brink of collapse. We will be the vanguard of the Shenglong Empire's entire military," Fang Mo declared loudly. At the rear Star Fortress Command Center of the Shenglong Empire at the Hengtai front, Commander Qin reported, "All 60 legions of the Mechanical Empire are in position. The first phase of the mission is complete." Qin Shanhua frowned slightly and immediately contacted Fang Mo. He said, "Your Highness, the first phase is complete. Now it's up to you to handle the second phase." Fang Mo responded, "Got it. Wait for my good news. May our homeland be blessed by the gods." Qin Shanhua looked at Fang Mo in the video and offered his blessings. He then ended the video call, silently praying in his heart. At the headquarters of the Qinlan Legion in the Hongguang Galaxy, Fang Mo stood before his troops, his gaze resolute and fiery. Without hesitation, he declared, "Comrades, I do not place my faith in gods. I believe in the Qinlan Legion, a force built on courage and wisdom. Our honor lies in our duty and dedication. Let us fight for victory in this war. Even if we face hell itself, we must press forward, for it is our duty as soldiers of the Empire. Let those mechanical monstrosities witness the valor of our imperial forces." Fang Mo's voice echoed throughout the Legion, and every soldier's eyes grew unwaveringly determined. They were willing to brave any peril, to fight for the glory of the Empire. Fang Mo closed his eyes, memories of his past life on Blue Star flooding his mind. He could have enjoyed a peaceful life, but a car accident had brought him to this strange world. It was all the doing of that despicable system, forcing him into this realm without warning. Yet, Fang Mo was determined to show this system the brilliance of his life. He snapped his eyes open, a fierce light shining in them, and shouted, "Everyone, charge." The soldiers' morale soared as they prepared to meet the challenge, ready to display their bravery and fearlessness. This was a battle for honor and conviction, and they would advance without hesitation, undeterred by the dangers ahead. 3 assault squads were immediately enveloped in a gentle white light and then instantly teleported behind the Taitar star system of the Mechanical Empire. Fang Mo quickly activated the Qinlan Legion's communication channel. Team 1 has safely arrived near Target A. Other teams also reported their positions one after another. Team 2 has reached Target B. Mina promptly reported. Team 3 has arrived near Target C. Lei Hong quickly responded. Fang Mo surveyed the planet designated as Target A. Regardless of whether this target was the actual command center, it had to be destroyed within 3 hours. Commence the assault, he ordered. Yes, Your Highness, the two replied in unison. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Detecting 1,000 Phoenix Fleet ships from the Sacred Dragon Empire outside the planet, an anxious communicator from the Mechanical Empire within Target A exclaimed. What? Impossible. How did they discover our position? Our forces have already occupied the front lines. How did the enemy find out? The commander, realizing that this was just a relay station and not the true command center, urgently said, report the situation to the command headquarters and request reinforcements immediately. With a loud bang bang bang, Fang Mo and 6 elite guards landed first, followed by the gradual arrival of 20,000 Qianlin interstellar troops. The Qianlin fleet in the sky began attacking enemy fleets and units on the planet. On the ground, 240 Titan mechs engaged in fierce combat with the mechanical army. Boom boom boom. Sir, the command signal source is detected from the circular building ahead. What should we do? Blank asked Fang Mo. All mech squads, neutralize the outer defenses. I'll lead the elite guards and 2,000 interstellar troops in waves of assaults. Prioritize capturing any targets that seem to be commanders. Fang Mo instructed. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Fang Mo led 2 elite guards and 700 interstellar troops in an assault from the east entrance, while simultaneous attacks were launched from the north and south entrances. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom boom boom. By this time, Target A planet had turned into a battlefield. Commander, the situation is dire. Our east side has been breached by the enemy. There are still large enemy forces outside, and our reinforcements can't arrive in time. Damn it. How did they find this place? Order all mechanical units to hold the relay station until reinforcements arrive, the commander urgently shouted. Fang Mo had already charged into the building, relentlessly firing his pulse storm rifle, taking down mechanical soldiers ahead. His score rapidly climbed as he wielded the sword of victory, shooting with one hand, high in morale, as he advanced towards the internal mechanical guards. Blank, witnessing Fang Mo's bravery, immediately followed, wielding his dark energy particle blade to shield Fang Mo, seeing their prince's valor. The Qianlin interstellar troops morale soared, and they surged towards the enemy. Before long, Fang Mo located the enemy commander, and without hesitation unleashed a dark energy storm, clearing out the surrounding enemies. Fang Mo took a deep breath and instantly pulled the commander toward him. With a cold demeanor, he stepped on the commander and demanded, "Is this your command center?" The commander, pinned to the ground and terrified, couldn't move. He saw the merciless and contemptuous look in Fang Mo's eyes and was filled with fear. Trembling, he said, "My lord, I surrender. Please don't kill me." Suddenly, Fang Mo slashed off one of the commander's legs and sternly demanded, "Tell me the truth." The commander groaned in agony and said, "This isn't the command center. It's just a logistics hub. Please spare me." Fang Mo felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing his guess was wrong. He ruthlessly crushed the commander's mechanical head and ordered his squad to take all the resources from the place before having their starship destroy it. Blanc immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Fang Mo and Blanc walked out of the building, gazing at the sky still filled with the flames of war. The entire scene evoked a sense of tragic grandeur. Fang Mo ordered all interstellar battleships to land on the target planet and annihilate all enemy forces within 2 hours. With the assistance of tens of thousands of unmanned combat and bomber drones, the mechanized forces were completely wiped out in just over an hour. Blank asked His Highness how to handle the more than 10,000 mechanical prisoners. Fang Mo looked at the crouching captives and, although he wanted to eliminate them, ultimately decided to follow interstellar wartime international law and hand them over to military headquarters. Subsequently, Fang Mo led the ground troops to the landing fleet and sent a message to the Qianlin Legion channel, confirming the target's destruction with no casualties. Other squads immediately reported their status, with both Squad 2 and Squad 3 successfully destroying their targets. Lei Hong ordered both squads to retreat immediately as enemy reinforcements had arrived. In the highest command conference room of the imperial capital Star Emperor city of the Holy Dragon Empire, the Minister of Rights expressed dissatisfaction, arguing that retreating far from the Hongguang star system would lead to multiple planets being attacked. The Minister of Works added that stargates and infrastructure might be damaged, affecting transportation and fleet deployment. Prime Minister Zhang Tianshun called on the military to propose a reasonable solution to prevent the suffering of the people. Under pressure, the military faced criticism, and the atmosphere in the meeting was tense. Chief of Staff Kellen Mo noted that the decapitation plan was nearing completion, and the room fell silent. Suddenly, a colonel interrupted the meeting, reporting a victory on the Hengtai front, shocking everyone. Marshal Naik excitedly announced that elite forces had successfully destroyed the enemy's command system, completing the decapitation plan. Amid the astonishment, Marshal Naik initiated the third phase of operations, declaring the decapitation plan complete. On the Hengtai front, the mechanized Empire's legion had been fully occupied, with 60 legions now in their designated positions. In the command center of the starry fortress behind the Hong Tai front line of the Holy Dragon Empire, Qin Shanhe gazed intently at the star chart, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. A communications officer reported to him that 20 minutes ago, the Duke had successfully executed the beheading strike, triggering the full activation of the engine disruptors. 100 Imperial legions were now swiftly advancing towards the Hong Tai front line. Qin Shanhe's eyes glowed with unwavering determination. He hadn't expected Fang Mo to be so successful. After over a year of fierce confrontation, he was determined to make the mechanical empire pay dearly this time. Thrilled, he ordered the 100 Imperial legions to launch a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, at the mechanical empire's position on the Hong Tai front line, Yalyanaga impatiently inquired why they had yet to receive the next operational orders from the command center. He began to worry about the command center's silence. Typically, even if the commander was resting, a deputy would take over command. Why hadn't they received any orders yet? Was the command center strategizing their next move? As he pondered, a communications officer reported in terror that a large number of Holy Dragon Empire fleets had been spotted at the 9 o'clock direction, numbering over 100 legions. Yalyanaga quickly checked the radar display, personally confirming the situation, and immediately reported to the command center, but no operational orders were forthcoming. Yalyanaga realized this was likely a trap set by the Holy Dragon Empire. They might have jammed their communication receivers, preventing them from getting orders from the command center. However, Yalyanaga remained calm, believing that the jamming would eventually fail if they held out long enough. He knew he commanded 60 mechanical legions and occupied a favorable position. The idea that the 100 Holy Dragon Empire legions could defeat them was laughable. He ordered all legions to hold their positions and sternly warned that any loss of ground would be severely punished. In the Hongguang star system, the Qianlin Legion had successfully completed their mission, capturing tens of thousands of mechanical empire soldiers. When Minar asked about their next move, Fang Mo resolutely stated that they would lead the Qianlin fleet to support the Hong Tai front line and utterly crush the mechanical legions. The Qianlin fleet then warped again, appearing near the Hong Tai front line, ready to engage in a new round of battle. At this moment, the battlefront on the Hentai line is engulfed in flames, with 160 legions locked in fierce combat. The battlefield is littered with starship wreckage and soldiers' corpses, resembling a scene from hell. Minar gazed at the harrowing sight before her, feeling the brutality and mercilessness of the conflict. This unprecedented interstellar war made her deeply aware that the confrontations between nations are far from trivial. Radar data indicates that the mechanical empire is at a slight disadvantage, but to completely defeat the opponent, the Holy Dragon Empire must also pay a heavy price. Minar immediately ordered a survey of the mechanical empire's starships on the front line. According to the data, there are still over 12,000 mechanical empire starships on the Hentai line, including more than 360 S-4 class starships. Upon hearing this news, Fang Mo's eyes flashed with concern. Such a large number of S-4 class starships posed a significant challenge to his Qianlin Legion, ensuring a costly battle. Fang Mo decided to first contact the Holy Dragon Empire legions on the Hentai line before leading his Qianlin Legion into the fight. He firmly expressed his willingness to take on the responsibility and readily accepted the mission. When he reached out to the Supreme Commander of the Holy Dragon Empire legions, Lieutenant General Landoya was surprised to learn that Fang Mo had joined the support efforts. Gratefulness was evident in her expression as she briefed Fang Mo on the situation. Although the Holy Dragon Empire legions had suffered heavy losses in the intense battle, they had also significantly weakened the Mechanical Empire's forces. Faced with the military's orders, Lieutenant General Landoya was determined to collaborate with Fang Mo to eliminate the remaining mechanical legions. Fang Mo admired Landoya's courage and decisiveness, and he unhesitatingly expressed his willingness to fight alongside her. Fang Mo appreciated Landoya's boldness and determination and resolved to eradicate the stubborn mechanical enemies with her. He smiled at Landoya, showing his respect and trust. While commanding the battle, Fang Mo understood that he was not particularly skilled in this area, but he knew that everyone has their strengths. He focused on his expertise, dedicating himself fully. Minar ordered the legions to form 60 battle fleets, centering around her flagship, to advance along the Hentai line. The overall strength of the Qianlin Legion continued to grow, with each fleet fully staffed. This formidable combat force was poised to demonstrate immense power and deterrence on the battlefield. Each fleet has its own commander, deputy commander, and group leaders. The battle Fang Mo faced this time was particularly intense, and he was eager to see the combat capabilities of the impressive Qianlin Corps. Report: enemy starships have entered our attack range. Please issue orders. All starships activate the Starshield system, aim at the enemy positions, and fire at will. All fleet carriers are to remain on standby for now. Minar began directing the battle. Commander, Fleets 1 through 20, advance on the left wing and destroy the enemy strongholds. Fleets 30 through 40, defend the right wing, and prevent enemy starships from approaching. The rest of the fleets advance at full speed and push our lines forward by 1,500 kilometers. Inside the command ship of the Mechanical Empire's Hongtai Warfleet, a report came in. Commander, our left wing suffered heavy losses, nearly 10,000 starships in 15 minutes, including 52 S-4 class starships. What? Such severe losses in such a short time? Could the Holy Dragon Empire have received reinforcements? Commander, 15 minutes ago, the Fire Phoenix Corps appeared on the left wing, causing our losses. Damn Fire Phoenix Corps. I had heard they were strong, but I didn't expect them to be this formidable. Commander, what are our next steps? Order the left wing to defend and buy us some time. Fang Mo watched as Minar steadily commanded the Qianlin Corps, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Having such a reliable commander saved him a lot of worries. Report. Our corps has advanced deep into the enemy's defense line. Please issue the next orders. Good. Order all fleets to cease fire and prepare for precision strikes on enemy targets. All fleet carriers, release all unmanned fighters and bombers. In 3 minutes, the flagship will activate the Tainia-class Starshield disruption device. The Mechanical Empire's fleet felt a sense of relief as they saw the Fire Phoenix Corps cease fire. Fortunately, their Starshield energy was still sufficient. Had the enemy continued firing, even a turtle defense would have resulted in significant losses. However, before 3 minutes had passed, the Fire Phoenix Corps' flagship emitted an electronic halo, with a range of 10,000 kilometers. The interstellar warships of the Mechanical Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire affected by the electronic pulse instantly lost their starshields. Only the Qianlin Legion shields remained intact, but all other interstellar warships within a 10,000 kilometers radius lost their shields and couldn't reactivate them. A report came in. Commander, all our warship starshields have been disrupted and damaged by the recent electronic pulse. The situation is critical. We must retreat immediately. The left-wing commander of the Mechanical Empire reacted quickly, but it was too late. The Qianlin Legion's cannons had already locked onto them. Another report came in, stating that all enemy interstellar warships nearby had lost their starshields. The order was given to fire at full force. Minar's voice echoed across the battlefield. With a series of thunderous explosions, the Qianlin Legion's warships, unmanned fighters, and unmanned bombers launched a coordinated attack. The Mechanical Empire's left-wing defenses were completely destroyed, suffering devastating blows. The swift-reacting left-wing commander of the Mechanical Empire was also obliterated in the relentless bombardment. The explosions on the left wing drew the attention of the entire battlefield. Vice Admiral Landoya immediately ordered the use of deep space telescopes to observe the situation on the left flank. Despite being in the middle of the battle, she clearly saw the massive explosions on the distant left flank. She understood warfare well and knew that such a scale of explosion couldn't be caused by just a few warships being destroyed. It would take thousands of interstellar warships exploding simultaneously to create such power. The communications officer, trembling, reported to the chief commander. The Mechanical Empire's forces on the left flank have been completely defeated, with only a few warships fleeing. Landoya watched the incredible explosions through the deep space telescope, the flames stretching for miles. She was speechless, wondering how this could have happened. Meanwhile, the chief commander of the Mechanical Empire was also watching the explosion. Suddenly, Yelyanaga fell to the ground in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is terrible, terrible. The left flank has fallen. We can't hold the entire Hongtai front. As Yelyanaga panicked, an unfamiliar voice came through the open channel. The voice declared, "You have invaded the territory of the Holy Dragon Empire. This is their starry sky, their homeland. Any act of aggression will be mercilessly annihilated. This is the best response." The question was asked, why invade their homeland? Silence followed, with no response. When the enemy refused to communicate, Fang Mo made a fearless decision to brace for the thunderous assault from the Holy Dragon Empire. He immediately issued orders to notify allied forces and prepare to activate the Starshield interference for a coordinated attack. Subsequently, the Qianlin Legion unleashed a wave of electronic rings, striking the center of the Hongtai front like a bolt of lightning, demolishing every obstacle in their path. As the Fire Phoenix Legion approached, Yelyanaga's mechanical army found itself powerless against the onslaught, filling him with dread. With a trembling voice, he asked in fear, Who on earth is he? Commander, the situation is dire. The Fire Phoenix Legion is about to reach us. What should we do?" Terrified, Yelyanaga hastily ordered the remaining forces at the Hongtai front to retreat urgently to avoid certain death. Immediately, the entire mechanical army at the Hongtai front began a hasty retreat, with the Holy Dragon Empire in hot pursuit. Yelyanaga anxiously commanded all units to engage in warp travel, only to discover the area was rife with warp engine disruptors, trapping them in the Holy Dragon Empire's ambush. Upon receiving news of a rear attack and the destruction of the command center, Yelyanaga was thrown into panic, urgently ordering the mechanical army to retreat at full speed to other fronts. Nearby on a planet, an S-1 class starship lay quietly, recording all combat data. Major General Mo Acha, dispatched to scout the conflict between the Mechanical Empire and the Holy Dragon Empire for future invasion plans, received the report. Faced with unexpected intelligence, Mo Acha grasped the hidden strength of the Holy Dragon Empire, realizing the Mechanical Empire might not escape doom this time. Observing the mysterious Fire Phoenix Legion, Mo Acha's eyes narrowed, deciding to dub them the Demon of the Holy Dragon to emphasize their terrifying nature. Watching the remnants of the Mechanical Empire's forces retreat, Fang Mo felt no urge to pursue them further. He decided to leave the remaining tasks to the Imperial Legion. Minar, return to the Imperial Command Fortress in the Hongguang system. Let's meet with Commander Qin Shanhe. Yes, Your Highness. In the highest command meeting room of the Imperial Capital Star's Royal City, Minister of Household Affairs Gong Hongjun stood up once more. Bowing deeply to the gathered military officials, he said, "Please allow me to retract my previous remarks about the military. Your exemplary tactics are the pride of our empire." Other ministers echoed his sentiment. Indeed, the military is the backbone of our empire. With such formidable strength, we feel much more secure. At that moment, the reporting colonel burst in again, saluting everyone present. Report from the Hungtai front is successful. I repeat, the report is successful. General Naik, beaming, stood up and explained, Your Majesty, esteemed ministers, we have just successfully routed 60 divisions of the Mechanical Empire on the Hungtai front. They are now retreating to other fronts. Next, we will implement the final phase of our plan, Operation Swirlgate. This time, we will crush the Mechanical Empire once and for all. The room buzzed with excitement, joy evident on everyone's faces. Fantastic! The Imperial military is truly remarkable. Absolutely, with such military power, our burdens will be greatly reduced. General Ney continued, once Operation Swirlgate succeeds, several star systems near our empire currently held by the Mechanical Empire will fall into our hands. They may even abandon entire star regions. These words brought a sparkle to the eyes of the Emperor and Chancellor Zhang. Smiling, Chancellor Zhang Tianshun asked, General Naik, what are your plans for these Mechanical Empire territories? General Naik glanced at the Chancellor and smiled. Our military's responsibility is to secure victory. The subsequent diplomacy and distribution of benefits are not within our purview. The Minister of Rights also stood up, bowing to the military officials. Thank you very much for your support. On behalf of the Ministry of Rights, I extend our highest respect. The Emperor turned to General Naik, praising, the military has achieved great merit this time. I will ensure you are richly rewarded. Everyone cast envious glances at the military officials. General Naik humbly replied, Your Majesty flatters us. We are merely fulfilling our duty. The credit belongs to the brave warriors on the front lines and Your Highness's wise decisions. The Emperor laughed heartily. Indeed, my brave sons, courageous and bold, just like I was in my youth. The ministers collectively saluted the Emperor and the Prince. Your Majesty is wise. The Prince is mighty. In the Imperial Command Fortress behind the Hungtai front, Qin Shanhe was sternly questioning the commander and deputy commander of the Mechanical Empire. Is this your intelligence? Do you think I'm a child? Beat them hard. A soldier quietly approached Qin Shanhe and whispered something in his ear. Qin Shanhe nodded and then walked into the command room, where he saw Fang Mo observing the star map. He quickly walked over, a smile spreading across his face. My lord, Commander Qin is late. My apologies. Good evening, Your Highness. You seem to be in high spirits. Is there something to celebrate? Haha, of course. The gift you gave me has truly lifted my spirits. These captives will provide us with valuable intelligence, and I must thank you for your generosity. Additionally, I have reported your brilliant performance on the battlefield to the Central Military Command. I'm sure both His Majesty and Marshal Naik have seen the reports. Just now, Marshal Naik ordered us to complete the Shinmin operation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, His Majesty has also sent word for you to return to the Imperial capital, Star, immediately for an audience. What? But the battle isn't over yet. Is it appropriate for me to leave now? Haha, the remaining battles are merely cleanup work. No need for you to worry. We can handle it. Qin Shanhe looked at Fang Mo with admiration. A young hero who is also so patriotic is indeed rare. All right then, I will leave it to you. I will return to the Imperial capital Star now. I wish you a smooth journey and victory. Fang Mo then ordered the Qianlin Legion to immediately teleport to the vicinity of the Imperial capital Star. The Qianlin Legion docked at the starport near the Imperial capital Star, and Fang Mo, accompanied by 2 flame guards, disembarked and headed towards the Imperial Palace. Along the way, every guard and minister they encountered bowed to Fang Mo. By now, Fang Mo's title of duke was well known throughout the Shenglong Empire, making him the only duke of a different surname in hundreds of years. Such an honor was unparalleled. In the imperial library of the palace, the emperor, Marshal Naik, and Prime Minister Zhang Tianshan were discussing the war. A young eunuch hurriedly entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the duke is waiting outside." "Oh, he's back so soon. Haha, bring Fang Mo in and have the prepared items brought over," the emperor said happily. The young eunuch quickly ran out to inform Fang Mo to come in for the audience. Fang Mo strode into the imperial library, immediately bowing respectfully upon seeing the emperor and the ministers present. "Your Majesty, long live the emperor." "Haha, Fang Mo, please rise and take a seat. Someone, bring a chair." Three young eunuchs quickly placed a golden chair beside him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fang Mo sat down steadily. Marshal Naik and Prime Minister Zhang also bowed to Fang Mo as a gesture of respect. "The reason I summoned you back is by my decree. The remaining battles will be handled by the military. Your return is for the purpose of conferring honors and land grants." "I see. It seems His Majesty intends to grant me additional lands. I wonder how much it will be." The emperor warmly invited Marshal Naik to announce Moer's achievements in the recent war. With a smile, Marshal Naik activated his wrist device, cleared his throat, and began reading. "His Highness, the Duke, demonstrated exceptional performance in the Operation Open Door campaign. He destroyed 1 command center of the Mechanical Empire, 2 resource transfer stations, and 22,592 enemy warships. He captured 88 high-ranking officials of the Mechanical Empire and over 30,000 other prisoners. Additionally, he successfully executed a critical decapitation mission, making an invaluable contribution." Upon hearing this, the emperor praised Moer for his outstanding service to the empire and asked what reward he desired. Moer humbly replied that it was his duty and he did not seek credit. The emperor laughed and said that if the empire had more talents like Moer, he would have much less to worry about. Chancellor Zhang also commended Moer for his bravery and said it was a blessing for the empire. The emperor then awarded Moer the Sacred Dragon Goldwing Assault Medal and the title of the youngest ACE, honoring him as the Spear of the Empire. Additionally, a reward of 50 billion star coins was granted. While Moer was not particularly interested in the honorary medal, the mention of the star coin reward instantly lifted his spirits. He promised to continue making significant contributions to the empire. The emperor, pleased with Moer's dedication, smiled contentedly. Afterward, the emperor inquired about Moer's thoughts on land grants. Moer modestly admitted that he knew little about titles and land grants and requested the emperor's guidance. Chancellor Zhang then explained the relevant knowledge about the empire's titles and land grants to Moer. After hearing the descriptions of the noble titles in the Holy Dragon Empire, Fang Mo felt a surge of excitement. As an imperial duke, he would not only be granted at least 1-star domain as his fief, enjoying royal privileges, but he would also have full control over all affairs within his territory, including civil administration, finance, and military matters. What thrilled him even more was that, as an imperial duke, he would possess the highest degree of autonomy, even enjoying the exclusive powers of the 9 bestowments, which included the right to wage war independently, with no restrictions on the development of his army. This meant that within his fief, he would be an unrivaled ruler, almost equivalent to governing an independent nation. This level of power and status deeply attracted Fang Mo, and he resolved to become an imperial duke, the true master of that star domain. "Thank you, Prime Minister, for your meticulous guidance." Although the imperial nobility law allows Fang Mo to be granted a star domain, he still knows very little about the Sacred Dragon Empire's territories. Fang Mo felt a bit helpless. His rank had rapidly risen to that of a prince before he had the chance to explore the empire fully. "Ah, the noble prince. Marshal Naik is willing to give you a brief overview of our Sacred Dragon Empire's map." Marshal Naik unhesitatingly activated the holographic device on his wrist, and a massive map projection immediately appeared. Pointing to the center of the map, he slowly began. "This land is the territory of our Sacred Dragon Empire. Surrounding us are 6 neighboring nations. To the northeast lies the Mechanical Empire, vast and over 1.5 times larger than our empire, with whom we have been in constant conflict. The East United Nations is to the northwest, equally matched with us. To the southeast are the Republic of Adibia and the United Nations of Dulandur, both roughly half the size of our empire, with whom we maintain some trade relations. The southwest is home to the United States of Aurea and the chaotic Beatty Star Forces. The former has moderate strength and technology, while the latter is a disordered region of 7-star domains without a unified government. Lastly, our Sacred Dragon Empire consists of 12-star domains, currently governed by 8 dukes, each ruling a region. Prince, your Chinlin star system is located in the Heiyao star domain, adjacent to the Cadia star domain and the Barandis star domain. These 2 star domains are temporarily managed by acting domain leaders. You may choose one of these as your fief." Listening to Marshal Naik's introduction, Fang Mo gained a preliminary understanding of the Sacred Dragon Empire. "Your Majesty, Could you please explain the characteristics of the two-star domains mentioned by Marshal Naik? Fang Mo respectfully asked the emperor for clarification. The emperor patiently explained. The Cadia star domain is inhabited by a diverse array of humanoid races. It is populous but economically underdeveloped and lacks resource deposits. On the other hand, the Barandes star domain has a balanced population and resources. Its distinct feature is the countless brilliant stars that adorn the sky. As for the choice, it is up to you, my son. I will fully support your decision. Fang Mo began to ponder over the guidance from the emperor and Marshal Naik, contemplating which star domain to choose as his fief. When it comes to population, Fang Mo has no shortage, but after choosing the Cadia star region, he needs to find ways to boost the overall economy, which makes him feel a bit troubled. Watching others receive their fiefdoms with excitement while his own prince looks worried, Fang Mo himself feels torn. Marshal Ku smiled and reassured him. It seems I'm not the only one troubled by the choice of fiefdom. Hesitantly, Fang Mo asked, if I choose a star region as my fiefdom, will the Qinlin, Velias, and Fubin star systems still belong to me? Marshal Ku laughed heartily. So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, your previous territories will still belong to you. Choosing a new star region won't affect your existing lands. Rest assured. Grateful, Fang Mo replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I choose the Balan star region. Subsequently, the emperor instructed Chancellor Zhang Tianchun to announce the decision nationwide and asked the current acting governor of the Balan star region to prepare for the transition. Fang Mo, looking at the emperor, Marshal Ku, and Chancellor Zhang, shared his thoughts on the upcoming campaign. We have defeated the mechanical empire and dealt them a significant blow, but to completely annihilate their empire is no easy task. News of this battle will soon spread. Neighboring nations, seeing our sacred dragon empire's formidable strength, will be terrified and likely unite against us. Especially the mechanical empire and the Eastern United Nations, they will undoubtedly join forces and persuade surrounding countries to form an alliance against us. Fang Mo paused briefly before continuing. At that point, we won't be facing a single nation's war but a coalition of dozens, if not scores of interstellar countries. After speaking, Fang Mo coughed lightly, closed his mouth, and quietly observed the emperor and the two ministers, who appeared deeply concerned. Marshal Ku nodded in agreement. If things unfold as you predict, our sacred dragon empire will indeed be in a dire situation. Chancellor Zhang concurred. I agree with Prince Fang Mo. It's like when we were kids. Facing a strong opponent, we would naturally unite with our friends to resist. Marshal Ku praised. Fang Mo's insights are indeed sharp. Such profound understanding at a young age. The emperor, now worried, asked, do you have any solutions, Fang Mo? Fang Mo suggested, if the situation deteriorates, we can first seek support from friendly nations. As for hostile countries, we might have to resort to force to weaken their military power. Marshal Ku inquired further. Resort to force? Specifically how? Fang Mo explained. Though the enemy is numerous, their armies are limited and can't all fight simultaneously. If we can annihilate their forces, we can compel them to surrender. Fang Mo expressed his concerns coldly, stating that even with the combined efforts of the entire nation, the task would be difficult to accomplish. Prime Minister Zhang, after careful consideration, acknowledged that the methods were simple but harsh. However, in the face of the enemy's provocation, they would not back down. They decided to first ally with some friendly nations, and then respond to challenges based on how the situation developed. The emperor concluded by stating that they could only address the situation step by step. Fang Mo led the Qinlin Legion back to the Qinlin home planet, preparing to take control of the Balan Star region. At the Bonli front of the mechanical empire, there originally were 60 mechanical legions, but now only 12 had managed to escape to this location. Supreme Commander Yelyanaga and the Supreme Commander of the Mechanical Empire, Bodoyara, were surrounded by the Sacred Dragon Empire. Yelyanaga inquired whether the Eastern Treaty Alliance had already formed an alliance with them, to which Bodoyara confirmed. They decided to take a route through the Eastern Treaty Alliance's star systems to return to the Mechanical Empire and preserve their 68 legions. Although the star regions near the Sacred Dragon Empire might fall, they had no choice but to conserve their strength and wait for an opportunity to join forces with neighboring nations to counter the Sacred Dragon Empire and seize their territory. Eventually, these 68 mechanical legions retreated towards the Eastern Treaty Alliance, while another front of the Mechanical Empire fled from the Republic of Adibia. Marshal Nak, upon hearing the news, looked grim, realizing that the prince's prophecy had come true, and the speed of their alliance was surprising. In the office of the City Lord at Primary Base 1 on Qinlin's main star, Fang Mo was meticulously examining a list while 4 Phoenix Guard captains stood beside him. This time, he had decided to select 80 more Phoenix Guards to expand the current team to 100 members. Facing the 4 captains, Fang Mo said, Your Highness, we currently only have 10 candidates, which is far from our target of 80. Tang Ling immediately responded, Yes, Your Highness. The Qinlin Fleet and Qinlin Interstellar Army are expanding rapidly. I suggest we select veterans from these forces as potential candidates. Qin Yu agreed. I concur with Captain Tang's suggestion. The loyalty of these Qianlin veterans is generally not an issue, but some may not meet the physical standards. Blanc added. Niu Dazhuang and Tang Ling also agree. Fang Mo pondered for a moment, knowing that he couldn't be hasty in choosing his guards, as they were as important to him as his own limbs. Therefore, the selection had to be meticulous. He then said to the 4 captains, yes, let's recruit suitable candidates immediately. The 4 captains responded in unison and left. After they departed, Fang Mo immersed his consciousness into the system to review the annual tasks. The tasks were as follows. 1. Own 10s 5-class interstellar warships, completed. 2. Graduate from St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy within 1 year, completed. 3. Own 100s 4-class interstellar warships, completed. 4. Own 10 interstellar legions, not completed. 5. Own 100s 3-class super soldiers, Phoenix Guards, in progress. Fang Mo realized that only tasks 4 and 5 remained incomplete. Task 4 was a time-consuming and complex mission that required careful planning. Thus, he decided to focus on completing task 5 first. Over the next 7 days, Fang Mo toured the 3 star systems under his jurisdiction and found that General AI Jing was diligently implementing his policies and welfare programs. Although these policies had only been in place for a little over 2 months, most of the residents in the star systems had already noticed the changes. Previously, these people had suffered under the exploitation of the star system lords and officials, and their quality of life was dire. However, since the Duke of Qianlin took over, the policies and welfare had greatly improved. Officials unwilling to implement the new policies were either dismissed or imprisoned. Now, the people finally saw hope. General AI Jing also used an iron fist to intimidate everyone, sending a clear message. For the leaders to thrive, the common people must also live well. Since Fang Mo was crowned king, residents of the 3 star systems have felt a surge of pride, especially the natives of the Qianlin star system, who now take great pride in their identity. Across the 3 star systems, many planets have erected enormous statues of Fang Mo. Every time Fang Mo sees his statue during his inspections, he can't help but feel speechless. Many planets line up to welcome Fang Mo's arrival, hoping to catch a glimpse of the prince. These situations were manageable, but what really gave Fang Mo a headache was that his grandmother had arranged a series of massive matchmaking events for him when he got home. Fang Mo was both amused and exasperated. After all, he was only 17 years old. Why rush into matchmaking? Plus, each event involved meeting dozens, if not hundreds, of girls. What did they take him for? But his grandmother insisted that as a prince, he didn't need a harem of 3,000 concubines, but at least 100 beauties were necessary. Over the next few days, Fang Mo started fearing his grandmother not because of the prospect of meeting hundreds of beauties, but because even one was too much to handle. Your Highness, a report from the Imperial Military Department, said Ai Lin, holding a report as she looked at Fang Mo. Ai Lin was Ai Jing's cousin and the planetary governor of Qianlin's main star. Read it to me, Fang Mo said leisurely. Your Highness, the Imperial Military Report indicates that the battle at the Spin Gate has concluded. The Mechanical Empire's forces have retreated. The Holy Dragon Empire has occupied the Fabdaran star domain and 45 other star systems vacated by the Mechanical Empire, yielding substantial gains. However, the Mechanical Empire has now allied with the Eastern Treaty Union and the Republic of Adebia to jointly oppose the Holy Dragon Empire. Fang Mo hadn't expected his predictions to come true so quickly. It seemed the Republic of Adebia had long harbored ill intentions towards the Holy Dragon Empire. But for now, Fang Mo was in no mood to deal with these matters. He wanted a few more days of comfort. Your Highness, tomorrow is the official handover date with the Barandis star domain. The itinerary is ready. Understood. Have Ai Jing accompany me to the Barandis star domain tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. I'll inform my cousin right away and have her return. In the capital's military headquarters of the Eastern Treaty Union, Major General Mo Acha was reporting on the Hongtai front to Supreme Commander Li Tianhu. Commander, we've monitored specific combat data from the Holy Dragon Empire. The Fire Phoenix Legion has been particularly outstanding. Major General Mo Acha detailed the current alliance between the Eastern Treaty Union, the Mechanical Empire, and the Republic of Adebia. However, the Mechanical Empire had suffered severe losses and couldn't provide substantial military support in the short term. Supreme Commander Li Tianhu began to analyze, and regarding the Fire Phoenix Legion you mentioned, given their fleet's capabilities and the mysterious electromagnetic aura, the Holy Dragon Empire's strength is indeed unfathomable. Yes, Commander. I've given this Fire Phoenix Legion a code name. The Devil of the Holy Dragon. Oh, the Devil of the Holy Dragon. Huh? I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor, Major General Mo. Commander, this is a handcrafted starship model made by my daughter. I'd like to present it to you as a gift. Li Tianhu's eyes lit up as he accepted the model and began to examine it closely. Your daughter is truly virtuous and adorable, making others envious, especially when compared to that unfilial son. Please extend my gratitude to Imo Anna on my behalf. Additionally, the Republic of Adibia plans to launch an initial attack on the southeastern region of the Shanglong Empire, while our Eastern Treaty United Nations will strike the northwestern Storm Star region of the Shanglong Empire. Following that, the Mechanized Empire will join the assault on the Tianlong Star region. You will be the commander-in-chief for this operation. Ensure that you bring our Starry War Fortress and establish defensive fortresses in every star system we capture to guard against counterattacks from the Shanglong Empire. With all three nations launching simultaneous offensives, let's see how the Shanglong Empire responds to this multi-front attack. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I will make arrangements immediately, replied Major General Imo Acha confidently. At the imperial court of the Shanglong Empire's capital, Emperor Star City, a report was presented. It stated that in the recent battle with the Mechanized Empire, we captured one of their star regions and 45 star systems, acquiring resources worth 720 billion star coins, which replenished our treasury. The report from Finance Minister Gong Hongjun sparked cheers and discussions among the ministers. We also obtained a significant amount of the Mechanized Empire's technology and starship manufacturing techniques, which will greatly enhance our combat capabilities against them. The Emperor of the Shanglong Empire expressed his satisfaction, and the ministers bowed in gratitude. Marshal Na Kuo then stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, the Mechanized Empire has allied with the Eastern Treaty United Nations and the Republic of Adibia. Their other two legions are currently retreating through these two nations. We anticipate that within the next 3 months, these three nations will launch an attack. I urge all ministers to deliberate on our countermeasures. Upon hearing this news, the ministers erupted in discussion, expressing their indignation. These three nations joining forces to attack us is outrageous. Indeed, it's utterly shameless. I strongly condemn this. If they have the guts, they should face us unknown. The ministers vented their frustration, while Chancellor Zhang Tianchun sighed, noting that the current situation was as dire as Prince Jun had predicted, but they could still hold their ground for now. Esteemed ministers, let us deliberate on our countermeasures. Complaining and ranting will not solve anything, the emperor stated. Among these three allied nations, the Mechanized Empire has already suffered losses and poses little threat. The Republic of Adibia has moderate strength with few advanced warships, mainly S1 and S2 class starships. The only significant threat at the moment is the Eastern Treaty United Nations. Therefore, I propose that we deploy a small force to counter the Mechanized Empire and the Republic of Adibia, while concentrating the majority of our forces to confront the Eastern Treaty United Nations. Prime Minister Zhang put forward his suggestions, and the ministers all nodded in agreement, showering him with praise. The emperor then turned to Marshal Naik, who stepped forward without hesitation. He respectfully stated, Your Majesty, I agree with the Prime Minister's proposal, but I also have some thoughts of my own. If the Republic of Adibia launches an attack, I suggest that His Highness the Prince lead the charge. Upon hearing this proposal, the minister's eyes sparkled with hope, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. The emperor nodded in approval and said, Marshal Naik's suggestion is excellent. His Highness the Prince is exceptionally brave and is a pillar of our empire. He should indeed utilize his talents. Prime Minister Zhang immediately echoed his support for Marshal Naik's proposal. The emperor then looked at Marshal Naik with a hint of concern and said, Marshal, Fang Mo has recently achieved great military success. Sending him into battle again might be too risky. The emperor had a particular fondness for Fang Mo and was well aware of the harsh realities of war. He did not want anything to happen to Fang Mo. The ministers also sensed the emperor's cautiousness and obvious favoritism towards Fang Mo. Marshal Naik promptly responded, Your Majesty, I understand your concerns, but if His Highness the Prince learns that our nation is under attack, he will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. I wish to leverage His Highness's strength to crush the schemes of the Republic of Adibia and the Eastern United Nations. Marshal Naik's words brought silence to the room, and the emperor realized that the old marshal had already thought through everything. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor announced, Since this concerns the safety of our nation, I must make a decisive decision, but we must ensure Fang Mo's safety. The emperor's words were firm, and everyone took notice. At that moment, Fang Mo was in the Balanced Star region, where the acting commander was eagerly accompanying him on an inspection tour. The acting commander greeted Fang Mo with excitement. Your Highness, we have been expecting you for a long time. I have prepared a grand welcome banquet for you. The nobles, officials, and business elites of the Star region are all waiting for your arrival. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo thought to himself that he must quickly familiarize himself with these important figures. He then headed to the banquet hall with Ai Jing. Ai Jing was in charge of the transition work, while Fang Mo personally met with the key personnel present. The transition of the Balanced Star region was completed smoothly, and from that moment on, this star region would belong to Fang Mo, becoming his future stronghold. At this moment, Fang Mo was completely unaware that the Republic of Edbia and the United Nations of Dongyue were conspiring to invade the sacred dragon empire. After returning to the main star of Qianlin, Fang Mo only stayed in the Balan star region for a brief 3 days, leaving the remaining affairs to AI Jing. AI Jing led a management team of 2,000 to take over the star region, and to ensure everything went smoothly, Fang Mo placed great trust in AI Jing's administrative and financial management skills. In Fang Mo's view, AI Jing's talent was unparalleled, even among their own people. However, AI Jing herself had not yet realized the weight of the power she held, as all financial affairs of Fang Mo's fief were now under her control. Both business tycoons and political elites were eager to win AI Jing's favor, as they had rare opportunities to meet Fang Mo in person. Even individuals like Minar, Lei Hong, and Naz would unhesitatingly seek AI Jing's help when needed, an inevitable situation. Upon returning to the main star of Qianlin, Fang Mo's 4 Phoenix Guard captains had already selected 220 candidates, awaiting Fang Mo's final decision. Accompanied by Qin Yu and Tang Ling, Fang Mo entered the reserve camp. The 220 candidates were already lined up on the parade ground, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Duke. Their hearts were filled with excitement, knowing that being chosen by the Duke could bring honor to their families and ensure their prosperity. Qin Yu stepped onto the platform and announced loudly, "Please welcome the Duke." The crowd immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with anticipation as they awaited Fang Mo's arrival. Fang Mo ascended the platform with determined steps, looking down at the crowd, and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Duke Fang Mo of Qianlin. Today, I will select at least 80 Phoenix Guards. Regardless of your previous status, only those loyal to me can become my personal guards. The loyalty I require is simple and clear. Even if you know my orders are wrong, you must execute them without hesitation." As Fang Mo spoke, the crowd began to understand the unique nature of the Phoenix Guards. Fang Mo observed the reactions of the crowd and continued, "Standing here means you have passed the first round of selection, but there will be a second and third round of tests, personally overseen by me, which may involve life-threatening situations. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so now. Those who remain will not have another chance to back out." Fang Mo's words echoed in the ears of the candidates, many of whom began to ponder the truth of the Duke's statements. "All right, you have 3 minutes to decide." Fang Mo took the list of candidates handed to him by Tang Ling and began to review it. He quickly completed the screening and found many outstanding talents among the 220 candidates. "Time's up. Does anyone wish to withdraw?" Fang Mo announced. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one stepped back. Some stood with unwavering determination, focused straight ahead, their resolve unshakable. Fang Mo observed the group with silent admiration. These individuals were resolute and upright, truly exceptional warriors. It was clear that everyone was determined to stay, which was fantastic. Fang Mo had initially thought some might fear failure, but he had completely misjudged them. He then detailed the upcoming tests. The first round required everyone to run 10 laps around the field, with the last 50 to be eliminated. The second round was a grueling 100-kilometer march, to be completed within 18 hours, with those failing to meet the deadline eliminated. The remaining 50 would move on to the next round. The third round involved battling the elite fire guardians, with eliminations based on endurance. Ultimately, the final 150 would enter the elimination group, and from there, 30 would be selected to join the fire guardians. There would be no breaks between these tests, and the fire guardians would supervise the entire process. Upon hearing these arrangements, all 220 participants were stunned. 1 lap around the field was 2,000 meters, so 10 laps meant 20 kilometers. Following that with a 100-kilometer march without rest seemed excessively demanding. Qin Yu stepped forward and reiterated, "You've all heard the Duke's orders. I won't repeat them. Everyone, attention. The first round begins now." With that command, the crowd dashed towards the field, sprinting with all their might. No one wanted to be eliminated in the first round. Everyone hoped to avoid being in the last 50 through sheer effort. Clearly, they were giving it their all, charging forward with determination. Fang Mo took a sip from the drink handed to him by Niu Dazhuang, smiling as he watched the runners. Niu Dazhuang pointed out a few promising individuals, and Blank nodded silently in agreement. Both physique and endurance are equally important, Fang Mo thought as he watched the participants. As the first round neared its final 3 laps, many began to slow down, but over 40 maintained a steady pace, and 4 even appeared unruffled, not even out of Brea the remarkable display of strength. Fang Mo began to suspect that these 4 might be supergene warriors, truly extraordinary. Soon, the first person crossed the finish line, one of the 4 exceptional runners. Subsequently, 170 others completed the 10 laps. Qin Yu immediately announced the end of the first round. Those who hadn't finished were to stop and were eliminated, while the rest prepared for the next test. The second round begins now. Head to the eastern mountains for the march. With that, the 170 participants set off again, followed by a dozen fire guardians. Those who had failed to complete the 10 laps either knelt in tears, gasped for breath while sitting on the ground, or stood in stunned silence. Fang Mo, witnessing these scenes, swiftly took to the air, pursuing the marching group. Years of dark energy training had made him adept at controlling it, allowing him to soar effortlessly. The Fire Guardians looked on enviously as Fang Mo flew. From above, he watched the winding line of marchers and began to closely observe each participant. Fang Mo looked up and saw the Duke soaring through the sky, feeling a surge of awe at this technological breakthrough. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a 7-meter-wide river. Fang Mo curiously observed the group's decision whether they would take a detour or bravely swim across. Some people unhesitatingly jumped into the river and began swimming, with a leader guiding others to follow suit. However, 12 participants remained on the bank, not diving in. Blanc approached them and asked, "Why aren't you jumping in? What's the hesitation?" One of them whispered, "Sir, I can't swim." Blanc advised, "Then find a detour quickly." Consequently, a few chose the detour, and it seemed these 12 participants were destined to be eliminated. Fate is indeed dramatic. Who would have thought that running east would lead to a river, especially when some can't swim? After crossing the river, they faced a rugged mountain path, causing many to noticeably slow down. Fang Mo, flying above, calmly reminded, "It's said there are wild beasts in these mountains. Be careful." Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth and pressed on. As time passed, 10 hours quickly went by, and the training group had split into several smaller groups. Many were exhausted, transitioning from a sprint to a jog, and now to a fast walk. The leading group still had 47 people, maintaining a steady pace. By the 15th hour, only 32 remained in this leading group, with the finish line in sight but still several trailing behind. The fastest group reached the finish line at the 16-hour and 15-minute mark, totaling 28 people. Fang Mo stood quietly, waiting for the rest of the participants. In the final hour, a total of 94 people successfully reached the finish line. Subsequently, the Flaming Guard retrieved those who hadn't reached the finish line and brought them back to the camp. Fang Mo then led the 94 successful participants back. At this moment, the camp was divided into two groups. On the left were the 94 who had successfully passed the first 2 rounds, and on the right were the 126 who had been eliminated. Fang Mo smiled as he gazed at the 94 participants. Then, 10 members of the Blazing Guard stepped forward, one by one onto the arena, and waved to the 94 below. A sense of unease began to stir among the participants. These 20 Blazing Guards had accompanied them throughout the training exercises, appearing exceptionally fit and enviable. The participants couldn't help but admire these elite guards, unaware that the Blazing Guards had already taken the super soldier gene serum twice. These guards had engaged in fierce battles against the Zerg for days and nights, making a 100-kilometer run seem like child's play. The 94 participants, however, looked at these guards with contempt, their hearts ignited with anger. They were determined not to be underestimated and vowed silently that they would not be looked down upon. Determined, they charged at the guards, ready to launch an attack. Many of these participants had undergone rigorous training, especially the veterans from the Qianlin Legion, who had some understanding of the guards' capabilities. They didn't expect to defeat the guards, but hoped to hold out a bit longer. Unfortunately, the harsh reality shattered their hopes. All 10 testers who rushed forward were knocked out of the arena in less than 3 seconds. This was the result of the guards holding back. Otherwise, the testers would have been lying on the arena floor, unable to get up. The subsequent participants also exited the arena within 3 seconds, with only 2 managing to last 5 seconds, which was considered an impressive feat. The onlookers were stunned, finding it hard to believe. The guards were overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly toying with the participants. Despite the participants' best efforts, they couldn't last a single round against the guards. Were these guards even human? After the 3rd round of testing, Prince Qin Yu announced loudly, "This test has truly surprised me, and I am very pleased. Those whose names I call, please step forward." Fang Mo then began calling out names one by one, and those called stepped forward. In no time, Fang Mo had called out 75 names. These individuals were told they could enjoy a meal at the canteen and would each receive a participation reward of 3,000 star coins before returning home. These 75 participants had already realized their fate when their names were called. They hadn't given their best in the tests, and some were simply not qualified. Fang Mo was well aware that these individuals would not be selected. Tang Ling then led the 75 participants out of the camp, while the remaining 155 stood quietly, awaiting Fang Mo's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo said, "You have all performed admirably, and I am impressed. However, 61 of you will still be eliminated, which makes this decision difficult. I now offer you a choice. Here are 5 cups of drink, one of which contains a lethal poison. If you drink it, you will surely die. If you wish to stay, come forward and choose a cup to drink. If you do not wish to take this risk, you will also receive a participation reward of 3,000 star coins. The 61 participants all stared at the 5 cups in front of Fang Mo. Soon, a young man stepped forward decisively, picked up a cup, and drank it down without hesitation. Fang Mo scrutinized them, observing their expressions to ensure there were no signs of poisoning. After confirming this, he gave a slight nod, signaling them to stand to the left. One by one, others stepped forward to taste the drink. However, when the 4th person finished, they immediately collapsed. Some thought it was just the Duke testing their courage, believing the drink was not poisoned. But upon seeing the person fall, everyone was terrified, realizing the Duke was serious. Alas, that person was just unlucky, they lamented. Next, Tang Ling brought out 5 new cups of drink. This time, no one dared to act rashly. Fang Mo smiled at the crowd. Just then, a robust man in his 30s stepped forward, scrutinized Fang Mo and the 5 cups, and without hesitation, picked one up and drank it in one gulp. Everyone watched him nervously, and after a moment, seeing he was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, 12 more men and women stepped forward and drank the beverages, but one of them collapsed from poisoning. The remaining 45 people abandoned their final chance, leaving 110 recruits. The 2 who had collapsed from poisoning soon regained consciousness. It turned out they had only consumed a potion that caused temporary dizziness. Congratulations, you have passed multiple tests. From now on, you will become members of Fang Mo's fiery guards. Fang Mo declared. Captain Qin, arrange for these 110 recruits to enjoy a lavish meal and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we begin formal training. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Yu and several fiery guards led the 110 recruits to a grand feast. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the bountiful food, they eagerly surged forward to indulge, with even the female recruits joining in without hesitation. Qin Yu couldn't help but remind them, eat slowly, don't choke. As fiery guards, you'll get to enjoy such meals every day. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yu added, what a sight. Watching the recruits talk animatedly with mouths full of food, Qin Yu laughed, recalling his own early days among the elite. I was just like them, he mused with a chuckle. The next morning at 8 o'clock, all 130 recruits were assembled on the training ground, awaiting Fang Mo's arrival. Fang Mo approached slowly, carrying a box, and looked down at the waiting crowd before speaking. From today, you will embark on the journey to become super soldiers. Over the next month, you will undergo rigorous training, forge life and death bonds with your comrades, and grow together as a unit. During this process, you will build deep trust and connections, lasting until the very end of your lives. Some may remain on the battlefield forever, but their sacrifices and dedication will be eternally remembered. As warriors, facing death is inevitable, but the glory of the Empire will endure, and your existence will be immortal. Let us face the challenges ahead with courage and determination. Fang Mo finished speaking and solemnly saluted the crowd. The morale soared as everyone returned the salute, their hearts filled with excitement. Subsequently, Fang Mo prepared the S2 level Supergene Warrior Serum for the 110 new soldiers, causing an uproar on the training ground. Blank, Qin Yu, Niu Dazhuang, and Tang Ling. You 4 will take turns leading them through a month of training, organizing them into squads, platoons, and battalions for collective combat drills. From this moment, you are promoted to platoon leaders. Yes, Your Highness, the 4 responded in unison. Additionally, during the training, 26 squad leaders and 2 more platoon leaders need to be selected. After making these arrangements, Fang Mo headed to the General Engineering Department to inspect the starship construction progress. At the military headquarters in the capital of the Eastern United Nations, General-in-Chief Li Tianhu was reviewing the battle reports. A knock on the door was heard, and Major General Moa entered, saluted Li Tianhu, and presented the deployment plan. Li Tianhu carefully examined the documents and made strategic recommendations against the Shenglong Empire, calling for an increase in the number of S4 class interstellar warships to ensure victory in the Storm Starfield. Major General Moa questioned whether the current configuration was insufficient. Li Tianhu explained that they must consider the opponent's tenacious resistance and be prepared for any eventuality, suggesting the addition of more high-end combat forces. After some thought, Li Tianhu decided to add 150 more S4 class interstellar warships. Major General Moa agreed, stating that this configuration would be sufficient to defeat the Shenglong Empire. Li Tianhu also inquired about the attack plans of the Atabia Republic, deciding to launch their offensive 3 days after Atabia's attack to distract the enemy. He reminded Major General Moa to stay safe, joking that if anything went wrong, he would face his daughter's wrath. Major General Moa thanked him for his concern, as a warlike atmosphere enveloped the military headquarters. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 32 days have passed. At the interstellar border of the Potafidi star region, 70 massive fleet units have arrived. Commander, we have reached the Rondo star system. Please issue the next course of action. Grand Duke Wang Dirui, the Supreme Commander of the Adibia Republic, leads these 70 fleets with orders to invade the Holy Dragon Empire and seize the Potafidi star region. Despite the large fleet size, they lack elite forces, possessing only ADS-4 class starships and no support from a star fortress. Report to the command headquarters immediately and inform them that we have entered enemy territory and are ready to execute the attack plan. Yes, Commander. The Imperial Interstellar Patrol of the Rondo Star System quickly detected the numerous Adibia Republic starships. They immediately reported the situation to the System Lord. Urgent report. A large number of Adibia Republic starships have been detected invading the Rondo Star System border. Initial estimates suggest 70 fleets. Urgent report. A large number of Adibia Republic starships have been detected invading the Rondo Star System border. Initial estimates suggest 70 fleets. 70 fleets? The System Lord, startled, fell to the ground. However, Lord Amagato gradually regained his composure. This is bad. I must report to the commander and the Imperial Military Headquarters immediately. Request their swift dispatch of reinforcements. Continue your reconnaissance and report any updates immediately, but do not let the enemy detect you. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, the commander of the Potafidi Star region, Tarina, and the top officials of the Central Military Headquarters were informed of the Adibia Republic's invasion. Marshal Kuss sat in his office, smoking a cigar, thinking, it's time to notify the Duke. On March 11, 4027 of the new universe calendar, Fang Mo of the Qianlin Main Star received an urgent summons from General Nake, requesting his immediate deployment to the Rondo Star System to intercept the invading forces of the Adibia Republic. With the battle report in hand, Fang Mo's brow furrowed. The Adibia Republic had mobilized 70 massive legions, wreaking havoc across the Rondo Star System. In just 2 days, the enemy had captured most of the planets, leaving less than a quarter still under our control. The Imperial military urgently needed Fang Mo to lead the Qianlin Legion as the vanguard, with the main forces following closely behind. Fang Mo had already assembled the Qianlin Legion and the Qianlin Interstellar Army, ready to embark on the interception mission. This operation not only involved reclaiming the occupied planets, but also required ground combat. Fang Mo brought along 110 well-trained new guards, making this a crucial test for them. Attention all! Minar announced loudly to the entire army, as the soldiers of the Qianlin Legion stood at attention, hands behind their backs, awaiting Fang Mo's orders. Standing tall and gazing into the holographic display, Fang Mo began to speak. Comrades, according to intelligence from Central Command, the Adibia Republic has dispatched 70 legions to invade our Rondo Star System. The war horn has sounded, and coincidentally, today is my birthday. Perhaps the enemy chose this day deliberately. At the same time, this offers our new guards a chance for real combat experience and unexpected birthday gift. They are so eager to engage us, yet their S4 class starships are only 80 in number and inferior in performance to ours. Whether in starship battles, ground combat, or mech warfare, I have only one demand. Hunt the enemy relentlessly, like predators among prey. Finally, these sheep might retaliate. While I trust none of you will be harmed by sheep, stay vigilant. Comrades, are you ready? The hunt is about to begin. The members of the Qianlin Legion shouted in unison, and with a flash of white light, the Qianlin Legion appeared at the edge of the Rondo Star System. The reconnaissance report indicated fierce fighting on the planet ahead, with an Adibia Republic Legion stationed there. Minar, continue commanding the Legion in battle. Lei Hong, lead the Interstellar Army in the landing operation. I will personally lead the fiery guards to support the ground combat. Yes, Your Highness, they responded in unison. Minar then began directing the Qianlin Legion to attack the stationed Adibia forces. On the Adibia side, the communications officer stared in shock at the radar screen, where a fleet of Legion size had suddenly appeared. What's going on? There's no warp engine activity and no nearby stargates. How could a Legion-sized fleet just appear out of nowhere? Report to the commander. A suspected enemy Legion has been detected at 6 o'clock. Requesting further instructions. Suspected enemy Legion? Confirm its identity using the Deep Space Telescope immediately, the commander ordered. The communications officer quickly observed the fleet's insignia, which featured a blazing phoenix. Report, the insignia shows a blazing phoenix, confirming it is not our fleet. Fire Phoenix, the situation is dire. This legion is the demon force of the Sacred Dragon. Order a retreat immediately. The commander urgently issued the command. However, our fleet and soldiers are still fighting desperately on the planet. Smack. The commander furiously slapped the communicator and shouted, when I say retreat, you retreat. No arguments. The communicator, rubbing his cheek, nervously relayed the retreat order to the entire fleet. Upon receiving the retreat order, the soldiers of the Adibia Legion, still engaged in battle, were puzzled. What's going on? The battle is in our favor, so why retreat suddenly? Are we just going to abandon our hard-earned victory? Meanwhile, the Qianlin Legion had caught up with the retreating Adibia forces and launched an attack without hesitation. Commander, the enemy has initiated an attack. We can't retreat. Fools. Order fleets 60 to 90 to cover the retreat of the others now. The commander glared at the communicator and coldly said, "They're just one legion. Nothing to fear. Relay the command immediately." The battlefield was ablaze. The Qianlin Legion and the Adabia Legion clashed fiercely. However, the Adabia soldiers soon realized that the enemy starships were nearly impenetrable, equipped with thick star shields, and mostly classified as S3 or higher. In contrast, most of their fleet consisted of S1 class starships, with only a few S3 class ships, about 20, and just one S4 class starship. When they saw the vast scale of the Fire Phoenix Legion, the Adabia soldiers were gripped by fear. The Fire Phoenix Legion had nearly 2,000 S4 class starships. This battle was hopeless. They needed to retreat. "Commander, we can't escape. They've surrounded us. Announce our surrender immediately. Hurry." The commander anxiously ordered, his eyes fixed on an enormous starship, even larger than an S4 class, constantly deploying drones. Could that be an S5 class starship? Terrifying. "Announce that the Adabia Legion surrenders. Cease the attack." Soon after, Minar's voice echoed through the public channel, commanding all Adabia starships to shut down their engines, lay down their weapons, and await inspection. Any resistance after 3 minutes would be considered hostile and met with force. Hearing the order, the Adabia fleet complied, shutting down engines and laying down arms. The commander ordered strict adherence to the Fire Phoenix Legion's demands, warning that any betrayal would not be tolerated. The communicator secretly mocked, "You should at least get a decent weapon first. That laser pistol isn't going to cut it." Fang Mo couldn't believe the enemy had surrendered so easily. Even the ground forces laid down their arms. They had planned to launch the next wave of operations, but it now seemed unnecessary. Fang Mo eagerly took command of the Adibia regiment, secretly delighted at the prospect of facing 69 enemy regiments. Simultaneously, he reached out to Commander Tuolina in the Portafidi Star region to share his excitement. Commander Tuolina responded with a smile. "Yes, I have arrived in the Rondo star system and successfully captured an enemy regiment. The coordinates are 564.11222.45. Please arrange for the Imperial Regiment to take over these prisoners, as I need to continue intercepting other Adibia regiments." She felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing she could present the prince with a pleasant surprise. After inquiring about the enemy forces' positions, Fang Mo learned that most of the Adibia regiments were camped near the Alado planet, with another 10 regiments dispatched to other planets. He decided to send his regiment to Alado as the vanguard and requested Commander Tuolina to join them swiftly. Commander Tuolina agreed and reminded Fang Mo to stay safe. A few hours later, 2 Imperial regiments arrived to take custody of the prisoners. Observing the previously arrogant Adibia captives now as docile as lambs left them quite perplexed. The Qianlin regiment quickly took over the prisoners and immediately set off for Alado. Meanwhile, at the Adibia command center on Alado, Grand Duke Wang Rueda was sleeping with 2 beauties in his arms. Since occupying the planet, he had made it his temporary command center and began oppressing the local inhabitants. Suddenly, his communication bracelet rang, interrupting his slumber. Enraged, Wang Rueda answered the call. The communications officer hastily reported, "Regiment 55 has been completely annihilated." Wang Rueda snapped awake and furiously exclaimed, "The reinforcements from the Holy Dragon Empire are so cunning. A complete annihilation is a disgrace to Adibia." He immediately ordered the 9 regiments stationed elsewhere to return to Alado and summoned the regiment commanders for an emergency meeting. The Qianlin regiment had arrived at the outskirts of Alado, observing the Adibia regiments and preparing for their next move. Intelligence confirms the presence of 60 Adibia legions ahead on the planet Alado. Requesting next combat orders. Minar stared at the radar displaying the enemy legion data, matching exactly what His Highness had reported. Immediately, the Qianlin Legion accelerated towards Alado. The deputy commander noticed a legion-sized enemy force rapidly approaching from the 9 o'clock direction. A single legion? Are they here to meet their doom? Continue monitoring their movements and dispatch 3 legions to intercept. The deputy commander asked if the chief commander should be notified. Humph, a single legion coming to their death doesn't warrant bothering the chief commander. Relay my orders immediately. Understood. 3 Adibia legions began engaging the Qianlin Legion, but the Qianlin Legion did not linger in combat with them. Instead, they headed straight for the enemy's main force, swiftly penetrating the 60 Adibia legions. At that moment, the Qianlin Legion released a ring of electronic waves in 3 directions, causing all Adibia starships to lose control of their star shield systems. The Qianlin Legion then dispersed into fleet formations, attacking nearby Adibia fleets. The Adibia starships retaliated, but were blocked by the Qianlin fleet's star shields. Adibia starships began to explode one after another, especially the S4 and S3 class starships which were hit first. Deputy Commander, our star shield system has been destroyed and can't be repaired immediately. What should we do now? Immediately report the battle situation to the chief commander, and bang. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, leading 130 fire guard soldiers and the Qinlan Interstellar Army, successfully landed on Alato. Disaster. Chief Commander. Our legions are under attack by enemy forces, and the deputy commander has been killed. A soldier urgently burst into Wang Ruid's quarters. What? The deputy commander is dead? How many legions did the enemy send? Wang Ruid asked in shock. Sir, the enemy sent only one legion. The soldier stammered in fear. Wang Ruid slapped the soldier. What nonsense is this? Prepare the landing craft immediately. I'm taking command. Sir, the enemy controls the planet's airspace. We can't evacuate. Useless. Order 2 legions from the 60 stationed outside the planet to provide support immediately. Wang Ruid angrily commanded. Sir, our legions may not receive support in time, and the enemy's landing forces are already attacking our defenses. Wang Ruid activated his communication bracelet, switched to the legion channel, and contacted the commanders outside the planet. This is Chief Commander Wang Ruid. Report the current battle status immediately. Shortly after, someone rushed in to report to the commander. Sir, the situation is dire. We are under heavy attack by the Holy Dragon demons, suffering severe losses. The deputy commander has already fallen. We can barely hold on. The commander angrily rebuked. You are all useless. How could you be shattered by just one legion? Do you have no command skills at all? The subordinate quickly explained. It's not our fault. The enemy is incredibly strong. They destroyed our star shield system, and we can't withstand their attacks. The commander calmly ordered, deploy 2 legions immediately to support the battle. When I return to the legion, I will personally defeat these so-called Holy Dragon demons. Wang Ruida firmly stated, Commander, we can't spare any forces to support you. We are already in danger ourselves. Suddenly, a loud explosion. Before one of the legion commanders could finish speaking, his starship was destroyed. In the space above the planet Alato, the Qinlan Legion split into 60 fleets to chase the Adibian Legion, who were at a disadvantage whether fighting or fleeing. The scene was tragic, with countless wrecked starships and the bodies of crew members floating in the void. Meanwhile, on the planet Alato, Fang Mo led the Phoenix Guard Legion in a brave charge, leaving a trail of corpses behind. The Adibian defense forces couldn't withstand these well-trained and highly coordinated super soldiers, becoming their nightmare. However, lacking orders from higher-ups and not daring to surrender, the Adibian soldiers could only scatter and flee. Fang Mo looked at the fleeing enemies with a sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, we are clearly the ones being invaded, yet it feels like we are the invaders. Qinyu reported, Your Highness, we've detected the enemy command center's location. It's on the top floor of that building 500 meters ahead. The signal strength is stable, and it doesn't appear to be a decoy, continuously sending command signals. Fang Mo smiled wryly and said, It seems they're not here for a tour of the Empire. All right, let's storm the command building. 10 minutes later, Fang Mo led the Phoenix Guard into the top floor of the command building. Upon seeing the enemy forces arrive, Wang Ruida panicked and shouted, You? Fang Mo looked at the so-called commander expressionlessly and said, Welcome to the Holy Dragon Empire. May I ask the purpose of your invasion and if you have a visa? Wang Ruida, furious, pulled out a gun and fired at Fang Mo, but all the bullets were blocked by Fang Mo's dark energy shield. Wang Ruida's mouth dropped open in disbelief. How is this possible? Fang Mo calmly replied, It seems you indeed do not have a visa. In that case, come with me as a prisoner. Enraged, Wang Ruida immediately ordered his soldiers, eliminate them all. However, the soldiers' bullets were all blocked by the dark energy shield. Tang Ling looked helplessly at the resisting soldiers, knowing they were wasting their time. Fang Mo shook his head and ordered, Shoot to kill, except for the commander. The Phoenix Guard soldiers responded in unison, and after a burst of gunfire, none of the resisting soldiers survived. 2 guards stepped forward and tightly bound Grand Duke Wang Ruida. Fang Mo, scanning the myriad of complex documents in the command room, then ordered, Take everything here, except the bodies, as a gift to the Central Military Command. Suddenly, the bracelet on Fang Mo's wrist emitted a clear sound. Commander Tarina excitedly reported to Fang Mo, Your Majesty, the 30 Imperial Legions under my command have arrived at Planet Alato and are assisting your corps in clearing out the remaining enemies. Fang Mo nodded and said, I understand. The civil war on the planet has been resolved by us. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Commander Tarina, along with the 30 Imperial Legions, had arrived near Planet Alato 20 minutes earlier and immediately witnessed the Qinlan Corps pursuing the Adibia Corps. The space was filled with countless wrecks of starships and numerous bodies. The Adibia Corps was retreating in disarray, unable to put up any resistance. Tarina was stunned by the sight. Despite having participated in countless battles, she had never seen a single corps so easily defeat 60 enemy corps. At that moment, her perception of Fang Mo drastically changed from mere respect to deep admiration. In any world, people revere the strong. This psychology never changes. With the support of His Highness the Prince, her confidence in defeating the Adibia Republic grew stronger. After 6 hours of fierce fighting, most of the Adibia Corps were annihilated, and the remaining 14 Corps surrendered. The disparity in strength left them no ability to resist. The Qianlin Corps reaped substantial rewards from this battle, destroying 141,000 enemy starships and capturing 14 Corps, in addition to one previously captured, totaling 15 Corps. The wrecked starships and captured vessels were worth billions in star coins, not including the battle honors yet to be calculated. Later, Mynheer asked Fang Mo, "Your Majesty, should we rest here or continue pursuing the remaining 9 Adibia Corps?" Fang Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "Has the Qianlin Corps fully regrouped?" "Yes, Your Majesty, they have," Mynheer confirmed. "Then let's leave the cleanup to our allies and move forward." "Forward? Where to?" Mynheer inquired. Fang Mo patted Mynheer on the shoulder and firmly stated, "To their capital, of course." "The capital?" Mynheer looked slightly worried. "Your Majesty, isn't that too risky?" Fang Mo smiled and responded, "How will we know the result if we don't try?" "Order the Corps to initiate the teleportation. Target: the capital star of the Adibia Republic." "Yes, Your Majesty," Mynheer acknowledged. Inside the headquarters of the military forces in the capital of the Adibia Republic, a middle-aged colonel was briefing the Grand General on the situation in the Rondo star system. The colonel spoke in a grave tone. "Grand General, the communications department has just received an update from the Rondo star system. Our 60 legions stationed on the Uredo planet have been captured by the enemy. Moreover, 4 out of the 10 legions that were out on a mission have been destroyed while returning to Uredo. Currently, the remaining 6 legions are being pursued by the legions of the Shenglong Empire, and they are requesting permission to retreat. What should we do, Grand General?" Colonel Alunag finished and looked towards the Grand General. Holding the battle report, the Grand General furrowed his brow and said, "Wasn't Wang Rueda advancing aggressively? In just 2 days, he had captured most of the Rondo star system. How did we suddenly start losing ground?" Grand General Tettle questioned. "The progress was smooth before, but I've heard that this time the Shenglong Empire deployed their ace, the Demon of Shenglong, and coordinated with their legions to defeat us." He slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Damn it, we've gone from 70 legions to just 6. I will avenge this. What are your next steps?" After a moment of contemplation, the Grand General replied, "First, order the remaining 6 legions to return home immediately. Then, I will assemble more troops to launch a campaign against the Shenglong Empire." "Understood, Grand General. I will relay the orders at once." Alunag's face showed a flash of determination. At 12 o'clock in the outskirts of the capital star of the Adibia Republic, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky as the Qianlin Legion arrived. The communications officer quickly assessed the surroundings and reported, "We have arrived near the capital star of the Adibia Republic. According to radar detection, there are no legions defending the area, only one starport fortress." Fang Mo heard the report and sighed inwardly. This is suicidal. How can the capital star be so defenseless, exposed to the enemy like this? Minar excitedly suggested, "Your Highness, since the enemy hasn't fortified their capital star, we should attack immediately, preferably with orbital bombardment." Fang Mo glanced at Minar. "Minar, we are the regular army of the Shenglong Empire, not some space pirates. Order all Qianlin fleets to target only enemy defense facilities and military sites. Additionally, before any attack, we must declare the wartime interstellar law on an open channel." Minar nodded awkwardly, realizing he had let the excitement get to him. "Yes, Your Highness. I will start the open channel declaration right away." As the Qianlin Legion approached the capital star, they were immediately hailed by the enemy starport for identification. "Warning, warning, Interstellar Legion at 12 o'clock, identify yourselves within 30 seconds, or we will consider you hostile and open fire." Ignoring the starport's warning, Minar connected to the open channel and made an announcement to the entire enemy capital star. "Attention, we are the Qianlin Legion of the Shenglong Empire. In accordance with wartime interstellar law, we will be attacking all your defense and military facilities. We will engage in an open and fair manner." Everyone at the starport and on the capital star heard Minar's declaration, and a shiver ran down their spines. The governor of the capital star's spaceport glanced at each other, their hearts ablaze with anger. The appearance of the Holy Dragon Empire's fleet here was simply inconceivable. How could this be? Did they think they were the masters of the Zerg? The general and other high-ranking military officials were also at a loss, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Who was behind this, stirring up trouble? Had they gone mad? This was a farce. Many dismissed it as mere theatrics, not taking the situation seriously. However, the circumstances on the capital star were dire, with wartime interstellar law obligations already activated, awaiting the next move. Minar, in high spirits and with a broad smile, issued the order. All right, have the 60 Chinland fleets lock on target and prepare to fire. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. With a deafening explosion, the spaceport and internal facilities of the capital star were reduced to rubble, smoke billowing. Shortly after, the Chinland fleet launched a second wave of attacks, leaving the spaceport on the brink of collapse and the Stargate destroyed. Flames erupted across the planet, the bombardment as dazzling as fireworks. The military headquarters suffered heavy damage, with the general killed on the spot, while Colonel Aruna, though covered in blood, miraculously survived. He gazed at the surrounding ruins and burned-out streets, his heart shattered. He had forgotten his own wounds, consumed by endless despair and fear. This can't be. This isn't real. Aruna's voice echoed through the ruins, the planet seeming to wail in agony. Countless ruins and debris lay before him, the air thick with the stench of death. A report came in, enemy spaceport and Stargate destroyed, 1,540 defense facilities, 850 armories and ammo depots, and 210 resource warehouses obliterated. The Chinland soldiers, upon hearing this, were elated, cheering loudly. The mission had exceeded expectations, and they felt proud of their performance. Fang Mo, beaming, said to Minar, "Your Highness, the Republic of Adibia has delivered a special birthday gift." Minar smiled and ordered, "Inform the Chinland fleet to prepare for return to the Imperial Capital Star." "Yes, Your Highness." With a flash of blinding white light, the Chinland fleet vanished near the capital star of Adibia. In the Imperial Palace on the Holy Dragon Empire's capital star, Marshal Naik discussed the war situation with the Emperor. The Emperor took the war report from the rondo system delivered by Commander Tarina, his expression shifting from worry to surprise, then to joy. He asked Marshal Naik, "Is this report accurate?" Marshal Naik solemnly replied, "Your Majesty, I have confirmed it via video call with Commander Tarina. It's true." The Emperor, thrilled, exclaimed, "A single fleet defeating 60 fleets is no small feat. Such an achievement is unprecedented and unparalleled." He praised Marshal Naik, believing his own wisdom and foresight to be validated. This victory not only alleviated the crisis of the Republic of Adibia, but also positioned them to counter the attacks from the Mechanized Empire and the Eastern Treaty Union, two long-standing adversaries that had always troubled him. Marshal Naik's wrist communicator suddenly chimed with a crisp ring. He answered the call and heard a voice introducing himself as Fang Mo, who mentioned he had a gift to deliver. Fang Mo had already arrived at the Imperial Capital's Star military headquarters. The Duke was surprised to find the Emperor present, discussing military affairs. The Emperor immediately sent a mental message to Fang Mo, inviting him to the Imperial study in the palace. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo hurried to the study and respectfully greeted the Emperor with "Your Majesty." The Emperor gestured for him to sit down, smiling as he looked at Fang Mo and Marshal Nak. Curious, Marshal Nak asked what gift Fang Mo had brought. Fang Mo, with a smile, replied that he had completed the interception mission arranged by Marshal Nak successfully. He had defeated and captured 61 legions of Adibia, seized their Grand Duke, Wang Rueda, and destroyed all defense facilities and armories of their capital star. The so-called gift was none other than Grand Duke Wang Rueda, handed over to Marshal Nak for disposal. Fang Mo's calm revelation left the Emperor and Marshal Nak in shock. The Emperor immediately stood up and inquired about the real situation of the attack on Adibia's capital star. Fang Mo candidly responded that he had indeed destroyed their starport, Stargate, 1,540 defense facilities, 850 armories and ammunition depots, and 210 resource warehouses. His words left everyone present utterly astonished. "Your Highness, if what you say is true, then your fame will surely soar." General Naik exclaimed with surprise. For hundreds of years, there has been constant warfare, but never has a capital city been attacked by a foreign nation. You have set a remarkable precedent. Haha, General Naik wondered if this could be considered an overachievement. Fang Mo smiled smugly and said, "Of course, it is an overachievement. Initially, we only hoped you would assist Commander Tuolina in defeating the enemy's 70 legions. Who would have thought you could defeat them with just one legion and capture 15 of their legions? It's truly unbelievable." Seeing the military report, I also found it hard to believe. Even more incredible is that you captured their capital star. This is truly extraordinary. Fang Mo felt elated as the Emperor and General Naik praised him repeatedly. This calls for a proper reward for General Naik and an increase in the mission reward. General Naik, what is the specific amount of the reward and the value of the spoils from this overachieved mission? Well, I haven't calculated it precisely yet. The spoils from your victory will definitely be converted at market value, Your Highness. As for the mission reward, General Naik deliberately avoided the question, with a playful glint in his eyes. Haha, so you were waiting for us here. This contribution is even more outstanding than the last, and the Imperial Legion is unharmed, making it a perfect conclusion. Therefore, I have decided to reward you with 100 billion star coins. As for the value of the spoils, you can negotiate with the military department. Fang Mo immediately stood up and respectfully thanked the emperor, expressing his gratitude profusely. No need to rush with the thanks. If you can achieve such excellent results multiple times, then I will truly be grateful to you. Fang Mo scratched his head and laughed foolishly, saying, "How dare I accept such praise from your majesty? Your majesty, General Naik, if there is nothing else, I will lead the Qinlan Legion back to our territory to replenish resources. This mission has consumed a large amount of energy and ammunition from our fleet. Very well, go back and rest." The emperor returned to the palace on the capital star of the Adabia Republic, fuming with rage, and began smashing things. "Your majesty, please calm down. It would be terrible if you harmed your health," a concerned minister said. "You are all useless, good for nothings. The enemy managed to launch a surprise attack on my stronghold, and you were completely unaware. Your majesty, this is all due to the military's incompetence. The 70 legions we sent were nearly annihilated, and we couldn't even protect the capital star. What about the Grand General? I want him demoted to a commoner and severely punished. The Grand General has already perished. Dead? Let him be. Such a worthless person saves me the trouble. Your majesty, what should we do now? What should we do? Immediately inform our allied nations of the situation and assemble 100 legions to attack the Potafidi Star region. Give the damned Shanglong Empire a taste of our wrath." "Yes, your majesty." When the news reached neighboring countries, other royal members were also thrown into a panic. For them, their own safety was paramount, and the fact that the Qinlan Legion could launch a surprise attack on the Adabia capital star left them feeling uneasy. Nowadays, each planet has heightened its patrols and defenses to prevent sudden attacks. The demons of the Holy Dragon have become notorious across several interstellar nations, causing widespread fear and unease. To protect their homes and people, everyone is closely monitoring the enemy's every move, always ready to respond to potential dangers. In this tense atmosphere, everyone experiences the harsh and unpredictable nature of war, relying only on their courage and wisdom to fend off external threats. On March 13, 2027, at the starport in the capital of the Eastern United Nations, Major General Mo Acha stood ready with 50 Eastern Alliance Corps, prepared for deployment. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman from the White Tiger clan approached him, accompanied by a 16-year-old girl from the same clan. The girl, with tears of worry in her eyes, looked at Mo Acha and softly asked, "Daddy, are you going to fulfill your mission? Mom and I will wait for your safe return." A wave of guilt surged through Mo Acha's heart. "Anna, I'll be back as soon as I can. Be good and listen to your mother." The girl shook her head and hugged Mo Acha tightly. "Daddy, you will come back safely. I'll be waiting for you," she said. Mo Acha accepted the circular device Anna handed him, a specially crafted star shield protector. He said with emotion, "Thank you, my dear daughter. You make me proud." After giving him the instructions for the device, Mo Acha looked at her lovingly. "Anna, take good care of Mom and yourself." Anna nodded. "Daddy, you take care too." Mo Acha boarded the warship and gazed at the distant starport as Anna waved her arms, calling out, "Daddy, come back safe." The warship slowly departed, and Mo Acha activated the device Anna had given him. His name was engraved on it, and he made a silent vow. "Anna, I will return victorious." At that moment, the Eastern United Nations had already launched an attack on the Storm Star region of the Sacred Dragon Empire, fully prepared. Their weaponry, starship classes, space fortresses, soldier quality, and overall configuration were at their peak. Dodorian led 40 Imperial Corps to counter the assault, but was defeated in less than 2 days. Subsequently, nearly half of the star systems in the Storm Star region fell, plunging the Sacred Dragon Empire into crisis. The Mechanical Empire and the Republic of Edbia also launched attacks, and the Sacred Dragon Empire struggled to fend them off. Under the three-pronged assault, the star regions were engulfed in war, causing countless casualties. In the central military headquarters of the Imperial capital star, Marshal Naik was restless, and the Empire's leadership was overwhelmed by the dire situation. "The current situation is grim. The 100 corps we've mobilized are insufficient to handle the crisis," expressed Kellenimo, Rohnweier, and Wilson, each sharing their concerns. This war posed an unprecedented challenge for the Sacred Dragon Empire. Deputy Chief of Staff Rohnweier analyzed emotionally, "In such a short time, mobilizing this many troops is already our limit. And we have to distribute these 100 units across 3 regions, which means each region gets only about 30 units for support." Sigh. Chief of Staff Kalinmo sighed. "Our military was already severely short on soldiers, and now with such a large mobilization, we have no more troops left. If we need to deploy more, we'll have to call up retired veterans. It's really difficult." General Wilson, looking troubled, said, "Marshal Naik is also at a loss. And there's alarming news from the storm system. It's already on the brink. Most of the system has fallen, and the Eastern Alliance's forces are extremely formidable. Chief of Staff Fang Mo asked, Marshal, what should we do now? If this continues, all three of our regions will be completely overrun. After thinking for a moment, Marshal Nake quickly responded, immediately withdraw the troops from the Mechanical Empire to the Azure system and send half of them to reinforce the Storm system. Abandon the territories and systems we previously occupied in the Mechanical Empire. But, Rome Wire responded immediately, this will disappoint His Majesty and the ministers. And we still have many transport and trade fleets in the Mechanical Empire. If we withdraw them now, they will? We have no choice, Rome Wire interrupted. We need to secure our own territories first. Marshal Nake sighed. Right? The Imperial Spear Corps of Prince Junwang can support the storm system. I've already contacted Prince Junwang, Rome Wire replied. They're currently regrouping and preparing, but they won't be able to make it in time. Then it seems we have no choice but to redeploy the troops from the Mechanical Empire. Meanwhile, in the storm system, Commander Dodorian's corps was engaged in a massive battle involving hundreds of units. Commander, the enemy forces are advancing on all fronts. We can't withdraw effectively. If we can't escape, we'll take as many of them down with us as we can. Order all units to attack the Eastern Alliance forces with full force. Don't hold back on ammunition. Commander Dodorian ordered loudly. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The fleets clashed, with the battle raging on. Soon, 200 S-4 class interstellar warships appeared in the distant starry sky. Report. Radar has detected 200 Eastern Alliance interstellar warships at 7 o'clock. Based on energy readings, they're all S-4 class. How is that possible? They still have so much high-end combat power. When will reinforcements from the Imperial military arrive? Commander Dodorian asked anxiously. The military says it will take at least 3 days for the troops from the Mechanical Empire to reach us. 3 days? In 3 days, the storm system will be completely overrun. Damn it. Send another message to Central Command, detailing our situation. Commander, I've already sent multiple messages. Central Command insists we hold the line. Bastards. With the addition of the 200 S-4 class interstellar warships, Commander Dodorian's 30 units were quickly overwhelmed. On the battlefield, Commander Duoduoliang felt despair as our troops were gradually retreating. In less than 2 hours, we would face a total defeat. Anxious, he quickly activated the communication device, urgently calling Central Command for reinforcements to support our retreat. Meanwhile, Major General Mocha led 50 battalions fighting valiantly against the Eastern Alliance forces. Amid the intense battle, the enemy starship's defensive shields were nearly depleted, leaving them on the brink of collapse. The Supreme Commander ordered the entire fleet to continue the offensive, tightening the encirclement to ensure no starship from the Shanglong Empire could escape. Major General Mocha solemnly accepted the order and committed to its execution. He watched as the Shanglong Empire's starships were destroyed one by one, feeling a sense of relief. Eliminating these 30 enemy battalions would secure the storm sector under the control of the Eastern Alliance. He planned to fortify the sector's defenses and build more star fortresses to hinder any counterattack from the Shanglong Empire. Suddenly, a communications officer excitedly reported that the enemy troops had begun a suicidal assault. The Supreme Commander calmly instructed to leverage their military advantage to crush the enemy in its infancy. The communications officer quickly relayed the order, and the soldiers eagerly prepared to execute it. In the storm sector, Commander Duodoliang watched with growing detachment as his fleet of starships was systematically destroyed. All right, fine. If no reinforcements are coming, we'll have to rely on ourselves, he declared. Corps 20 through 30, break through the enemy lines in reverse. Corps 1 through 10, provide cover. Commander Duodoliang issued the orders immediately. The communications officer turned to him in surprise and hesitantly asked, Commander, are we in Corps 1 supposed to stay behind and cover 2? Fully aware of the imminent concentrated attack, Duodoliang responded without hesitation, as an imperial warrior, with our territory and people under threat, I vow to live and die with the storm. He issued the order decisively, execute the command at once. The communications officer bit his lip and resolutely replied, Yes, sir, I will stand with you. Commander Duodoliang then relayed the battle orders to all 30 corps. Each commander, hearing the orders, frowned, speculating that the commander's strategy was to distract the enemy and create a path for the entire fleet to escape. Voices of the other commanders soon filled the communication channel. Damn it, Commander, let me stay behind to cover the retreat. Your sacrifice would be too great as an imperial duke. Commander, my home planet has already been destroyed by the enemy. Please, let me stay. Sir, you know I am an orphan. Let me protect this place. I can hold off the enemy. Commander Duodoliang watched as his subordinates vied to stay behind, tears rolling down his steadfast face. You are all warriors. The pride of the Empire. Remember, I will repay this debt. But my only request is to annihilate the scum of the Eastern United Nations, he said tearfully. Commander, we are your soldiers, ready for your orders, they replied. Without hesitation, Commander Duoduoliang issued the command. Then, Corps 1 through 10 of the Imperial fleet charged at the enemy, firing intensely. However, this sacrificial attack only exacerbated the already dire situation for the Imperial fleet. Major General Mocha watched the desperate assault with a sneer. Huh, cornered animals, are they? This is nothing but a futile struggle, he mused, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. Suddenly, a video request came from the enemy's Corps 1. Should we answer it? Major General Mocha pondered, stroking his chin. Do they want to negotiate now? Maybe surrender? No, if that were the case, they would use an open channel. Connected. I'm curious to hear what they have to say. Commander Duoduoliang appeared on the screen. I am Commander Duoduoliang of the Storm Sector. Who is your commanding officer? Major General Mocha stared at the screen, astonished that such a significant figure had fallen into his hands. However, Duoduoliang's demeanor and grace convinced him that this was no act. Honorable Commander Dodorian, I am Major General Mocha of the East United Nations. It's an honor to face you in battle. Huh, they are nothing but savage beasts. Although we are at a disadvantage, devouring us won't be easy. Let's see if your teeth are sharp enough. Oh, is that so? Then let me witness your prowess. With that, Major General Mocha decisively cut off the video feed and ordered his entire fleet to concentrate their attack on the enemy's first corps. He offered a reward of 10,000 star coins and a one-rank promotion to any soldier who could destroy the enemy's flagship. Fueled by anger, Mocha, a White Tiger Tribe Major General, was particularly incensed as over 90 of the East United Nations members were half-beasts who despised being called mere animals. The 10 legions of the Holy Dragon Empire charged directly at the main enemy forces, while another 20 legions fought to break through. Meanwhile, the 50 legions of the East United Nations focused their assault on the enemy's first corps, striving for the additional rewards. Commander, the enemy is pressing on all fronts. Our plan is working. Upon receiving the report, Commander Dodorian calmly ordered 10 legions to hold the line and buy time. 10 minutes later, 20 legions of the Empire successfully broke through, but the 10 legions left behind had lost half their number, with 15,000 starships destroyed and 20 million Imperial soldiers fallen. The brutal battle was heart-wrenching. As Commander Dodorian watched the 20 legions that managed to break through, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He commanded the remaining rear guard to fight valiantly and escape if possible. At that moment, Commander Dodorian felt deflated, knowing the First Corps was surrounded and doomed. Sitting in his command seat, he awaited his fate, reminiscing about the hardships of joining the army at 16, the medals personally awarded by the Emperor, the camaraderie with his fellow soldiers, and finally, his family. These memories reignited his spirit. He stood up and issued his final order. All ships of the First Corps, activate self-destruct mechanisms and charge the enemy fleet. Even in death, make them pay. Commander, the order has been given. His command echoed through every starship, and the enemy fleet began to explode. Major General Mocha's eyes widened as he witnessed the enemy ships self-destructing. He immediately ordered his fleet to disperse to avoid concentrated damage. Disperse immediately. They're self-destructing. He was shaken by Commander Dodorian's boldness, not expecting such decisive action. The East United Nations troops were equally stunned by this self-destructive assault and quickly scattered. The remaining Imperial legions watched the First Corps' self-destructive charge with tears streaming down their faces. Their commander had sacrificed his corps to give them a chance to survive. In that moment, every soldier in the Imperial legions was moved to tears. Honorable Commander, it is truly heartbreaking to see your wisdom misunderstood by others. If there is ever a chance to escape, our master will surely seek justice for you. We are deeply indebted to you, and our gratitude is beyond words, impossible to repay in this lifetime. With the self-destructive attack of the First Legion, the forces of the Eastern Alliance began to fall into chaos, presenting an opportunity. The other 4 legions seized the moment and broke through to escape. Commander-in-Chief, reports indicate that 24 remaining legions have escaped, with an estimated 48,526 enemy starships fleeing. Major General Mocha squinted at the still self-destructing First Imperial Legion. Ah, what a tough battle it was. But difficult as it was all in vain. Your storm sector has already fallen. Ha ha ha. Major General Mocha sneered. At this point, only 12 starships remained in the First Imperial Legion, including Commander Duoduoliang's flagship. All right, it's our turn now. Initiate the 30-second self-destruct countdown. Charge towards the enemy fleet at 12 o'clock. Commander Duoduoliang, risking his life, led the last 12 Imperial starships in a desperate charge towards the enemy fleet. With the end of this battle, the defenses of the storm sector completely collapsed. The Eastern Alliance took just 4 days to conquer the last resisting planet in the storm sector. In the wartime conference room of the Central Military Headquarters in the capital city of Xinhuang in the Saint Dragon Empire, 8 senior officers in military uniforms sat solemnly, their faces etched with worry. 4 days ago, they learned of the sacrifice of Commander Duoduoliang, and today, news arrived that the entire Storm Star region had fallen. Marshal Naik faced the group, his brow furrowed, not immediately responding to Chief of Staff Kalinmo's suggestion, but instead falling into deep thought. Chief of Staff Kalinmo had recommended assembling 80 Imperial legions to retake the Storm Star region. However, before he finished speaking, General Wilson already knew that such a large force could not be mobilized. Marshal Naik tapped the conference table lightly and said in a deep voice, "This time, the Eastern Covenant's invasion was well prepared. They even brought numerous interstellar fortresses for post-war defense. We did not anticipate this. It seems they are ready for a prolonged war against us." The officers present nodded silently, agreeing with the Marshal's assessment. The Eastern Covenant had long been observing the Saint Dragon Empire in secret, and taking advantage of the simultaneous attacks by 3 other nations, they swiftly captured the Storm Star region and began constructing numerous defensive fortifications. Even if the Saint Dragon Empire could gather 80 legions now, reclaiming the territory would be difficult. These interstellar fortresses not only boasted formidable defenses and firepower superior to warships, but also unmatched attack range. Their only weakness was their slow movement and inability to perform warp travel. The room fell into silence. As the officers pondered, the conference room door was pushed open, and the Emperor walked in slowly. Everyone stood and saluted. The Emperor motioned for them to sit and said calmly, "I am aware of the situation in the Storm Star region. We need to devise a strategy together. We cannot abandon the people there to suffer. I will not give up on them." The senior military officers knew well the hardships faced by the citizens of the Storm Star region. Millions had become refugees, a plight even these battle-hardened soldiers could not ignore. Chief of Staff Kalinmo said gravely, "Your Majesty, to defeat the Eastern Covenant, we would need at least 200 Imperial legions to stand a chance. But currently, we cannot muster such a large force." The Emperor asked how many troops could be assembled now. Chief of Staff Kalinmo replied with a grim expression, "Your Majesty, we can only gather 40 Imperial legions, which may not be enough to counter the threat." Marshal Naik added, "I have 30 legions of the Imperial Guard stationed in the capital, ready to support us. The outcome will depend on all of you." Upon hearing this, the officers felt a surge of tension. These 30 legions of the Imperial Guard had protected the capital for centuries, serving as the Emperor's personal guard under his direct command. Who could have foreseen His Majesty resorting to this measure? Marshal Ku immediately stood up, anxiously expressing his concern to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I believe this course of action is unwise. The 30 elite guard corps under your command are the final defense for you and the capital star. Without them, both you and the capital star will be in grave danger." Subsequently, everyone began to persuade the Emperor. "Your Majesty, we are warriors by nature. Civil officials die defending their convictions, and military officials die on the battlefield. Why are we all now advising caution? Your Majesty, I urge you to follow the example of Commander Duoduolian, and I will say no more. Let Marshal Ko hold on to this golden tiger tally for now, and may he not fail your high expectations." With that, the Emperor placed a golden tiger tally on the conference table and left the room. In the office of the Lord of the Qianlin Main Star, Fang Mo was meticulously studying the formula for the S4 grade super soldier genetic serum. He had spent 300,000 points in the system mall to acquire it. The last mission to intercept the Adibia Republic had earned him 660,000 points, along with a reward from the Emperor, 1 trillion star coins, and an additional 624 billion star coins worth of loot. With these 1.624 trillion star coins, Fang Mo's life had become quite luxurious. Firstly, the funding for the 6th batch of starship construction was no longer an issue. Moreover, Fang Mo planned to build 5 starports and stargates in the Balan Star region, enabling seamless teleportation between his territories. Originally, the Balan Star region only had 3 stargates, all constructed by the Holy Dragon Empire. As Fang Mo's reputation within the empire grew, his policies were now highly esteemed, even compelling the damaged major corporations and high-ranking officials to adapt or leave. The S4 grade super soldier genetic serum required an astonishingly complex array of materials. Fang Mo felt frustrated. The formula involved 81 different components, many of which he had never even heard of. Clearly, the effects of this S4 grade serum would be extraordinary. However, he needed to conduct personal experiments to confirm its specific effects. The potential side effects, though, made Fang Mo shudder with fear. The pain was excruciating. Most people would find the pain of a broken finger unbearable. When he had used the S3 grade super soldier genetic serum, the pain was hundreds of times worse than a broken finger. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his office was rapped upon. Come in. AI Jing pushed the door open and quickly approached Fang Mo, Your Highness. We just received a battle report from Central Command. 4 days ago, Commander Duoduolian of the Storm Star region was killed in action, and the entire Storm Star region has fallen. AI Jing reported. What? A high-ranking leader of the Empire has perished? This is no joke. There are only 8 Star region commanders and Imperial Dukes in the entire Holy Dragon Empire. Now one has fallen, and in battle, no less. The fall of the entire Storm Star region is truly shocking. Fang Mo immediately recalled a key aspect of his current main quest. If the Holy Dragon Empire completely fractures, the mission would fail. This is bad. The fall of the Storm Star region must be considered part of the fracture. I must find a way to reclaim it. As Fang Mo pondered, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to Fang Mo for receiving a new temporary mission. This mission is rated 5 stars in difficulty. He needs to completely annihilate 50 invading legions of the Eastern Pact United Nations and reclaim the Storm Starfield. The mission duration is 30 days, and failure will result in a penalty of 1 million points. The system rewards include 500,000 points and an S4 class sniper ship. Fang Mo felt a sense of relief that the system provided such a crucial mission at a critical moment. Despite the formidable challenge, the generous rewards filled him with anticipation. Fang Mo handed over the materials list for the S4 class Super Soldier Gene Serum to AI Jing, instructing her to arrange for immediate procurement. He also summoned Minar and Lei Hong. Fang Mo quickly contacted Marshal Naik to inquire about the Central Military Command's counterattack plan. Seeing Fang Mo, Marshal Naik was delighted, knowing that with the support of the Duke, the counterattack would be more confident. Marshal Naik informed him that 70 Imperial legions had been assembled and were ready to head to the Storm Starfield, hoping the Qianlin Legion could join them. Fang Mo agreed to support and confirmed the specific assembly location and time, preparing to assist the Imperial legions in reclaiming the Storm Starfield. Minar and Lei Hong quickly arrived. Learning that the Duke intended to join the battle, they were already mentally prepared. Facing the invasion of the Eastern Pact United Nations, they were determined to defend the Sacred Dragon Empire to the death and make the enemy pay dearly. Fang Mo instructed them to immediately assemble their troops and prepare for a landing operation. After receiving their orders, they promptly took action, preparing to meet the Imperial legions in 3 days for a joint counterattack. As they left, Fang Mo delved into the system attribute page to review his identity and mission status. As a Duke of the Sacred Dragon Empire, he possessed territories such as the Qianlin star system. Being a senior mechanic, he had attributes like 30 engineering manufacturing acceleration, leader's aura, dark energy mastery, and raider strength. At this moment, another territory attribute appeared, showcasing his formidable power and responsibility. Currently, the territory has expanded significantly, and the system has opened a separate option for this. With over 140 billion star coins in reserve, there's plenty to spend. The number of starships has also increased to 7,155, allowing for the formation of 2 substantial fleets. However, with the expansion of the territory, a corresponding scale of patrol fleet is needed. Therefore, Fang Mo decided to assign the remaining Qianlin fleet to the patrol duties of the territory. 3 days passed quickly. At this moment, the Qianlin Corps is stationed at the edge of the Storm Starfield, awaiting the arrival of the Imperial Corps. 3 hours later, the Imperial Corps appeared on the horizon. Fang Mo began to communicate with the opposing commander. Honorable Duke, I am Tabula, the commander of the Imperial Corps. It is an honor to fight alongside you. Fang Mo responded with a smile. Commander Tabula, hello? Could you please share your plans for this counterattack? Commander Tabula replied, our plan is to first launch a surprise attack to destroy the 12 interstellar fortresses on the outskirts of the Storm Starfield, which are held by the Eastern Alliance. Once these fortresses are destroyed, we can directly face the enemy's 50 fleets. The ultimate goal is to reclaim the star systems of the Storm Starfield. Fang Mo pondered for a moment and asked, how can we assist you? Commander Tabula considered for a moment and said, the biggest challenge lies in the initial task destroying the enemy's interstellar fortresses. These fortresses, built by the Eastern Alliance, are heavily fortified, highly offensive, and have a long range. Successfully launching a surprise attack on them is extremely difficult. If we fail to quickly destroy these fortresses, the enemy's interstellar fleets will come to their aid, and we will be in a difficult position to extricate ourselves. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo frowned. These interstellar fortresses are like war bastions, practically impenetrable defenses. Once your starships enter their range, they can unleash a devastating assault. Although they move slowly, their firepower is immense. Fang Mo suggested, let our Qianlin Corps be responsible for the surprise attack to destroy the 12 enemy interstellar fortresses. You can hold your position for now, and once we succeed, immediately send reinforcements. At that point, we can jointly annihilate the enemy's 50 fleets. Commander Tabula was slightly taken aback by this proposal. Fang Mo gazed at the positions of the 12 United Nations of the Eastern Alliance interstellar fortresses before him, contemplating how to launch an attack. These fortresses were distributed around the periphery of the storm star domain, with moderate distances between them about an hour's warp travel making mutual support feasible. Each fortress was guarded by 2 to 4 Eastern Alliance corps, increasing the difficulty of a surprise attack. If one fortress came under attack, nearby fortresses would immediately dispatch over a dozen corps for reinforcement, making it nearly impossible to destroy a fortress quickly and potentially exhausting the attackers. Fang Mo only had the forces of one Qianlin corps at his disposal, presenting a rather grim situation. Minar, noticing Fang Mo's furrowed brow, spoke with a hint of concern. "Your Highness, are you considering how to dismantle these interstellar fortresses?" Fang Mo turned to Minar and nodded deeply in agreement. "Yes, given our limited forces, if the enemy keeps receiving reinforcements, the situation will become very precarious." Minar smiled and added, "Your Highness, perhaps you're overthinking it." Fang Mo asked in confusion, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Minar patiently explained, "The enemy has 12 interstellar fortresses that support each other, with each fortress guarded by 2 to 4 corps. Normally, attacking one might indeed result in getting bogged down by enemy reinforcements. However, considering the performance of their interstellar warships compared to our Qianlin Corps, there is a significant disparity. Therefore, we can divide our 3,000 Qianlin Corps warships into 10 groups to attack the enemy simultaneously. Each group should be able to handle the 2 to 4 Eastern Alliance Corps at each fortress. This way, the fortresses cannot support each other. Our primary objective is to destroy the enemy fortresses. Once a fortress is breached, our groups should not linger to engage the enemy but immediately support neighboring groups, tying down the enemy forces. Finally, we can consolidate our forces to attack the remaining 2 larger fortresses. By then, the Eastern Alliance Corps stationed at various locations will have gathered there. At that point, with the Imperial Corps' 70 units attacking from both inside and outside, we can achieve a decisive victory." Fang Mo nodded inwardly at Minar's plan, finding it indeed ingenious. "The only thing we need to be cautious about is avoiding being surrounded while dismantling the enemy fortresses," Fang Mo advised prudently. "Understood. We will proceed according to your plan. I will also notify the Imperial Corps to be ready for coordination at any moment." Fang Mo immediately ordered the Qianlin Corps to be divided into 10 groups, each with 300 interstellar warships, to launch attacks on the 12 Eastern Alliance United Nations interstellar fortresses. 15 minutes later, the 7th fortress came under attack first. As the Eastern Alliance United Nations relayed the news of the fortress being attacked, the other 9 fortresses were also hit in succession. At this time, Major General Mo Acha, stationed at the first fortress, received reports that 10 fortresses had been breached. He furrowed his brow. To him, the enemy's decision to attack each fortress with only 300 warships seemed insignificant. Such a small-scale fleet couldn't possibly breach a fortress, and his garrison could easily defeat them. This scattered assault appeared meaningless to him. Meanwhile, the first and second fortresses remained untouched. Could all of this be a meticulously planned conspiracy? Report to the commander. According to battle reports from various fortresses, it appears that the attackers are demons from the Sacred Dragon. Major General Mo Acha was startled upon hearing this news. His most dreaded enemy had appeared and was employing a strategy of dividing forces to attack multiple interstellar fortresses simultaneously. Currently, 10 Eastern United Nations Corps were stationed at Fortress 1 and Fortress 2, respectively. Major General Mo Acha ordered each fortress to dispatch 5 corps to support the other 10 interstellar fortresses. He immediately reported to the commander and acted swiftly. However, en route to provide support, news arrived that Fortress 7 had been destroyed, causing Major General Mo Acha's face to turn ashen. Damn it, these accursed sacred dragon demons are incredibly powerful. Despite this, he knew well that the Eastern United Nations Corps stationed at those 10 fortresses had no chance of repelling the enemy's attacks, as the enemy possessed the capability to destroy interstellar fortresses, while he had only a limited number of countermeasures. Thus, the fate of those 10 fortresses being overrun seemed inevitable. Major General Mo Acha immediately ordered the troops from the other 11 interstellar fortresses to converge on Fortress 1, insisting on concentrating their strength to counter the sacred dragon demons and prevent them from being picked off one by one. He relayed the order to the commander once more. The communications officer anxiously responded that while interstellar fortresses could be rebuilt, losing the core meant losing everything. The order needed to be transmitted immediately. "Very well, Commander." Subsequently, troops from the 11 interstellar fortresses received the order to regroup, abandoning the defense of their respective fortresses and heading to Fortress 1. Fang Mo watched as the Eastern United Nations Corps, which had been defending, began to leave, feeling puzzled. Why would they so easily abandon the painstakingly built fortresses? Was there some hidden plot? Despite racking his brains, Fang Mo couldn't comprehend the enemy's intentions. "Your Highness, I believe the enemy might be feeling the threat of being defeated one by one and thus started to regroup. Mina's strategic insight was indeed sharp, quickly discerning the enemy's plan. But even if they regroup, they still can't match our strength, can they? Fang Mo wondered aloud. The situation's development remained unpredictable, and only direct confrontation would reveal the answer. Mina looked at the departing Eastern United Nations Corps and said, "For now, let's not concern ourselves with them. Our priority is to destroy these interstellar fortresses." 30 minutes later, the fortresses fell one after another without encountering effective defense. Following this, 10 Shinlan fleets regrouped and headed towards Fortress 1. "Commander Talib, we have destroyed 11 of the enemy's interstellar fortresses and are now en route to their Fortress 1. Requesting immediate assistance to jointly conquer this final fortress." Fang Mo contacted the Imperial Corps Commander Talib. "Haha, Your Highness, you are indeed wise. In just an hour, you have breached 11 of the enemy's fortresses. I will immediately order the Imperial Corps to head to Fortress 1. At this moment, all three factions were gearing up for the impending battle. Fang Mo could also sense that the Eastern United Nations Corps was far more powerful than the Mechanical Empire and the Republic of Adibia. The Royal Empire's performance in terms of starship capabilities, combat command, and fleet execution efficiency is impeccable. This is why the Eastern Treaty Union was able to swiftly capture the Storm Sector and successfully defeat the sector commander. In the wartime conference room at the central military headquarters of the imperial capital Star, Huangsheng, of the Holy Dragon Empire, the same 8 high-ranking military officials were gathered. Marshal Naik glanced at his watch, feeling anxious. This time, it was His Highness the Duke leading the Empire's Spear Legion, reputed to be the Empire's most formidable force. Any mishap would pose a significant challenge to the Empire. Marcus noticed the worry on the Marshal's face and sighed softly. "Marshal, do you still doubt His Highness's abilities? His past achievements have always been extraordinary." Marcus tried to reassure Marshal Naik. Marshal Naik lit a cigar and smiled slightly. "Perhaps I am overthinking it. His Highness's past achievements are indeed remarkable. He won't disappoint us this time either." The others nodded in agreement, confident in His Highness's capabilities. Marcus said confidently, "Since His Highness has already set out, our concern should be the Eastern Treaty Union. I wonder how long it will take for His Highness to deal with the enemy this time." As the biological son of Masno, Marcus was well acquainted with His Highness's situation. Masno, the sector commander, was very familiar with the Chinlin star system. He had frequently purchased interstellar warships from Fang Mo, and although he hadn't acquired any S4 class ships, the S3 class ships were already superior to others in their class. Marcus had often heard his father praise Fang Mo and would frequently boast about the warships he had bought. Marcus observed the people in the conference room, waiting quietly. Clinmo smiled at Marcus. "It seems you have great confidence in His Highness, Major General." The Chief of Staff believed that even with the support of 70 Imperial legions, it would take at least 2 weeks to defeat the Eastern Treaty Union's forces. General Wilson speculated, 2 weeks? That's quite optimistic. The Eastern Treaty Union not only has 50 elite legions, but also 12 interstellar fortresses. Deputy Chief of Staff Ronway began analyzing the situation. Marcus remained silent, not revealing his thoughts. After a while, Marshal Naik turned to Marcus and asked, "Major General Marcus, how long do you think it will take for His Highness to defeat these 50 Eastern Treaty Union legions?" Marcus replied firmly, "I believe it will be decided within 3 days." Everyone in the room looked at Marcus in astonishment, thinking 3 days was overly optimistic. General Wilson smiled at Marcus. "Major General Marcus, your confidence and courage are commendable, but let's be realistic." Marcus responded calmly, "General, do you think I'm wrong? Then I propose a bet with everyone here. The wager is a case of century-old fine wine. Are you all willing?" Hearing the wager, everyone frowned. A case of century-old fine wine was no small matter, worth at least tens of thousands of star coins. Everyone present displayed courage and determination, embracing the challenge without hesitation as they accepted the wager. Clinmo immediately stepped up, confidently agreeing to the bet without showing any sign of backing down. Others quickly followed suit, showcasing their own bravery and confidence. Only Marshall could politely decline with a smile, advising everyone that a small gamble could be entertaining but not to become too fixated on it. In this wager, each person revealed their unique personality and attitude. Meanwhile, at the number 1 star fortress on the outskirts of the Storm Sector, 50 Eastern Alliance regiments stood ready, their eyes fixed on the distant Qianlin Legion and 70 Imperial regiments. This marked the beginning of a 3-way battle, with the tension about to reach its peak. Major General Mo Aka looked down at the distant Qianlin Corps and the 70 Imperial Corps, beginning to plan the course of the battle. On the other side, Fang Mo and the Imperial Corps were also plotting their assault. The enemy's interstellar fortress was colossal, equipped with 3,242 stellar cannons, and supported by 50 Eastern Treaty Corps. If they fortified their defenses, it would be nearly impossible to breach. "Your Highness, Based on our previous assaults on other interstellar fortresses, they have deployed nearly 300 S4 class starships this time. Additionally, there are over 15,000 S3 class starships. Their strength is formidable. However, if we can destroy their star shield system, handling them won't be difficult. Minar analyzed the situation deeply. However, the enemy's high-end combat capabilities were indeed powerful. To minimize casualties, the only option was to first disable their star shield system. Yes, but doing so will also affect the star shield systems of our 70 Imperial Corps. Fang Mo pondered deeply, worried about this predicament. Then casualties among our allies might be unavoidable. Your Highness, we seem to have no other choice. Fang Mo sighed and said, we can only notify our allies and remind them to stay safe. Just as the electronic waves were dissipating, the Eastern Treaty Corps sent out similar interference waves. The starships of the three factions were instantly unharmed, and all the star shield systems of the interstellar warships returned to normal. Major General Mo Aka, holding the round device given by his daughter, sneered at the Chinlin Corps. Humph, well prepared. Fang Mo was also taken aback by this sight. It was the first time he had encountered a countermeasure against the Tainya-class star shield disruption device. But the situation remained unchanged, still neutralized by the opponent's electronic waves. Your Highness, it seems they were prepared. Minar coldly watched the Eastern Treaty Corps, realizing the situation had become tricky. Without destroying the enemy's star shield system, a fierce battle was inevitable. As Fang Mo was troubled, Qin said to him, Your Highness, don't worry. This is just another bloody battle. Our Chinlin Corps has fought through countless life-and-death situations. Facing these mere 50 Eastern Treaty Corps is just a matter of time. Fang Mo, hearing Qin Yu's words, suddenly realized. He had been stuck in a deadlock, always thinking about how to win without any casualties. However, he recalled the hard-fought battles against the insectoids. No battle comes without sacrifices. Since it's a fight, casualties are inevitable. Minar, order the Chinlin Corps to prepare. Our goal is to eliminate all the Eastern Treaty Corps. Fang Mo regained his composure and immediately issued the order. Minar, seeing the brave and decisive Fang Mo, felt relieved and responded, Yes, Your Highness. Leave the rest of the battle to me. All right, let's give it our all. Fang Mo said confidently. Minar then informed the allies to prepare for a joint attack on Fortress No. 1. The Chinlin Corps would lead the primary assault on the fortress, while the Imperial Corps would hold off the Eastern Treaty Corps. After confirming the battle details, each corps set off, heading towards Fortress No. 1. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Treaty Corps' camp, Commander, the enemy is about to launch an attack on our forces. Understood. Order 50 regiments to defend the No. 1 interstellar fortress, prioritizing the protection of the fortress's giant cannons. Major General Mocha quickly issued the command, and the 50 regiments of the Eastern Pact swiftly began operations around the No. 1 interstellar fortress. Fang Mo gazed at the colossal fortress, more magnificent than a small city, with a determined glint in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the battle commenced. The Empire's 70 regiments began their assault on the 50 Eastern Pact regiments. Artillery fire intertwined as both sides displayed exceptional combat skills. The Chinlin regiment launched a fierce offensive, targeting the giant cannons of the fortress. However, the enemy's giant cannons were not to be outdone, immediately retaliating. The cannons roared, with over 3,000 giant cannons firing continuously, piercing many S-3 class starships and even directly destroying dozens. Fang Mo watched in fury as his starships were obliterated. These ships were not only built at great expense, but also housed hundreds of crew members who sacrificed their lives. Minar witnessed the power of the giant cannons and couldn't help but marvel. Only the shields of S-4 class starships could withstand such cannon attacks. All interstellar carriers immediately released a large number of drones to serve as the vanguard, temporarily ignoring enemy starships and prioritizing the destruction of the fortress's giant cannons. Tens of thousands of unmanned fighters and bombers then flew towards the fortress, charging ahead and absorbing most of the cannon fire. At this point, the fortress's giant cannons couldn't lock onto the Chinlin regiment's agile starships. The drone's interference and the starship's high-speed maneuvers made it impossible for the cannons to aim accurately, allowing them to be bypassed. This was infuriating. Despite the heavy firepower, it failed to hit the enemy. Seeing this, Major General Mocha issued another order, directing the fortress's cannons and the defending regiments to first clear out the enemy drones. Expand the field of vision. Report to the commander, the number of enemy drones is vast, making it difficult to clear them all in a short time. Do your best to clear them. Otherwise, they will become our stumbling block. As the Chinlin regiment's guerrilla tactics unfolded, the fortress's giant cannons were quickly damaged. At this point, the cannons no longer aimed at the enemy's agile starships, but directly attacked the drones in front of them. Simultaneously, the Eastern Pact regiments defending the fortress joined the assault, targeting the drones. Order the drone squadrons to continue bombarding the fortress without stopping. Minar commanded tens of thousands of drones to attack the fortress. Although the individual attack power of the drones was weak, their numerical advantage was significant. As long as the firepower was concentrated, they could still easily destroy the fortress's giant cannons. Major General Mocha issued another combat order, dispatching 10 regiments to support the fortress and clear out the enemy drones. Commander, our current 40 regiments are engaged in fierce combat with the Empire's 70 regiments. Dividing our forces to support the fortress may make it difficult to withstand the Empire's assault. I understand, but we should be able to hold out for a short time. The interstellar fortress was originally defended by 10 Eastern Alliance legions, but they struggled to hold their ground. Major General Mocha, feeling helpless, had no choice but to dispatch another 10 legions for reinforcement. He knew well that if the fortress fell, his 50 legions would also face annihilation. Fang Mo watched the system screen, where kill points flashed continuously, and noticed that the Eastern Alliance's legions had a significantly higher kill score compared to the Mech Empire and the Idubia Republic. Clearly, the reward system was based on the enemy's strength. Soon, the additional 10 Eastern Alliance legions arrived on the battlefield. Minar, with a hint of coldness in her eyes, realized that the enemy was determined to hold the fortress. Watching the reinforcements relentlessly attack the drone swarm, Minar calmly adjusted her tactics, ordering all drones to perform suicide attacks on the fortress's giant cannons. Quick! All S-4 class interstellar battleships launch a full-scale assault and concentrate fire on the fortress cannons, which now number over 1,500. Minar's voice echoed across the battlefield. Fang Mo felt a pang of sorrow as he watched the drones launch suicide attacks on the fortress cannons. Although these drones had no crew, the loss of each one would cost a significant amount of star coins. Each drone was worth at least 200,000 star coins, and such a lavish use was shocking. However, Fang Mo deeply appreciated Minar's command strategy. Despite the enormous expenditure, it yielded remarkable results. This tactic not only disrupted the enemy's battle plans, but also significantly accelerated the destruction of the fortress cannons. Meanwhile, the battles on the Empire's side were also in full swing. With the Eastern Alliance's reinforcements launching an attack, the Empire's legions began to gain the upper hand. Facing the overwhelming force, the Eastern Alliance legions were under immense pressure. If this continued, the Eastern Alliance was destined to fail. However, Major General Mocha focused his attention on the interstellar fortress. When he saw the Qinlin Legion's drone swarm begin their suicide attacks, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. The enemy's decisive sacrifice of their drones meant that the fortress was likely to fall. The battle raged on for 30 minutes, and Major General Mocha's 50 Eastern Alliance legions had already lost 8, while the Empire's legions had only lost 5. To Mocha's frustration, the Qinlin Legion had only lost a little over 100 interstellar battleships. How could he continue fighting like this? He had thought he had overestimated the Saint Dragon Empire's Demon Legion, but he had still underestimated his opponent. All of their interstellar battleships were at least S3 class, with over 1,800 S4 class battleships. A legion with a fleet of 3,000 interstellar battleships, equipped with over 1,800 S4 class ships? Most other legions had at most 5 S4 class battleships. This was simply outrageous. The enemy even had 10 massive interstellar aircraft carriers in the rear, each the size of 2 S4 class battleships. Could they already possess S5 class interstellar battleships? Major General Mocha pondered deeply. Among the nearby interstellar nations, no one had S5 class battleships yet, but it seemed the Saint Dragon Empire already did. This technological gap meant that falling behind would lead to defeat, an undeniable fact. Major General Mocha swiftly organized the gathered intelligence and immediately relayed it to the headquarters. He ordered the legion at the defense fortress to evacuate at once and prepare for the return of the main forces with full armament. We are evacuating. Major General Mocha reiterated his firm command. Fang Mo watched as the Eastern Alliance forces fiercely defended the fortress. Suddenly, he turned and flew towards the Imperial Army's battlefield. Are they abandoning this star fortress? Are they going all out against the Imperial Army? Minar squinted, closely observing the shifting Eastern Alliance forces. Damn, they're planning to escape. All remaining drones, cease self-destruct attacks immediately. All interstellar warships, regroup quickly and prepare to destroy the remaining 1,000 fortress cannons. Communicator, notify our allies at once the enemy is preparing to flee, and we must stop them. Minar issued a series of rapid combat orders. Fang Mo finally understood the Eastern Alliance deemed the situation unfavorable and was preparing to retreat. Shortly after, all the cannons of the Star Fortress were destroyed. Just as the Qinlin Legion was about to support the Imperial Army, the Eastern Alliance launched a self-destruct attack. 10 units of the Eastern Alliance charged at the Imperial Army, initiating self-destruction. The Imperial Army immediately dispersed its forces. However, as they did so, The remaining 32 units of the Eastern Alliance broke through the Imperial Army's encirclement. Fang Mo was also taken aback, realizing that the enemy commander was as competent as Minar. It was the first time he had seen such calm and decisive judgment and command skills. Although the cannons of Star Fortress No. 1 were destroyed, a large number of Eastern Alliance troops remained inside. General Lei Hong, I'll leave the Star Fortress here to you. I will lead the Qinlan Legion in pursuit of the fleeing Eastern Alliance forces, Minar said over the Legion channel to General Lei Hong. Understood. Don't worry, I'll handle things here. You focus on protecting His Highness, Lei Hong replied. The other Qinlan fleets immediately turned to pursue the fleeing Eastern Alliance forces. The Imperial Army left 5 units to assist the Qinlan Interstellar Army in clearing the fortress, while the remaining 53 units quickly pursued the Eastern Alliance. Commander, the enemy's Holy Dragon Demon unit is chasing us. Their speed is incredible. The Imperial Army is also following closely. They don't intend to let us go. Major General Mocha calmly observed the pursuing Qinlan Legion. The terrifying speed of the pursuit frightened him. Given their speed, they would soon catch up. It seemed escape was nearly impossible. However, their units were faster than the Imperial Army. He could create a time gap. Although the Holy Dragon Demon unit was strong, it was only one unit. He could fight while retreating, gradually wearing them down, while the Imperial Army could only follow behind. Order all S4 and S3 class interstellar warships to provide rear support. We'll fight and retreat simultaneously, making the Holy Dragon Demon pay the price, Major General Mocha coldly commanded. 6 minutes later, the Qinlan Legion caught up with the fleeing enemy. Both sides engaged in intense firefights without hesitation. Most attacks were blocked by their respective star shields. If someone were to observe through a deep space telescope, they would see a Legion-sized fleet chasing and battling a 32-unit fleet. The pursued forces dared not stop, continuing to fight while fleeing. Amidst the continuous explosions, this chase lasted for 30 minutes. Commander, our interstellar warship casualty rate is rapidly increasing, reported an officer. Major General Mocha stared in astonishment at the terrifying firepower displayed by the opponent's S4 class starship. The main cannon's power was comparable to that of a fortress's giant artillery, which was simply unbelievable. Observing the relentless pursuit by the Qinlan Legion, he realized that his initial plan to wear down the enemy was now futile. The performance disparity between the starships was too great. Even attempting warp travel would be of no help. Mocha calculated the time it would take for the Imperial Legion to reach them. After consulting the chief commander, he learned it would be approximately 32 minutes before they were caught. Time was running out, and escaping the Qinlan Legion seemed increasingly difficult. Anxiety gripped Mocha as he understood that further delay would lead to the depletion of his elite forces, pushing them to the brink of destruction. Resolutely deciding to cease the retreat, he ordered his entire legion to concentrate their firepower and attack the pursuing enemy with full force, aiming to annihilate them swiftly before making a quick escape. The Qinlan Legion was taken aback when the opposing fleet reduced speed and turned to engage them. Major General Mocha watched the scene unfold, realizing the enemy had abandoned any intention of fleeing and was prepared for a decisive battle. He immediately commanded all ships in his legion to decelerate and brace for the incoming attack, urgently adjusting their defenses. The situation rapidly reversed. The East Covenant Legion, which had been in retreat, now launched a full-scale assault on the Qinlan Legion, which in turn adopted a defensive stance. Mocha witnessed the massive Matrix star shield in front of him, shocked by its formidable presence. This cursed Matrix star shield, how could the enemy possess such powerful means? How many more tricks did the sacred dragon demon have up their sleeve? Mocha thought angrily. He had fought countless battles, mastering various tactics, and had always managed to outmaneuver his opponents. Yet, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless, filled with frustration. Minar, seeing the impregnable Matrix star shield, issued another order. While the enemy was distracted by the star shield, she directed a covert operation to approach the enemy's S4 class starship for a surprise attack. At her command, she vanished instantly, while the starships of both sides continued their fierce confrontation. Most did not notice the disappearance of 300 starships from within the Qinlan Legion, but the communications officer on Mocha's flagship detected the anomaly on the radar. He observed that 300 starships within the besieged Qinlan Legion had suddenly vanished from the radar. This disappearance was not due to destruction, but rather an inexplicable vanishing act. Reporting this to the chief commander, Major General Mocha questioned the reason behind it. The communications officer, anxious, replied that the 300 starships had disappeared without any apparent cause. Mocha furrowed his brow, wondering if it was a radar malfunction or a display error. The officer, equally puzzled, considered the possibility of an optical illusion in the heat of battle. He continued to monitor the radar closely, ready to report any developments immediately. Mocha reminded him to stay vigilant as the stalemate between the two sides had already lasted for 10 minutes. No matter what, they couldn't defeat each other in a short time. If this continued, the Imperial Legion pursuing them would catch up sooner or later. By then, the Eastern Alliance would have nowhere to escape. They had locked onto the remaining 215 S-4 class starships and 85 S-3 class starships of the enemy. Fang Mo and Minar exchanged glances, both wearing smiles on their faces. A thrilling scene was about to unfold. The fierce battle between the Qinlan Legion and the Eastern Pact Legion had raged for 25 minutes, with less than 10 minutes remaining until reinforcements from the Imperial Legion would arrive. Major General Mo's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he faced the seemingly invincible Holy Dragon Demon. He felt helpless and anxious. The Eastern Pact Legion was surrounded and unable to break free, and the cursed Holy Dragon Demon and the Matrix Star Shield only added to his frustration. In a fit of rage, he pounded the command panel, his heart filled with despair. Was he and the numerous Eastern Pact legions destined to be annihilated here? Just as Moacha felt utterly hopeless, a mysterious starship suddenly appeared above all the S-4 class and some S-3 class starships on their side, emerging from its cloaked state. The sudden appearance startled the soldiers of the Eastern Pact Legion, but their hearts skipped a beat when they saw the starship bearing the emblem of the Fire Phoenix. Immediately, the bow of these mysterious starships emitted a dazzling white light. The star shields of all the S-4 class and some S-3 class starships were instantly nullified, followed by a white laser piercing through their bridge command centers. Fortunately, Major General Moacha's S-4 class command ship, equipped with an anti-star shield disruptor, survived the attack, preserving his flagship. However, the high-end starships of the Eastern Pact Legion suffered heavy losses in this assault. Before Moacha could react, Fang Mo's Qinlan Legion deactivated the Matrix Star Shield and launched a ferocious offensive, mercilessly decimating the enemy ships. With the Eastern Pact's S-4 class starships neutralized, the Qinlan Legion rampaged through the enemy fleet, capturing ship after ship. Yet, Moacha's despair deepened as he saw the distant reinforcements from the Imperial Legion arriving on the battlefield. Surrounded by the exploding and crashing Eastern Pact fleet and the drifting bodies of his comrades, Major General Moacha's face was etched with pain, his eyes filled with sorrow, anger, and unwillingness. He recalled the times he had explored the universe and fought in the star seas with his comrades, cherishing every shared moment. Looking at the gift from his daughter in his hand, with the character Mo engraved on it, he felt an overwhelming guilt towards her. He silently whispered his daughter's name, Anna, his heart heavy with regret. Then, he lifted his head, his eyes blazing with anger and hatred as he stared in the direction of the Qinlan Legion. Despite the unfavorable situation, he clung to a sliver of hope, praying to the Mother Goddess for the power to vanquish the demon and vowing that victory would ultimately be theirs. He ordered the flagship to charge at full speed towards the enemy's center, his gaze resolute as he focused on the Qinlan Legion. On the Qinlan Legion side, reports indicated that the enemy's sole S-4 class medium battlecruiser was charging towards them at full speed. Fang Mo, watching the display on the holographic radar, smiled wryly and remarked that the starship seemed to possess the ability to counter their star shields, and its speed and energy fluctuations indicated exceptional performance. Despite the formidable strength of Major General Moacha's flagship, the outcome was already decided against an opponent 10 times its size. Soon, the star shield of Moa's flagship was depleted, and it was shattered in a barrage of cannon fire, sealing his fate with merciless finality. Another round of artillery fire struck, and the flagship was completely destroyed. The ever-victorious general of the Eastern Covenant sacrificed his life in this battle. Fang Mo gazed at the spectacular fireworks from the exploding enemy ships, as if the entire starry sky was illuminated. Rising slowly from his command position, he paid the highest respect to the fearless, skillful, and loyal general. Even an adversary deserves respect. With the Imperial Legion joining the fray, they quickly annihilated the remaining Eastern Covenant forces. Without enemy interference, the mission to reclaim the planet was successfully completed within 10 days. The system notification chimed, "Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary mission. Annihilate 50 invading Eastern Covenant fleets and reclaim the Storm Sector." The battle damage report revealed that the Qinlan Legion suffered heavy losses in the Storm counterattack. 268 S-3 class starships destroyed, 138,581 soldiers killed, 35,120 severely injured, 53,012 lightly injured, and various resources and weapons costing 6.7 billion star coins. However, they also achieved significant victories, destroying 12 interstellar fortresses, 36,824 enemy starships including 253 S-4 class ships, and eliminating 29.45 million enemy troops, including over 40,000 officers ranked captain and above. The spoils of war were valued at over 32 billion star coins. Fang Mo looked at the battle damage report, feeling a profound shock at the number of casualties on both sides. Although most members of the Eastern Covenant were beast-like beings, They were sentient creatures with blood, flesh, and emotions, no different from humans. Unlike exterminating insectoids or mechanical beings, killing these humanoid species made Fang Mo uneasy. He began to ponder the endless interstellar wars that had plagued the galaxy for millennia, with ordinary people always bearing the brunt of the suffering. Witnessing loved ones perish in the flames of war, how tragic this world is. Fang Mo conceived a bold idea. If he could end this tragedy, it would benefit generations to come. However, achieving this grand vision would inevitably require facing resistance and sacrifice. He knew the deep-seated hatred between nations and recognized that he currently lacked the power to bring about such change. Initially, he had hoped for a peaceful, leisurely life as an observer, but now, he resolved to pursue his goal. Fang Mo ordered the Qianlin Legion to return to the home planet. Upon arrival, he began reviewing the mission rewards: 500,000 points for mission completion, 780,000 points for defeating the Eastern Covenant forces, and the design blueprint for this sniper ship. The Starship Sniper class is categorized as S4, boasting an impressive size with dimensions of 3,000 m in length, 700 m in width, and 850 m in height, and a mass reaching 80,000 tons. It can travel at a speed of up to 100 kilometers. The ship is equipped with 2 million units of Starshield energy and an 8th-level warp engine. It has a crew of 1,000 and is armed with 103,000 mm Conqueror-class quantum sniper cannons, capable of easily bypassing the Starshield systems of S5 level and below technologies. These cannons have a range 5 times that of similar class cannons and a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Additionally, the ship is equipped with a short-range warp system with a maximum warp distance of 100,000 kilometers, requiring a 12-hour cooldown after each warp. Fang Mo gazed at the S4 class starship in awe. Despite its hull being just over half the size of a same-class battlecruiser, its speed is slower than some S3 class interstellar ships. Its Starshield energy and armor strength are comparable to those of S3 class ships, and it is solely armed with 103,000 mm Conqueror-class quantum sniper cannons. This makes it an ultra-long-range firepower attack ship with almost no close-range defense capabilities. However, it boasts 5 times the vision and range, and its attacks can directly penetrate Starshield systems, making it a top-tier weapon with exceptional attributes. Fang Mo was secretly delighted, knowing that owning this starship could significantly reduce the casualties on his side. In future battles, he could use its firepower to suppress enemy S3 and S4 class interstellar ships first, making victory much easier to achieve. However, Fang Mo's joy was quickly tempered by a staggering number: the cost of 70 million star coins. Additionally, each ammunition and energy replenishment would cost 2 million star coins. This made him gulp. It was a money-burning machine. Despite the high price, he decided to invest in its construction. However, this starship could not be integrated into the regular Qianlin fleet and would have to form an independent unit. He faced a dilemma. How many should be built? Too few would not fully showcase its power. Too many would consume a vast amount of time and star coins. Given the starship's specialty in targeting advanced enemy warships, Fang Mo ultimately decided to build 500 units. This number would ensure its deterrent effect without causing an excessive economic burden. At the manufacturing site, Chief Engineer Nas was personally overseeing the operations. Fang Mo approached him, but Nas did not notice, mistaking him for his assistant Poseidon and asking for a tequila drink. Fang Mo handed him a bottle, which Nas opened and took a sip from, only to find the taste unusual. Turning around, he saw Fang Mo and angrily reprimanded him. Fang Mo explained with a smile, while Nas continued to cough from the unexpected drink. Fang Mo humorously comforted him, and Nas awkwardly smiled in return. Nas then handed Fang Mo a set of new starship design blueprints, hoping he could provide some constructive feedback. Fang Mo took the blueprints and began to study them carefully. Before long, Chief Engineer Nas began to mutter to himself, "Wow, another S4 class interstellar warship design has appeared. The advantages are quite remarkable, and this type of ship is something I've never seen before. How strange. The firepower, the range, the design. It's simply astonishing." Fang Mo silently observed Chief Engineer Nas. Chief Engineer Nas, I plan to build 500 of these starships first. Do you foresee any problems with that? Your Highness, given our current manufacturing capabilities, building 500 ships shouldn't be too difficult. No issues. But when do you plan to start the construction? Let's start in a month. A month? That's a bit tight, but it should be manageable. Your Highness, you can expect the ships to be ready in a month. Great, thank you. Haha, it's my duty. If there's nothing else, they'll begin studying this warship design in detail, Nas replied happily. All right, you can get to it. Afterward, Fang Mo returned to his lord's office. There, AI Jing was waiting for him. Fang Mo sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, AI Jing, what do you need to report? Your Highness, I have 3 matters to report. First, we received a notification from the Imperial Central Military. Because your highness swiftly eliminated the invading army of the Eastern Alliance, the imperial military has awarded you 50 billion star coins. Additionally, the Mechanical Empire and the Republic of Adebia have withdrawn their troops and are now taking a defensive stance. Fang Mo thought this was good news, both a reward and a retreat of enemy forces. What's the second matter? The emperor has officially granted Fang Qingqing the title of Duchess of Qianlin. The Duchess has returned. Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. My sister is back? And she's been titled a Duchess. It's good that she's back. No need to worry about her anymore. And the third matter is that your grandmother has asked you to return home as soon as possible, or she will come to find you herself, Ai Jing said with some difficulty. Fang Mo's expression stiffened. Ahem. Ai Jing, I understand. I will go see grandma immediately. Fang Mo said, trying to remain calm. Some things must be faced eventually. But the emperor has been good to him, even granting his sister a noble title. It's a good time to visit her as well. Haha. In the grand hall of the imperial capital of the Holy Dragon Empire, the ministers stood in neat rows, facing the emperor and respectfully bowing as they chanted, "Long live His Majesty." The emperor smiled and gestured for them to rise, feeling pleased. The recent failure of the Eastern United Nations had allowed the empire to reclaim the Storm Star region, leading to the withdrawal of the Mechanical Empire and the Republic of Adebia. The emperor's good mood was shared by his ministers, especially those in charge of military and finance, who had been under immense pressure due to the prolonged wars. The reclamation of the Storm Star region provided much-needed relief to these departments. The ministers exchanged smiles and glances, reflecting their joy and relief. The chief of military staff, Mo, stepped forward and respectfully addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The emperor inquired, Mo, what is so important that it requires a special report? Mo respectfully replied, Your Majesty, the victory in the Storm Star region would not have been possible without the efforts of Prince Fang Mo and his Qianlin Legion. The Ministry of Military Affairs has decided to reward Prince Fang Mo with 50 billion star coins. However, considering his outstanding performance, I believe this reward is insufficient. The emperor nodded slightly and asked, Then, Mo, how do you suggest we reward Fang Mo? Mo respectfully suggested, Your Majesty, I propose granting the Storm Star region to Prince Fang Mo as a recognition of his exceptional military achievements and noble status. Additionally, since Commander Duoduolian has fallen in battle and left no heirs, bestowing this region upon Prince Fang Mo would be a wise decision. This would not only reward the prince, but also use his influence to deter the Eastern United Nations, achieving 3 goals at once. The emperor and the ministers pondered over this suggestion. It seemed reasonable, rewarding Prince Fang Mo, resolving the issue of the region's ownership, and deterring the Eastern United Nations. However, there was a concern that granting too much power to Prince Fang Mo could be dangerous if he ever harbored ill intentions. History had shown that overly powerful subjects could become a threat if not kept in check. Chancellor Zhang then stepped forward and respectfully suggested, Your Majesty, it is indeed appropriate to reward the Storm Star region to Prince Fang Mo. He is known for his loyalty and righteousness, as were his ancestors. Please view this holographic video showcasing the loyalty of the Fang Mo family through generations. Chancellor Zhang presented the history of the Fang Mo family, capturing the attention of the emperor and the ministers. The Fang Mo family had always been loyal and caring towards their subjects since the time of the Qianlin star system, showing unwavering loyalty to the empire and the royal family. The emperor's eyes gleamed with approval. It was clear that Chancellor Zhang had thoroughly investigated Fang Mo's background. At this moment, Marshal Ke stepped forward. Your Majesty, I concur with the Chief of Staff's recommendation. I share the concerns expressed by my colleagues. However, I believe there is a general lack of understanding regarding the prince. I am somewhat more acquainted with him. During multiple wars faced by our empire, it was Marshal Masuo and I who invited him to participate. The prince never declined and consistently exceeded expectations in his missions. In fact, he could have chosen not to involve himself in imperial affairs. Some of my colleagues might not be aware of his rise to prominence. According to Marshal Masuo, the prince personally resolved the Zerg crisis in the Qianlin star system with his fleet of hundreds of ships, even before he became its lord. He was merely an ordinary imperial citizen back then. This young man, in his teens, saved Marshal Masuo and the imperial fleet from the swarm. I recount these events to emphasize that the prince is indeed a loyal and steadfast individual, and we must not judge him unjustly. Marshal Naik also shared this viewpoint in the presence of Your Majesty and the court. Subsequently, many ministers voiced their agreement. Your Majesty's knowledge of Mo's past is unexpectedly thorough. It seems he too has had a difficult journey. Given the minister's unanimous advice, let us bestow the Storm Starfield upon him. At this time, in the royal study of the Eastern Accord Union's palace, Commander-in-Chief Li Tianhu was reporting the details of the Storm Starfield battle to His Majesty. The king, an elderly half-dragon, listened intently. Commander Lee expressed his remorse. The sacrifice of Major General Moacha was my oversight. I underestimated the power of the Sacred Dragon Empire. The Mo family of the White Tiger clan has been advocating for revenge, but given the Sacred Dragon Empire's might, we are powerless to confront them directly. Thus, I have been delegating critical tasks. Despite being a member of the Tiger clan myself, I am but an ordinary one. Major General Moacha was a trusted aide, and I deeply regret his loss. Commander Lee then presented his strategy. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Currently, the Eastern Accord Union, the Mechanical Empire, and the Republic of Adibia have all been defeated by the Sacred Dragon Empire. Alone, we are no match for them. However, I have begun sharing the Sacred Dragon Empire's formidable power and battle footage with royal families and high officials of various nations, and I have sent out invitations for a galactic alliance. I believe that soon, more allies will join our cause. Hearing this, the king's eyes gleamed with a spark of hope. Good. This way, the Sacred Dragon Empire will be like a locust in autumn, awaiting its doom. I look forward to their downfall. Commander Lee continued, Your Majesty, I have another strategy to hasten the Sacred Dragon Empire's demise. Oh, what strategy? A few days ago, someone claiming to be the third prince of the Sacred Dragon Empire contacted me, expressing a desire to join the Galactic Alliance, albeit with certain conditions. I have yet to respond. The third prince of the Holy Dragon Empire? The one rumored to have killed his own brother. His name is well known in both the court and among the people, but the king is unclear about his true intentions. It is said that he demands control over 3-star regions if he succeeds in overthrowing the Holy Dragon Empire. 3-star regions? Such a demand is outrageously ambitious. The Holy Dragon Empire has only 12-star regions, and he dares to ask for a third of them? This puts the king in a difficult position, and he has yet to give a reply. But what about this man's strength? Is he worth forming an alliance with? Your Majesty, I have something to report. This man has already firmly controlled the swallowing sky star region of the Holy Dragon Empire. If we can leverage his power, overthrowing the Holy Dragon Empire will become much easier. The king began to weigh the pros and cons, pondering the matter. He then activated his communication wristband to contact the mechanized emperor and King Aid. Shortly after, the communication was connected, and the figures of the mechanized emperor and King Aid appeared on the screen. Dragon King, is there something you need our assistance with? King Aid asked, puzzled. The king then described the situation regarding the third prince to them. 3-star regions are too many, and with the swallowing sky star region under his control, that would be 4. The mechanized emperor said without hesitation. At most, he can be allowed to control 1.5-star regions. If it weren't for his potential value, he wouldn't even get half-a-star region, King Aid said dismissively. In the video call, the mechanized emperor agreed with King Aid's view. All right, I will contact him first to see his attitude, the king said, ending the call and immediately contacting the third prince. Your Highness, good day. I am General Commander Li Tianhu of the Eastern Alliance. The third prince nodded slightly at the Tiger Tribe officer on the screen. General Commander Li, good day. I wonder what thoughts you have on the cooperation proposal I mentioned last time. Your Highness, such an important decision is beyond my authority. Please negotiate directly with our king. The Dragon King's figure then appeared on the screen. Seeing the Dragon King, the third prince was slightly surprised. Greetings, Your Majesty. It seems you are interested in my proposal. Indeed, the Eastern Alliance has suffered significant losses in the Storm Star region, as everyone knows. Your appearance suggests that this proposal now has a real chance. In the Holy Dragon Empire, with only the swallowing sky star region under his control, he could not contend with the entire empire. Therefore, he has been striving to gain the support of suitable forces. You do have some value, but not enough for 3-star regions, the Dragon King said bluntly, showing no attempt to hide his disdain for the third prince. First, there is a significant disparity in our positions. Second, your ambition makes you untrustworthy. Oh, then what value do I have in your eyes, Your Majesty? The third prince asked directly. At most, you can control 1.5-star regions. Don't even think about more. This is also the consensus of the other 2 leaders. Hearing that he could only get 1.5-star regions, the third prince's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed that in the eyes of these old leaders, he was not as valuable as he imagined. This feeling of being so underestimated left him unprecedentedly frustrated. However, he could only suppress his inner grievances. Since all 3 of you hold this view, I won't say more, but I have an additional request. Go ahead with your request. The Dragon King thought this person was indeed too greedy. If the Holy Dragon Empire falls, I demand control over the Chinlin star system, the Valia's star system, the Fubin star system, and the Barandi star region. Fang Mo found himself on the main star of Chinlin, being chased by his older sister. As he ran, he scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, looking a bit helpless. His sister, fuming with anger, shouted, Stop running. I don't believe you anymore. Fang Mo quickly tried to explain. Sis, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. She snorted. Grandma asked you to find a proper girlfriend, but you used me as an excuse. Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Fang Mo could only resign himself to her scolding, secretly relieved that he had narrowly escaped worse trouble. Fang Qingqing is 4 years older than Fang Mo and is now 21. As Fang Mo's older sister and the princess of Qinlin, she is still single. Recently, their grandmother has been busy picking a match for Fang Mo. However, Fang Mo brought up the fact that his sister is still unmarried. This prompted their grandmother to shift her attention to Fang Qingqing, believing that she must get married soon. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to find a suitor as she ages. Fang Mo couldn't help but laugh, while Fang Qingqing angrily chased him around. The guards and attendants nearby didn't dare intervene, and the situation became quite chaotic. Fang Mo, looking at his furious sister, said, Sis, now that you're back, don't go back to the Imperial Army. That way, I can be at ease. Fang Qingqing glared at him, pretending to be angry, and said, You care about me? While I was away, you managed to acquire so many advanced interstellar warships. Do you know what my 3 years in the Imperial Army were like? Her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and worry. Fang Mo awkwardly smiled, not knowing how to respond. He attempted to change the subject. Sis, did I dream about your design drawings? Fang Qingqing wasn't buying it and looked at him, saying, Stop playing games. As long as you're doing well, that's what matters. Fang Mo sighed. I know, sis, you always have my best interests at heart. Fang Qingqing playfully scolded him. Don't get too sentimental. But Nas and Ijing say you're now as rich as a nation. It seems they're too idle and need more work. Seeing Fang Mo silent, lost in thought, she joked, Give me a few million star coins, and I'll pretend I don't know anything about your affairs. Fang Mo looked at her blankly, and she suddenly smacked him on the head. Do you want to get by or not? At that moment, Commander Ijing found Fang Mo seeing this. Fang Qingqing stopped teasing him to give him some face. Fang Mo, trying to appear calm, asked, What's going on? Ijing excitedly said, The Central Military Headquarters just notified us that because of your great contributions in defeating the Eastern Alliance and reclaiming the Storm Star region, His Majesty has decided to reward you with the Storm Star region. Fang Mo looked puzzled. Isn't the 50 billion star coin reward enough? Why reward a whole star region? Aren't star regions worth a lot? Ijing confirmed, It's true, Your Highness. In a week, we'll be going to take over the Storm Star region. Fang Qingqing listened intently, knowing well the stinginess of the military from her time as an imperial soldier. This region of space is extraordinary, not just a simple collection of planets, but a massive cluster of galaxies. Within the storm sector, there are 182 galaxies, each rich in diverse resources. With the addition of the storm sector, Fang Mo now holds dominion over 2 sectors and 3 galaxies. This achievement surpasses that of any duke within the empire. A week later, Fang Mo, along with Fang Qingqing, Ai Jing, and others, successfully took over the storm sector. The officials and residents here held Fang Mo in both awe and gratitude because it was he who led the legion to drive out the invaders, saving many lives. Fang Qingqing was astonished to see how much her brother was adored by the people of the storm sector. Watching her brother receive flowers from the crowd, she felt a surge of admiration, recognizing an innate leadership quality in Fang Mo, a natural-born leader. His subordinates revered him, the people of his territories adored him, and even enemy nations trembled at the mention of his name. It seemed her brother had truly grown into his role. After more than 3 months of peace, the date was now June 20th, 4027, in the new universe calendar. During this period, the Sacred Dragon Empire saw no conflicts, and neighboring nations such as the Eastern Alliance, the Mechanical Empire, and the Republic of Adibia remained on high alert. This situation was exactly what Fang Mo hoped for. He wished for peaceful development among all nations. However, while dreams are beautiful, reality can be harsh. By this time, the Interstellar Alliance had expanded to include 8 members: the original Mechanical Empire, Eastern Alliance, Republic of Adibia, and Third Prince, along with the newly joined Durandar Union, United States of Aurea, Sirius Clan of the Chaotic Stars, and the Naga Clan. More nations from afar expressed their intentions to join the Interstellar Alliance. As the Dragon King and others watched the flourishing growth of the Alliance, they felt a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Fang Mo was unaware of all this, focused instead on completing his annual tasks. The system chimed with a task completion notification. Host Fang Mo had successfully completed the annual tasks for the year 4027, which included owning 10 S5 class interstellar warships, graduating from the St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy within a year, owning 100 S4 class interstellar warships, commanding 10 interstellar legions, and having 100 S3 class super warriors in the Phoenix Guard. For completing the tasks ahead of schedule, he received an extra S5 super warrior gene serum. After 6 months of hard work, Fang Mo's efforts had finally paid off handsomely. let's look forward to the challenges that lie ahead. In the depths of the universe, a colossal battleship known as the Dragon class silently hovers in the void. This massive vessel stretches an impressive 10,000 meters in length, 2,500 meters in width, and 3,500 meters in height. Its star shield boasts a strength of 20 million units, and its mass reaches an astounding 2.8 million tons. On board, 5,000 crew members vigilantly guard this giant ship, exuding a steadfast combat spirit. The Dragon-class battleship is equipped with formidable weapon systems, including 30 main 10,000 mm dark energy particle cannons, 80 auxiliary 6,000 mm pulse laser cannons, 200 close-in 1,500 mm defense guns, and a single 15,000 mm bow rail gun, earning it the title of a super siege weapon. Its special features are equally impressive. The Dragon Scale self-repair system allows the ship to quickly heal during combat, and activating the Dragon's Fury Berserk system significantly boosts its combat power, reducing cooldown time by 70 and adding an extra 15,000 mm bow rail gun. This warship is a lethal instrument of destruction, unmatched on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Griffin-class frigate patrols the cosmos. Though smaller in size compared to the Dragon class, it still showcases formidable combat capabilities. Its star shield has a strength of 25 million units, a mass of 1.8 million tons, and a crew of 3,000. The Griffin class is armed with the Griffin-class Star Shield Countermeasure System, Griffin-class anti-submarine and stealth deep space radar, and the magnetic energy devastator hammer. In close combat, it can directly bypass enemy star shields and hull armor. Its special features are equally noteworthy. The Fortress-class absolute defense system renders it invincible to any attack for 60 seconds, and the Griffin-class Matrix Star Shield system can be activated individually or in combination, providing additional defensive capabilities. This frigate is akin to an impregnable fortress, invincible on the battlefield. When these two warships fight side by side, it is undoubtedly an unprecedented battle. Their unwavering combat spirit and powerful equipment make them invincible on the battlefield. The ultimate victory will belong to them, as they become an insurmountable presence on the warfront. Fang Mo was shocked by the cost of building two interstellar warships, prompting him to check his attribute page. As a marquis of the Sacred Dragon Empire, he possessed territories in the Chinlin star system, the Valia star system, the Fubin star system, the Barandi star region, and the Storm star region. His profession was a senior mechanic, with attributes such as 30 engineering manufacturing speed boost, leader's light, dark energy mastery, and raider's strength. Among his equipment were the Sword of Victory and the Sword of Truth. He had amassed 236.4 billion star coins and commanded a fleet of 31,230 starships, equivalent to 10 legions, including an extra 1,230 industrial ships, transport ships, and mining ships. However, over the past 3 months, he had not been able to gather all the materials needed for the S4 level Super Gene Warrior potion. One of the required materials was controlled by the Beatty Chaos Force and was not for sale, causing him considerable frustration. Additionally, his system points had nearly reached 8 million, while upgrading to S5 level required 5 million points. Fang Mo decided to upgrade the system directly, gaining a one-time opportunity to purchase anything from the S5 level system store for free. Despite this perfect upgrade, Fang Mo planned to save this opportunity for when he truly needed it. He then went to find Nas and discovered him enjoying a drink, as the 6th batch of starship manufacturing had been completed, leaving Nas with few tasks. Nas had delegated the construction of the Stargate and Starport in the Storm Star region to his assistant, Xiaobo, allowing him to relax. However, when Fang Mo knocked and entered, Nas looked at him in surprise and awkwardly apologized. Fang Mo jokingly asked Nas why he wasn't invited to sit, prompting Nas to finally lead him into the office. Fang Mo smelled the alcohol and knew Nas had been drinking, so he handed him 2 new S5 level interstellar warship design blueprints. Nas's eyes widened in astonishment at Fang Mo's generosity. Nas couldn't help but marvel at the S5 class starship design blueprints. How could such advanced designs be considered ordinary? He gently shook his head, knowing that no neighboring country had anything as advanced as the S5 class starships His Highness possessed. Other nations couldn't even independently develop S4 class starships. The technological gap was insurmountable. Nas took the design blueprints handed to him by Fang Mo, who leisurely sipped his tea while waiting for Chief Engineer Nas's reaction. After a moment, Nas looked up at Fang Mo and said, "Your Highness, I have a request." Fang Mo, puzzled, asked, "Are you dissatisfied with the current conditions?" Nas shook his head and smiled. "Not at all. The benefits you've provided have far exceeded my expectations. I just want to ask for your autograph." Fang Mo looked at Nas, amused. This short, elderly man was a fan. How interesting. He took the paper and pen from Nas and signed his name without hesitation. Nas received the autograph, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. "Your Highness, you truly have an extraordinary aura. Even your signature carries elegance," Nas remarked. Chief Engineer Nas then inquired, "Can these 2 starships be manufactured?" Fang Mo confidently replied, "Of course. With our increased production capacity, we can meet your requirements. How many do you need?" Fang Mo smiled at Nas, and upon receiving a positive response, he felt a surge of joy. Nas began calculating the timeline and costs. Although the quantity isn't large, these are S5 class starships. It will take about 3 weeks and 46 billion star coins. NASA's estimate closely matched Fang Mo's expectations, only with a slightly shorter timeline. Nas nodded. "Let's start the production then." He immediately began arranging the production plan. In the palace of the United Kingdom of East York, the Dragon King was holding a video conference with 8 leaders of the Interstellar Alliance. The Mech Emperor was the first to speak. "Allies, it's time to discuss how to eliminate the Holy Dragon." The others showed interest, as they had been waiting for months since joining the Interstellar Alliance for this moment. The Dragon King suggested attacking from the east, south, west, and north simultaneously to prevent the Holy Dragon from concentrating its forces. King 8 added, "We could also attack the Holy Dragon Demon from within, leaving him unable to fend off external enemies." The 8 leaders present were well aware of the Holy Dragon Demon's strength, and if they could successfully neutralize him, it would be a significant advantage. The Dragon King smirked. "Third Prince, your task is to stall the Holy Dragon Demon. Once we break through, we will eliminate him completely." The Mech Emperor and King 8 agreed to the plan, and everyone began strategizing their actions. Both of them harbored resentment towards Fang Mo. Subsequently, they agreed to launch a joint attack on the 1st of next month. The king stated that he would attack the southern Qidya star region of the Holy Dragon Empire. After the king of the Oriya United Nations spoke, the 2 tribes of Beti Chaos Star decided to invade the western Nakar star region of the Holy Dragon Empire. The leader of the Sirius tribe then declared that he and King Ed would attack the eastern Potafidi star region. The king of the Durandar United Nations immediately concurred, exchanging a knowing glance with King Ed and nodding in agreement. The Dragon King smiled faintly and said calmly, "That leaves just me and the Mech Emperor." The Dragon King decided that the 2 of them would coordinate an attack on the northern Storm Star region of the Holy Dragon Empire. The Mech Emperor looked at the Dragon King and said indifferently, "Originally, the Mechanical Empire was the strongest among the 8 of us, but after being struck by the Holy Dragon Empire, our strength has been greatly diminished. Now, the Eastern Union is the strongest, though only relatively. Since all the kings and leaders have confirmed the time and location, I will declare independence once the war officially begins and launch a surprise attack on the Qinlan system 3 days later," the 3rd prince said with a smile. Then the Dragon King stood up, picked up a glass of fine wine, and addressed everyone on the video call. "As for the distribution of benefits, we will follow the previous agreement. Each gets 1 star region, and the surplus will be divided according to actual contributions." Everyone present nodded in agreement. "Then, let's all wish for the success of the Interstellar Alliance in destroying the Holy Dragon Empire," the Dragon King said, raising his glass to the others on the video call. Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses. "To the success of the Interstellar Alliance in destroying the Holy Dragon Empire," they all shouted in unison. On July 1st, 4027, in the new universe calendar, within the Imperial Palace of the Holy Dragon Empire's capital star, the Emperor was enjoying a peaceful moment with the Empress in the royal garden, admiring the flowers and feeding the fish. After several months of tranquility, the Emperor could finally savor some quality time with the Empress. Pointing at the red koi in the small pond, the Empress smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this red koi is truly beautiful." The Emperor, delighted by her words, asked if she liked it and whether she wanted one caught and brought to her. However, the Empress humbly replied that the red koi had grown accustomed to the serenity here, and she did not wish to disrupt its harmony. The Emperor, holding her hand tightly, exclaimed, "Empress, you truly understand me." Her words were layered with meaning, and the Emperor grasped her subtle hint. The Empress knew the Emperor cherished peace and prosperity for the nation, using the red koi as a metaphor for his care for the country. Just as they were immersed in their tender moment, a young eunuch rushed in, panicking. Kneeling beside the Emperor, he urgently reported, "Your Majesty, urgent military news from the Ministry of War." The Emperor's heart tightened upon hearing this. Multiple star regions of the Empire were under simultaneous attack by foreign powers. The Mechanical Empire, the Eastern Treaty Union, the Republic of Adibia, the United Nations of Durandar, the United States of Oriya, and the Sirius and Naga clans from the chaotic Beti region, all launching a full-scale assault. The situation was dire. The Emperor, shocked, dropped the fish food in his hand, trembling as he asked, "Are you certain of this?" The eunuch solemnly confirmed, "Your Majesty, the intelligence is undeniable. The Marshal, the Prime Minister, and all the ministers are currently awaiting your presence in the imperial study." Feeling dizzy, the Emperor was quickly supported by the Empress, who gently comforted him. After a brief moment to steady himself, the Emperor patted the Empress's hand, looking at her affectionately, and said, "Empress, I fear I cannot stay with you today." The empress tenderly replied, "It's all right, your majesty. Attend to the affairs of the state first." The emperor gave her a grateful look and hurried to the imperial study. He instructed the maid, Xiaoer, to prepare a bowl of invigorating soup and send it over, while also summoning the little princess. The empress, meanwhile, directed her attendants, "Quickly prepare and send it to the imperial study." Inside the imperial study, 12 ministers knelt before the emperor, chanting, "Long live your majesty! Long live! Long live!" The emperor signaled to Marshal Nek. "Speak quickly. What has happened?" Marshal Nek anxiously reported, "Your majesty, at 11 a.m. today, the Ministry of War received urgent battle reports from the southeastern, southwestern, northwestern, and northeastern star regions. It appears that 7 nations and forces have formed an interstellar alliance against us. The reports indicate that all 4 regions are in a state of emergency, with over 150 legions attacking each region. At this rate, these regions might not hold out for more than 5 days." Hearing this, the emperor's hands trembled, and his eyes flashed with anger. Each region was facing attacks from over 150 legions, totaling 600 legions altogether. Enraged, he smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground, exclaiming, "These damn scoundrels! Such shamelessness! They couldn't defeat us individually, so now they join forces to attack us. Do they think I am so easily bullied?" Marshal Nek immediately began mobilizing the imperial legions to prepare for the counterattack. He glanced at Prime Minister Zhang, then turned back to the emperor to continue his report. At the emperor's command, 120 legions were mobilized from various star regions for support. However, the emperor interrupted General Nake before he could finish his report, wearing a wry smile, and said, "Speak plainly. I can handle it." General Nake proposed that the imperial legions would take at least a day to reach the front lines. The existing defenses in the star regions had only 30 to 40 legions, and even with the additional 30 legions, it would be difficult to fend off the invaders. He suggested abandoning 2 star regions and concentrating forces on the other 2, which might offer a slim chance of survival. The emperor fell into deep thought. According to General Nake's plan, it might be possible to effectively block the enemy in 2 regions, but the other 2 would be left in dire straits. Deciding which 2 regions to abandon became a tough choice. The empire had a total of only 500 legions, far fewer than the enemy. The coordinated invasion from the Galactic Alliance was evidently well planned, attacking from all sides. As the emperor pondered, a voice came from the back of the room. Major General Marcus spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the Storm Star region can withstand the enemy's assault and might even secure a victory." Everyone turned to him in surprise, thinking his idea far-fetched. The emperor asked for Marcus's reasoning. Marcus explained slowly, "The Storm Star region is under the jurisdiction of Prince Fang Mo. If it were under attack, the prince would know before we did, yet he hasn't requested aid. This indicates he can handle the situation on his own. Therefore, I believe we need not worry about this region." Marcus had immense confidence in Fang Mo, viewing him as a near-miraculous problem solver. In his eyes, there was no issue Fang Mo couldn't resolve. The enemies attacking the Storm Star region were the Mech Empire and the Eastern Covenant, both of whom had previously been defeated by Fang Mo, thus bolstering Marcus's confidence in victory. The emperor and his ministers began to evaluate Marcus's statement. Despite the prince's extraordinary combat abilities, he had only 1 legion, while the enemy had 150 legions. Chief of Staff Qin Mo expressed his concerns, and the emperor started to doubt whether Fang Mo could withstand this assault. Smiling, Marcus proposed a wager, betting an S2 class starship. The senior officials around him looked at him with dark expressions. Having lost to Marcus before, they were reluctant to bet again. General Nate coughed and reminded, "Your Majesty, this is no time for games." The emperor waved his hand, saying, "I didn't expect Major General Marcus to have such faith in Fang Mo. If you want to bet, I'll join you." Marcus had initially intended to tease his colleagues, not expecting the emperor to get involved. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Your Majesty, I bet that Prince Fang Mo can resolve the crisis in the Storm Star region." The emperor smiled and agreed, "Very well, I accept." Marcus then turned to the other ministers, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. The senior officials in the military felt immediate displeasure. The previous victory might have been just a stroke of luck, but this time, failure seems inevitable. More and more people are joining the bet, including Chief Strategist Qin Mo. Under mounting pressure, they decided to abandon the Portafidi Star region, which is under the command of Tarina. When Tarina received this news, she felt a heavy burden, as if all hope was lost. As a Duchess of the Empire and the ruler of the Star region, she understood the necessity of this decision and could only reluctantly accept the reality. However, in her despair, she thought of the young and handsome lord. Was his Storm Star region also under enemy attack? Hastily, she contacted the Marquis, seeking assistance as her last resort. Feeling cornered, Tarina turned to Fang Mo for help. Despite dealing with his own enemy assaults, Fang Mo agreed to support her without hesitation, leaving Tarina both surprised and grateful. Upon receiving the news of support, Tarina felt a wave of relief and finally saw a glimmer of hope. After receiving various battle reports, Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with a cold light. How dare these enemies provoke them again, and on such a large scale? His anger was palpable. He resolved to utterly annihilate the heads of these countries and forces, eradicating them completely. Only then could the problem be truly resolved. Standing on the podium at the starport, he gazed at the many soldiers of the Qinlin Legion. Attention, everyone. The Holy Dragon Empire is facing an attack from 7 nations, and the Storm Star region is also under enemy assault. Although we have only recently taken over the Storm Star region, our compatriots are there. This time, the enemy is well prepared, and I have just one demand. Do not let a single enemy escape. Make them pay dearly. Now, Commander Minar will issue the battle plan. Comrades, we have a strategic mission ahead. 4 Qinlin battalions will head to the Storm sector, while another 4 will be deployed to the Portafidi sector. The remaining 2 battalions will stay behind to guard our main base. Minar will be the on-site commander for the Storm sector, and Commander Wang Tianlei will oversee operations in the Portafidi sector. We expect all of you to meet the prince's expectations successfully. Additionally, the battalion commander with the lowest kill count will have to treat everyone to a barbecue, so fight your hardest to avoid going broke. Minar laid out the battle plan in detail and introduced a fun competition. The 8 Qinlin battalion commanders seemed to be fired up with boundless fighting spirit. 3rd Battalion, show your true power. 5th Battalion, if anyone slacks off and I lose, don't expect any mercy when we return. 7th Battalion, don't let me down. The commanders issued their orders one after another. In a flash of 2 dazzling white lights, the 8 Qinlin battalions were teleported to the front lines. On the front lines of the Storm Galaxy battlefield, 30 Imperial legions are resisting the combined assault of the Mechanical Empire and the Eastern Treaty nations. Major General Zyweir, the commanding officer, receives an urgent report from a communications officer. Over 42,000 starships have been lost, and at this rate, the entire force will be annihilated. This news leaves her anxious and uneasy. The Central Military Command and the Prince have not dispatched reinforcements, leaving Zyweir deeply disappointed and angry. She worries that if the Storm Galaxy falls, it will trigger a chain reaction that endangers the entire Empire's security. Just then, news arrives from the Qinlin Legion that they will reach the battlefield in 10 minutes, offering a glimmer of hope. However, Zyweir's hopes are dashed when she learns that the Prince has only sent 4 legions, insufficient to change the tide of battle. With a heavy sigh, Zyweir reflects on her regrets as a mother, hoping her daughter remains safe, filled with helplessness and guilt. Despite the seemingly hopeless fight, Zyweir demonstrates the resilience and responsibility of a soldier. For the glory of the Empire and the future of her family, she is willing to fight courageously, even in the face of unprecedented challenges. Sivir was filled with admiration as the messenger hurriedly reported to the commander. Sir, we've detected 4 massive legions behind our lines. They belong to His Highness, the Duke, and are known as the Empire's Spear Legion. The messenger excitedly relayed the information and immediately informed the Allied forces of our situation. Sighing, Sivir said to the commander, Sir, the 4 Allied legions are rapidly advancing towards us. Their speed has reached 50 kilometers. It's now 100 kilometers and climbing to 150 kilometers. This is unbelievable. Are you talking about the speed of a single starship? No, sir. Not just a single starship, but the entire 4 legions are moving at this speed. And they're still accelerating. Sivir exclaimed in disbelief. As an experienced general, she had never encountered or even heard of such a situation. Sir, we've detected 300 Allied starships remaining stationary behind the legions. What's the strategy here? Why aren't they moving to support us? Sivir was puzzled. Just then, another urgent report came in from the messenger. Sir, radar has detected massive energy reactions from those 300 Allied starships. They've locked onto the enemy Legion starships, and these enemy ships are all S4 class starships. Warning, warning. Massive dark energy cannons detected. Evade immediately. Warning, warning. Massive dark energy cannons detected. Evade immediately. Alarms blared from both the Empire's and the enemy starships. Suddenly, 3,000 massive dark energy lasers were fired from the rear of the Qinlin Legion. Boom, boom, boom. The majority of S4 class starships from both the Mechanical Empire and the Eastern United Nations were obliterated. The intense battle came to a sudden halt. The scene was beyond extraordinary. Major General Sivir watched in shock, her understanding of starship combat completely upended. To destroy high-level enemy starships from such a distance, and to easily penetrate their shields, was unimaginable. In the midst of the astonishment, the 4 legions of Qinlin did not stop. They launched a fierce assault without hesitation. With the roar of concentrated firepower, the battlefield was engulfed in a barrage of explosions. The four legions charged in like tigers descending the mountain, releasing tens of thousands of drones to bombard the enemy. Enemy starships locked in their sights were destroyed almost instantly, sometimes multiple ships with a single shot. The powerful heavy cannons, already formidable, now seemed unstoppable. The cooldown time of all their cannons was reduced by 70, making their attacks as unstoppable as a dragon descending upon the world. The sound of the assault was deafening, accompanied by the roar of dragons. Major General Sivir observed the battlefield. Four massive star battleships led the charge, flanked by 40 star frigates clearing the way. Various large battleships and warships in the center mopped up the remaining enemy forces, while swarms of drones filled the sky. Smaller star frigates protected the star carriers at the rear. The entire battlefield was ablaze with fire and smoke, creating a magnificent war scene for all to witness. At this moment, the enemy's 180 battalions seemed like lambs being mercilessly crushed. The four colossal interstellar battleships at the front obliterated everything in their path with ease. Even Rear Admiral Zivil, stationed at the rear, could feel the terrifying pressure, as if the roars of those battleships echoed in her ears. This was no longer a battle. It was a brutal massacre. There was no room for resistance, only ruthless slaughter. Commander, we have an incoming communication request from our allies. Please connect immediately. A young elf girl appeared on the screen, smiling and greeting Rear Admiral Zivil. Hello, Rear Admiral Zivil. I am Minar, the Supreme Commander of the Qianlin Legion, here by order of the Duke to support you. Thank you for holding the line earlier. Please assist us in eliminating the enemy swiftly. Zivil gazed at the young elf girl before her, emotions churning within her. This adorable girl, commanding those four terrifying legions, left her in awe. Minar glanced at Zivil and asked curiously, Rear Admiral Zivil, is something the matter? Zivil quickly regained her composure and smiled. Apologies, Supreme Commander Minar. I will fully support your efforts. She sensed that Minar's words carried an intention beyond just defeating the enemy. There was a determination to ensure none escaped. With a resolute look, Rear Admiral Zivil ordered the remaining Imperial battalions to intercept any attempts to flee, ensuring none of those enemies escaped. With the addition of the Qianlin Legion, the battle lasted only 30 minutes before the remaining 120 enemy battalions surrendered. They were as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the might of their beast-like adversaries. Minar announced on an open channel, demanding that all interstellar battleships of the Mechanical Empire and the Eastern Alliance cease their engines, lay down their weapons, and await capture. Failure to comply within 3 minutes would be deemed hostile and met with devastating force. Terrified, the crews of the starships obeyed the command, as the sight of those golden-red colossal interstellar battleships had already turned into their worst nightmare, stripping them of any will to resist. Some captains and commanders even wet themselves, having witnessed their fleets being decimated by that demonic firepower, leaving them in utter despair. The Qianlin Legion and the Imperial battalions began taking control of the captured enemies. Rear Admiral Zivil felt as if she were in a dream. Her Imperial battalion was reduced to just 12 units, and with the Duke's Qianlin Legion, they totaled only 16 battalions. Such a result was simply unbelievable. Currently, Major General Xiwir is taking control of 120 enemy battalions, a piece of news that has caused quite a stir. The actions of these battalions are baffling, as if their reasoning has gone astray. Are they engaging in some sort of surrender game? Xiwir's deputy commander and other battalion leaders expressed their desire to visit the starship to witness this unbelievable situation firsthand. After numerous requests, Major General Xiwir finally agreed to lead everyone to the starship. The entire incident is perplexing and hard to comprehend. Everyone stared in awe at the massive hangar before them. The hangar was so grand and imposing that it could accommodate hundreds of landing crafts. Major General Xiwir cleared his throat. Listen up, everyone. Stay quiet and observe carefully. Understood? He instructed his subordinates. Yes, sir. We won't make a sound. It's an honor to witness something like this under your command. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, they responded eagerly. Soon, Minar personally came to greet Major General Xiwir. They saluted each other with firm strides. Smiling, Minar said, Major General Xiwir, thank you for visiting our ship. Welcome. Lord Minar, the pleasure is mine. However, we need to discuss the handling of the prisoners, Xiwir replied. Of course. His Majesty has gone to another battlefield. I will be your host for this visit. Please, follow me, Minar said, leading Xiwir and his team to the starship's conference room. Along the way, Xiwir and his men scrutinized the starship's interior design and craftsmanship, marveling at the perfect blend of beauty and power. Every panel and surface exuded a sense of superior quality. The contours and intricate details were nothing short of extraordinary. Compared to the Empire's starships, the difference was like night and day, prompting admiration from all. Soon, they arrived at the conference room. If anyone needs a drink, just tap the panel next to your seat, and a robot will bring it to you, Minar said. The group looked at the holographic menu beside their seats, which offered a variety of beverages. There were over a dozen types of tea, several kinds of coffee, and an assortment of snacks. Everyone selected their preferred drinks. Lord Minar, you mentioned His Majesty went to another battlefield. What was the reason? Major General Zyweir asked, puzzled. Oh, His Majesty received a distress call from Commander Tarina of the Potafidi sector and led the Qinlan Legion to provide support, Minar explained. Zyweir was surprised. Despite the attack on the Storm sector, the king chose to send troops to another sector for aid. Lord Minar, doesn't His Majesty know that the Storm sector is under attack? Zyweir questioned. Of course, but His Majesty believes that both the Storm sector and the Potafidi sector are territories of the Sacred Dragon Empire and have a duty to assist each other. His actions are noble and selfless. Minar responded. The people in the conference room were also moved, realizing the king's benevolence. Minar continued, we are here today for two reasons. First, to thank your forces for their substantial support. Second, to discuss the handling of these 120 captured enemy battalions. Zyweir was taken aback. He hadn't realized they had captured so many enemies 120 battalions, 360,000 starships, and 400 million crew members. The numbers were staggering. Handing over all the spoils to the Imperial military would significantly boost its strength. However, since the Imperial Legion had only played a supporting role in this battle, Zyweir didn't feel authorized to decide the fate of the prisoners and the spoils. Major General Sivir had already made proper arrangements for the handling of the prisoners and the spoils of war. For the prisoners, she decided to negotiate with the enemy nation to ransom them back using star coins, with a 55-45 split on the ransom. As for the spoils, including the damaged interstellar shipwrecks, the Empire's military was willing to convert them into star coins at market value for her. When Major General Sivir and her subordinates heard this, they were stunned. They realized that the Empire's military was getting a great deal. Many of the interstellar ships and wrecks could still be used after recovery, and even at market value, the Empire's military would gain an advantage in terms of time cost. The fact that she was willing to split the ransom 55-45 with the Empire was almost unbelievable to them. They anticipated that the Qinlan Legion might have to sacrifice some benefits. Lady Minar, thank you again for your generosity. I will contact Marshal Naik immediately, Minar said, nodding towards Major General Sivir while taking a small sip of her coffee. Soon, an elderly man in uniform appeared on the screen. Marshal Naik, I owe you for this one. I will take good care of your family, Marshal Naik said, filled with remorse. However, he was unaware of the current battle situation, mistakenly thinking Major General Sivir was just making a final report. Marshal, the Storm Sector crisis has been resolved. We, along with the Qinlan Legion, have successfully defeated the enemy. Marshal Naik stared at Sivir in shock. Cough, Major General Sivir, please don't joke. It's only been 3 hours. How could you possibly have resolved the crisis? It's true, Marshal. Not only did we defeat the enemy, but we also captured 120 enemy legions. I'm reporting the battle situation to you now. You're serious? Captured 120 enemy legions? Yes, absolutely true. Major General Sivir then informed Marshal Naik of the Qinlan Legion's deliberations. The more Marshal Naik listened, the more astonished he became. Please hold on a moment, Major General Sivir. After a quick response, Marshal Naik immediately contacted Fang Mo. In the video, Marshal Naik looked at Fang Mo and said, Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to discuss. Please tell me the truth. Marshal Naik stared at Fang Mo, waiting for a response. Are you aware of the situation in the Storm sector? Fang Mo asked. Yes, I just received the report. What? You aren't in the Storm sector? I thought you were personally commanding there. I originally planned to go to the Storm sector, but I received a request for support from Commander Talina in the Portafidi sector, so I'm here providing aid, Fang Mo replied calmly, leaving Marshal Naik stunned again. He hadn't expected Fang Mo to also send reinforcements to the Portafidi sector. Your Highness, please be careful. Your safety is paramount. If there is any danger, do not take unnecessary risks. Yes, the situation here will be resolved soon. Commander Talina will report the victory to you, Fang Mo said. Your Highness, please keep your word. I will not doubt you, Marshal Naik said, watching Fang Mo's serious expression and confirming the truth of his words. In the Storm sector, Major General Sivir of the Imperial Garrison reported the battle situation to Fang Mo, detailing the distribution of benefits within the military units, stating it was authorized by His Highness. Fang Mo smiled slightly and confirmed this. However, Major General Sivir expressed his concern that this arrangement put the Imperial Military Department in Fang Mo's debt. Fang Mo laughed heartily and said that if Marshal Roque felt indebted, he could treat him well when he visited the Imperial capital. Following this conversation, the scene shifted to the battlefield in the Portafidi sector. There, The 160 corps of the Adibia Republic and the Durandar United Nations were in disarray, fleeing in all directions, in an even worse state than in the storm sector. A mysterious holy dragon demon corps suddenly appeared, prompting questions about why they abandoned the storm sector to attack here. Consequently, 105 corps surrendered, and both the Adibia Republic and the Durandar United Nations adhered to the storm sector's distribution plan. Commander Tarina was full of gratitude towards Fang Mo, smiling broadly. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital's palace, Marshal Roque received reports on the outcomes in both sectors and detailed them to the Emperor and the ministers. Upon hearing the news, His Majesty stood up, clenched his fists, and proudly declared, "My loyal subjects, see? Fang Mo has never let me down." The ministers all bowed and expressed their thanks to the Emperor. Major General Marcus couldn't stop grinning and muttered to himself, "Looks like I've won again, huh?" The other ministers were irritated by his smugness, but could do nothing. Chief of Staff Mo, feeling indignant, said, "This time you were lucky, but next time might be different." Major General Marcus laughed triumphantly. "I've always relied on luck, haha." The ministers present nodded in silent acknowledgement. With the crises in the storm sector and the Portafidi sector resolved, only the Qidya sector and the Nakar sector remained. Marshal Roque decided to mobilize all forces to support these two sectors, insisting they must defeat the enemy. The Emperor expressed his support and instructed him to proceed immediately. However, the next day brought news of the defeat in the Nakar sector. The entire sector had fallen, its people subjected to looting and slaughter, the planets littered with corpses and filled with cries of sorrow. This news enraged His Majesty to the point of coughing up blood. His heart was torn asunder by the devastation of his Holy Dragon Empire's territories and people. Marshal Roque once again contacted Fang Mo, hoping to find a solution. Beep beep beep. Just 2 hours ago, the Nakar Star region suffered a devastating blow. Your Highness, I beg you to reclaim Nakar. Fang Mo watched the screen as General Nake knelt down, feeling a heavy weight on his heart. This general was a loyal warrior of the Empire, dedicating his entire life to its service. A truly respectable elder. General Nake, please stand up. I cannot accept your kneeling. I will fulfill my promise. Fang Mo hurriedly reassured him. Hearing Fang Mo's promise, General Nake reluctantly stood up. I know you just finished a grueling battle, but the Imperial Army lacks the manpower to send reinforcements right now. For the sake of the innocent civilians, I hope your Highness can provide aid as soon as possible, General Nake said, looking at Fang Mo with eyes filled with urgency and helplessness and elders' desperate hope. All right, I understand. I will head to Nakar immediately, Fang Mo replied. On July 5, 4027, on the main planet of Qinlin in the new universe, Fang Mo's 8 Qinlin legions had just completed their rest and resupply. Responding to an urgent summons from Marshal Ku, he needed to head immediately to the Nakar star system to provide support. However, Fang Mo was unaware that over the past 2 days, the entire Nakar star system had been ravaged by the 2 rogue clans from the Beatty Chaos Star. These clans had always inhabited desolate regions and operated entirely differently from regular armies. Normally, when a nation conquers territory, it restrains its military to avoid widespread destruction and harm to innocents. However, the Sirius clan and the Naga clan behaved like marauders, treating the refugees of the Nakar star system with utter disregard, slaughtering them mercilessly. When Fang Mo's 8 Qinlin legions arrived at the outer planets of the Nakar star system, the scene before him was shocking. The entire planet was battered and bruised, corpses scattered everywhere, presenting a tragic sight. Not far away, a roughly 6-year-old girl in tattered clothes was crying out for her mother. However, her mother had already been tied to a wall, her body decomposing and reeking. Even more horrifying, millions of refugees had been brutally buried alive in mass graves. As Fang Mo surveyed the devastated planet, his heart burned with fury. He vowed to utterly annihilate these vile forces of the Beatty Chaos Star, the Sirius clan, and the Naga clan from the universe. Fang Mo then approached the little girl, crouched down gently and said, "Little one, your big brother is late." The tearful girl turned to look at him. "Big brother? Is my mom? Is my mom not coming back?" Fang Mo didn't know how to respond, so he handed her a small laser pistol. "Little one, if you want to avenge your mother, take this pistol. Your big brother will help you defeat those bad people. If you're too afraid, I'll do my best to find you a warm home." The girl took the pistol, shifting from helplessness and fear to anger and determination. She looked at Fang Mo and said, "Big brother, I want to avenge my mom with you." Seeing the flames of vengeance in her eyes, Fang Mo affirmed and then picked her up. "What's your name?" "Big brother, my name is Sulier. My mom gave me that name. What a beautiful name. From now on, you'll stay with me." Fang Mo carried Sulier back to the flagship, but the girl had already fallen asleep in his arms from crying too much. Back on the flagship, Fang Mo handed Sulier over to the logistics chief for care and ordered Minar to locate the enemy forces immediately and wipe them out. Calmly, Fang Mo announced, "In this operation, We will not accept any enemy surrenders. They must all be eliminated. The pistol never left his hand. War may be merciless, but its victims have feelings. To stop the spread of conflict and to achieve his grand ambition, Fang Mo knew he had to take action. To achieve lasting peace, Fang Mo set a grand goal of unifying the surrounding countries and forces. Minar looked at Fang Mo's cold expression, feeling a bit surprised. In her heart, Fang Mo had always been a figure of kindness and compassion. She softly said, "Yes, Your Highness." 3 hours later, in the camp of the Sirius Tribe's Legion, Commanders Wolfang and Biladia were in a video call. They shared a deep brotherly bond, having fought side by side during the chaos in the Betty Starfield. Upon hearing that the Storm Starfield and Potafidi Starfield had been defeated by the Sacred Dragon Empire, Biladia scoffed. "It seems those once arrogant legions are nothing after all. I heard they were defeated by the Sacred Dragon's demons, which led to their downfall." Wolfang narrowed his eyes and replied, "Sacred Dragon's demons? If we make a move, we'll make sure they have nowhere to hide." Biladia cautioned, "We should proceed carefully to avoid falling into a trap." Wolfang nodded, "You're right. Let's first plunder the resources of this starfield." Biladia had complete trust in Wolfang, knowing that he was not only powerful but also very cunning. They agreed to have a good gathering after the battle. As they were talking, a communications officer suddenly reported that 8 suspicious legions were rapidly approaching. Wolfang furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "8 legions dare to challenge our 155 legions? Are they seeking death?" He immediately ordered an identification of the legion's insignias. The communications officer reported back, "Sir, their insignia is the Fire Phoenix. It's the Sacred Dragon's demons." Wolfang instantly commanded all legions to prepare for battle. Shortly after, the 8 Qianlin legions launched a fierce attack, destroying most of the starships. Wolfang and Biladia's flagship was also destroyed, with all personnel on board perishing. After more than 40 minutes of intense fighting, the Sirius tribe and the Naga tribe declared surrender. Out of the original 155 legions, only 82 remained, retreating continuously and unable to continue the fight. The Qianlin Legion starships remained completely unscathed, leaving the enemy at a loss. Worse yet, they couldn't even break through the opposing star shields. All of their S4 class starships were obliterated at the onset of the battle, leaving only a few S2 and S3 class starships, which posed no threat. Facing annihilation, they had no choice but to surrender. However, their surrender was ignored, and the bombardment intensified. The battlefield echoed with their desperate plea, "We surrender! We surrender! Stop firing!" Yet, their cries fell on deaf ears as the onslaught continued. An hour later, all 155 enemy starships were destroyed by the Qianlin Legion. Meanwhile, on the planet, the Sirius clan and Naga clan continued their rampant looting and slaughter. Fang Mo, along with the Fiery Guard and Qianlin Interstellar Army, descended to provide support. Su Liar also accompanied Fang Mo onto the planet. Fang Mo commanded, "Your Highness, everyone. We need to split up and provide aid, doing our best to save the refugees here." With the joining of the Qianlin Interstellar Army and the Fiery Guard, all enemies were subdued in less than 2 hours. Soon after, Chief Lei Hong arrived with thousands of captured Sirius and Naga clan members. He respectfully asked, "Your Highness, what should we do with these prisoners?" Fang Mo looked at the prisoners, then at Su Liar. He knelt down and pointed at the captives, saying, "Su Liar, do you see them? These Sirius and Naga clan members are the ones who killed your mother. What do you plan to do?" Hatred flashed in Su Liar's eyes. She vividly remembered that these wolf-head, human-bodied monsters were responsible for her mother's death. She pleaded, "Brother Fang Mo, teach me how to shoot. I want to avenge my mother." Fang Mo guided Su Liar's hand, showing her how to handle the gun. Disengage the safety, aim, and pull the trigger. A shot rang out, and a Sirius clan prisoner fell to the ground. The other captives erupted in protest. "We have surrendered. Why are you still killing us?" Their resistance was swiftly and mercilessly crushed, and soon all the prisoners lay dead. Su Liar stood there, dazed and bewildered. Fang Mo said to her, "Su Liar, if you don't want to see more people harmed, you must eliminate these evildoers at the root." Hearing this, Su Liar felt a new sense of determination rise within her. Just then, Marshal Ku contacted Fang Mo again. "Your Highness, bad news. There's been a rebellion in our devouring star region." Fang Mo sighed inwardly. The external threat isn't even resolved, and now there's internal rebellion. Can't I just complete my mission in peace? In the Swallowing Sky domain, the Third Prince's maternal clan rules over the region. Just yesterday, the Third Prince announced the Swallowing Sky domain's secession from the Sacred Dragon Empire, declaring its independence. When Fang Mo heard the news, a memory stirred within him. He recalled the Third Prince who had killed his brother and fled. It turned out that this culprit had been hiding in the Swallowing Sky domain all along. Reporting to the Marshal, Fang Mo said, "Honorable Marshal, I have completely annihilated the 155 battalions of the Betty Chaos Army that invaded the Nacker Star domain. The crisis has been resolved. Please send someone to handle the aftermath. The marshal, surprised, asked, Is this news true? Fang Mo solemnly replied, It is true. The marshal nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would immediately send people to manage the aftermath. In the main camp of the 3rd Prince's Legion in the Swallowing Sky domain, Commander Abelardo asked the 3rd Prince with a worried expression, Your Highness, are you really planning to accompany us to the Chinlin domain? The 3rd Prince frowned and replied, Why do you still call me the 3rd Prince? Doesn't the domain lord know? He had declared independence yesterday, and was now the domain lord of the Swallowing Sky domain. Abelardo awkwardly corrected himself. Yes, domain lord. Our 30 Swallowing Sky legions are only meant to distract the Chinlin legions. Your status is too noble to risk yourself. The 3rd Prince dismissed his concerns, saying, Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I heard Fang Mo has a sister and a grandmother. If we can capture them, the Chinlin legions will be at our mercy. Abelardo sighed helplessly, reminding him, Are you not aware of the strength of the Chinlin legions? You've seen their combat prowess numerous times. How can our 30 Swallowing Sky legions possibly match them? The 3rd Prince pondered and said, Perhaps our only chance is to avoid the main force of the Chinlin legions by luck. He then impatiently asked, How much longer until we reach the Chinlin star system? Reporting, Domain Lord. We will reach the outer region of the Chinlin star system in less than 3 hours. The 3rd Prince grumbled impatiently, All right, I'll rest for a while. Wake me when we arrive. In the imperial study of the Holy Dragon Empire's capital star, Prime Minister Zhang reported to the Emperor, Your Majesty, the 3rd Prince has completely taken control of the Swallowing Sky domain. All our personnel sent there have perished. The Emperor, trembling with rage, exclaimed, That rebellious scoundrel! I'll strip him of his title. His hands shook, clearly showing his anger. This is a slap in my face. A prince betraying us like this. Your Majesty, please calm down. This might also be good news. At least we no longer need to secretly guard against the Swallowing Sky domain. General Ku consoled the Emperor. They then began to discuss the next steps. Suddenly, a minister hurried in and reported to the Emperor. Your Majesty, news from the Crown Prince states that the enemies in the Nacker domain have been completely eradicated. The Emperor's face lit up with a hint of joy. Immortal has indeed reassured me. It's said that all the invading Sirius and Naga tribes have been annihilated, with no prisoners taken. The ministers praised. The Crown Princes might have shown those invaders the true power of the Holy Dragon Empire. The Emperor, feeling relieved, said, Continue like this to deter those who dare challenge us. The ministers felt reassured and satisfied. Meanwhile, it was reported that the enemies attacking the Kedya domain had retreated after learning of the defeats in the other 3 locations. The Emperor's eyes gleamed. Excellent. Excellent. Now, we only need to solve the problem of the Swallowing Sky domain, and we can rid the Empire of its crisis. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Interstellar Alliance has sent a message expressing their willingness to negotiate with us. Please make a decision. The Emperor frowned in thought as the ministers began to offer their opinions. Considering their proposal for peace might be wise. We do need time to recover our strength. In the palace council chamber, the Minister of Revenue earnestly presented his suggestion to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I believe we can temporarily stall the other side, pretend to negotiate, and wait for the right moment. Subsequently, other ministers expressed their views, except for General Naku and Chancellor Zhang, who remained silent. The Emperor turned to them and asked, Chancellor Zhang and General Naku, what are your thoughts on this matter? General Naku, after careful consideration, replied, Your Majesty, I think we should wait until the issue with the Tunshan star domain is resolved before making any decisions. The other side won't be able to cause trouble in the short term. Chancellor Zhang cautiously added, Your Majesty, I believe we should listen to the opinion of the prince. After all, 3 out of the 4 star domains were resolved personally by him. The other side's proposal for negotiation is mostly due to their fear of him. Therefore, I suggest waiting until the Tunshan star domain issue is settled, and then discussing the strategy with the prince. The Emperor nodded silently, pondering to himself about how this adopted son had made such significant progress in just 6 months. For the Shenglong Empire, whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. As long as he, the Emperor, was around, things were manageable, and the bonds between everyone still existed. But if he were no longer around and his son ascended the throne, it was unpredictable whether Fang Mo would still show respect. Sigh, we'll take it one step at a time. On the outskirts of the Chinlin star system, 30 Tunshan legions had already arrived at their destination. Abelardo gently knocked on the 3rd Prince's resting chamber door, reminding him, My lord, we have arrived at the Chinlin star system. The 3rd Prince responded and headed to the bridge command room, gazing at the brilliant stars outside the window. He coldly ordered, Abelardo, immediately direct the legions to the main planet of Qianlin. Upon arrival, launch an attack immediately. After 2 hours of flight, the 30 Tunshan legions reached the vicinity of the Qianlin main planet. Before them was a grand starport, its scale rivaling that of the imperial capital's starport. The defensive firepower within the starport was even more astonishing, surpassing that of a large fortress. A scout hurriedly reported, "Commander, a defense legion has been spotted near the Qianlin main planet." The third prince and Abelardo's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Only one defense legion? Was this not a heaven-sent opportunity? 30 against 1. They held an absolute advantage. Thus, the third prince ordered all Tunshan legions to launch an immediate attack on the enemy legion and starport fortress. However, as they charged towards the Qianlin starport, they were met with fierce resistance from a Qianlin legion. The third prince, filled with rage, commanded, "All troops, attack. Annihilate this Qianlin legion." What happened next left the third prince and Abelardo utterly stunned. The 30 Tunshan legions were effortlessly defeated by the single Qianlin legion, with no ability to fight back. Abelardo stammered, "My lord, what level is this massive interstellar battleship? I've never seen anything like it." The third prince, terrified, asked, and Abelardo bitterly replied, "I have no idea, but this warship is terrifying. We are absolutely no match for it." Meanwhile, the relentless barrage from the gigantic warship seemed omnipresent, with Tunshan legions falling wherever they were. The third prince, seething with rage, ordered an attack on the massive interstellar battleship, confident in its power. However, when he witnessed the colossal ship firsthand, his battle fervor was instantly replaced by fear. The frequency of the artillery fire was more astounding than before, relentlessly obliterating his S4 class starship, leaving no room for resistance. The third prince began to feel despair, realizing the battle was spiraling out of control. Faced with the reversal of fortune, he lamented, "We should retreat. These are all worthless." Watching his fleet being destroyed, the third prince felt a heart-wrenching pain. On the chaotic battlefield, the enemy forces shadowed their every move, and the third prince's troops faced the looming threat of the 8 Qianlin legions. Recognizing the unstoppable force of the enemy, the third prince knew he couldn't hold out and had no choice but to retreat. He urgently commanded, "Retreat. We can't match them." Yet, in his anxiety, the 8 Qianlin legions were already closing in fast. With no escape route, the third prince could only watch helplessly as death approached. Ultimately, the third prince was captured and brought before Fang Mo. Fang Mo's mocking gaze filled the third prince with immense shame and despair. When Fang Mo revealed that the swallowing star domain had been turned by the Empire, the third prince was shocked to his core. His once loyal allies had betrayed him, leaving him feeling powerless and hopeless. Faced with Fang Mo's threats, the third prince roared in anger, yet he was powerless to change the situation. In the end, the third prince was cast out of the starship, left to float in the vastness of space. Fang Mo's ruthlessness and indifference plunged him into despair. He closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. In the vast cosmos, he felt a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness, filled with fear and uncertainty about the future. In just 3 days, the heavenly devouring star region was completely subdued by the Holy Dragon Empire, and the third prince's rebellious forces were eradicated, restoring peace throughout the empire. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Mo received a message from Marshal Naik, inquiring about his recent activities. With a smile, the marshal addressed him as Your Highness and mentioned that the emperor missed him. Filled with longing for the emperor, Fang Mo decided to visit him. The marshal revealed that after their defeat, the Interstellar Alliance had sent envoys to negotiate peace, but the empire had yet to make a decision and invited Fang Mo to discuss how to handle the matter. Fang Mo was displeased with the alliance's proactive peace offer and hoped for their surrender. He decided to go to the imperial capital Star to discuss the matter, intending to demonstrate his firm stance. At 10 a.m. the next day, Fang Mo arrived punctually at the imperial capital Star. Dozens of ministers were already gathered at the reception area of the imperial palace to welcome him. These ministers were high-ranking generals, awaiting Fang Mo's arrival. Among them were Marshal Naik and Prime Minister Zhang, highlighting the importance of Fang Mo's visit. Seeing a group of senior officials waiting for him as he disembarked, Fang Mo was surprised and wondered when he had become so highly regarded. Little did he know, in recent days, the officials and the emperor of the imperial capital Star had repeatedly watched the battle footage of the Qianlin Legion, praising his performance. The Qianlin Legion's prowess had impressed everyone, especially the massive interstellar warships, which had sparked much curiosity. It was said that these starships were personally built by Fang Mo, drawing admiration even from Major General Marcus. The emperor himself was also fascinated by these interstellar warships. As Fang Mo approached, the ministers stepped forward to greet him, making him feel a bit nervous. Although he didn't enjoy such formalities, he politely asked them to rise. Fang Mo then entered the court with the ministers, where the emperor was already seated on the dragon throne, awaiting their arrival. Standing next to Marshal Naik, Fang Mo saw the marshal step back slightly, inadvertently highlighting Fang Mo's esteemed status. Previously, Fang Mo's princely title was merely a verbal commendation, but now, even the marshal and the prime minister showed him respect. This was not only a recognition of his status, but also an affirmation and trust in his capabilities. The crowd bowed to the emperor with great respect and said, "Your Majesty, long live the emperor." The emperor laughed heartily and said affectionately, "Rise, my loyal subjects." The first to step forward was the Minister of Revenue, Gong Hongjun. He respectfully reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, since the end of the war with the Galactic Alliance, our various star regions have gradually entered a stable phase of development. The Mechanical Empire has also returned the territories they previously occupied, and with the addition of the regained Tun Tian star region, our empire now controls a total of 13 star regions." The emperor and the ministers listened to the report with satisfied smiles. The emperor remarked, "This is truly the blessing of the sacred dragon." Next, the Minister of Right stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, due to our swift victory over the Galactic Alliance, their envoys arrived at our capital star 8 days ago to propose peace talks." The emperor looked at the ministers and then smiled at Fang Mo. Fang Mo understood the emperor's intent. The emperor asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter, my loyal subjects?" Marshal Ke stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, since they are proposing peace talks, we should at least demand compensation and an apology. Otherwise, their invasion of the sacred dragon empire and the massacre of our people would be an insult to us." Several generals echoed Marshal Ke's opinion. Prime Minister Zhang cautiously stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, while Marshal Ke's points are valid, the other side is unlikely to accept such conditions. Despite their defeat, the alliance remains powerful and stronger than our sacred dragon empire overall. They won't agree to compensation, and if we push too hard, we may provoke them into attacking again. Therefore, I suggest we settle for a verbal apology." The emperor and the ministers nodded in agreement after hearing the prime minister's analysis. The emperor sighed, feeling guilty for the lost lives of his people. His gaze turned to Fang Mo. Fang Mo stepped forward and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I believe we should not accept the peace talks." Everyone was shocked. Not accept the peace talks? Does that mean continuing the war? Such a notion seemed absurd. The Sacred Dragon Empire was already on the brink and could not afford more conflict. Fang Mo continued, "First of all, the so-called Galactic Alliance is nothing but a paper tiger. If we show weakness, they will certainly invade further. Only by standing firm will they refrain from their arrogance. They have inflicted immense harm on our Sacred Dragon Empire. Countless compatriots have died at their hands, and many soldiers have sacrificed their lives in this war. You all know this better than I do. I firmly oppose the peace talks. The root of this war lies in the greed of their leaders. I request Your Majesty to allow me to eliminate the leaders of these countries and forces, completely eradicating their power. Only then will they submit to us. This is the only way for our sacred dragon empire to achieve lasting peace and stability." After finishing his speech, Fang Mo returned to his place. The emperor and the ministers were all left staring at him in astonishment. Fang Mo stood before the emperor, fearlessly presenting his bold plan. The emperor, shocked, asked Fang Mo once more if he understood the gravity of the challenge. Fang Mo firmly replied, "Your Majesty, I am ready. My 8 legions are waiting just outside the imperial capital star. I will first crush the Sirius clan and the Naga clan and reclaim control of the chaotic Betty Star cluster." His words stunned everyone present, as the complex situation in the Betty Star cluster was daunting. Prime Minister Zhang impulsively advised Fang Mo, reminding him that the Betty Star cluster consisted of 5 star regions and 21 major factions, with the Sirius clan and the Naga clan being the top contenders. Other ministers expressed their concerns, fearing that the Holy Dragon Empire might fall into crisis. The emperor, growing anxious, suggested that Fang Mo might need a few more years. However, Major General Marcus stepped forward to support Fang Mo's plan, confident in Fang Mo's chances. Major General Marcus proposed a wager to the ministers, stating that he was willing to stake an S3 class interstellar warship. This move made the ministers uneasy. They didn't appreciate having their decisions tested by a gamble. Fang Mo was also surprised by Major General Marcus's action, but understood his trust. Marcus's father had once told him that Fang Mo's strength was sufficient to challenge 10 nations. The emperor began to take notice of Major General Marcus, wondering if he knew Fang Mo's capabilities. Major General Marcus candidly admitted his intention to use an S3 class interstellar warship as a wager. This impressed the emperor with Marcus's boldness, but also made him worry if Marcus had the means to cover such a high-stakes bet. Fang Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The emperor's latest demand was truly overwhelming. With a furrowed brow, he cautiously said, "Your Majesty, I really can't afford this." However, do you remember my father? He is quite wealthy and should be able to help you resolve this issue. A bitter smile appeared on Fang Mo's face as he spoke, inwardly grateful that he had this backup plan. This emperor really knew how to make things difficult. Fang Mo sighed inwardly, realizing he was about to be taken advantage of once again. After listening to Major General Marcus, everyone present was left speechless, shaking their heads in confusion. Fang Mo looked at the emperor and unhesitatingly accepted the bet, secretly wondering if the emperor had a fondness for gambling. Perhaps the emperor was simply ambitious and not narrow-minded like some ministers. Marcus's words carried a tone of contempt as he glanced at the other ministers, making them feel indignant. Unwilling to show weakness in the face of Marcus's arrogance, the ministers eagerly joined the bet. With a smile as if he were giving away his own star coins, Marcus had to keep his friendly demeanor. Observing this, Fang Mo stepped forward and reminded, Major General Marcus, this isn't quite appropriate. I'm the one putting in the effort and enduring the hardships, yet you reap the benefits. That's not very fair. The solemn and serious atmosphere of the court had long vanished. Marcus awkwardly responded, Your Highness, your grand ambitions are so vast. Why bother with these trivial matters? Fang Mo knew Marcus intended to take everything for himself. Although Fang Mo was wealthy and growing in power, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. He calmly stated, It seems I need to have a good talk with Commander Masno. Marcus froze, realizing that if his father found out he had deceived Fang Mo, the consequences would be dire. He hastily threw out a star coin card, which accidentally fell to the ground. He quickly picked it up, trying to act nonchalant. The other ministers were dumbfounded, and even the emperor couldn't help but chuckle. The Dragon King cleared his throat and proposed, Immortal, if you are confident in completing this task, I promise you that once we reclaim the chaotic Beatty Star, the 5-star regions there will be yours, though nominally they will belong to the Sacred Dragon Empire. Do you understand? Fang Mo was pleasantly surprised by the emperor's generosity and decided to give it his all. The territories of 5-star regions were an enticing reward for him. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to reclaim the Beatty Star. An hour later, the court session ended, and Fang Mo prepared to depart for the Beatty Star. At that moment, Marcus came to stop him. Your Highness, please don't be angry with me. Fang Mo looked at him in confusion, and Marcus explained, I was just worried you might be upset because of the bet. Fang Mo smiled and patted the star coin card in his pocket. You've already paid the service fee. I won't be angry, don't worry. Marcus smiled, expressing his trust in Fang Mo. The Dragon King boarded his flagship and commanded Minar, target the Beatty Star's Sirius tribe territory. Let those invaders know that offending the sacred dragon will bring severe punishment. Move out. In the palace of the Eastern United Nations, the Dragon King was in a video call with the leaders of the Interstellar Alliance, discussing future cooperation plans. Your Majesty, Dragon King, this battle has resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. The Machine Emperor coldly remarked that while your losses are severe, ours are no less significant. King Aid said in frustration, At least you can ransom your captured soldiers, but the Sirius and Naga clans have been completely wiped out. Who could be in a more dire situation than us? The Sirius King expressed his pain. Stop complaining. We didn't anticipate the Qianlin Legion of the Holy Dragon Empire to be this powerful. We've already sent envoys for negotiations, but there's been no response. What are they plotting? It's baffling. The Dragon King, displeased, said, They must be planning to extort us for compensation. Compensation? That's absurd. We've suffered so greatly. How could we bow to them? Indeed. Although the Holy Dragon Empire won, their military strength is nearly depleted. Are they trying to buy time? Aren't they afraid we'll launch another attack? Everyone began to voice their opinions. Just then, the leader of the Sirius clan received news that their territory had been attacked by the Qianlin Legion. This left everyone puzzled, wondering what the Sirius King planned to do next. After exiting the video conference, the Sirius King asked his subordinate, What's the detailed situation? The messenger replied, Reports from the Pluto system indicate that 8 Qianlin legions are launching a frenzied attack. The Sirius King, enraged, said, 8 Qianlin legions attacking our territory? Do they think that by defeating our allied forces, they can act with impunity? Immediately order all legions to send half their forces to annihilate these holy dragon scum. Despite giving the order, the Sirius King felt uneasy and contacted the Naga King. Naga King, the Qianlin fleet of the Holy Dragon Empire is attacking my Sirius clan's territory. Send reinforcements immediately. The situation is critical. The Naga King responded, Do they think we will just let them dictate terms? I will dispatch 50 legions to support you right away. So that's it. This attack comes from 8 Qianlin legions. We have a chance for revenge. The Sirius King, seething with anger, declared, They are so shameless. We must utterly destroy these Qianlin legions. An hour later, the messenger anxiously informed the Sirius King, The Pluto system has fallen, and the surrounding systems are in grave danger. The Sirius king, shocked, asked, "Are the reinforcements not in place yet?" The messenger replied, "We've assembled 80 legions, but they couldn't hold out for even 40 minutes against the enemy and were completely wiped out." The Sirius king, furious, stood up and asked, "What about the Naga reinforcements?" The messenger answered, "The Naga reinforcements will take another 2 hours to arrive. Immediately deploy all remaining legions to the front lines and urgently notify the Naga reinforcements to expedite their support." At this moment, the Wolf King paced anxiously, unable to believe that his 80 legions couldn't hold out for even 40 minutes. It was unfathomable. 80 legions, 240,000 interstellar warships. Were the warriors of the Sirius tribe really so weak and incompetent? Another hour passed, and the messenger hurried in again, looking somewhat frightened as he faced the Wolf King. The Wolf King glared at him and demanded, "What's the situation at the front?" The messenger, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, our frontline positions have completely collapsed, and the reinforcements from the Naga tribe have been annihilated. Additionally, we've lost control of 3 star systems." What? The Wolf King collapsed to the ground in shock. Over 100 of his legions, plus 50 Naga legions, had been wiped out, and they'd lost control of 3 star systems in such a short time. What kind of monsters were they fighting? "Your Majesty, there's another report that says." The Wolf King squinted and stared intently at the messenger. "Speak quickly, what other report?" The messenger continued, "The invading Qinlin Legion refuses to accept our surrender. They show no mercy to either the Sirius tribe or the Naga tribe, and all captured members have been brutally slaughtered. They're demons. They must be demons." The Wolf King roared in a fit of rage. "Your Majesty, we should flee." "Flee? Flee to where? If I flee, the Sirius tribe will be doomed." As time passed, a day slipped by in an instant. Now, only 1 star system remained under Sirius control, and the Wolf King was hiding within it. He raised his arm and shouted, "Hold the line! As long as you persist, I will make you generals." However, the faces of the Sirius warriors were pale, their eyes full of terror. At this moment, they only wanted to save their own lives. Who cared about becoming a general? They had heard that the Qinlin Legion was more terrifying than demons and showed no mercy to the Sirius tribe. Trapped in the last star system, the Sirius tribe had nowhere to escape and no strength to resist. "Your Majesty, it's not good. The enemy has landed." The messenger rushed in to report. Just moments ago, Fang Mo's Qinlin Legion had destroyed all the Sirius fleets and had now landed on the main star. The planet of the Sirius tribe was engulfed in flames and explosions, with the sounds of gunfire and screams echoing in the distance. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with despair and anger as he roared, "Damn the Qinlin Legion! Damn those demons! I swear to curse you all. You will meet a terrible end." He screamed at the sky, and then a panicked Sirius soldier rushed in. "Your Majesty, the enemy infantry has breached the palace. You must flee." The soldiers urgently pleaded, hoping that the Sky Wolf King would retreat in time. However, the Sky Wolf King was furious, blaming the soldiers for their incompetence and unable to understand why the formidable Sky Wolf tribe couldn't match the human forces. As a powerful tribe, they were suffering defeat after defeat in ground combat, which enraged the Sky Wolf King immensely. "I am the king of the Sky Wolf tribe," he roared at the soldiers. "Even if the enemy's firepower is strong, we cannot surrender without a fight. Bring me my battle armor. I want to see just how formidable these enemies are." The soldiers, terrified, tried to dissuade him, fearing for his safety, but the Sky Wolf King dismissed their concerns. "Safety? What does safety matter now? The enemy is at our doorstep. How can I sit idly by? Fetch me my armor and weapons immediately." With that, the Sky Wolf King donned his battle gear, armed himself, and led the elite guards out of the palace. Upon reaching the palace exterior, the scene before him only fueled his wrath. The enemy, clad in special gold and red battle armor, was mercilessly slaughtering the Sky Wolf soldiers. The advantage of close combat was rendered ineffective against these foes. A Sky Wolf warrior charged at a fiery enemy guard, only to be effortlessly subdued and have his neck snapped, discarded like trash. The Sky Wolf tribe's bullets could not penetrate the enemy's armor, and the Sky Wolf King finally realized the terrifying nature of these adversaries. They were more than human, transcending humanity itself. In the midst of his despair, Fang Mo appeared. Accompanying him was a human girl named Su Lier, whom Fang Mo had rescued. Fang Mo told Su Lier that if they could destroy the Sky Wolf tribe's headquarters, they would achieve complete victory. Su Lier, filled with trust and admiration for Fang Mo, regarded him as an invincible hero. Seeing the Sky Wolf King protected by his guards in the distance, Fang Mo sneered, "Looks like we've got a tough one today." As the crisis reached its peak, the fate of all parties hung by a thread, and an intense battle was about to unfold. In the royal palace of the Sirius clan on the main star of the chaotic Betty constellation, the Sirius king scanned the crowd with sharp eyes, particularly focusing on Fang Mo. The king's keen senses detected an extraordinary presence in Fang Mo, at least of a legion commander level. Without hesitation, the Sirius king ordered, "Soldiers, do you see that enemy commander? Capture him, and you will be richly rewarded." He then pointed at Fang Mo, commanding his nearby Sirius clan guards to follow his orders. The guards roared and charged at Fang Mo as if their lives depended on it. A squad of Phoenix Guard quickly formed a protective line in front of Fang Mo, with their captain holding a shield and watching vigilantly. Soon, dozens of elite Sirius clan guards surrounded Fang Mo. He smiled calmly, looking at these elite warriors with a hint of amusement. Su Lier tightly gripped her laser pistol, her eyes showing not fear but determination. She said resolutely, "Brother Fang Mo, I'm not afraid." As dozens of elite Sirius clan guards and Phoenix Guard simultaneously charged at Fang Mo, the battle was about to ignite. Fang Mo noticed that these elite guards were significantly more formidable than ordinary soldiers, capable of holding their own against his Phoenix Guard. He realized that the Sirius clan also had formidable warriors. Fang Mo crouched down and said to Su Lier, "Lier, follow Sister Tang Ling, brother will deal with these bad werewolves." Su Lier nodded earnestly. "Good luck, brother Fang Mo." Fang Mo smiled and nodded at her, then drew the sword of victory and charged towards the Sirius king. Two Phoenix Guards followed closely behind, unwavering in their loyalty despite knowing Fang Mo's strength. The Sirius king's eyes gleamed with a cruel smile, determined to capture Fang Mo. However, when he attempted to strike Fang Mo, he was shocked to find his alloy laser blade effortlessly cut in half by Fang Mo's weapon. He realized that Fang Mo was not only highly skilled, but also wielded an extraordinary weapon. The Sirius king then drew his pulse pistol and fired at Fang Mo, but all the bullets were deflected by Fang Mo's dark energy shield, not a single one hitting its mark. The Sirius king's heart tightened as he recognized Fang Mo as a powerful dark energy wielder. Fang Mo sprinted forward, wielding the sword of victory, and in an instant, he was behind the Sirius king. The king clutched his throat in terror, eyes filled with despair, as his head rolled off and blood gushed like a fountain. He was astounded by Fang Mo's strength, realizing that Fang Mo had taken his life with a single strike. The Sirius king's guards swarmed towards Fang Mo, surrounding him. Fang Mo, observing the enemies on all sides and his Phoenix Guards entangled with the attackers, calmly strategized his next move. Fang Mo slowly closed his eyes and softly chanted an incantation, "Dark Energy Storm." Instantly, an invisible storm swirled around him, sweeping the advancing Wolf Clan guards into its vortex. Dark Energy Annihilation? Fang Mo then raised his left hand and clenched the air. With a series of sickening sounds, over a dozen Wolf Clan guards were shredded into countless pieces. Witnessing this, the elite Wolf Clan warriors fled in terror. In mere seconds, their king and guards were annihilated by Fang Mo, draining their will to fight. "This is a demon. This is our doom. Our king has fallen. We are doomed." Beep, beep, beep. Fang Mo heard the sound from the Wolf King's communication bracelet. He walked over to the corpse and accepted the incoming call. On the screen, the Naga King appeared, witnessing a human male in armor, holding the severed head of the Wolf King. "So, you are Fang Mo, the demon of the Holy Dragon?" The Naga King sneered, squinting at Fang Mo on the screen. "Indeed, I am Fang Mo, and you must be the Naga King," Fang Mo replied with a smirk. Though tales of the so-called demon of the Holy Dragon were well known, his face had never been seen until now. The Naga King was stunned by how young he appeared. "You fiend! You killed the Wolf King! How dare you?" The Naga King roared in fury. "Oh, are you planning to avenge him? No need to trouble yourself, I'll be paying you a visit soon enough. Rest assured." Fang Mo cut off the video connection and then crushed the Wolf King's head under his boot. "Qinyu, notify our troops to accelerate the assault. We have another guest to visit the Naga clan," Fang Mo said with a cold smile. The Naga King had already shared the video of his encounter with Fang Mo with the other leaders of the Galactic Alliance. The 5 other rulers watched the footage with shocked expressions. The Wolf King was defeated so swiftly? Impossible. Even if he lost, he wouldn't surrender without a fight. And with both the Beatty Star Chaos and the Naga clan, they shouldn't have been overwhelmed by a single Fang Mo, they muttered among themselves. The Naga King urgently requested another remote video conference. "Your Majesties, Fang Mo's actions are beyond heinous. Not only did he kill the Wolf King, but he also massacred the Wolf Clan. This is genocide," the Naga King fumed. "Naga King, did you not send reinforcements to the Wolf Clan? Why did they fall so quickly?" the Dragon King inquired. "Ridiculous. I dispatched 50 legions to support them, yet they were annihilated within an hour," the Naga King explained helplessly. The other 5 rulers fell silent. "This is terrifying. 50 legions couldn't last an hour? How many forces did the enemy deploy? How many troops did the Holy Dragon Empire mobilize for this attack on the Wolf Clan? The Mechanic King asked anxiously. The Holy Dragon Empire sent the Qinlan Legion, known as the Dragon Demons, totaling 8 legions to attack the Wolf Clan. The Naga King clarified. 8 legions? How is that possible? The Mechanic King exclaimed in shock. The Naga King then shared the battle footage of the Wolf Clan with the group. After watching the Qinlan Legion in action, the 5 rulers were left in stunned silence. This is no simple confrontation. Wow. The conspiracy of the Holy Dragon Empire runs deep. King Aid remarked coldly, this time. The Holy Dragon Empire's counterattack leaves us with no grounds to argue or defend ourselves. The situation is quite tricky. The Dragon King expressed his concern. After all, we were the first to launch an attack against the Holy Dragon Empire. Their counterattack is understandable. It seems that the demon within the Holy Dragon has begun its revenge, murmured the Mecha Emperor. Everyone, I suggest we immediately surrender to the Holy Dragon Empire. We can offer some resources as compensation to calm the situation, the Dragon King proposed helplessly. Everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. If the Qinlan Legion reaches our country, the losses will be incalculable. All right, let's quickly send an envoy to notify them. The monarchs commanded, pointing towards the direction of the Qinlan Legion. Meanwhile, Fang Mo had completely swept through the planet of the Sirius clan. Any members of the Sirius clan found were not spared from slaughter. The next target is the Minar Naga clan. Fang Mo ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Subsequently, 8 Qinlan legions, with over 24,000 starships, collectively warped to the outskirts of the Naga star system with a flash of white light. After 2 days of resistance, the Naga clan began to abandon their territory and flee. However, under the powerful pursuit of the Qinlan Legion, no Naga fleet managed to escape. Those who attempted to flee now drifted as wreckage in space, and the Naga planets suffered brutal ethnic cleansing. In the imperial study of the Holy Dragon Empire's capital, Xinhuang City, Marshal Na Ku, Chancellor Zhang, and the Minister of Rights were receiving the enemy envoy. Your Majesty, the enemy envoy is waiting outside. They are prepared to surrender to our Holy Dragon Empire, the Minister of Rights reported. Oh, I haven't even met them yet, and they've already decided to surrender? The Emperor looked at the 3 below him in surprise. Your Majesty, the envoy came of their own accord, stating that this was a unanimous decision by their monarchs. Let the envoy in then. Shortly after, a half-dragon man entered the study. Envoy Ao Tianqing, on behalf of the monarchs of the Galactic Alliance, greets the Holy Dragon Emperor. The Emperor looked at the half-dragon man, his eyes flashing with hostility. Heh, if I'm not mistaken, your so-called Galactic Alliance is afraid of the Qinlan Legion, right? Ao Tianqing responded awkwardly, Your Majesty, given the current situation, we hope your nation can understand. The Emperor, Marshal Na Ku, Chancellor Zhang, and the Minister of Rights were all surprised by the docile demeanor of the envoy. They had expected him to be more stubborn. The half-dragon was startled by Marshal Ku of the Holy Dragon Empire's words, feeling a chill run down his spine. He recalled the time when the Galactic Alliance had launched an offensive against the Empire. Back then, they were anything but weak. Now they sought the Empire's forgiveness? It wouldn't be that easy. As an envoy, he had come with hopes of reconciliation, but faced with Marshal Ku's tough stance, he felt at a loss. Marshal Ku bluntly questioned the envoy, making it clear that the Empire was not to be trifled with. However, the half-dragon was shrewd and realized that now was not the time for arguments. It was best to directly discuss the issue of compensation. He consulted with the Prime Minister, the Marshal, and the Minister of State, asking what amount of compensation would be appropriate. Although the Emperor was seeking the opinions of the 3 ministers, his gaze remained fixed on the half-dragon. Prime Minister Zhang did not hesitate to state his demands, asserting that the Galactic Alliance had inflicted massive casualties and losses on the Empire, including deaths, depletion of resources, and psychological trauma. Therefore, they believed the Alliance should compensate 30 quadrillion star coins and issue a public apology to the Empire to earn forgiveness. The envoy's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this condition. 30 quadrillion star coins. This was practically extortion. The envoy in the imperial study couldn't believe his ears when he heard the compensation amount 30 quadrillion star coins. This is outrageous, he thought. Are the people of this empire all as wealthy as kings? Even if they were, this is excessive. The envoy felt the compensation demand was unreasonable and lacked sincerity, making further negotiations impossible. Ao Tianqing felt a chill in his heart and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Prime Minister Zhang's proposed compensation amount indeed reflected the country's losses, and the emperor deeply cared for his people. The unfortunate citizens of Shenglong were priceless. Your Excellency, please share your country's compensation terms, the emperor said with a cold smile. We are willing to compensate up to 600 billion star coins, which is the maximum we can accept. That's it, General Ku said with displeasure. Are you trying to brush us off? The envoy felt immense pressure. He hadn't expected Shanglong Empire to demand such an astronomical amount. Your Majesty, esteemed officials, please hear me out. The compensation your country is asking for is unrealistic. We can increase the amount to 1 trillion star coins. How about that? The envoy expressed his dissatisfaction again, thinking it was still too little. How about this? The emperor proposed. I'll give you a plan. If you can't decide, you can consult your superiors. We demand your country compensate our Shanglong Empire 5 trillion star coins and issue a public apology. The emperor's words set the tone. The 30 quadrillion amount made the envoy fearful, knowing it was unmanageable even if agreed upon. But 5 trillion star coins was still a substantial sum. With the exclusion of the Sirius clan and the Naga clan, the remaining 5 countries in the Galactic Alliance would each need to contribute 1 trillion star coins. Although 1 trillion wasn't insignificant, it would add to the burden of these 5 countries. Your Majesty, I need to report this plan to my superiors, and will provide an answer in due course. Very well, the emperor said with a smile. I look forward to your good news, ha? Meanwhile, Fang Mo's Qianlin Legion had begun attacking other forces in the chaotic Betty Star. Learning that the Sirius clan and Naga clan had been completely wiped out, the remaining 19 forces in Betty Star mostly chose to surrender, not daring to resist the Qianlin Legion's invasion. Fang Mo treated the surrendering forces leniently, while those that stubbornly resisted were completely eliminated. In just a week, Fang Mo had conquered all 21 forces and 5-star regions in Betty Star. 6 forces were directly destroyed, while the leaders of the remaining forces were eliminated, though ordinary soldiers and civilians were treated well. Fang Mo left 4 Qianlin legions to maintain order in Betty Star and led the other 4 back to Qianlin's main star. Upon returning, Fang Mo immediately met with Chief Engineer Nas to draft the 7th Fleet production plan. This plan was extensive, as Fang Mo decided to significantly expand, increasing the number of Qianlin legions from 10 to 30, requiring the construction of 60,000 S3 class or higher interstellar warships. Nas was also shocked, as the scale of this construction plan was staggeringly large, even for a prosperous empire. Fang Mo stood before the grand hall of the palace, his heart brimming with anticipation and the challenges that lay ahead. His Highness's trust in him was a great honor, yet it also weighed heavily on him. Chief Engineer Nas's doubts and concerns rippled through Fang Mo's mind. He knew the responsibilities on his shoulders were growing, but he was determined to forge ahead without hesitation. Yes, I plan to build 20 more legions, maybe even more. This means expanding the engineering department, increasing the number of ships, and constructing more starports and stargates. It will require time and effort, Fang Mo resolutely answered Chief Engineer Nas' query. Chief Engineer Nas sighed. If His Highness truly has such plans, our engineering department will need to expand, and we will need more ships. I will draft a detailed plan and discuss it with Director AI Jing. If any issues arise, I will report directly to you. Fang Mo smiled and nodded. I trust you can accomplish this task. Expanding the engineering department and building the 7th Fleet will take at least 6 months. Suddenly, Fang Mo recalled his plan to conquer the chaotic star system of Betty. He informed Chief Engineer Nas, yes, we must prepare in advance, as we will face stronger and more formidable enemies. The news spread quickly. Fang Mo's conquest of Betty's chaotic star system left the kings of the 5 nations in the Galactic Alliance in a state of panic. They could not believe that Fang Mo had managed to conquer the entire system in just 1 week, and the 5-star regions were now part of the Holy Dragon Empire. Eventually, they accepted the terms of compensation, paying 5 trillion star coins and issuing a public apology. In the imperial study of the capital star of the Holy Dragon Empire, the Minister of Rights joyfully reported to the Emperor, they have agreed to our terms. 5 trillion star coins have been transferred, and they have publicly apologized to our nation. The Emperor frowned slightly, puzzled. Did I ask for too little this time? Prime Minister Zhang and Marshal Ku both wore smiles. Prime Minister Zhang said with a smile, the 5 trillion star coins are already in the treasury. It's too late to change now. But these funds will bolster our national reserves. Marshal Ku added, we can fully disperse the soldiers' pensions and commence post-war reconstruction. The Minister of Right sighed. Fang Mo is indeed invincible. The prestige of the Holy Dragon Empire has soared once again. The Emperor decided to grant amnesty to the nation and host a grand 3-day banquet. He also arranged a special audience with Fang Mo to commend his achievements. Fang Mo was busy taking control of the 5-star regions of Betty's chaotic star system. The vast territory felt like a heavy burden of responsibility. Here, he needed to be both compassionate and authoritative, striking a balance between firmness and gentleness. His communication wristband beeped. It was Marshal Ku, inviting Fang Mo to the palace banquet to thank him for his outstanding performance in the recent battle. Fang Mo smiled and replied, I understand. I will be there. His heart was filled with anticipation and the challenges ahead, ready to continue striving for the glory of the Holy Dragon Empire. After hanging up the video call with Marshal Ku, Fang Mo felt a bit downhearted. If the Galactic Alliance had surrendered a bit later, he would have had the chance to conquer more star systems. However, he then got in touch with Li Mingpeng. When the video call connected, Li Mingpeng's face appeared on the screen. Fang Mo hesitated for a moment, feeling at a loss. He wanted to know what was going on. Apeng, what's wrong? Why do you look so hesitant? Fang Mo asked, puzzled. Li Mingpeng, feeling aggrieved, explained that the entire Shanglong Empire and even neighboring countries knew the name of Duke Qianlin. As an ordinary student at the Interstellar Academy, he didn't dare to overstep his bounds. Even his father had repeatedly reminded him not to casually mention their relationship. If they offended the Duke, their family would be implicated. Do you really think I would be that kind of person? Fang Mo asked, exasperated. I'm just worried, Li Mingpeng explained. There were too many things going on before and I couldn't get away. But now I have the chance, Fang Mo interrupted. I'll come pick you up right now. Li Mingpeng asked excitedly, really? Fang Mo affirmed, of course, brotherhood shouldn't be taken lightly. Li Mingpeng, thrilled, said, I'm at the academy, come pick me up. Make it grand. Fang Mo laughed and agreed. All right, I'll be there in an hour. Fang Mo led the Qianlin Legion directly to warp near the St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy. The commander at the Academy's port control tower, seeing the large force on the radar, immediately sounded the alarm. The Academy's defense fleet, which was resting, quickly prepared for action. The fleet commander inquired about the situation and learned that a Legion-sized fleet was approaching the Academy, bearing the insignia of a fire phoenix. Shocked, the fleet commander exclaimed, the Qianlin Legion? The entire Academy descended into chaos as students and teachers were notified to prepare for the arrival of the Qianlin Legion. The atmosphere at St. Laurent Advanced Interstellar Academy was exceptionally lively, with everyone busily preparing. Dean Tross hurriedly adjusted his attire, personally involved in the preparations. Secretary Ma, how does this outfit look? Dean Tross asked his female secretary, who carefully assessed his attire. They spared no effort to ensure the dean's dignified appearance. If Fang Mo were to see the dean now, he would be astonished. Dean, your attire exudes nobility and grandeur, perfectly reflecting your respect for the Duke, she replied. Excellent. The Duke's return to the Academy and his upcoming speech will be remarkable. This was one of the conditions Fang Mo and I agreed upon. Now, with Fang Mo's illustrious reputation, his lecture at St. Laurent will surely elevate our Academy's prestige. Dean Tross exclaimed with excitement. After all, the Duke is also an alumnus of St. Laurent Advanced Interstellar Academy, a fact that fills us with pride. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Li Mingpeng was busy grooming himself. I must make a good impression this time, so those tall beauties will be captivated by me. Very soon, the Academy's port was packed with people. Students and teachers gathered, many female students holding flowers and gifts, hoping to catch the Duke's eye. Among the crowd was a familiar figure, Su Momo, who had once been the object of Fang Mo's affection. Now, the gap between them seemed insurmountable. From initial regret to current inferiority, she understood that an ordinary girl like her could never deserve someone as dazzling as Fang Mo. She just wanted to see Fang Mo again, to see what kind of person he had become. However, at that moment, a discordant commotion arose from the crowd. Why are you pushing? Get to the back! A burly male student shouted at another boy trying to squeeze to the front. Do you know who I am? Push me, and you'll get a beating. All right, Fang Mo's brother. Just you wait, retorted the boy who had been late and missed a good spot. Li Mingpeng. Ha ha ha, and I'm Fang Mo's father, the burly student scoffed in reply. Meanwhile, the Qianlin Legion had arrived at the Academy port. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the massive interstellar battleships bearing the Fire Phoenix insignia, utterly astonished. This is incredible. Classmates, why doesn't the Qianlin Legion have any S2 class interstellar battleships? I can't see any either. Does this Legion not have a single S2 class battleship? Oh my god. It must be. Look at that colossal dragon-like super interstellar battleship in the center of the Qianlin Legion. Wow, it's magnificent. I've never seen such a gigantic ship. Yes, and those cannons are enormous. I love it, exclaimed an excited female student. Many students and teachers took out their phones to record videos, wanting to capture this significant moment. Fang Mo and his 6 Fireguard Knights arrived at the Academy's port. Dean Tross and other senior members of the Academy greeted them with beaming smiles. Seeing the familiar sight of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy, Fang Mo couldn't help but shout, I'm back. Dean Tross, filled with excitement, addressed him as Your Highness and expressed the Academy's honor. Fang Mo smiled and nodded, feeling a surge of emotion. It had only been 6 months since he last parted with the Dean, yet so much had changed. The world is full of unexpected twists. Dean, your warm welcome is truly touching, Fang Mo said with a smile. You've gone to great lengths, and I'm very grateful. The female secretary beside him explained that the number of attendees had been restricted. Otherwise, the venue wouldn't have been able to accommodate everyone. Fang Mo looked around but didn't see Li Mingpeng. Dean, have you seen Li Mingpeng? I came specifically to pick him up, Fang Mo asked. The dean looked slightly puzzled, realizing that Fang Mo's primary reason for the visit was to fetch Li Mingpeng, not to see him. Just then, Li Mingpeng struggled through the crowd, his once neat hair now a mess. Hey, Fang Mo, I'm here. Li Mingpeng waved at Fang Mo. Fang Mo, with his keen senses, immediately spotted him and walked over, as the crowd parted to make way. Wow, your hairstyle is quite unique. Who designed it? Fang Mo teased as he looked Li Mingpeng up and down. Haha, that's not important. Fang Mo, your troops look impressive. Li Mingpeng quickly shifted the conversation to ease the awkwardness. How about I take you on a tour of my starship later? At that moment, Dean Tross approached. Your Highness, since you're here, it would be wonderful if you could give a speech to inspire the students, he said with a smile. Fang Mo remembered his promise to return every 3 years to give a lecture. Since he was back, he decided to fulfill that commitment. He then led Li Mingpeng and the Academy's senior members to the large auditorium. Su Momo watched Fang Mo's figure fade into the distance, perhaps realizing that they might not cross paths again. In the auditorium, Fang Mo stood alone on the stage. In the front row sat the dean and senior members of the Academy, followed by teachers from all grades, and then a sea of students. The vast hall could accommodate 50,000 people, but Fang Mo estimated that there were at least 100,000 present. Teachers, students, hello everyone. I'm Fang Mo. His voice echoed through the hall. The previously lively atmosphere immediately quieted down. I was once a student at St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy, just like you. I studied Starship Command, and I believe many of you have chosen the same path. However, when it comes to Starship Command, fleet operations, and even Legion tactics, my abilities were actually quite average. During this challenging year, Fang Mo has faced countless battles, confronting severe economic crises and relentless gunfire. Each victory brought him a sense of triumph, but the enemies seemed to multiply endlessly. Despite this, he steadfastly faced the harsh reality, warning his students to be prepared for the merciless whims of fate. Fang Mo's gaze was resolute and determined, as if conveying to each student his deep regard for justice and family. At a royal banquet, Fang Mo and his friendly Mingpeng attended together. Along the way, Li Mingpeng's antics with the starship system were both amusing and exasperating. Despite this, their camaraderie and friendship were irreplaceable. Fang Mo handed Li Mingpeng a vial of S2 grade super soldier gene serum, hoping to enhance his physical abilities. However, the serum's side effects caused Li Mingpeng excruciating pain, while Fang Mo couldn't help but chuckle. After enduring the pain, Li Mingpeng emerged stronger, seemingly able to take down a tiger with a single punch, showcasing newfound combat prowess. This humorous and sincere interaction highlighted their unbreakable bond of friendship. Fang Mo eagerly adjusted his outfit, making sure everything was neat and tidy. His heart was racing with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation, much like a child eager to open a gift. The Imperial Capital Star gradually came into view, and the massive Imperial Starport looked especially grand under the sunlight. At this moment, Fang Mo's emotions surged like a tidal wave, filled with boundless anticipation for what was to come. The Imperial Starport commander widened his eyes as the Qinlan fleet approached from the distance, causing his heart to race. He immediately relayed the message to the port governor. Governor, the Qinlan Legion you have been expecting is about to arrive at the port. What? They're here so soon? Notify the welcoming team right away and prepare to receive His Highness the Duke. The governor stood up hurriedly, straightening his uniform, his anxiety evident. Within 10 minutes, the governor of the Imperial Star led a 100-member honor guard to the port to welcome Fang Mo, and Li Mingpeng walked steadily towards them, followed closely by the Flaming Guardians. The governor eagerly stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Highness, I am here on the Marshal's orders to welcome you. Fang Mo glanced at the grand welcoming party and smiled slightly, remaining calm and composed. Thank you, Governor. Please lead us to the Imperial City, Fang Mo said warmly, then led the group on their journey. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of the Imperial City. It was Li Mingpeng's first time entering the city, and he was awestruck by the flying vehicles, bustling streets, and the majestic city walls. The perfect blend of technology and gardens was breathtaking. Amo, this city is truly magnificent. Overlooking the entire city, the Imperial City is a sight to behold. Oh, I see. The whole Imperial Star is the Imperial City, just divided into districts, Li Mingpeng marveled, expressing his admiration for Fang Mo. Suddenly, he noticed a group of stunningly beautiful noblewomen in the distance. Excitedly, he tugged at Fang Mo's arm and gestured towards them. Mo, look over there. Those noblewomen are absolutely stunning, tall and gorgeous. Fang Mo looked at Li Mingpeng with a helpless smile and teased. Do you want me to get their contact information for you? Li Mingpeng laughed heartily, replying, That would be fantastic. Though I'm not sure if they'd be interested in me. As they were talking, Major General Marcus hurriedly approached with his guards. Your Highness, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Marcus said, out of breath from rushing over. Fang Mo introduced him. This is my good brother, Li Mingpeng. He will be joining us at the royal banquet tonight. Marcus smiled and greeted Li Mingpeng. Hello, Mr. Li. I am a loyal supporter of His Highness. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Mingpeng responded excitedly. Hello, hello. The pleasure is mine. Feeling a bit nervous in the presence of the high-ranking officer, he quickly invited Fang Mo to proceed to the banquet. Fang Mo nodded and led the group into the palace banquet hall. Inside the hall, music filled the air, and there was a lively atmosphere with ministers toasting each other in celebration. The Duke of Qianlin has arrived, a eunuch announced loudly, and the room instantly fell silent. The emperor gestured to his left, and the music abruptly stopped. Fang Mo, accompanied by Li Mingpeng, walked to the center of the banquet hall and respectfully saluted the emperor. Your Majesty, may you live a long and prosperous life. Li Mingpeng, overwhelmed with excitement and nervousness at seeing the emperor of the sacred dragon empire for the first time, knelt in reverence. Greetings, Your Majesty. This is my dear friend, Li Mingpeng. I have brought him along to attend the royal banquet with me, and I hope you do not mind. Haha, this is the first time you've brought an outsider, Imoer. Since he is your friend, he is one of our own. Come, let them be seated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Immediately, two maidservants led Fang Mo to the most prestigious seat on the emperor's left, while Li Mingpeng was given a seat next to Fang Mo. The emperor signaled to his left, and the music and dance performances filled the hall. Imoer, you have rendered great service to the Shanglong Empire's victory. Do you have any wishes? The emperor asked, looking at Fang Mo. Your Majesty, I have merely fulfilled my duty and dare not seek rewards. I only wish for the empire to thrive and prosper for eternity, Fang Mo replied respectfully, bowing to the emperor. Ha ha ha. May the nation be peaceful and the empire everlasting. Come, ministers, let us raise our glasses to toast the duke, the emperor said, rising from his seat. Instantly, all the officials stood up and raised their glasses in salute. To our invincible duke, who commands respect across the seas. The officials shouted in unison, toasting Fang Mo. Fang Mo stood up, looked around, and raised his glass. May your Majesty's reign be as enduring as the heavens, and may the Shanglong Empire last forever. He then drank with everyone present. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. In truth, they had been under immense pressure over the years. First, the emperor's prolonged illness left state affairs unattended. Then, external threats kept them on edge. Now, they could finally relax and enjoy the night's festivities. Li Mingpeng was so awestruck by the grandeur of the scene that he nearly dropped his chicken leg. So this is how magnanimous our officials are. So this is how generous the emperor is. And my brother Fang Mo is held in such high esteem. At this moment, General Naik strode towards Fang Mo's seat. Your Grace, I toast to you, General Naik declared. All right, let's drink heartily. Gulp, gulp. Magnificent. Ha ha ha. General Naik laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Fang Mo. Your Grace, I also toast to you. Chancellor Zhang approached Fang Mo, smiling. All right, gulp, gulp. Then, various officials who had interacted with Fang Mo came forward to toast him. If it weren't for the super soldier gene serum he had taken, Fang Mo might have been overwhelmed by now. As Fang Mo began to feel slightly tipsy, the Empress, the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the little princess arrived at the banquet. The Empress took the prime seat to the Emperor's right, while the other princes and princess sat at nearby tables. Imoer, I didn't expect you to have such an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Truly remarkable. The Empress praised. Fang Mo felt a surge of pride upon hearing the Empress's compliment. Haha, Your Majesty flatters me. Today, the princes and the princess are also here. You all should get along well. Fang Mo awkwardly said, and then the Empress turned to the two princes and the little princess. You should learn from Imoer. He's only 17. Understand? Yes, mother. They answered in unison. The fourth and fifth princes then approached Fang Mo with their wine glasses. Brother, this is our first meeting. We've heard of your great achievements. Let's have a drink together. Yes, brother. You must tell us your stories. Both princes, now in their 30s, genuinely admired Fang Mo. Not only had he defeated the Interstellar Alliance, but even the princes were in awe of him. You're too kind. Let's have a drink together to mark our first meeting. Fang Mo said with a smile. Yes, let's do it, brothers. The three of them downed their drinks in one go. Ha ha ha, brother. You're not only brave on the battlefield but also quite the drinker. They continued complimenting each other. Excuse me, I'm not good with alcohol, so I'll toast with tea instead, the little princess said with a blush, raising her teacup. The two princes exchanged glances and tactfully returned to their seats. It was clear to everyone that the princess had feelings for Fang Mo. Princess, We haven't seen each other for a while. How have you been? Fang Mo asked with concern. Thanks to you. Ever since father recovered, I've been very happy. That's wonderful to hear. I wish you continued beauty and happiness in everything, Fang Mo said, raising his glass. The princess took a small sip of her tea. Strange, princess, you're blushing? Fang Mo asked puzzledly, only to get a playful slap from Li Mingpeng. Brother, how can you be so dense? Can't you see the princess likes you? Fang Mo smiled awkwardly. Sigh, it's my fault for not teaching you this skill, Li Mingpeng said, feigning regret. Are you out of your mind? Fang Mo teased Li Mingpeng. Suddenly, Li Mingpeng whispered to Fang Mo, Idiot, the princess likes you, and you're asking why she's blushing? Fang Mo was momentarily stunned, then looked at the princess and finally understood. Oh, I see. Fang Mo thought to himself. Ah Peng, stop joking. The princess is 3 years older than me, Fang Mo said, feeling a bit troubled. Haha, haven't you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a treasure? Li Mingpeng teased. The princess, seeing Fang Mo's awkward expression, felt embarrassed and hurriedly left. Go after her. What are you waiting for? Li Mingpeng urged immediately. This? Fang Mo hesitated. The emperor and empress exchanged a knowing glance. Emperor, your friend seems quite sharp. What's his background? Asked the emperor. Your Majesty, my friendly Mingpeng is the young master of Tianshan Trading Group, from a family of merchants. I see. Since he's your friend, we shouldn't be too rude. Let's grant him the title of Earl, the emperor said. Your Majesty, this? Fang Mo was taken aback. What? Are you not pleased? The emperor asked. Fang Mo immediately pulled Li Mingpeng over. After receiving the title of Earl from the emperor, Li Mingpeng felt a bit dizzy. Such an honor had come so suddenly. He thanked His Majesty profusely, filled with gratitude. Originally, he had just gone along to join in the fun, never expecting to be awarded such a noble title. It was almost unbelievable. He laughed heartily, feeling as if he had soared into the heavens. At the grand banquet, Li Mingpeng gathered with the guests, drinking and chatting merrily for 3 whole hours. Suddenly, a messenger rushed into the hall, reporting urgently, we have just received a battle report from the Sky Blue Star region. There has been a massive Zerg invasion, and they urgently need reinforcements. Requesting support. Upon hearing this news, Li Mingpeng's mood instantly turned grave. At the banquet, the emperor and his ministers were visibly shocked upon hearing the messenger's report. The Zerg had chosen this moment to invade the Sky Blue Starfield, leaving them puzzled and worried. Fang Mo clearly remembered that the Sky Blue Starfield was under the command of Qin Shanhe. Given Qin Shanhao's formidable strength, they had assumed the Zerg crisis would be easily resolved. Why, then, was there an urgent call for help from the capital? Could it be that Commander Qin was unable to handle a mere Zerg threat? The emperor, puzzled, inquired further within the palace. According to Commander Qin's report, the scale of this Zerg invasion was staggering, numbering in the billions and including a level 5 Zerg queen and several level 4 Zerg lords. They had swiftly overrun 3 star systems in the Sky Blue Starfield upon their arrival. The music and dancing at the banquet abruptly stopped, and everyone was stunned by the messenger's report. Some timid ministers even collapsed to the ground in fear. At that moment, a few wine glasses accidentally fell and shattered. Faced with the appearance of a level 5 Zerg queen, the emperor himself stood up in fright. Fang Mo was bewildered, not understanding why everyone was so panicked. He tried to reassure the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, I have dealt with the Zerg before and found them not too difficult. The emperor's expression darkened as he looked at Fang Mo and said, Emperor, the Zerg you faced were only level 3, which are not much of a threat. But a level 5 Zerg queen is a cataclysmic existence. Please understand. From level 4 Zerg lords onward, their combat power increases significantly. When such Zerg appear, they are often accompanied by millions of drones, against which a regular Imperial regiment stands no chance. To defeat a level 4 Zerg lord, one must deploy 10 times their number in troops. A level 5 Zerg queen, however, is the nightmare of all interstellar nations. Historical records state that the Bedoya's empire, which had 18 starfields, was completely conquered within a year by a Zerg queen 1,200 years ago. There are almost no battle records against a Zerg queen because everyone who encountered her perished in combat. The more the emperor spoke, the more terrified he became, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Marshal Ko also expressed his concern. This time, our Holy Dragon Empire is in real trouble. Fang Mo then recalled the events of a year ago. His home planet, his father, and his loved ones were all lost in a Zerg invasion. The painful memories surged back, causing him to close his eyes, with scenes of his family dying at the hands of the Zerg flashing through his mind. Around Fang Mo, a wave of dark energy began to form. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes glowing blue, with tears streaming down. He looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, leave these vile Zerg to me. With that, Fang Mo resolutely left the banquet, pulling Li Mingpeng towards the battlefield. The emperor stared in shock as Fang Mo walked away, his mind reeling. Wow, this is god-level dark energy, he exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, host, on receiving a temporary mission. The mission is to exterminate the insect swarm in the Sky Blue Star region and personally kill the insect queen. The time limit is 3 months, and the reward is the Heart of Valor. The system added, due to the host's initiative exceeding the system's expectations, future missions will no longer impose penalties. The system is proud of your actions. Li Mingpeng sensed Fang Mo's displeasure and stopped joking. Upping, I'm sorry we can't have fun in the Imperial Capital Star. Once I complete the mission, we'll meet again. Fang Mo replied with a hint of regret, as he had hoped to explore the Imperial Capital Star with Li Mingpeng. However, Li Mingpeng reassured him, no need to apologize between brothers. The people of the Empire are waiting for you to save them. Go now, but make sure to come back safely. He patted Fang Mo's shoulder, and Fang Mo understood his sentiment. Don't worry, I'll return victorious. Fang Mo replied confidently. A Phoenix Guard approached him, and he instructed, arrange for Opping to be sent back to the academy. The Phoenix Guard responded, yes, your highness. As Li Mingpeng followed the Phoenix Guard, he turned back and shouted, Mu, make sure to come back safely. Fang Mo nodded towards him. Soon after, the Qinlan fleet of the Imperial Capital Star appeared in a flash of white light on the Qinlan main star. Fang Mo immediately convened all Phoenix Guards and personnel of captain rank and above in the main conference room of the main star. He instructed Qin Yu, since we reclaimed the chaotic Betty star, we have obtained the final ingredient for the S4 level super soldier gene serum. Fang Mo held a vial of deep blue serum, the S4 level super soldier gene serum he had personally crafted. In addition, he had mass-produced 30,000 doses of the S2 level super soldier gene serum. 30 minutes later, Fang Mo pushed a cart into the conference room, which was already packed. Present were all the officers of captain rank and above from the Qinlan Legion, including the centurions of the Qinlan Interstellar Army. The room was filled with over 30,000 people. Qin Yu reported to Fang Mo, Your Highness, everyone is present. Fang Mo stepped onto the podium and scanned the crowd. In the front row sat Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, Naz, and 6 squad leaders of the Phoenix Guards. He announced, there are 2 things to announce at this meeting of all personnel of captain rank and above. The crowd immediately focused on Fang Mo, who was not only their supreme leader but also their spiritual guide, someone who could help them overcome any hardship. Fang Mo continued, the first thing is to reward everyone for their dedication. I have prepared a gift for you all, and I hope you'll like it. He then clapped a few times, and 4 Phoenix Guards brought out boxes filled with gifts. At the commencement of the Phoenix Guard ceremony, Fang Modeo distributed a gift to each participant present. Except for those who had already used the S2 level super gene serum, everyone else received a vial of light blue liquid. Fang Modeo observed the puzzled expressions on their faces, secretly anticipating their reactions. He knew that everyone had heard about the formidable power of the Phoenix Guards by his side, and this blue serum was the secret behind it. Drink it, and you too can become incredibly powerful like the guards. The tens of thousands in the conference room were astonished, never expecting His Highness to generously bestow such precious treasures. Without hesitation, the officers downed the blue potion. Immediately, those who hadn't taken the potion watched as their comrades who had ingested it fell to the ground in agony, clutching their heads and screaming. With furrowed brows, they wondered what kind of potion His Highness had given them. However, after just over 20 minutes, those who had endured the torment miraculously returned to normal, though covered in foul-smelling blood. Despite the excruciating pain they endured, and 20 minutes later, the pain vanished, leaving them feeling invigorated. Fang Mo explained once more, after taking the potion, you need to take a bath. Upon hearing Fang Mo's explanation, the remaining officers unhesitatingly drank the potion. As officers, they needed to make decisive choices, and Fang Mo's explanation left no room for doubt. 20 minutes later, everyone had recovered and knelt before Fang Mo, pledging their undying loyalty to His Highness. Their eyes burned with fervor. Next, I have a second matter to discuss. Fang Mo's voice boomed as he gazed at the crowd of over 30,000. Many of us survived the insect plague in the Qinlan Galaxy. Our loved ones and friends were brutally slain by the insectoids. I vowed to eradicate them all. Today, I have learned that the Tianlan starfield is under invasion by a level 5 insectoid queen. This will be a brutal battle, but as officers of the Qinlan Legion, you possess fearless hearts. Our compatriots are suffering under the insectoid onslaught. So what will we do? Fang Mo's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the crowd. Exterminate the insectoids, save our compatriots. Over 30,000 voices shouted in unison, their cries shaking the heavens. The conference room echoed with their deafening roars. Follow me to battle, Fang Mo commanded, raising his hand. Instantly, countless beams of light descended from the sky, transporting all the Legion members to their respective starships. This feature would make future planetary invasions more convenient. Only the Fiery Guard and a few department heads remained in the conference room. Minar and Ijing looked at Fang Mo with eyes full of admiration. Minar, don't forget to have these 30,000 officers take a bath, Fang Mo reminded. Yes, Your Highness, Minar respectfully responded. Return to your posts. This battle will be tough. Fang Mo gestured for them to leave. Ijing, Minar, and the others promptly exited the conference room. Fang Mo's gaze fell upon the remaining 131 fiery guards, among whom was Su Lear. Lear, I'm afraid I can't take you this time. Su Lear lowered her head in disappointment. I promise to take you next time, Fang Mo gently reassured her. Okay, brother Fang Mo, make sure you and the fiery guards defeat the enemy. Su Lear said tearfully. We'll come back safely. The fiery guards smiled at Su Lear. Despite her youth, she was sensible and sincere, never causing trouble. The 130 fiery guards had come to see her as a sister. Tang Ling gently stroked Lear's head and said softly, Be good. Sister will take you to eat something delicious when I come back. Lear nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with trust and dependence on her sister. At this moment, Fang Mo suddenly took out a box and revealed 131 vials of dark blue serum inside. He generously announced, These are S4 grade super soldier gene serums prepared for everyone. Tang Ling hesitantly asked, Your Highness, are you planning to give Lear this serum too? Fang Mo smiled and explained, Lear is still too young. We'll start enhancing her with S2 grade serums when she grows older. This extra one is for myself. Come on, everyone, take yours. The group eagerly took the serums and drank them all at once. Fang Mo also consumed his vial without hesitation. Immediately, he felt as if he were plunged into an ice cave, with sharp pains shooting through his brain. He realized that the S4 grade super soldier gene serum not only enhanced physical strength, but also focused on improving mental and cognitive abilities. Su Lear watched the flame guards and Fang Missouri close their eyes, their faces contorted in pain, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet not one of them made a sound. After more than 30 minutes of torment, Fang Mo was the first to recover, a faint blue energy emanating from his body. Gradually, the other flame guards also emerged from their discomfort, each surrounded by a blue aura. Although their energy fields and strength were not as intense as Fang Mo's, every single one of them emitted a blue glow. Fang Mo sensed that all 130 flame guards had awakened their latent powers, and their energy was quite formidable. It turned out that the S4 grade super soldier gene serum primarily aimed to stimulate brain and mental potential. Tang Ling exclaimed in admiration, Amazing! I can feel the energy in the air. Qin Yu echoed, We can feel it too. The group began to harness their newfound energy, delighted to discover that they had all awakened latent abilities. Fang Mo shared some dark energy skills and encouraged everyone to practice regularly, emphasizing that they could communicate telepathically. This ability would be an invincible asset in team battles. Although the physical enhancement this time was only about twice the original, Fang Mo could personally feel his transformation. Already adept in dark energy, this new enhancement brought his abilities to a subtle new level. He could even sense the consciousness of the Emperor in the Imperial Capital Star, despite being separated by several star systems. Fang Mo realized that his dark energy had much more potential to be unlocked, particularly in sensing the various elements of the Qianlin Prime Star. He could even perceive the distant swarm battlefield in the Tianlan star system. This leap in life level left Fang Mo deeply moved. He slowly opened his eyes, blue light flickering within them, and announced, Brothers and sisters, let's show our true strength. Immediately, a white pillar of light descended, signaling the imminent arrival of a great battle. In the Rod Star system within the Blue Sky sector of the Saint Dragon Empire, Commander Qin Shanha led 50 Imperial legions in a fierce battle against the swarm. The situation was dire as the enemy's numbers continued to swell, resulting in heavy casualties on their side. Qin Shanha frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. He inquired about updates from the Central Command and learned that they were urgently mobilizing 100 Imperial legions for reinforcement, but it would take 2 days for them to arrive. 2 days was too long. Qin Shanha sighed deeply, realizing that the 50 legions under his command could hold out for at most 1 day. He immediately ordered a message to be sent to the Central Command, urging them to dispatch more legions as quickly as possible, insisting they arrive within a day. His anxiety grew, feeling that time was running out. He looked out at the star map of the Blue Sky sector, where vast swathes of the star systems had turned red, evidence of the swarm's rampage everywhere. Less than a third of the territory remained blue. The rest had been overrun by the swarm. The immense losses in just 2 days weighed heavily on Qin Shanha, and he understood that even with reinforcements, it would only temporarily stave off annihilation. Facing a swarm of billions led by a level 5 Zerg Queen, he felt powerless. The 50 legions before him were barely holding back a small portion of the swarm led by level 4 Zerg Lords, already at their limit. News from the Central Command indicated they could assemble 40 Imperial legions to arrive within a day, with the remaining 60 arriving the next day. Qin Shanha nodded, fully aware of the situation. However, an officer rushed in to report that their casualties were mounting, and they might not hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Enraged, Qin Shanha slammed his fist on the command table, refusing to accept that they couldn't hold for a day. Suddenly, another report came in, indicating another wave of tens of millions of Zerg was heading their way, worsening the situation. He ordered the frontline legions to fight to the death and hold out until reinforcements arrived. At this moment, under unbearable pressure, Qin Shanha was extremely anxious. Another urgent report arrived, stating that the incoming wave also included Zerg lords and many high-level Zerg units. Qin Shanha urgently requested to see the frontline battle status. He observed that the reinforcing Zerg wave also contained a Zerg lord, accompanied by numerous level 3 and level 4 Zerg units, including Lord's Guards, Fire Devourers, and Thunder Beasts, all formidable foes. Facing such a powerful enemy, Qin Shanha could only order his legions to delay the opposition as much as possible while prioritizing their safety. As the new wave of the swarm joined the battle, the damage rate of the 50 Imperial legions rapidly increased. Those S2 class starships without shields were almost instantly destroyed by the swarm. Even the ones with shields could only last a few minutes before their energy was depleted. "Sir, look at this," Qin Shanha, the commander, said as he saw the transmitted image from the communications officer. A gigantic Titan bug appeared on the screen, its size comparable to a moon. Its massive mouth could destroy any starship below S4 class in an instant. This type of bug was extremely tough, making it nearly impossible to kill quickly. Additionally, it had a biological sonic attack that could directly target the brains of other beings, causing them to lose their will to resist. "Order all legions to retreat immediately. We cannot contend with this," Qin Shanha commanded urgently. "Commander, we might not be able to escape. They've surrounded us," responded one of the officers. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the giant Titan bug unleashed a sonic attack. The soldiers of the Imperial legions, affected by the sonic waves, heard a constant buzzing in their heads. Many clutched their heads in fear, unable to continue fighting the swarm. Qin Shanha's face contorted in pain, but his strong willpower kept him from succumbing to the sonic attack. He fought to keep his mind and consciousness unaffected. Another wave of sonic attack from the Titan bug shattered the mental defenses of all the Imperial soldiers. Even Qin Shanha fell to his knees. If one had a telescope, they could see two Zerg lords in the depths of the swarm, looking at the 50 Imperial legions with sinister smiles. The Zerg lords were chuckling, toying with the Imperial forces. Although the Zerg queen had ordered them to annihilate the Imperial legions, the method was left to their discretion. They intended to torment the legions before utterly destroying them. "Commander, let's surrender. I can't take it anymore," the communications officer shouted, clutching his head. Qin Shanha, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth. "Damn these Zerg, treating us like playthings. Just like a cat plays with a mouse before killing it. Our legions are the mice." After a brief moment of torment, one of the Zerg lords screeched, and the swarm immediately charged at the defenseless Imperial legions. "Send a final message to the Imperial Central Command," Qin Shanha declared. "I apologize to the Holy Dragon Empire and its people. If there's a next life, I will be a Holy Dragon citizen again." His face was filled with resolute determination, ready to face death. He then personally took to the communication platform and addressed all the legions. "All Imperial soldiers who still have the will to fight, stand up. Even if you have to self-destruct your starships, take these damn bugs down with you." Following his order, the remaining Imperial starships began charging into the swarm and self-destructing. The entire battlefield was filled with scenes of starships exploding. Those damned insectoids. The protagonist is determined to protect his homeland, willing to make the insectoids pay even if it costs him everything. He stands up fearlessly to face the invasion. "Insectoids, do you still think you can continue your rampage?" The protagonist displays unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, vowing to fight for justice and his home. At the same time, he feels guilty for his shortcomings towards the sacred dragon but is filled with deep love for his children. As a series of starships self-destruct, the battlefield in the starry sky is suddenly illuminated. In this critical moment, 10 fleets bearing the Fire Phoenix emblem appear like lightning on the battlefield. Leading this fleet, the protagonist is determined to eradicate the insectoids once and for all. On the battlefield, 5,000 quantum lasers swept through the insect swarm like a violent storm. The advanced insect troops were instantly shattered into pieces, and the massive Titan insect was left covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Its agonizing roars were deafening. Qin Shanha watched the sudden appearance of the Fire Phoenix Legion with a hint of surprise. The Qinlin Legion had come to support him. Staring at the young man in the video, Qin Shanha said, "It's up to you now." The young man responded, "Rest assured, Your Highness." Qin Shanha's face grew solemn as he sighed inwardly. Fang Mo, seeing Qin Shanha's pale face, was filled with emotion. He said to Qin Shanha, "I will avenge you. Don't worry." Qin Shanha nodded heavily and ended the communication. Intelligence indicated that the insect swarm comprised over 24 million insects, including 2 insect lords and several advanced combat insects. Fang Mo ordered Minar, "It's up to you now." Minar respectfully replied, "Your Highness." He commanded the Qinlin Legion to immediately fill the gaps left by the Imperial Legion and protect their allies. The Star Carrier released drones for free fire. 500 sniper ships targeted the massive Titan insects. The Qinlin Legion quickly sprang into action. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, the Imperial Legion felt a glimmer of hope for survival. They had lost their will to fight and retreated to the Qinlin Legion's formation. The Qinlin Legion's fleets and drone swarms began a relentless bombardment, and the battle grew intense. Fang Mo watched intently as the system points continued to climb. The 2 insect lords within the swarm were bewildered by the might of the Qinlin Legion. They ordered the swarm to launch suicidal charges, and the massive Titan insect attempted another attack. However, the moment it opened its mouth, 5,000 quantum lasers pierced through its body, killing it instantly. The insect lords were furious, realizing they had thoroughly provoked their enemy. This Titan insect, a blade entrusted to them by the insect queen, had been destroyed by their opponent. Even if they won this battle, they would face the insect queen's wrath. Raising this Titan insect had not only been costly but also time-consuming. The insect queen had brought only 3 Titan insects for this invasion. Both sides engaged in fierce combat, attacking without restraint. Fang Mo noticed that his S3 class starship was losing ground against the advanced insects, highlighting the terrifying strength of the swarm. It was remarkable that the Imperial Legion had managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The 2 insect lords at the rear needed to be dealt with first. Minar ordered again, watching as one Qinlin fleet starship after another fell. If the attrition continued, even a victory would be Pyrrhic. The swarm of over 24 million insects could deplete most of the Qinlin Legion starships. The Qinlin starships concentrated their firepower, intercepting the swarms of insects attacking from all directions. The intensity of the battle skyrocketed, with each blast obliterating large clusters of the insect horde. The Imperial Legion stood behind the Qinlin fleet, staring in stunned silence at the horrific scene before them, the bloodshed comparable to a vision of hell. Suddenly, a blinding light streaked across the sky, as dazzling as a miniature sun. The thousands of insects attempting to surround the starship found their efforts futile. Neither their claws nor their venom could inflict any damage. This ship possessed a 60-second absolute defense, impervious to any form of attack. Wielding a massive electromagnetic hammer, it struck the surrounding insects with relentless force, shattering them instantly without exception. In the distance, 2 Zerg lords let out piercing screeches, furious at this invincible combat display. Minar spotted the Zerg lords, but they were surrounded by numerous level 4 guardian insects, preventing the sniper fleet from targeting them. Fang Mo realized they needed a way to lure away these high-level guardians. He looked at the anxious Minar, understanding she was out of ideas. "Minar, do you want to draw away those high-level guardian insects?" Fang Mo asked. Minar looked at him in surprise, unable to imagine what solution Fang Mo might have for this situation. "Leave it to me. Have the sniper fleet ready to target the Zerg lords," Fang Mo said calmly. Minar hesitated, filled with both anticipation and unease. "Your Highness, what are you planning to?" she started to ask, but Fang Mo had already begun to reveal his plan. As the commander of the Qinlin Legion, Minar found herself perplexed in dealing with these elite guardian bugs, despite her extensive experience in countless battles. She couldn't think of a better tactic to resolve the current predicament. However, Fang Mo demonstrated extraordinary abilities. He softly said, "Minar, let me handle these guardian bugs." He planned to use dark energy to disrupt the commands of the Zerg lords, manipulating the dark energy field to issue movement orders to the elite guardian bugs. Once they moved away, an attack could be launched immediately. Minar was taken aback upon hearing this. She had never heard of such a power, but Fang Mo's confidence filled her with hope. Fang Mo stood up, staring at the distant swarm of elite guardian bugs. He could sense the attack commands being issued by the Zerg lords, but they were too faint for him. His dark energy power far surpassed that of the Zerg. His eyes glowed blue, and the elite guardian bugs suddenly fell into disarray, causing confusion among the Zerg lords. Despite the Zerg lords intensifying their commands, the guardian bugs became increasingly chaotic. Eventually, the Zerg lords were forced to reveal their true identities. They had no choice but to show their real forms, facing Fang Mo's assault. One Zerg lord was defeated, while another was saved by a special Zerg. Fang Mo felt regret for not being able to defeat the Zerg lords outright. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the Zerg lords immediately sent part of the swarm to cover their retreat, while another part charged towards the Qinlin Legion. Fang Mo remarked on the cunning of the Zerg lords, who sacrificed their forces to buy time for their escape. He informed Minar that they were being held back, unable to catch up with the Zerg lords. Although they didn't achieve a complete victory, the Qinlan Legion still demonstrated a resilient fighting spirit. Minar sighed in resignation and said, "All right, let's deal with the remaining swarm first and address this issue later." The remaining 10 million insects, having lost their leader, began to charge forward chaotically. Despite their reckless behavior, their combat effectiveness was minimal. Under the powerful firepower of the Qinlan Legion, the enemy was completely annihilated in less than 4 hours. Qin Shanhe, the commander, along with other surviving members of the Imperial Legion, witnessed the entire battle. Even after more than 4 hours, they were still struggling to recover from their shock. Suddenly, Qin Shanhe's communication wristband buzzed. He answered the call and heard, "Commander Qin, half of the swarm managed to escape. This was my oversight, but I won't let them get away. I'm requesting your assistance in handling the post-battle affairs." Qin Shanhe replied, all right, I'll do my best to assist. I never expected our legion to survive. If you need my help in the future, just ask, and I'll fully support you." He snapped out of his shock and sincerely promised Fang Mo his support. Fang Mo sensed Qin Shanhe's genuine intent and knew he was not just offering empty words. Fang Mo politely ended the call and began the post-battle cleanup. An hour later, the battle damage report was out. In this battle, we lost 121 S-3 class starships, 23 S-4 class starships, 3,620 drones, and suffered 114,402 casualties with 156,201 lightly and heavily injured. We destroyed 16.2 million insectoids, translating to a value of over 420 billion star coins. Fang Mo read the report and closed his eyes in deep thought. Although the loss of starships was not severe, the six-figure casualty number weighed heavily on his mind. He vowed that these detestable insectoids would eventually be eradicated. The news of the victory quickly spread throughout the imperial capital Star. The Central Military Command and the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared that if even Fang Mo's Qinlan fleet failed, who in the Holy Dragon Empire could stand against the insectoids? But Fang Mo did not disappoint them. Instead, he provided a morale boost, reducing the fear of the insectoids. At least, the insectoids were not invincible. This news and battle footage soon reached the palaces of other nations. Kings and high-ranking officials from various countries watched the footage of the Qinlan Legion battling 20 million insectoids. Some nations, like the Mech Empire and the Eastern Treaty Union, were alarmed, while others were thrilled and loudly praised the victory. In the palace of the Eastern Treaty Union, the Dragon King set down the footage and gazed out at the vast starry sky. He worriedly thought, "The Holy Dragon Empire is so powerful, and our few nations are too weak. If the Holy Dragon Empire resolves the insectoid crisis and turns to attack the Interstellar Alliance countries, how will we withstand them? The gap in strength between our nations and the Holy Dragon Empire is widening. We can barely fend off level 4 insectoids now. Are we doomed to watch helplessly as the Holy Dragon Empire destroys us? All we can do now is hope that the insectoids cause some damage to the Holy Dragon Empire themselves." On the Azure Main Star, within the Sky Blue Star domain, this planet was once the most glorious life-bearing world in the Sky Blue Star region. But now, the entire planet is ravaged by the Zerg, with their spores contaminating the land. A massive Zerg lord trembles as it kneels before a humanoid Zerg figure, standing about 2 meters tall. This humanoid Zerg is clearly female, adorned in purple skin, with a human-like face and body, a prominent chest, long legs, and spiked wings on her back. She gazes coldly at the Zerg lord, instilling fear in its heart. The Zerg lord stammers and manages to emit a few hisses, attempting to speak. But the queen interrupts him coldly. "What? Are you trying to make excuses for your failure? Not only did you lose this battle, but you also wiped out over 10 million of my swarm, including the giant titan bugs under your command. Your leadership is truly baffling, huh?" The Zerg lord feels a chilling coldness wash over it, and can only kneel in submission. Without mercy, the queen waves her hand, instantly severing 2 of the Zerg lord's limbs with her sharp claws. The Zerg lord screams in agony. The queen says indifferently, "Considering your past loyalty, I will spare your life this time. But if you fail again, you won't need to return." The Zerg lord howls in pain and then goes to carry out the queen's orders. Shortly after, it returns with 10 humans and a starship. The queen smirks at the sight of the 10 humans, licking her seductive lips, and says, "Congratulations. You have been chosen to be my emissaries and granted your freedom. Your task is simple. Pilot this starship back to the human planet and tell them that the Zerg Queen awaits the arrival of the Phoenix Army on the Azure Main Star. If they dare to come, the Zerg Queen will face them. If they cower, they can hide in their nests and wait for death." Ha ha ha. The 10 humans tremble as they gaze at the Zerg Queen, filled with fear. They know this will be a perilous mission, but they also understand that they must complete it no matter what. 10 humans who escaped from the Azure Prime arrived at the Storm Star Cluster in just 3 days, delivering the Zerg Queen's message to the local planetary governor. This news quickly reached the imperial capital, where the emperor and a dozen ministers faced a significant challenge in the royal study. Your Majesty, I suggest we refrain from informing Prince Qianlin of this news for now, Prime Minister Zhang said with a furrowed brow. I understand your concerns, but delaying this will only lead to its eventual revelation. The Zerg Queen is well aware of the prince's strength, which is why she has chosen to confront him directly, preventing him from eliminating her swarms one by one. This is a ploy by the Zerg Queen. She knows the prince's capabilities and has opted for direct confrontation to provoke his fighting spirit. General Ku analyzed thoughtfully. Normally, we could gradually eradicate the swarms and eventually defeat the Zerg Queen, which, although time-consuming, would result in fewer losses. However, her direct challenge complicates the situation. The ministers all frowned, fully aware that failure to overcome this hurdle could spell the end for the entire Holy Dragon Empire. Everyone present, including the Emperor, would perish in the ensuing disaster. The Emperor sighed, feeling a deep sorrow that such a vast empire relied on a mere 17-year-old boy for salvation. Amidst the confusion, Major General Marcus stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe in Prince Qianlin. His voice was firm and powerful, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Minister Ma, I understand your faith in the prince, but facing such a massive swarm, we cannot afford blind optimism. Other ministers expressed their concerns, fearing that Marcus's trust might endanger the prince. Your Majesty, my lords, I'm not here to gamble with you. I firmly believe the prince has the ability to save the people of the Holy Dragon Empire from this crisis. Marcus's eyes were resolute, showing no fear. The royal study fell into silence as everyone turned their gaze to the Major General. Marcus continued, I trust Prince Qianlin. He has participated in numerous battles, each time surpassing our expectations. He has never sought anything in return, always contributing selflessly. Such a heroic young man is destined to save us. Then, Marcus presented a video of Fang Mo piloting an S-1 Swan-class interstellar destroyer in combat with the Zerg swarms, reigniting hope among those present. The S-1 class destroyer fought valiantly amidst swarms of insects, never retreating. This battle footage was specially made for Marcus by Commander Masno. At that time, Masno's legion was also involved in the battle. The Emperor and his ministers watched as the S-1 class starship, graceful like a swan, soared through the starry sky, continuously battling the surrounding insect swarms. Despite its hull being covered in scars, it persisted in the fight. The ministers conveyed Major General Marcus's suggestion to the Emperor, believing that Lord Fang Mo, or His Highness the Duke, is an individual who cannot be confined. He is like a true dragon, unrestrained even by the surrounding star nations. They couldn't predict Fang Mo's future path, but they believed he could defeat the Insect Queen. After listening, the Emperor and the ministers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a dozen ministers knelt before the Emperor, expressing their belief that His Highness would surely defeat the Insect Queen and requesting the Emperor to send a declaration of war. The Emperor, looking at their request, was hesitant. He had personal reservations about Fang Mo, preferring to risk the loss of the Imperial Legion rather than sending Fang Mo into battle. Ultimately, faced with a significant decision, the Emperor chose to trust Fang Mo. Suddenly, Fang Mo received a call on his communication bracelet in the Sky Blue Star region. An old minister congratulated His Highness the Duke on his victorious initial battle in the Battle of Rod, which was a joyful success. The communication featured Marshal Nak, whom Fang Mo deeply respected. Marshal Nak informed Fang Mo that they had received a challenge from the Insect Queen, planning a decisive battle on the Azure main star. However, they also learned that the Insect Queen was gathering her forces and suggested that Fang Mo avoid facing her hidden for now. Fang Mo was slightly surprised, realizing that the Insect Queen had so easily revealed her location and challenged him. He understood that his mission was to personally defeat the Insect Queen. Determined to showcase his strength, he felt that after his life-level transition, he could easily defeat any creature, even causing a planetary core explosion. Thanking the Marshal for the information, Fang Mo decided to accept the challenge and demonstrate his power. He ordered the Qianlin Legion to prepare for the upcoming battle, planning to issue the combat mission in an hour. Fang Mo smiled, thinking that since the Insect Queen had given him this opportunity, he would seize it. Minar, order the entire legion to prepare. We will issue the combat mission in 1 hour, Fang Mo instructed. He added with a confident smile, I will show her why the flowers are so red. Fang Mo stood before the Qianlin soldiers, ready to face the imminent decisive battle with the Zerg. This fight was destined to be arduous. Their previous encounter with a level 4 Zerg Lord had already caused some casualties, and now they were facing the challenge of a level 5 Zerg Queen. In a broadcast to the troops, Minar addressed them, emphasizing that this battle was unlike any before. It was a true test. The Zerg Queen had issued a challenge, and despite the thorny path ahead, they would stand united no matter the cost. Fang Mo brandished the sword of victory and solemnly vowed that as long as he lived, the Zerg would always be his enemy, and he swore to annihilate them. Then, the 10 Qianlin legions were transported to a massive planet, surrounded by countless swarms of Zerg. Fang Mo realized that the number of Zerg on this planet might exceed 1 billion, omnipresent and pervasive. Minar was assigned to command the fleet in the starry skies, while Fang Mo and Lei Hong prepared for ground combat on the planet. As they parted, Minar's eyes welled with tears. She knew the battle would come at a great cost, but as long as Fang Mo returned safely, their strength would endure. Fang Mo gave Minar a reassuring look and encouragement before leading the troops to activate the combat channel. All the soldiers raised their weapons, ready to face the swarming Zerg with high morale. Minar studied the landing sites and decided to launch an assault on a ruined city, as the city's shelters would be advantageous for their operations. The sniper fleet quickly prepared and aimed at the Zerg around the city, launching an attack. Thousands of quantum energy laser cannons fired simultaneously, obliterating the terrain around the city and decimating the enemy. The Zerg queen sat on her throne, witnessing the descending destructive force with a cruel smile. She awaited the arrival of Duke Fang Mo of Qianlin, filled with anticipation for this legendary young man. In just over a year, Fang Mo had risen from an ordinary civilian to a duke, defeating all neighboring enemy nations and becoming a legend spoken of by many. At this moment, she was surrounded by 3 Zerg lords, who were eagerly watching the target under attack. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Haha, you all have the chance to join the assault, but leave that enemy named Fang Mo to me, understood? The 3 Zerg lords began clamoring to be sent into battle, eager to defeat the invading Qianlin Legion. Not only would they gain the queen's favor, but they would also enjoy more spoils of war. As the Zerg queen spoke, tens of thousands of white beams instantly enveloped the besieged city. A thunderous boom echoed through the sky as Fang Mo and his team made a dazzling entrance. Zerg queen, Fang Mo, come with unstoppable force. Fang Mo's psychic presence spread instantly across the entire planet, reaching every Zerg. The queen's expression changed slightly. Fang Mo's psychic power was indeed formidable, just as the rumors said. Tama, Qilu, lead 100 million Zerg and a giant titan worm to attack the fleet in space. Rami, assist me in directing the ground forces against the enemy landing troops. The Zerg queen's face was stern. The 2 Zerg lords immediately led their guards towards space. Rami and his guards charged directly at Fang Mo's location. The Zerg queen licked her tantalizing tongue, feeling a thrill of anticipation. How much power would devouring Fang Mo grant her? Perhaps ascending to the Zerg Empress was no longer an unreachable dream, she thought with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, the Qianlin Legion was already in fierce combat with the Zerg vanguard. The roar of cannon fire filled the air like a torrential downpour. Report, Your Highness has successfully landed, but the enemy Zerg are launching a fierce assault on our troops. Very well, all fleets close formation and defend with full force. Just repel the enemy swarm. Cooperate with each other. Minar issued her combat orders, fully aware that the billions of advanced Zerg were not to be underestimated. She waited for the right moment, seeking an opportunity to strike at the enemy Zerg lords. 10 units of the Qianlin Legion were tightly surrounded by the Zerg swarm, with the sound of continuous cannon fire echoing within the encirclement. Report, the enemy Zerg's attack seems not to be intense. They are merely surrounding us. The communicator's report made Minar scrutinize the Zerg swarm ahead with suspicion. Why were they only surrounding us and not launching a full-scale attack? Why send only a small number of Zerg to probe? Could there be some hidden strategy at play? Minar was puzzled. Buzz buzz buzz. Waves of sound emanated from the rear of the Zerg swarm, quickly enveloping the entire Qianlin Legion. Affected soldiers clutched their heads in agony, screaming, while only the senior officers who had taken S2-grade genetic medicine could withstand the sonic assault. However, on a starship, a captain alone could not control the entire vessel. Minar watched as the bridge crew writhed in pain and suddenly realized that the Zerg had been waiting for this very moment. A sense of impending doom surged, posing a grave threat to Minar and the Qianlin Legion. Your Highness, we have failed you. Minar felt the crushing weight of despair for the first time. Could such a small group of Zerg really make her feel this hopeless? Was she still the commander-in-chief of the Qianlin Legion? However, Fang Mo's voice echoed in her mind, giving her confidence and strength. Your Highness, I'm here. You don't need to be afraid. The swarm is about to launch a full-scale attack. This is our chance. His voice conveyed comfort and encouragement, gradually dispelling Minar's fear. She understood that Fang Mo was communicating with her telepathically, having sensed the fear waves emitted by the giant Titan Zerg and reached out to her. Minar's eyes glowed blue, and all the soldiers of the Qianlin Legion suddenly felt a refreshing sensation in their minds, instantly erasing their fear and pain. Minar felt this coolness too, and the crew in her command room also quieted down and regained their composure. She immediately issued an announcement on the Legion channel. Comrades, His Highness has helped us overcome fear and pain. It's time to strike back. The soldiers, initially shocked, turned their surprise into anger, determined to annihilate the Zerg. Their eyes became resolute and unwavering, as if ready to sacrifice everything. Minar ordered all the Legion fleets to activate their star shields and launch a full-scale assault. The sniper fleet concentrated its firepower on the giant Titan Zerg. The two Zerg lords, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the Qinlan Legion, were caught off guard as all the starships suddenly counterattacked, breaking through the Zerg defenses. The Zerg lords were bewildered. They couldn't understand why the Qinlan Legion was retaliating when they should have been paralyzed by fear. The star carriers unleashed swarms of drones, attacking the Zerg without hesitation. The heavy strikes shattered the swarm. Meanwhile, the distant sniper fleet locked onto the giant Titan Zerg, launching thousands of energy laser cannons, obliterating it along with its escorting swarm. Enraged, the Zerg lords decided to fight in the most primitive way, launching an all-out assault. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the starry skies, neither yielding an inch. The starships that broke through the star shields charged into the swarm, self-destructing in the process. The once tormented Qinlan soldiers fought in the bloodiest manner, defending their honor with their lives. Tears streamed down Minar's face as she watched these fallen soldiers. They were once her warriors, their memories flashing through her mind. Rest assured, brothers and sisters, Fang Mo will avenge you. The two Zerg lords, seeing the Qinlan Legion's bravery, fearlessly ordered an attack. The air was filled with the roar of artillery and the shrill cries of battle. Despite the exceptional combat skills of the Qinlan soldiers, they struggled to fend off the billions of Zerg swarms. The Zerg only needed to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of their own to destroy one Qinlan starship. However, most of the destroyed starships were S3 and S4 class. The S5 class ships, with their thick star shields, could temporarily withstand the Zerg attacks. The scene shifted to the blue main planet where Fang Mo, Lei Hong, the Blazing Guards, and the Qinlan Interstellar Army fiercely engaged the Zerg. Sir, the radar has not yet detected the exact location of the Zerg Queen, Lei Hong reported. I can sense her presence. She is rapidly approaching and will be here in about 30 minutes, Fang Mo responded, using his dark energy awareness to perceive changes across the entire planet. The Zerg Queen's biological energy was significantly higher than the other Zerg, allowing him to quickly pinpoint her location. Should we wait for her to arrive, or take the initiative? Lei Hong asked. From a strategic standpoint, a cautious approach seemed best. However, Fang Mo disliked passive waiting. Out of the 20 Qinlan Interstellar Legions, leave 10 here to hold the line. I will lead the other 10 to intercept the Zerg Queen. Understood. Legions 11 through 20. Follow His Highness and ensure his safety. Got it? Lei Hong ordered. Each Qinlan Interstellar Legion had at least 10,000 warriors, not counting support personnel. Yes, we swear to protect His Highness. The Legion commanders responded in unison. 12 minutes later, Fang Mo looked ahead and saw wave after wave of Zerg swarming towards them. The ground and sky were filled with Zerg, and the Zerg Queen and another Zerg Lord appeared. They've split their forces. How foolish. The Zerg Queen sneered at the Qinlan Interstellar Army's tactics. In front of them stood a group of elite warriors clad in red-gold dark energy armor, each one a formidable fighter, tearing through the Zerg with ease. Some even ripped the Zerg apart with their bare hands. Whether in ranged or melee combat, these 100 warriors effortlessly crushed the Zerg. The Zerg Queen's cold gaze swept over these powerful warriors, secretly thinking they looked incredibly appetizing. Order the swarms to attack with full force and annihilate them, she commanded, plotting to devour the Blazing Guards. The Zerg Lord frantically relayed her orders. The airborne Zerg continuously sprayed venomous stingers and acid downwards, but most attacks were blocked by the Blazing Guards' dark energy shields. The few attacks that got through couldn't pierce their dark energy armor. Fang Mo looked up and locked eyes with the Zerg Queen. In an instant, they recognized each other's identity. Zerg Queen, I found you, Fang Mo declared. And I? You, Prince Fang Mo, she replied. The Zerg Queen's cold gaze locked onto Fang Mo suddenly. She let out a piercing scream, and a surge of powerful energy burst forth from her core. Destroy them with the swarm, she commanded, pointing at Fang Mo immediately. A group of specialized Zerg warriors charged at him. There were only a few hundred, but they were massive, as tall as elephants, with eyes glowing purple and bodies shielded by a purple aura. They were undoubtedly elite warriors of the Zerg. Just as they were about to pounce on Fang Mo, a group of flaming guards rushed out, intercepting the elite Zerg. A fierce battle ensued, with the chaos spreading to the surrounding swarm and interstellar soldiers, who were caught in the crossfire. The Zerg Queen watched as her elite guards were held off, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Such high-quality meat, she sneered. Then, she shouted towards Fang Mo, Prince Fang Mo, come and meet your fate. The Zerg Queen leaped into the air, surrounded by purple energy, ready to attack Fang Mo. Her flaming guards were pushed back by her energy as she launched her feathered spikes at Fang Mo's dark energy shield, causing a sharp clash. Fang Mo looked at the Zerg Queen, puzzled by her somewhat human-like appearance. He swung his sword, cutting through her spikes, and thrust it towards her head. The queen quickly raised an energy shield, but the sword pierced through, narrowly missing a fatal blow. Sensing the danger, the Zerg Queen retreated, maintaining a cold, unwavering stare at Fang Mo. Lucky escape this time, she taunted, glancing at his sword with a hint of fear. She realized that a slight misstep could have led to severe injury or even death. She hadn't expected this human to be so powerful. You'll pay for this, she roared, launching energy blasts from her claws, all of which were blocked by Fang Mo's dark energy shield. At that moment, 4 elite Zerg warriors suddenly attacked Fang Mo, launching a ferocious assault. The surrounding flaming guards were also engaged in intense battles, each dealing with 2 or 3 elite Zerg, leaving them unable to assist Fang Mo. The Zerg's attacks were deflected by his shield, but they pressed on relentlessly. If you seek death, then so be it, Fang Mo declared, gripping his sword tightly. He unleashed a series of moonlight slashes, shredding the purple shields of the elite Zerg like paper. The 4 elite warriors were cut into pieces, their dying screams echoing through the battlefield. 4 elite guardbugs were annihilated in an instant, causing the Zerg Queen's heart to tremble. Fang Mo's power was truly terrifying. Defeating him would not be easy. She immediately linked her mind with the surrounding swarm, ordering a full-scale attack on Fang Mo. If an unknown fight won't work, then we'll wear you down to death. The elite guardbugs abandoned their original targets and charged toward Fang Mo. At the same time, the ordinary swarm surged at him like a tidal wave. Qin Yu and the others noticed the Zerg's change in strategy and sensed the danger. Your Highness, be careful. Qin Yu tried to rush to his aid but was blocked by an elite Zerg. The Zerg stared at Qin Yu with a cunning expression. Looks like I'm your opponent. Fang Mo faced the oncoming swarm with a slight smile. Can't win unknown, so you're going for a group fight? Fine, no more holding back. Blue light flickered in his eyes as he extended his left hand and clenched it. All the Zerg near him were frozen in place. The Zerg Queen, keeping her distance, was unaffected but stood in shock. This dark energy. The Queen stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Even if she ascended to become a Zerg Empress, she couldn't reach this level. Only the Zerg Overlord, a godlike existence, might possess such power. At that moment, Fang Mo calmly spoke. Annihilate. A black energy vortex appeared among the frozen swarm. All the Zerg, whether ordinary or elite guardbugs, were sucked into the black hole and instantly turned to dust. The area around Fang Mo was cleared, with even the corpses and vegetation devoured. Fang Mo smiled as he gazed at the Zerg Queen. Feeling his gaze, the Zerg Queen shivered, as if a giant beast was eyeing her. Damn it! The Zerg Queen immediately turned and flew away, ignoring Fang Mo and the swarm. The power gap was too vast. There was no chance of victory. This damned Fang Mo. How can a human be this strong? She cursed as she fled. Meanwhile, Lei Hong's Qinlan Star Army was in dire straits. The Zerg were numerous and hard to eliminate, and the soldiers were running low on both stamina and ammunition. If this continued, they would be wiped out in less than an hour. Lei Hong fought the swarm while trying to contact Fang Mo. Your Highness, we can't hold out much longer. It's urgent. Fang Mo had initially intended to pursue the Zerg Queen, but upon receiving Lei Hong's distress call, he had to abandon the chase. He glanced in the direction the Zerg Queen fled and smiled. You can run, but you can't hide. Fang Mo responded to Lei Hong. Hold on a bit longer, I'm on my way. Hearing Fang Mo's reply, Lei Hong's expression brightened. Brothers, the prince is coming to support us. Charge! Lei Hong shouted to his Qinlan Star Army soldiers. Hearing the command, the soldiers felt rejuvenated and began firing their machine guns with renewed vigor. In this brutal war, what was once a mighty force of 100,000 soldiers has now dwindled to less than 40,000. Yet, the call to battle still resounds. The conflict between races is unavoidable. They can only face it head-on. Fang Mo's arrival has dramatically shifted the tide of the battle. Those once unbeatable elite guardian insects fell like wheat under his blade. Wielding his long sword, Fang Mo shouted with unyielding spirit, Brothers, follow me to support Chief Lei Hong. Yes, Your Highness. The tens of thousands of soldiers responded in unison, their morale high and their resolve unwavering. This is a fight for survival, and they will defend their homeland with their very flesh and blood, vowing to uphold their racial dignity to the death. 10 minutes later, Fang Mo led his troops to the battlefield of General Lei Hong. At this moment, General Lei Hong's Qinlan Interstellar Army had less than 30,000 soldiers remaining, constantly threatened by the swarm, teetering on the brink of life and death. Fang Mo raised his arm and shouted, Soldiers, join me in eliminating these swarms. His voice inspired the soldiers below, and the Qinlan Interstellar Army, Titan mechs, photon pulse tanks, and flame guards all joined the battle. The battlefield erupted with the roar of artillery, becoming intensely fierce. The previously endangered Qinlan Interstellar Army felt the support from the flanks, and their morale soared. General Lei Hong immediately ordered, "Brothers and sisters, charge with His Highness." Fang Mo, riding his warhorse, charged towards the swarm, facing an endless tide of insects, numbering in the tens of millions. In the face of such a massive enemy, individual combat was no longer effective. Fang Mo decided to use his ultimate move. He shouted to his soldiers, "Find cover quickly and prepare for an energy impact." The soldiers obeyed and scrambled for shelter, hiding within the city. Only 130 flame guards remained as the last line of defense. Assessing the situation, Fang Mo instructed the flame guards to seek cover as well. He then turned to face the swarm, roaring, "Zerg, you are cruel and heartless. Today, on behalf of all the lives you have harmed, I will bring you justice. We will meet at the destined place." His eyes glowed blue as energy patterns rapidly converged dark energy before him. A force so immense even the Zerg Queen sensed it from afar. The Zerg Lord screamed in terror, a powerful dark energy reaction. Immediately, they witnessed a massive energy storm erupt on the distant battlefield, annihilating all life and structures within thousands of kilometers. General Lei Hong and the Qinlan Interstellar Army were left speechless by the sight. "Qin Yu," exclaimed excitedly, "the destructive power of dark energy at its peak is terrifying." Others nodded in agreement, marveling at Fang Mo's strength. The scene then shifted to space, where the Qinlan Legion fiercely battled the swarm. Although the swarm had lost more than half of its numbers, the Qinlan Legion had also suffered heavy losses, with tens of thousands of interstellar warships destroyed, including 3 S-5 class ships. To completely eradicate the swarm, the Qinlan Legion would need to make even greater sacrifices. Minar's eyes darkened as she stared at the approaching swarm of insects with grim determination. She resolved to annihilate them, even if it cost her life. Suddenly, a soldier reported that the swarm seemed to be retreating. Their rearguard had already begun withdrawing to the Azure main planet. Puzzled, Minar wondered why the insects were suddenly retreating. Had something happened on the planet? She observed that a fraction of the swarm, about a tenth of their forces, remained to cover the retreat, while the rest rapidly returned to the Azure main planet. A soldier confirmed that the swarm had completely withdrawn. What was going on? The insects had suddenly abandoned the battle. The fierce combat had abruptly halted, leaving everyone baffled. The massive retreat of the insects was due to an order from their queen. The insect queen had commanded an immediate return to the planetary battlefield. Pacing anxiously, she muttered to herself, finding it hard to believe that a species as weak as humans could produce a being akin to a deity. The insect lord suggested temporarily abandoning this star region to avoid Fang Mo's threat and expanding into other regions. However, the insect queen was unwilling to relinquish the battlefield. In a fit of rage, she crushed a nearby human skeleton underfoot, vowing not to give up easily. She glared in Fang Mo's direction, seething with anger. On the Qinlan Interstellar Army's side, General Lei Hong watched the radar display, showing the swarm rapidly returning to their planet, numbering around 50 million. He asked in surprise, "The swarm is returning?" Fang Mo, seemingly already aware, suggested they could take this opportunity to annihilate the insects, saving them the trouble of hunting them down later. Lei Hong and the other soldiers were shocked. The Qinlan Interstellar Army was already on the brink of collapse, and to face such a vast swarm again seemed suicidal. General Lei Hong decided to leave all Qinlan Interstellar Army forces to deal with the remaining insects while he and the Fiery Guard would go to eliminate the swarm. He was about to voice his objection but, recalling Fang Mo's previous formidable display, chose to remain silent. Fang Mo gave him a resolute look, assuring him of victory. Lei Hong responded, "I wish you triumph. I will handle the remaining enemies." Without further words, Fang Mo led the Fiery Guard straight towards the Insect Queen's position. They crushed the insects in their path, and 30 minutes later, they once again confronted the Insect Queen. By then, the Queen had only about 100 million insects left. From an original force of over 300 million, nearly 200 million had been lost in just a few hours. Despite still having a large force, the Insect Queen felt a chill of fear facing Fang Mo. The Insect Queen proposed a truce, expressing her willingness to make peace. She watched Fang Mo and the 130 fiery guards beside him with a face drenched in cold sweat. In a life-and-death situation, she had no choice but to temporarily humble herself, despite her unwillingness. Facing the Zerg Queen, she didn't want to show weakness but had to submit. This helplessness was not a sign of disgrace. "Ha, Zerg Queen, you propose a truce? How surprising. Your strength is admirable, and reaching an agreement with you is an honor. I can accept your proposal and halt our attack on your sacred dragon empire, for now. How about that? I'm sincere in accepting, but those you killed, and my Qinlin warriors surely won't agree. So, prepare to face death. Fang Mo said coldly, smiling at the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen immediately became tense and ordered, "Kill them, now." A swarm of insects immediately surged towards Fang Mo and the blazing guards. The air was filled with the sounds of chirping, gunfire, and explosions as the battle erupted in an instant. Each blazing guard had already left their original positions, diving into the throng of insects. They were surrounded by countless bugs, and the sounds of slashing swords, machine gun fire, and insect cries filled the air. It was a terrifying sight, 131 men against over 1 billion insects. Yet, the blazing guards remained resolute, their movements precise and lethal. Most strikes were fatal, with a single sweep of a sword taking down dozens of insects. However, the swarm also retaliated, swarming the blazing guards en masse. The insects clung tightly to the guards, but to no avail. They could only grasp the dark energy shields protecting the guards, unable to cause any harm. To attack the blazing guards' bodies, the insects would need to deplete the shield's energy or use more powerful attacks to break through. Currently, the swarm lacked such super energy attacks, resorting instead to attrition tactics. Fang Mo continued to methodically eliminate the insects surrounding him. The Zerg Queen, observing from a distance, knew Fang Mo was waiting for her to make a move. But after witnessing his formidable strength, she hesitated. She too was waiting for Fang Mo's energy to run out. Only then would she strike. Why has the infamous Zerg Queen become so timid? Fang Mo sneered, taunting her. Didn't you want to take my life? I'm right here in front of you. Yet you don't dare make a move? How disappointing. Maybe you should run back to your mother's arms. As he mocked her, Fang Mo continued to slaughter the encroaching insects, his insults reaching new heights. Fine, fine. You're good. Just don't fall into my hands, or I'll torment you for millennia. The Zerg Queen's rage boiled over, but she knew attacking Fang Mo now would be suicidal. Kill him. Kill him now, she screamed, her eyes burning with fury. After 30 minutes of relentless fighting, Fang Mo assessed the surrounding swarm. Nearly 1 billion insects still remained. Clearly, this method was too slow. If taunting the queen didn't work, he would have to break through the swarm and kill her. However, if the queen decided to flee, she would be hard to catch. It was worth a try. Gripping the sword of victory tightly, Fang Mo charged towards the Zerg Queen. The insects in his path were sliced into pieces. Those attempting to close in on him were cut down before they could react. As Fang Mo drew nearer, the Zerg Queen felt a pang of fear. He was coming to face her alone. Stop him. Now, she commanded, sending the swarm to intercept him. Fang Mo smiled slightly as the insects swarmed towards him. His body transformed into a red streak, weaving through the swarm in a zaped pattern. In his wake, the insects exploded into fragments. With another burst of speed, he was suddenly face-to-face with the Zerg Queen. Fang Mo sneered at the Zerg Queen, his lips curling into a provocative smile. Are you ready to face the challenge of fate? A flicker of fear flashed in the Zerg Queen's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, her lips curling into a slight smile. You're digging your own grave. Suddenly, a brain-shaped Zerg emerged from behind the Queen, releasing a wave of bioenergy that enveloped both Fang Mo and the Queen. Fang Mo felt his dark energy being sealed off, and his heart sank. My dark energy is useless. The Zerg Queen laughed triumphantly, just realizing now? It's too late. If you hadn't recklessly charged at me, I wouldn't have been confident enough to defeat you. But now, things are different. Fang Mo realized that the brain-shaped Zerg's energy wave had a special isolating effect, similar to a giant Titan Zerg, but with a different outcome. Without his dark energy, he could only rely on his physical strength. Raising his head, Fang Mo stared at the Zerg Queen. I underestimated you, but the final outcome is still undecided. Care for a final showdown? The Zerg Queen taunted. Though your dark energy is powerful, you're still just a human, known for your frailty. I can't wait to sever your head. Before she finished speaking, the Zerg Queen rushed at Fang Mo, giving him no time to react. Her first strike shattered his shoulder armor, and her second kick sent him flying hundreds of meters, crashing through swarms and debris. The Zerg Queen licked her lips, looking down at Fang Mo lying in the rubble. Human bodies are indeed too fragile. Fang Mo struggled to stand, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes coldly fixed on the Zerg Queen. He realized her physical strength was extraordinary despite his body having undergone 4 enhancements. He was still no match. Calming his surging blood, Fang Mo gripped the sword of victory and charged at the Zerg Queen once more. Is this all you've got? He taunted with a fierce smile, determined to ruthlessly defeat the human. The Zerg Queen snarled, You're courting death. She swiftly lunged at Fang Mo, but the sword of victory severed her attack, causing her immense pain. She sidestepped his next strike. Fang Mo sneered, leaping towards the Zerg Queen's face. Realizing Fang Mo was still dangerous even without his dark energy, the Zerg Queen quickly retaliated, kicking him in the chest and sending him flying again. Fang Mo spat blood midair, his dark energy armor shattered, and his chest bones cracked. The Zerg Queen gave him no respite. As he landed, she launched another attack, her spines and claws relentlessly striking at Fang Mo. He fought back with all his might, his sword flashing in the fray. The Zerg Queen was in excruciating pain, her body severely injured. In this critical moment, Fang Mo seized the opportunity and thrust his sword towards the queen's neck. Her expression changed slightly as she hastily raised her left hand to block, but the sword ruthlessly severed it. Thinking quickly, the Zerg Queen made a nimble sidestep, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Immediately after, she delivered a powerful kick, sending Fang Mo flying. Seeing her left hand severed and blood gushing out, the Zerg Queen was consumed with rage. Damn humans! They dared to wound her majestic body repeatedly. She would never forgive them. They would pay the price. Although neither side could use their energy at the moment, the Zerg Queen's body was far more powerful than Fang Mo's. Her strength, speed, and reflexes vastly outmatched his. Human bodies are inherently fragile. Even after multiple enhancements, they are only strong by human standards. The common Zergs, flying freely in space, have body structures that are beyond imagination. Not to mention the robust physique of a level 5 Zerg Queen, which is practically the perfect organism in the universe. Fang Mo's mouth bled as he looked up at the Zerg Queen. What a pity, I almost took your head. The Zerg Queen was also in excruciating pain. Although she could control her bleeding, her severed left hand and stinger wing could not regenerate. This puzzled her, as she naturally possessed instant regeneration abilities, yet now she couldn't heal. Fang Mo wouldn't tell her that the sword he wielded was the legendary Sword of Annihilation. Any wound inflicted by this sword could not be healed. Death by this sword meant not even the gods could bring you back. At this moment, the Zerg Queen began to feel fear. Although Fang Mo's combat power was inferior, he had the ability to harm her. If he managed to strike her head or neck, the consequences would be dire. Minions, tear him apart for me, the Zerg Queen ordered mercilessly. Earlier, she had said she would end Fang Mo's life herself, but now she unleashed her swarm upon him. Swish, swish, swish. The charging swarm fell one after another, but Fang Mo, already severely injured, saw his combat ability diminish. As the number of Zergs increased, so did the wounds on his body. His dark energy-powered armor was already in tatters. The Zerg Queen observed from a distance, like a pride of lionesses attacking a buffalo while a lone lion waited for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Fang Mo grew increasingly anxious. If this continued, he feared he wouldn't survive. If he perished here, his 130 flame guards would be slaughtered by the Zerg Queen. Lei Hong, the Qinlan Starfleet, even the Qinlan Legion on Minar's side, and the entire Sacred Dragon Empire would fall into chaos. His grandmother, sister, Li Mingpong, and other loved ones would meet a tragic end at the hands of the Zergs. Damn it, he had underestimated his opponent and been too careless. Ding. The system detected the host in a life-or-death crisis and issued a temporary task reward in advance to help the host overcome the predicament. System reward, Heart of Valor, skill activated. No need to claim. Effective immediately. The system encourages the host to persevere, fear no danger, and demonstrate the indomitable spirit of humanity. Fang Mo was slightly surprised to hear the system prompt. The system had issued a task reward in advance? This was unprecedented. Could it be that the system had been silently watching over him all along? And this, Heart of Valor, skill activated automatically without needing to be claimed. Fang Mo's resolve strengthened, and the approaching Zerg swarm was no longer a threat. His mind was now focused solely on cutting down his enemies with one decisive strike. Swish, swish, swish. The Heart of Valor skill did much more than that. As Fang Mo continued to slay the Zergs, he gradually felt the pain from his many wounds subside. Though the wound had not yet healed, the pain had significantly subsided. Fang Mo couldn't spare a moment to check the effect of his fearless heart skill. He had to survive the current crisis first. Just then, the swarm of insects charging at him began to be decimated. What was once a dense mass surrounding him was now falling apart. Within 3 minutes, the area within a 10-meter radius of Fang Mo was littered with insect corpses. He mercilessly slashed at the oncoming swarm, wielding his sword of victory, reducing the insects to fragments. At this moment, Fang Mo's mastery of the sword had reached an unprecedented peak, as if the sword was an extension of his own body. The insect queen watched in shock. How was this possible? Why was this human fighting with such ferocity? Wasn't he on the verge of defeat just moments ago? How had he become so powerful again? Did he have more formidable tricks up his sleeve? Anger surged within her. Kill him. Finish him quickly, she commanded. Screech. Slashes of sword light instantly surrounded Fang Mo, slicing the charging insects into pieces. Fang Mo slowly walked towards the insect queen. Fate has decided. Today you meet your end at my hands, he declared. Trembling, the insect queen looked at the approaching Fang Mo. The fear she felt now was even greater than when she had faced ancient beasts. This was a fear that gripped her soul. To her, Fang Mo was no longer a mere human but a demon emerging from the abyss of hell. The pressure emanating from him was more overwhelming than an entire army. Is this really a human? The insect queen's question was answered by a single stroke of Fang Mo's sword. Slash. The sword light pierced her body, and with a sharp crack, the insect queen was split in two. Her corpse fell to the ground as the surrounding insects stared in stunned silence. Soon, a piercing insect cry broke the stillness. Retreat. The swarm, obeying the command, scattered and fled the battlefield. Even those attacking the fireguard began to fall apart. Bang! Fang Mo, barely able to support himself, knelt on one knee with his sword. Blood still dripped from his wounds. He collapsed, lying on his back. Shortly after, Fang Mo saw a fleet of interstellar warships descending from the sky, bombarding the planet's insect swarm. Watching this, he slowly closed his heavy eyes. 3 days later, beep beep beep. Marshal Nak, this is Minar, the Supreme Commander of the Qianlin Legion. The insect swarm in the Tianlan starfield has been completely eradicated. You can now arrange for Commander Qin and the Imperial Legion to handle the aftermath. Hello, Supreme Commander Minar. A pleasure to speak with you. I will immediately notify them to proceed with the cleanup. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, how is His Highness? His Highness was injured in the battle against the insects and is currently recuperating. Marshal Nak's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Understood. Once His Highness recovers, I will visit him. The Empire will remember your contributions. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Imperial Legion, Commander Qin swiftly reclaimed the planets attacked by the insects, consolidating refugees and resources from various planets. The insect plague claimed over 1 trillion lives and wiped out more than 100 planets, causing irreparable damage. 68 Imperial legions were annihilated, and the resources and wealth of these planets were beyond estimation. After hearing the post-war report, the Emperor and his ministers were ashen-faced. While resources and wealth could potentially be restored with time, the loss of lives and legions exacerbated the already precarious situation of the Shenlong Empire. Now, the morale of the Empire's citizens is wavering. If it weren't for Fang Mo's deterrence, there might have already been betrayals. Even Immortal was seriously injured. This is the Emperor's fault. Alas, Your Majesty, the prince's complete annihilation of the insect race, though costly, has greatly bolstered the prestige of our Shenlong Empire. Indeed, previously, some nations acted against us, mistakenly believing they were on par with us. Now, with the prince's defeat of the level 5 insect queen, their wicked intentions will be thoroughly extinguished. I agree, but I am concerned about Immortal's condition. The old emperor's face was filled with sorrow. In truth, His Majesty was also worried about Fang Mo's safety. If Fang Mo were to disappear entirely, the Shenlong Empire might not hold out for long. The ministers were also anxious, fully aware of Fang Mo's significance. The scene shifts to the main planet of Qianlin. At this moment, Fang Mo's body lies in a large glass recuperation tank. Standing beside the tank are his grandmother, sister, Miner, Lei Hong, Naz, Ai Jing, and the Inferno guards. Fang Mo's grandmother frowned deeply, praying, "My dear grandson, you must pull through." Miner and Lei Hong approached the grandmother with regret written all over their faces. "Elder, it was our negligence that led to the prince protecting us instead of the other way around. Please punish us." Over 100 Inferno guards knelt on the ground, apologizing to the grandmother. "Elder, we failed in our duty to protect the prince, leading to his severe injuries. Please punish us." The grandmother turned to look at the people kneeling before her. "If the prince wakes up, everything can be discussed. If not, well, I don't need to say more. You all know what it means." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.